This day was one of the worst in the life of the young student. Theodore was called into the office and told that from that moment on, he was no longer a magician. And it all started with the fact that today there was supposed to be another test of his skills, for which the student tried to carefully prepare. Sighing heavily and hoping for his victory, the guy adjusted his suit and walked confidently into the arena. It will be a royal magic tournament. Namely, he made it to the finals, and now he must show what he is capable of. Applause was heard around, and the bright sun blinded his eyes. The brunette straightened his jacket and after a slight hesitation moved on to meet his opponent. When he came closer to the center, he saw her, a girl of small stature and with a long cloak fluttering in the wind. It was with her that he would have to fight. The blonde prepared her weapon and was also thinking through her attack strategy, while Theodore threw off his jacket, which would still hinder him in the fight. He raised his hand slightly and activated his power while the girl watched his actions closely. And finally, the curly one stopped his spell, clenching the blazing flame in his fist, and rushed forward. There was a loud crash as the two contestants collided, demonstrating their skills. From this moment, the main match began. A thick layer of dust rose around Theodore, because of which he had to sit down and be alert, looking around. Small particles got into his eyes, limiting visibility. The guy had to try hard to concentrate on the battle. When the brunette looked up, he saw several large lizards in front of him, staring straight at him. He sees such a sight for the first time in his life, and he simply watches with his mouth wide open. In a moment, these magical creatures were heading towards him. Theodore began to run back to avoid a direct hit. In the end, he simply fell to the ground and tried to recover. Practice had always been difficult for him. When he was lifted into the air, the guy began to think about how to get out of here in one piece, and nervously looked at their tentacles that were around. He came up with the idea to use his magic to break through their so-called barrier, which Theodore did. The enemy, of course, did not relax his vigilance, and in an instant directed his attacking spikes towards the guy. The brunette, protecting his face from dust, called Mitra for help. To the left of him, a small space formed, from which a small, fair-haired girl crawled out, stretching her arms out in front of her. There was a huge explosion, and a large chasm was now formed, into which Theodore Miller fell. Sylvia couldn't just let him go, and immediately ran to the hole that had been created. Her visibility was limited by a thick layer of dust. The witch had to withdraw her power so that she could at least see something. Our hero also had a hard time for the same reason, but he initially prepared for a sudden attack on her. Having received a slight kick in his hands, Theodore released a fairly powerful beam of magic and tried to hold it as hard as he could. He rushed straight towards his rival, breaking through a deep hole, and this was really able to strike Sylvia. The girl managed to stop him with her weapon right in front of her face, and moving back a little, tried to keep in line. Our hero managed to literally throw her to another part of the arena. All those who were present here from the audience, especially those who were rooting for the witch, began to worry and discuss something among themselves. The blonde somehow tried to get to her feet and activated her staff. She already knows what to do next, and so she rises high into the air, looking intently at Theodore. Sylvia extends her hand with the weapon forward and prepares to attack him. Miller is also not sleeping, activating the fire, getting ready to defend himself. Everything happens very quickly. The guy stretches his palm forward and aims straight at the enemy. He wants to win the fight this time. Their forces collided, creating a small but powerful explosion. The spectators around covered their ears and shielded their eyes. It glowed brighter than the sun. After such memories that the head returned to Theodore, the guy felt uneasy. The blonde does not understand why he simply cannot give up. Is his desire to become a real magician really that great? He was called into the office almost in the evening. It was cloudy outside, and there was a nasty cold wind. The brunette came to the man, who was thoughtfully rummaging through his important papers, as always. He looked at the student from under his forehead and asked if he knew the reason why he was called here, and without stopping reading the documents, he waited for an answer. Theodore looked away with displeasure and simply nodded his head. This was not the first time, and it was not difficult to guess what the matter was. The blonde told him that if you take into account that 3 points were deducted from all written exams, the results could be considered almost ideal. However, in this school it is not theory that is important, but magical power, and unfortunately, the boy has 0 of it. And besides, if the boy cannot fix this problem in the near future, he simply will not graduate from this educational institution. After these words, he almost burst into tears from hopelessness, but the man raised his head and asked what circle he had. It turns out that Miller is still only in second place, and he himself was ashamed to talk about it. The blonde sighed heavily. 5 years had passed, and even after so much time, he still hadn't mastered the transition to the next one, which upset him. The guy looked down and simply nodded his head silently. He had nothing else to do. Theodore knows perfectly well that all the people who know about his failures either sympathize with him or mock him. There is no third option, just like there is no talent for magic. The man handed him some envelope and still decided to give the hopeless boy one last chance. He really feels sorry that he has to listen to all these terrible things every year, but this year will be his last. After these words, Miller was asked to leave the office. The brunette approached the door and slowly opened it. The guy went out into the corridor and began to look around sadly. Deep down, he really felt bad about everything that was happening to him, even though he was trying to hide it as best he could. The other teenagers also made fun of him, as if they were waiting for him outside the office to remind him once again what a loser he was. The boys looked at him askance, while Theodore tried to run away from here as quickly as possible, breaking through the crowd. However, if you think about it, he has gone too far to just plug his ears. He wants to prove to everyone that he is not at all what they think he is. The guy thinks that his path is extremely thorny. He literally gave up, and because of this, the road in front of him became as if incomprehensible. And finally, he soon arrived at the place where he was in such a hurry, and with a serious look, he opened the doors of the office wide. This man has had to face a life that is full of obstacles, and all he can do now is continue to study. Theodore arrived at the library and selected books for study, which he had been reading for 5 years. He himself doesn't know what he would prefer to read this time, but the boy knows one thing for sure. Being in this place helps relieve stress. And all because this place is the safest for him. Besides this, the student has an incredible love for reading and has reviewed them many times. Looking at his favorite office in this creepy place, the brunette notices something amiss and looks with suspicion at what caught his eye. It didn't seem to him that he noticed a book that he had never seen in the library before. Theodore approached her with a slight misunderstanding and touched her with his finger. Maybe the guy had read her earlier but forgot. He really doesn't remember. And then, under his hand, she began to blur, which made him shudder a little and even get scared. You don't see that every day. And a second later, this reading material transformed into something terrible. A toothy creature, which instantly grew its slimy paws. Miller observes this kind of behavior in books for the first time. The tentacles completely enveloped him and seemed to suck him into that huge mouth. All he had to do was close his eyes. The brunette wanted to shout for help, but then he was thrown back to the floor before he could open his mouth. And then he hears a strange and quiet voice. The boy slowly opens his eyes and looks around. The first thought that came to his mind was that he was hallucinating, because he himself was sitting on the floor. But the unknown person asked him to look at his left hand. But our hero was so confused that he raised his right hand, for which he was reprimanded and ordered to do as they said. He only looked around in confusion. And yet it's all very strange. Theodore still feels like it's only in his head, but he needed to raise his other palm. What he saw shocked him, so much so that he screamed, but then looked around to make sure no one entered the office. There was some strange creature sitting on his hand and looking straight at him. He found it funny that the student had been looking for him for so long. Miller screamed in horror, looking at this monster. It's no wonder I see such a sight in the palm of my hand every day. The unsuccessful magician could not believe that it could talk, and he also said that it was too early to be surprised. A lot of questions appeared in his head. Now this creature stuck out its long tongue, saying that it was high time to have something to eat right now. It rushed towards the book that stood on the table directly in front of it, and it seemed that the sensation was not the most pleasant for Theodore. The boy indignantly shouted at him and demanded that he stop this outrage. He was already confused about everything, and then this. The brunette thought that maybe he should be a little more gentle with him now, and asked him to stop in a calm tone. However, this loudmouth did not listen to him and continued to do his own thing, so Miller had to grab him and pull him back. It seemed that he was in great pain, and that monster in his hand was demanding that he be let go. Suddenly, his right hand jerked back, and the guy screamed, flying back into the wall. Everything looks very similar to the fact that this creature just hit him on the head. Although the magician was in a state of shock, he clearly felt a sharp pain in the forehead area. He began to remember how all these years of studying at this school he tried to improve his magical skills, but it was all in vain. Now, a voice in his head asked him to squeeze his hand as hard as he could and cast a lightning summoning spell. The guy tuned himself in, concentrated his thoughts only on this, and fired. And indeed, a pillar of magic shot straight in the direction he was aiming. Theodore certainly didn't expect such a turn of events. His hair stood on end, and he only raised an eyebrow and looked around with his mouth wide open, not understanding how this could have happened. In the place where there was a direct hit, an explosion was heard, and a large layer of dust rose. In addition, the brunette noticed in the notification system that he had learned the spell of the second circle, namely, lightning strike. In addition, they wrote to him that Grimoire was very hungry after a long sleep, and in order to quench his thirst for food, he needed books. The kid still doesn't understand what the hell is going on here and why he's going to get skill points for it, so he asks the weirdo if he really just said that. Also, our hero was reminded that he only has 10 minutes to do this, but he doesn't think that this is the most important thing. He was interested in finding out what this voice in his head was, whether it belonged to this monster. If you think about it, he felt a tingling sensation in his hand earlier, which is definitely not a hallucination. But it is also quite difficult to believe that this is actually happening. And besides, magic always eluded him. How could he use it in them? He only just mastered the most difficult spell. But if you close your eyes to all this, the boy can now learn new spells and improve his potential in this. Theodore saw with his own eyes how his left hand had just swallowed the book. Unexpectedly, but he really likes it. The brown-eyed man smiled widely from all his imagination. It seemed like he finally got lucky and got a unique skill. When he listened to the voice inside himself, he caught his breath for a second. If you think about it, Theodore can easily receive other spells just like the lightning strike that he succumbed to a minute ago, and now the brunette has risen to his feet and is asking this weirdo what his name is. He just chuckled and promised to answer if the new owner fed him, because he couldn't live without food. The boy grinned, slowly approaching the railing of the second floor of the library, holding out his palm forward, allowing him to feed on books as much as he wanted. He finally understood the pattern. If he feeds him his main food, he will be able to gain many magical skills. Well, thanks to that mysterious voice, the guy learned some important information. Today is a pretty good day. This creature that settled on his hand is an ancient grimoire. There is no data about it even in history books, and therefore, Theodore is simply obliged to satisfy its hunger. When fed, this weirdo grants its owner magical power, and if its needs are ignored, the grimoire will absorb its owner. It's a good thing Theodore has some basic information about these creatures while it's already enjoying its food. After his meal is over, a voice sounds in the boy's head, notifying him of the acquisition of a skill, and a little later spells will follow. And the most wonderful thing is that he will be able to use them without practice. Besides, bad books do not quench the thirst for a grimoire. Our hero can now control 4 elements, so he should also strain himself and provide 4 more readings. The task is made much easier by the fact that Theodore has learned to understand when he is doing everything right, and the guy wants to use such a wonderful opportunity to the maximum. And yet, although he was able to learn the magic that he could not master, excessive consumption of skills from books is accompanied by a terrible headache. This is not just a pressure on the brain. From this one can easily lose consciousness or even go crazy. He quite often grabs his head and screams like crazy. From now on, he should consume this reading matter in moderation. However, he still believes that it was worth enduring this torment. Theodore doesn't even know how to react to all these quickly occurring events. Having separated his palms, he tried to activate magic. A very unusual feeling for a person who only had a theory. A slight tingling in his hands and pride in his soul overwhelms him. Besides this, the grimoire's hunger was completely satisfied. Now it is saturated with the incredible power from the books it has absorbed. The boy clapped his hands with satisfaction and smiled broadly. What a pleasant feeling that the magic he had been unable to master for all these 5 years literally became a part of him in an instant. Theodore raised his left hand and asked the creature if he had eaten enough, to which he seemed to nod his head. Now he could breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, the boy reminded him that he had to say his name. Even though this weirdo was showing off, he promised to keep his word. Sticking out his tongue, the little eye began to grimace and called himself Gluttony. Our hero found this nickname rather strange, and the book eater only laughed because he noticed that he was dissatisfied with the answer. Having cleared his throat, the brunette asked if he could answer one more question. Tongue-toothed again forced a smile. One can assume that Theodore wants to know what kind of voice it was, or where he got such great strength from. He nodded his head and promised to tell the boy absolutely everything. The guy was worried that, according to the information he had received earlier, Gluttony was not in a stable condition, and there was no clear answer on how to deal with this. The only thing that is now becoming clear is that the more you feed him, the better it will be, and the balance will be restored. Right now, this little monster is feeling terribly sleepy after eating a lot, and it is in this state that he will be able to answer any question before he falls asleep. That grimoire is many thousands of years old. Theodore concluded that Gluttony is about the same age, and the fact that he agreed to its conditions is a great success. The baby continued to yawn and was already beginning to get indignant that his owner could not decide on the question. The brunette sat looking at him and thought about how to ask him this correctly. The guy doesn't have much time to talk now, so he decides on what's most important to him and gets ready to speak. Looking him intently in the eyes, the curly-haired man nevertheless asked what he really was, to which the grimoire seemed to hint to him with a slight mockery that he would not understand his story, referring to the fact that he had a small brain. Of course, such insolence angered the brunette. Theodore frowned, but still continued to listen to him. The little one still decided to show him visually, because it would be quite difficult to explain something like this. Just as the guy wanted to say something, suddenly the library began to be covered with some strange tentacles. He looked around in panic. Some kind of hole appeared on the ceiling. Having laughed, Gluttony decided to show him everything. Since he considers something to be nonsense, our hero himself sits on a chair and, without moving, watches what is happening. Suddenly, he looked straight ahead and noticed those huge paws rushing towards him. They were getting closer and closer to him. Theodore was very scared and couldn't even move from the spot. He was seeing such miracles for the first time in his life. The tentacles began to wrap around his arms and legs, making it impossible to escape, hide, or try to resist moving. Miller was lifted into the air and directed towards some strange creature, very similar to a spider, which was crawling out of that hole and squealing terribly. It looked quite scary. The bright light blinded the boy's eyes, but he couldn't retreat now. In principle, he couldn't. Some strange part of the body began to descend towards him. The boy watched everything with horror. Although he knew that it was safe, the feeling of anxiety did not leave him. And now this incomprehensible limb is already at his face. The brunette only managed to scream. A second later, the skin of this creature began to come apart, from under which fangs and a strange tongue, similar to a snake's, were visible. It descended very slowly towards his head and literally bit into his forehead, which gave Theodore an unpleasant headache. Suddenly, an incredibly strange blow flashed through his brain, very similar to lightning. It was quite painful and unpleasant. Memories seemed to crawl to him themselves. When the so-called transfer of information ended, the boy fell from the ceiling onto a chair and then onto the floor. He sighed heavily. It was quite painful, and Grimoire only laughed and asked him not to get carried away with such things. For his current level, it was the limit of his strength. Theodore raised his hand and looked at the little eye, who said goodbye to him and was getting ready to go to bed. The boy clenched his fist. The shape of his new friend, whom he had just seen, was strange to him. It is simply impossible to describe it in modern language, and most likely he was not the only one who saw this, since he did not hesitate to use something similar. He had a lot of questions about the identity of this Gluttony, but the voice in his head told him a lot of valuable information that had clearly been accumulating for more than a year. The very first thing that can be highlighted is that he has not yet recovered, and also that a kind of conductor is present with him. The creature wakes up once a day to satisfy its hunger, filling its stomach before falling asleep again. It can answer any question. It also has the ability to see in advance what power its food can give, and also distinguishes between types of magic. It is also worth noting that Gluttony can extract power from the food he eats. The effect will be proportional to the owner's level of understanding. Such advantages make Theodore very happy. He smiled broadly and continued to look at his clenched fist. Now he is a talented student and has unlimited knowledge, but previously he did not command respect from any of his acquaintances. Finally, his efforts will be noticed. All the years of torment paid off in an instant. Now he can fully study magic, from which a smile spreads across his face. The next day, the weather in his city was very favorable. All the magicians went to school. The girls stood in the hallway and chatted, discussing their girly things, as always. The boys ran like crazy along the corridor playing tag, and then one of them accidentally hit his classmate, for which he received a reprimand from the older one, who sternly asked him not to drive so hard. Two men were standing near the department with flowers and chatting about something. They would like to discuss the latest news before classes. The tall one sighed heavily and was indignant at the mess going on around him, and could not understand why his colleague was watching it with such interest. The mustachioed one has a different opinion about this. When he sees this, he remembers his days as a tomboy, unfortunately. Because of his big belly, he won't be able to frolic like them. And then, Richie came up with the idea of losing weight in order to return to the old days, for which he only receives criticism. The professor believes that he is too old for this. His years are not the same. By the way, Fatso can't understand why Vince is still at school, even though he went on vacation a long time ago. It turns out that the blonde has some unfinished work left. He completely forgot about it from the very beginning of the year and wants to complete it. His friend rolled his eyes and asked if she had anything to do with that experiment, looking at him menacingly. Quite unexpectedly, Richie decided to ask this right now. The man looked at him sideways. Slowly drinking coffee, Vince asked him not to discuss this here. After all, the walls also have ears. The other professor tensed up. But then their conversation was interrupted. A man who had already searched them burst in. The tall, blonde man opened his eyes wide and became noticeably wary. It seems he is not entirely happy to see this man here. He came here to ask a couple of questions. The bespectacled man raised an eyebrow. This was very interesting and still decided to listen to him. The fat man again put on his sly smile and prepared to talk to him, reminding him that these would be rather banal questions. He's always like this. Vince knows it, and so he just sighed heavily, waiting for what he would do this time. Fatty scratched his chin and wondered why Theodore Miller was not on this year's dropout list. He certainly didn't expect this and froze in surprise. Why was he interested in this particular person? The man wondered, a boy from a family of fallen nobles who had nothing left, who could be interested in him at all. Vince cleared his throat and said that he had intended to do this a little later, citing the fact that Theodore himself had expressed a desire to study further. And besides, he reminded his colleague that it was his responsibility alone to decide how to deal with such students. Does he really think that he is not coping with his responsibilities? The fat man began to retreat little by little, confusedly citing the fact that he was looking through the list of candidates for elimination. But hearing from himself that he had mentioned something that he should not have, he asked forgiveness for sticking his nose into something that was none of his business. Vince just sighed heavily. For him, this was a disgusting person who did not deserve his position. To distract himself from the unpleasant conversation, the man looked out the window. He mentally expressed support for Theodore, who has been trying to become better for many years now. The professor definitely believes in him. Meanwhile, the boy was still fiddling around with books in the library, taking a rather large stack in his hands. He was still dragging it, trying not to drop it along the way. Finally, he brought them, and with great relief, put them on the table. Now he can rest a little. The brunette leaned back in his chair and thought that this would be enough for now. The boy took one of the reading books in his hands and is going to conduct an assessment. With the help of the power that appeared thanks to Gluttony, it became definitely easier to find the most useful of them. Our hero closes his eyes and concentrates, receiving full information about it. It is very good that all the water, of which books are full, is excluded, and he will be able to master the most necessary. In addition, it has become much easier for this weirdo to classify food as good or bad. And it's time to feed him. Theodore looks at him with displeasure and tries to wake him up, reminding him that he needs to eat. The guy begins to understand that in order to be satisfied, his preferences are constantly changing, and now he demands 3 books at once. In addition, the required amount is sometimes announced by a certain guide or by this weirdo himself. However, another problem arose for our hero. This creature became too picky about its choice of food. In a word, Gluttony has become quite the gourmet, refusing to consume more of them, which his master does not like at all. The brunette thinks that he was too naive when he was incredibly happy that he was so cool since he got such an ability, and now something has changed. This behavior of his is starting to really irritate me, especially the way this weirdo treats him and rudely demands something else. Since more than 5 minutes have passed, Gluttony himself begins to lose his temper and becomes insolent. Now he does not mince his words and says that he is disappointed in his master. Both look menacingly at each other. Suddenly, the little eye looked up and cried out joyfully, He found that very book, which is like a treasure because it is the original. It is about the Bellante family, and our hero suspects that it is an ordinary copy. Theodore sighed with displeasure and began to analyze it right now so as not to anger this weirdo. He had to concentrate and close his eyes tightly. After a couple of seconds, it was indeed confirmed that it was the original. The man who published it called the reading ballistic magic, and the name of the genius is Alfred Bellante. This man was a prince and a magician who excelled many in his martial arts and spells. He was called the best warrior, who possessed great power, for the knowledge of which they were ready to pay huge amounts of money. The book clearly described how he fought 80 years ago and was especially good at using the lightning arrow. This spell was the most powerful at that time, and only Alfred could cast it. There was one day when the blonde had to fight using only him. At that moment, he released an arrow charged with an electric flow of energy straight into the sky where the soldiers were. The men, hearing something like a roar, became frightened, and the whole army looked up with wide eyes. How the spell came into play here, changing course right towards them. The enemy had nowhere to run. Young Alfred could only watch his work done, pulling another arrow. A general from the enemy army was defeated. His subordinates ran in great panic and tried to group together, not to break formation in an emergency situation, although they were not very successful. The operation could be called confidently completed. This genius used my only first circle, but rose to the very top without much effort. The book also said that it was for this reason that the blonde man was a famous hero of the Bellantes' war. After reading the contents, our hero was a little nervous that he might be suspected of the disappearance of such a valuable thing, and still continued to look at it. On the other hand, Theodore needs to make an urgent decision. Everything is in his hands. The boy must get the power that is stored in this reading. Apparently, the brunette chose to feed this book to Gluttony and gave it to him, who happily opened his mouth and began to eat. Literally a couple of seconds later, he didn't have a single piece of her left. The little eye was chewing the last piece. He smiled and told his master that this was the book that was truly worthy of him. It was time to start synchronizing. Our hero did not fully understand what all this meant, and suddenly he felt a strange weakness and drowsiness. A notification has appeared in the system that the owner of Gluttony fully complies with the requirements and has successfully completed this process. The world that is synchronized with Theodore is reproduced from the memory of Prince Bellantes. Now the boy returns to the times when he was alive, namely 45 years ago. The feeling that he is flying does not leave him. The brunette was overcome by a slight panic, a very strange feeling inside, as if the guy was falling into the jaws of some creature. It soon closed its mouth. The small ritual, so to speak, was over. Theodore moved to an unusual place for him. It was sunrise now, but the sun was already shining strongly. Ancient castles were visible on the horizon. The system again issued a notification that the user successfully entered the body of Alfred Bellante. The sound of hooves on the ground could also be heard all around, and there were quite a lot of them, which made the man open his eyes. These events were ancient. Our hero examined the location. Now he is the vanguard of the duchy and also has his own horse. A warrior girl galloped up to him on her beast, addressed him as expected, and asked him to give her instructions. Theodore looked at her sideways and was slightly confused. He could not understand where he was. Was this really a battlefield? The guy fell into a slight panic, but realized that he was an ordinary observer, and thanks to his new skill, he could reproduce the author's memories. The people around Alfred were quarrelsome, confused, and tried to group together. One of his crew members came closer and asked His Majesty for permission to take full command. The man believes that he shouldn't waste his time on such trash. Vincent really wants to protect him at any cost. The blonde pretended to think about it, but in any case his answer was negative, which greatly upset the warrior. But Alfred can take on the responsibilities of a leader himself, which is what he originally planned. It was time to get ready. All the knights took out their swords. Only their ringing could be heard. Everyone followed the commander-in-chief. Raising the blade up, he ordered to advance, to go on the attack. His army was confident and fast enough, the horses galloping at full speed towards the enemy. The enemy is also not asleep and is rushing to meet us, and it looks like the battle will be hot. The two sides literally clashed with each other, and a battle to the death ensued. Reinforcements often came from behind. Everyone wants their army to win in the end. Even the horses kicked each other with their hooves, while the knights used longer swords and tried to throw their opponents from the saddle. This mess continued for a long time, and Alfred did an excellent job of his task as a leader. He shouted at the top of his lungs and declared that he was not just a prince, but the leader of the army of Bellante, which he was incredibly proud of. Besides this, He is also a warrior, who also perfectly raises the fighting spirit of the army and provokes the enemy. And since they have encroached on his head, they should fight bravely and not like cowards. But for some reason they began to move away from the blonde. It seems that they were expecting someone to come, and it is a man in a red cloak, and the horse has the same color armor. Before him appeared Richard, who is the eldest son of Duke Jason. He is the only one who has honored him, and from under his forehead looked at his enemy. It seems that the mustachioed man was in a hostile mood, since he drew his long sword. Putting the blade to him, he mocked the fact that Alfred's army was full of cowards, since their commander had come forward. Just as he wanted to continue his presentation, the blonde shot a beam of magic at him. The aggressor screamed loudly and fell to the ground along with his horse. It seemed to be quite painful. His subordinates could not leave things just like that, and in order to protect themselves and stand up for him, they bared their blades. A heated battle broke out between the two sides again, each trying to prove that he was worthy of fighting for the commander, and some ran straight after Alfred to teach him a lesson. In order to get away from them, he had to use brute force. Several arrows pierced their faces, and they were unable to catch him while the prince ran away. Our hero in the body of this daredevil watched everything that was happening and could not believe it. This was a completely different level of magic arrow. Clearly there was long study and diligent practice here. This attack method was created by applying tens of hundreds of transformations of existing concepts. It really looks incredible, and it also has penetrating power. After some time, Alfred was already sitting on his throne and his guards were nearby, and then a man's scream began to be heard. The blonde glanced at him. They would soon approach him. It was clear that the servants were trying to hold the fat man in place, who was demanding with all his might that he be released. The Marquis looked at everyone around him with displeasure and could not believe that they had treated him so disrespectfully. He was too talkative. Two men sat him down on the ground. Don't pay attention to his whims. The blonde on the throne heard all his rude remarks and looked at him angrily. This Astro Belford was clearly crazy. The prince could not believe that he could treat him like that. He walked up to him and glared at him, but the mustachioed man raised his head and simply looked. It seemed like he didn't care. Alfred put his finger under his forehead, having first folded his hand into a small pistol, as if he was going to shoot, which really scared the bald man. A small ray began to appear on the tip of his index finger. When he saw it, the man tried to justify himself somehow, to push the blame for the wine onto others, so that the war would not be started at his whim. One moment and lightning strikes him right in the head, the fat man falls to the ground, and the prince just sighed heavily. He could not believe that this man, trying to save his own skin, never thought about his comrades in the army. For him it was disgusting. And finally, he asked his servants to throw the body to the dogs. This creature does not deserve a human burial. Time was running out, and Alfred seemed to notice the presence of a stranger and advised them to return immediately, giving advice to fight to the end. And after his farewell speech, a notification appeared in the system that synchronization with memories was completed. Our hero is now, to put it mildly, in shock. It was simply incredible for him to see all these spells with his own eyes. But the only thing that upsets him is that this function does not work in the most pleasant way. Now he can lie down and rest. Theodore thinks it was worth it and sighs with relief. The guy is very glad that he mastered Prince Alfred's magic arrow. This time, practice and theory were learned much better. All the notes that the man followed were simply amazing, and especially the fact that Miller was able to see all the spells with his own eyes. The boy started playing with lightning, and only now realized that he couldn't control it. It seems that the brunette really did go a bit overboard, because when he fired, he fell off his chair again with a loud cry of fright. A force so powerful that it was able to punch a hole through the wall. And not only there, but also the ceiling was hit, and now there is a big hole. Theodore looked at this and only sighed heavily. The most important thing is that now none of the debris falls on other people's heads. But he does not understand why he was unable to cope with the spell. The student wants to find out what the matter is. The guy begins to suspect that he has power over any magic, but he has no control over it. Now he has a new goal, to increase his magical power. It's obvious that theory alone won't do the trick here, and therefore you need to ask Glatoni. He had already guessed that his young master wanted to talk about this and was waiting with curiosity. The boy asked how he could increase his magical power now. It was bothering him. This creature grimaced in such a way that it seemed that he knew nothing, to which Theodore did not know how to react, and yet he decided to ask again. It is very good that the grimoire did not mean that. It would have liked its owner to speak more specifically. The boy didn't quite understand what they wanted from him, to which Gluttony rolled his eyes. There were too many answers to this question. In fact, according to him, there are hundreds of thousands of ways to increase your power, and in the end, the weirdo promises to tell you about only one of them. Our hero raised an eyebrow and looked at him with slight bewilderment. He needs the most effective of all that are available. Grimoire nodded his head. He had already assumed that he might ask for something like that. After this, a hidden skill was unlocked. Now the eye can analyze and eat everything related to magic. In addition, it can extract parts of the abilities of absorbed objects at points. As a result, the owner's magic power will increase, and cursed items can also be used to enhance it. Theodore raised an eyebrow and asked his unusual friend if his diet was now not limited to books. The same one nodded his head contentedly. The boy now got what he wanted. Both sides were contented. Our hero sighed heavily. All these items for his nutrition are scattered throughout the academy, and the problem is that he does not have access to special things. The brunette looked away. It was very sad that getting a book here was much easier than a magic item. He looked in a completely different direction, without waiting for an answer from this weirdo, and began to slowly get to his feet. Theodore slowly approached the window and slowly opened it. Immediately a slightly cool but pleasant breeze blew into his face. He began to examine the area around him and thought that it would be best and easier to look for them outside. Our hero went to the professor, who, at his request, gave him documents that would allow him to leave here. The brunette smiled broadly and looked at him with a kind look. He was incredibly grateful to him for everything he had done for him. He was about to leave when Vince stopped him. The man wondered if his student really wanted to become a wizard that much. Theodore stopped for a second. The blonde also added that he was sure that his talent could shine, rather than simply be wasted, if, of course, he had chosen the profession of a learned magician. But the professor had long ago noticed that he could not be convinced of anything else, and the reason for this was not at all a trick. The boy simply really wanted to be him. And even though the guy's zeal for this seems absurd to Vince, he wants to prove that this is not the case at all. The blonde just sighed heavily, but a second later he smiled and whispered to himself, could he really have found a loophole? Before entering the academy, Theodore ran into the guards and he had to show his documents. His identity was confirmed and everything was in order. One of the men reminded our hero that he could go outside the academy but had to return by 7 in the evening. Finally, he left the gates. In these 3 years, essentially nothing has changed. It is located in the city of Bergen. It is a small trading place where all energy sources are supplied with magical power. It has many things at a bargain price. The brunette doesn't often walk here, and even before reaching the center of the road, he immediately spotted 4 stores selling the artifacts he needed. However, all this is very good, but his destination for today is not at all the same. Our hero turned onto a completely different street and finally broke away from the huge crowd of people. He had to go far, almost to the outskirts of the city. That's where the guy would need to stop. It turns out that 3 years ago, this road was shown to him by a friend with whom he used to walk often in these places. He used to have many friends, not like now, which made Theodore even a little sad. And so he needed to turn right. This path had not changed at all since then, which slightly surprised the boy. There were steps ahead and it seemed like a small bridge. Only our young magician has changed here. As soon as he entered the city, many memories of the good old days began to surface in his head. The old landscapes brought on a slight sadness. Theodore almost shed a tear. He wondered how his guys were doing. Although on the other hand, the guy shouldn't care about them, because they literally betrayed him. Meanwhile, he had already arrived at the appointed place. The dark-haired man looked up and read the sign. It looked like that was exactly where he needed to go. With a heavy sigh, Theodore began to climb the stairs, but he himself continued to think about what had happened before, and now he remembered everything that had happened during those 3 years. Holding that huge bag on his back, the boy carefully entered the door, having first pulled the handle. In a quiet and accommodating tone, he asked if it was open when he saw the man sitting in front of him. It was a young girl, in a large, elegant hat, who did not quite understand what was going on and asked again. The blonde invited him in, but asked him not to place an order for her. Here you can essentially look around and take what you need, because here, in principle, it is completely self-service. Our hero didn't like this at all. He frowned and looked at her menacingly, although if you think about it, nothing else could be expected from such a shop. Apparently these are really the rules here, or maybe this lady is too lazy to explain anything. In other words, Theodore understands that it will be better for her if he simply chooses silently, without disturbing her. There are various goods here, from those to consumer goods. The boy looked at Glatoni and decided that it was high time to get started, not to waste time, and with this weirdo things would go like clockwork. He put his left palm to the first object and allowed it to be analyzed. The guy decided to start with the iron sword of the sinner. There was basically nothing unusual about it, a simple one-handed blade. The second item turned out to be a drachma saber, which was used by desert mercenaries, and the spikes on the handle give it a frightening appearance. And the last one turned out to be the eye of the Arachne. More than 300 years old, its magical power was at a low level. But in principle, the result is much better than Theodore could have expected. He becomes aware of more detailed details about how and where they were already used or obtained. The boy filled his bag full, and now he is heading to that very impolite lady. Coming closer to her, Theodore put the bag of things on the ground right in front of her. The blonde just looked at him with wide eyes. The blonde smiled slightly. Her guest had quite a good appetite, and for such a quantity of items she asked for 2 gold pieces. Our hero laughed at this. He thinks that he can buy the same garbage for 20 pieces of silver at a landfill, and just grinned. And since it comes to that, Madame does not hold him and sends him to buy there and not to bargain here. The boy is not going to do this because he is not an ordinary client, in which case the girl extends her stick to him and asks him to tell her what it is, promising to give him a discount in return. Quite an unexpected and abrupt task for Theodore. He stared at her a little confused. Still, he really wanted to do it, and so the brunette picked up the unusual object. Having cleared his throat, the young magician proudly told her that for him it was a piece of cake. Curly confidently stated that it was a magic pipe, something like cigarettes, but mana flows through it. Besides, this is possibly the only item in the shop to which the lady has any emotional attachment. She folded her arms over her chest and listened attentively. A second later she laughed. He found strength in her and probably guessed it. She concluded that he was an appraiser. The boy did not deny it. But in fact, Theodore said this only because he wants to get a discount, and inside he is worried that Ta will not suspect anything. There was a rather strange feeling inside this madam. After a long time, her interest was awakened again, very unexpectedly. There was an awkward pause. The doors were closed, the other tools and objects were in their places, and the lady was lighting this unusual cigarette a little. And then she raised her bright and expressive eyes and again asked for what purpose the appraiser had come to her cozy and modest place. Theodore raised his head and said directly that he wanted to make a small deal. She just sighed heavily and asked for a little more specificity. Our hero wants to evaluate objects for her, and in return expects to be able to receive all sorts of consumer goods for his own purposes. This really sounded quite unusual for the young lady. She was a little confused, and her eyes ran away from not knowing what to answer. The blonde hid her face behind her hat. She felt like she was being pulled the wool over her eyes right now. Theodore did not retreat. He was completely confident that such conditions were very beneficial for both. The woman interrupted him. That's not the problem at all, if you think about it, how selfish it was on her part. For the first time in her life, she received such an unusual offer. The saleswoman cannot understand what the benefit is for the visitor. It is important for him to offer something that both will like. And besides, the young guy is not going to encroach on her sweet words. The young lady still continues to doubt, even began to suspect that they want to rob her, because it is too generous on his part. And if his words are honest, then she asks him to convince her with a sensible answer, to name the true reason. A very difficult choice for our hero. If you do as she asks, then Glatoni's identity will be revealed. The saleswoman noticed that Theodore was flying in the clouds and asked him to either speak quickly or finish, to which the brunette interrupted her. It seems that he really does have something he wants to say. Adjusting his hat, the blonde clarifies this point. The young magician approaches her and in his usual calm tone mentions the forced contract, to which the woman raised an eyebrow and pretended not to understand anything, remaining silent. The guy needed to clarify this point, whether she had a contract, to which he again heard nothing in response. After a few seconds, the woman raised an eyebrow and asked if he was being serious about mentioning this. It was clear from the lady that she was unhappy with all this, and rolling her eyes, she began to rise from her seat, simultaneously expressing indignation. She walked quickly past him, brushing his shoulder. She needed only 1 box of items, which she opened. The saleswoman was interested in paper and a pen. Approaching our hero, the blonde tapped the rolled-up sheet of paper on his chest. It immediately became clear to her that Theodore had not originally intended to answer her question. The woman asked him to at least state his name, which he did, and she sighed heavily and introduced herself in response, beginning to describe the terms of the contact. Miss Canis finished signing it with a smile. For her it now seemed a pretty good substitute for explanations, when suddenly the brunette interrupted her. It was important for the guy to include a clause about complete confidentiality, which he asked for here. The blonde only grinned. She listened and fulfilled his request, and now all that was left was to sign at the very bottom of the document and leave her fingerprint. In order for the agreement to come into force, they had to do this. The guys put their fingers on the right place on the piece of paper. And since now they're life deals, the blonde can calmly trust him, which pleases the young guy and herself. The main problem was solved, but now Canis is worried about that huge bag. Is Theodore really going to carry all this on his back? He felt a little uneasy, and the guy didn't want to answer this question, citing the fact that he simply forgot to take the stroller with him. Of course, this woman is not so rude and asked for her help, but he was stubborn and did it his way, although it is true that carrying such a load on your back the whole way is quite a difficult task. He was also running as fast as he could. It was very good that he almost made it. A blond man looked out from behind the gate and was slightly perplexed by what he saw. The boy did not listen to him, but simply silently ran into the entrance and fell to the ground with such a heavy load. The man doesn't even know how to react to this and only asked if he had permission, looking at him with wide-open eyes. Theodore no longer had the strength to even get up and go to him. The guy handed him this unfortunate piece of paper, somehow holding his hand in the air. The guard was confused, but still decided not to check him, and the young magician asked to help him get to his feet. Of course, they couldn't refuse him, after which our hero went to the men's dormitory. After a long time, the boy feels incredible relief after taking a shower. Now he can relax and rest. But still, his thoughts do not give him peace. He was able to deliver all the materials in time, valuable and safe, and now he needs to feed Gluttony. He snored in his own way, but it was high time to wake up. The brunette would be inviting him to the table, so to speak. The weirdo finally opened his eyes, laughed slightly, and asked why the owner smelled so strange, hinting that he hadn't washed. Of course, it's quite strange to hear this addressed to you, considering that he took a shower just recently, but you shouldn't dwell on it. Our hero told him that now Gluttony would be receiving a completely different diet, which immediately made him a little confused. Adjusting the towel on his head, Theodore took out one of the dishes, so to speak. It was a necklace. The big-eyed one grabbed it with slight interest and began to examine it. Of course, food is not made to be looked at. He swallowed the item in an instant, but this time he needs to wait 3 minutes for complete assimilation, and his owner feels completely different under such conditions. Theodore's curiosity knew no bounds. Could something really happen during this time? The food was completely swallowed. Very soon, the guy felt as if something was glowing in his stomach, which scared him a little. The level of mastery of the magical power of the first circle was increased. He feels the mana slowly boiling, its capacity increasing little by little. Everything else that he had to eat was lying not far from the guy. Theodore glanced at this pile and smiled slightly. The total amount of materials that he gave to Gluttony was as many as 15 pieces. At first, it was some kind of crystal sword. Then there were other types of such weapons. This weirdo did not stop for a second and continued to absorb them. Meanwhile, the host's magic circle inside him was so full that it could no longer contain the force that was literally bursting out. His heart felt as if it was about to explode, but in fact it was just swelling. The guy continued to keep his eyes closed and concentrated. In the midst of all this silent emptiness, the guy longed for a new circle. To make it work, the guy imagined one big one on top of the second one and began to draw the threads of the world tree to create their connection. It seems that not everything is so simple and we need to try. Our hero is trying his best to cope with this. Meanwhile, the long winter holidays will unfortunately come to an end very soon. Of course, no one wants this wonderful time to end, and as it got closer to the opening of the school, the students gradually arrived with their luggage. Our hero was walking in windy and snowy weather all alone. He kept some kind of count in his head and reached 40. Theodore didn't dress up at all, and walked around as if he were on the beach, wearing only a hat and a scarf from winter clothes. It seemed to be very tiring for the young mage to strain himself like that, but it was worth it. The brunette knelt down and tried to catch his breath. After a few seconds, he dropped into a handstand and began doing push-ups, trying to maintain technique. From such intense exercises, he became very hot, so much so that it literally dripped from his face, and Theodore continued to count. And finally, after some time, the guy reached 200 push-ups, and with great difficulty straightened his arms on the last time. The guy fell on the cold snow and breathed a sigh of relief. He was able to do it and broke his own record. These 2 months of training flew by unnoticed. Previously, he would not have thought about such a thing, whatever the reason, but now he changed his lifestyle. When Theodore synchronized with Alfred, in the preface to Ballistic Magic it was written, "How important it is to have a healthy body for a clear mind." In the very first days, he was very lazy to get up just for this, but day after day, the boy noticed significant changes in himself. Now the third circle, which he built on the bonds of his heart and which became the result after absorbing 40 artifacts, is much more important to him. The boy cannot believe that after so many years, and only today, he has reached the same starting point where the other students stand. The guy tried to breathe a little differently, but he feels that he overdid it, because he felt a tremor throughout his body. How good it is that now he is sitting on a warm bench and can warm up well, rubbing his hands. The brunette gradually relaxes. After a while, Theodore jumped back and sighed heavily. Today he was very tired, and it is true, the training had been quite grueling. But then he begins to understand that, thanks to the sensitivity that has been honed through such activities, sounds can reach him from a great distance, and it seems that now, someone is coming towards him. The young magician was not mistaken. The steps began to approach, and soon he was able to make out the faces of his classmates, who were looking at him defiantly. The redhead was the first to latch onto our hero, calling him a 7-year-old, since something has been marking time in the same place for more than a few times. The bully began to mock him, trying to drive him away from his place. He thinks that a student like Theodore is not worthy of sitting here. Our hero simply remained silent and did not answer him. Slowly opening his eyes, the guy looked at him, and that inadequate acquaintance just won't calm down, making all sorts of attempts to kick him out, citing the fact that he will stay here until old age and the school's reputation will suffer. He continued to mock, demanding again that he leave this place. The guy only sighed heavily. He was already tired of listening to this nonsense. Theodore activated his power and shot right at him, having first placed his hand in a not very noticeable position. It seems that the red-haired one certainly didn't expect such an unexpected Bezbuchi. He can't wrap his head around how this weakling was able to use dispersal. After his short speech, he fell to the ground and didn't move. The others began to worry about their comrade and did not know what to do now. Even the girl ran to him, and the young magician looked at them. This cocky man has the same skills as our hero, but he could not feel the resistance. A week later, the boys had a chemistry lesson. The professor told them a new and important topic about the full moon pills and how it is used and other details. Its peculiarity is that at the slightest inaccuracy in the formula, it immediately becomes a poison that can kill a person. Some of the students were sleeping, some were writing down and listening attentively. Theodore looked straight into the eyes of this teacher. She noticed it and decided to ask a question, smiling slightly. Of course, it was clear from the very beginning that this woman would call Miller. This is what he expected. The redhead asked to explain why the combination of the full moon pills is so complicated, and why it can turn into poison, citing the fact that it has been visiting her eye for many years. The brunette stood up straight on his feet. For him it was an easy question. It was all about the toxic petals called purple wounds. If poorly processed, the properties of the poison would become lethal. The teacher noticed his displeased tone and asked why he was talking like that, as if this was something everyone should know about. She asked him to come out to her and make such a reagent. The other guys laughed at him, because he had been studying here for 7 years. Our hero got used to it and did not react in any way. At last he came down these steps and walked straight towards the professor, quite confidently. In fact, Professor Bernard didn't like him for no reason. It was all about that involuntarily asked harmless question with which the guy managed to hurt her pride 2 years ago. She was conducting her lesson as usual, but Theodore interrupted her. He became interested in the thesis that had just been mentioned, because in theory it should be removed from general use at the academy. The professor even stopped writing and got distracted by the guy. She was unhappy with such rudeness. It seemed to her that he wanted to say that something was wrong with her teaching methods. The boy immediately agreed with her, telling her that the academy had issued a decree regarding this. The redhead got angry in mid-sentence and broke the chalk. She couldn't believe that the worst student in this school could still object to her, and she had already started shouting. Now our hero is looking straight at her, which she does too. It's rather unpleasant to remember this situation again. Theodore is the easiest target here for venting his anger, because he comes from a poor family, and therefore, sighing heavily, the boy approaches the table and tramples these leaves in a mortar. After this ritual, a liquid formed at the bottom. The boy carefully and slowly pours it into the test tube. The last touch remains. It is to shake the flask, and that is all our hero does, carefully observing this. Everything is ready. Theodore put it on the table and glanced at all his classmates. The boys sat in delight. To get such a color, the formula must be ideal. Everything is like in the textbook in the picture. The teacher was also shocked. This guy should be expelled soon. It's amazing that he managed it. Our hero just laughed at this, all thanks to that same small amendment from the academy 2 years ago. It was only necessary to focus on neutralizing the components to control the infused energy. While the boy was buttoning his jacket, the redhead fell to the floor from what she heard. It was still impossible to believe what happened right before her eyes. The news that Theodore had managed to make the perfect mixture for the full moon pills in chemistry class spread throughout the academy. It was expected that the professors, one after another, began to make his tasks more difficult in order to test the student's skill level. Even despite this, Parnisha did a great job. Knowing full well their goals, namely humiliation, calmness, and effort, played a big role in Theodore's favor. Thanks to this, after the semester, the guy tested all the magic that was known only in theory, which significantly increased his strength, and the fourth circle was formed. However, his sensitivity was still below average, which upset him a little. Although his professors praised him, the boy was not entirely pleased with himself. The first-year guys were also delighted with him, especially the girls considered him an incredibly talented person. And some were outraged that the Magical Association had already noticed him, and the Shadows had managed to recruit him to their cause. In the chemistry room, a classmate of that same bully turned to him and seemed to understand that it was that same person who had given him a good slap on the head in the hallway. The blonde sighed with displeasure. Rising to his feet, he angrily told his friend that now his family was forced to walk around the school hiding their faces. His friend believes that revenge is absolutely necessary and is interested in his developed strategy. Although he did not answer directly, it was still clear from his expression and hint that something would happen in the magic duel tomorrow. This is the discipline that Professor Vince teaches. Already in class, he tells about the importance of his subject. War always haunts everyone, and therefore each nation is forced to create universities of magic in its country. In addition, on the battlefield, wizards are the most important strategic weapon, but not everyone is able to reach the standards of a battle sorcerer and gain qualification. The students listened to him attentively. Each of them had different emotions in their souls. For some it caused delight, but for one boy it caused fear. It is very painful to hear only one word about war. It always sounds scary, and even when it ends, there is still an inevitable evil, and that is why combat duels are needed to evaluate students according to qualifications. And now it's time to discuss the most important rules. At that time, the boys almost at the very back of the class were exchanging some kind of thing that should not be shown to the teacher. First of all, you can't use an artifact and also attack before the start of the test is announced. Thirdly, it is also strictly forbidden to arbitrarily change the order of the match, and if these rules are violated, Professor Vince promised to throw that person out of the academy with his own hands. All the students obediently nodded their heads and agreed to his conditions. The man only smiled. He really likes the mood of his class. All the kids are great. And now it's high time to have a real duel in the classroom. The blonde wants to choose 2 students for a small battle. Those who don't want to can refuse, but there is no guarantee that the professor will then give any grades. Everyone remained silent, and Vince looked at the list of students. The very first one he asked to come out to the so-called battlefield was Garcia Carter, who continued to wag his tongue with his friend. The fair-haired man stood up proudly and went down. He was very glad that he could try his strength. The second one on the way will be Theodore Miller. The guy was fully expecting this. Straightening his tie, he walked out to his opponent and looked at him. Garcia also stopped and put his hands in his pockets, as if looking down on him. It seems that the blue-eyed man has a personal dislike for this guy. In the recent past, our hero raised his hand against his brother, which almost made him boil with rage. He knows very well that this pretty boy is the best student in the academy, and he thinks that defeating him is a piece of cake. Theodore listens to him silently, and also prepares for attacks and confrontations. The boy is already used to hearing that he is 7 years old, and therefore just stood there. Vince asked the rowdy guy to save his fire for the fights, so he wouldn't see his name on the elimination list. The main goal of this lesson is to learn the correct positioning in battle, and there should be no class squabbles here, as the professor explains everything. And the beginning of this training duel will be decided by a coin toss. Our hero rolled up his sleeves and began to slowly warm up. His opponent was also ready. Everything will be decided only by this golden one, who is defending himself. The man gave the order to start casting spells. Now is the time to start the drawing of lots. Don't waste time on talking. The blonde snapped his finger and began to watch the coin, which was spinning very quickly in the air. Besides this, Vince asked our hero to get ready. The guy got into a fighting stance and waited. Garcia received the order to start the fight first. The blonde giggled happily. The gold one finally fell into his hand. The man covered it with his other palm. Having removed it to see the result, Vince now announced the beginning of the battle. Theodore's opponent began to use lightning, and with an incredibly loud cry, he called out the spell. The boy managed to cover himself with his hands in time, put up a shield, and tried to hold on. It was quite strong. The guy had to give himself a little time to catch his breath. It's very funny. Garcia just used magic in order to get a quick victory. It's too bad that his shield is also as strong as anyone else's. However, our hero still feels much better and relieved, because before the guy couldn't even think about using even one simple spell. But now all his thoughts are only about victory. Our hero has every chance, especially knowing that the enemy underestimates him, but only pretends to be tough. Theodore laughed at him and asked him not to rejoice too soon, because he had not yet won the duel. And hearing such insolence, the blonde was greatly surprised and only raised an eyebrow. It was the turn of the young 7-year-old to show what he was capable of. The brunette put his hands forward and began to cast his spell. This time this ignoramus will pay for everything. Now he really should prepare to stop his attack. The boy launched his signature fire shot and tried his best to land an incredible amount of hits on him. The students watched this fight closely. Now, Garcia is definitely confused. If you compare it to his technique, this one is much more serious. But still, he can't stop laughing, watching how this guy tries to break through his shield. A very clever move. Todor was able to group all the shots in one spot to literally burn through his defense. The enemy's hand is already starting to shake. And it seems to be going quite successfully. Our hero was able to find a weak spot. Now the barrier is cracking at the seams. The chances of surviving are pretty slim. Garcia holds on as best he can. Still, he didn't succeed. The student had to jump back to avoid a direct hit. He also needed to cover his face with his hand. Something was clearly wrong here. The shield he had erected with his magical power was completely destroyed. Such news causes a slight panic in the guy. He tried to think logically, but could not understand where this loser got such great power from. Changing the trajectory of the charges with such ease is not something that every person is capable of. Garcia can't wrap his head around how this guy could pull something like that off. It is quite unpleasant to realize that he did not take into account this possible development of events and hoped for an easy victory. From this moment on, the blonde is no longer going to play along with him. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, he decides to quickly remove it, using all the strength he has. Blue-Eyed is literally burning with rage. He doesn't want to look so humiliated in front of the other guys. Gritting his teeth, he casts his heat wave spell, swinging his arm hard. In addition, he added a fireball, and from his attacks it was clear that he had gone mad and was seriously angry. An incredibly hot and huge wave flew straight at our hero, who had to jump back and put up a shield. Despite his hysterics, Theodore thought coldly and correctly. Right now it would be very appropriate to apply the protection of the triangular pyramidal shape. If this attack is split into parts due to the appearance of the barrier, it will nullify its effect, as far as our hero knows. The boy swung his hand hard and finally did it. The opponent was also pressing on him, which made the task more difficult. Finally, after a small explosion, the smoke began to clear. Everyone was wondering how it all ended, and they saw a large blue shield. The students began to look closely, and someone began to come out from there, and it seemed to be a very familiar little man. It was Theodore, who was coughing slightly from the smoke getting into his bronchi and was walking slowly. Garcia was scared, and couldn't believe that he could survive such an attack. Everything that was happening right now in front of his nose seemed like some kind of nonsense. Our hero cleared his throat and proudly raised his head, warning that it was now his turn to make his move. This time it was all over, and now, finally, Theodore asked him to do him a small favor. Of course, anyone would be scared by such a confident attitude and strength. The blonde shouted and demanded to wait until his mana was restored. And the so-called and worst student seemed not to hear him, continuing to increase his fighting power in his fist. With incredible anger in his heart, the boy fired a beam of his power at him, demanding that next time he never underestimate his opponent. With a trembling voice, Garcia tried to say something. He could not believe that his shield was destroyed again, even more so than the first time. And all only because their difference in strength is incredibly huge, which played a big role. The professor watched the entire duel carefully from beginning to end and was incredibly proud of his student in his heart. The other guys opened their mouths wide and couldn't fully comprehend that the young master of the Carter family, Garcia Carter, had been defeated by some newbie. The guys had mixed emotions, and many were truly delighted with him. While the guy was warming up, he heard a lot of joyful cries addressed to him, which brought a smile to his face. Meanwhile, the victim lay on the ground, incredibly angry and humiliated in front of everyone, even his vile comrades. Vince heard sounds behind him and turned around. It was the loser slowly getting up. His teeth were grinding against each other, making a creaking sound. Garcia was not going to accept defeat from a sudden attack that happened at the moment when he was restoring mana. For him, it was unfair. For him, this is just part of the battle. Our hero simply grinned and folded his arms over his chest, looking at the loser. Walking limping, the blonde now demands a rematch with the condition that if the guy can stop his attack, then he will immediately accept defeat, and he himself nervously searches for something in his jacket. Turning away from the teacher, the sly man takes out something that looks very much like an artifact. And indeed it is he. The blue-eyed one looks at his opponent with incredible rage and breathes unevenly. He wants to take revenge on the guy right now for everything and trying to hide him from the professor. He prepares for the attack. At the same time, Vince was watching the two of them closely, and seemed to notice him even though he was not in the most prominent place. Right now, in the eyes of this student, this is not just a duel, but a duel for his reputation. The goal is to literally smear the opponent against the wall. And here, even for this reason, I decided to resort to using an artifact. This is really the moment when you need to stop the fight, intervene in their skirmish, and then throw out the culprit. However, the only thing that restores the professor is the incredible determination and fire in the eyes of his student Theo. The boy is really determined to win and is preparing to repel the attack. Now Vince has only one question in his head: will his student be able to stand up to him? At the same time, Garcia casts a spell. To himself cries of madness of burgundy and flame, the eyes of burning emptiness. Demanding to appear before him right now, the blonde activates the artifact and is seriously ready to attack. His cloak began to flutter. An incredibly strong wind arose around him. This is truly incredible power. Even the other students were frightened looking at this. Our hero only raised an eyebrow. It was obvious from the very beginning that this guy was a weirdo. You could expect something like that. And now, he is trying to summon the flaming shells of the flame. His voice is no longer like his own. Garcia is trying to stay on his feet. At the same time, he also finds time to tease Theodore, who nevertheless continues to watch him closely and intently, this crazy guy. The blonde tried to make him look weak by saying that his shield would never be able to block his fire attack, demanding that he surrender right now and hope for an easy victory again. Our hero looked up and declared that he could not understand where this inadequate person got so much self-confidence from, and also tried to tease him in response. This student talks too much. He's already tired of listening to it, and asked to chatter a little less. A little warm-up was enough. Now it's time to move on to the most important thing. The brunette points his finger at himself and demands to shoot straight at him, looking the enemy in the eyes. It seems that Garcia was a little afraid of this, but now such a victory is not important to him. He needs his death much more, and all for the sake of clearing the name of his family, which, according to him, was tarnished by this very man. His soul was filled with incredible rage. The blonde, with an incredibly loud scream that almost broke his voice, jerked his hand and released a large, fiery arrow straight at Theodore. He, in turn, is not sleeping and immediately calculated that he would use the magic of the fourth circle. This time, his opponent was right that his shield would not be enough in this situation. However, this fool ignores the very nature of magical powers and is to blame himself, since he expected that he would use only this one. Our hero mentally recited a spell and with incredible force and speed struck the ground with his fist. He needed to put up an earthen dome right now. It is much stronger and more reliable than a regular shield. Theodore managed to do this just in time. The hot arrow had already arrived at its destination and collided with this block of stones. There was a small explosion, and the room became incredibly hot from the enormous temperature of the fire. All the students covered their eyes from such a bright flash, and when they had to open them, they saw something that was hidden behind the smoke and raised dust. This month there was also a professor standing nearby who was in control of the whole situation. It seems he didn't move a single step. The girls from their class looked with horror at everything that was happening. They became interested in what would happen next. Garcia stopped and decided to examine the results of his work, starting to laugh at the fact that he said goodbye to the world in such a way because of his own bluffs. Our hero must be feeling a little hot after this, which is why this guy was giggling. It seemed that his family's reputation was now restored, or so he thought, until he saw someone's fist emerging from a block of stones. Of course, it was Theodore, safe and sound, who emerged from under his shield. One hand was enough for him to knock down a pile of boulders. It turns out that the brave boy learned the nature of magic in his very first year of study, which his opponent certainly did not expect. His eyes almost popped out of his head in surprise. Their not very pleasant conversation was interrupted by Professor Vince, who declared the duel officially over. The students also couldn't come to their senses, just like Garcia. Looking at everything that was happening now, it seemed that no one expected such incredible strength from a 7-year-old. Now it's time to give someone a slap on the wrist. The teacher adjusted his glasses and walked with a copper gait towards the loser, and so he found himself right next to him, addressing him by his first and last name, and demanded that he immediately get up from the earth. Only at that moment did the bully realize what he had gotten himself into and looked up at his teacher in confusion. He grabbed him by the shirt and lifted him up. It looks like Vince is full of rage at the disobedient student right now. At that very second, he receives a powerful blow to the face for everything he did during the battle. And then he threw it back onto the floor. It moved a couple of meters, scattering dust away from itself. Garcia lay on the ground and asked for a chance to explain his inappropriate behavior, but he seemed not to be listened to. The teacher walked up to him menacingly and grabbed him by the shirt again, embarrassing him right in front of his gang and the other kids he studied with. Vince couldn't understand what he could hear after that. It was impossible to justify why he used the artifact, although they said it was against the rules. The guy tried his best to pretend that he didn't understand anything, pretending to be innocent and looking from under his forehead. The man couldn't believe that all this time such an impudent person had been sitting in front of him in the classroom. Garcia no longer had the strength to stand on his feet, and he simply fell while Vince continued to hold him by the scruff of the neck. He was filled with anger that he dared to do this right in front of him, and was also trying to justify himself. His hand slowly lifted the bully and squeezed his shirt even tighter. Even a fool can understand what he did and went into the forest for serious business. Did he really think that the professor wouldn't notice the artifact? Garcia said in a squeaky tone that he couldn't have done otherwise, as if he had no choice, since Theodore, in his words, had trampled his family's honor into the dirt. Of course, he failed to defend his family dignity. The bully could not protect anything. Vince threw him to the ground. He was trembling, looking out from under his hand at him. He was also invited, so to speak, to the office after all classes. After such an event, it is necessary to urgently convene a council of teachers and decide on the further issue of expulsion. Besides this, the blonde had another matter to deal with the 7-year-old, who stood behind them and watched everything that was happening from afar. After this lesson, which will start in just a couple of minutes, he needs to drop by his lab. The boy did not immediately understand what he wanted from him, but still nodded his head, promising to arrive on time. And so, soon the boy found himself near the scientific research campus at the Bergen Academy and looked around. He was going up to the 2nd floor just then. The moment had finally arrived. Today's meeting with the professor would be decisive. Our hero walked down the corridor and was even a little worried, hesitating, and there were many doubts in his head whether he should do this at all. Theodore knows very well that the reason he called him here is the abnormal jump in his abilities. It is not surprising that he had some questions for him. And not only Vince, but also other guys definitely got interested after such an unexpected turn of events. The guy is sure of it. He began to run through in his head all the options that he could ask him, but even to potential questions he could not come up with a suitable answer. Gluttony will most likely be mistaken for an unusual creature and labeled as black magic, and if he is discovered, there will be no turning back. One way or another, a conversation with the professor is inevitable, and therefore the brunette, although a little confused, confidently approaches the door, knocks lightly with his finger, and asks permission to enter. Vince, as always, was at his workplace and invited him to come to him. The boy put his hand on the handle and lowered it down. The man greeted his student a little closer, just in time for him to come to him because the blonde had just returned from the council. He spoke to Theodore in a friendly and calm tone, asking him to make himself at home and sit down comfortably. It was hard not to notice that Miller did not receive any injuries after that fight, an incredible relief. Otherwise, the professor was worried that he could be harmed. To put it briefly, the issue of that blockhead's expulsion was completely settled. His old friend Viscount Carter came in person to apologize to the teacher and also to Theodore. After a short warm-up, the man decided that it was high time to get down to the main topic of their conversation and put his hand under his vest. Our hero simply watched him silently and saw how he took out something very familiar. This thing turned out to be an artifact that was used in the battle against him, also called the Roaring Flame. The teacher sighed heavily. Remembering this situation, anyone would feel a little uneasy, just like he did now. This item contains the soul of Hork, or the Firewolf, and activates its power to absorb the user's mana and convert it into flame. From this moment on, this dangerous and at the same time beautiful artifact belongs to Theodore, as the professor said. At first he didn't believe it. It sounded like some kind of joke. The boy just looked around in confusion. The man chuckled a little, but in a stern tone promised that if their apology was rejected, he would immediately take responsibility and throw Garcia out of the educational institution. And since that's the way things are, Theodore has no objections, and Vince is very glad that he made the right choice. An awkward silence fell between them, and the professor did not know how to properly start the dialogue. This time the matter concerned him personally. What he heard sent goosebumps down the guy's spine, and for some reason he felt a little scared inside. The teacher, looking down, reminded him that all these 6 years he had been with him, and he had been tormented by regrets because of his undiscovered talents. It was impossible not to notice how the guy changed after the winter holidays. Or rather, he became a completely different person. The teacher hinted that he wanted to help with this, if of course there was a need for it, which put the boy in a difficult position in front of him. He was now seriously considering whether he should trust him or whether he would have to keep quiet. But in any case, the matter of the books in the library that were disappearing would come to light someday. The guy became afraid that if they found out about this little eye that was devouring them, then he would never be able to show his face again in his life, especially at the academy. And so he takes out his left hand. The brunette asked to look at her. His eyes were shaking with fear. Suddenly, some strange dark smoke began to appear from it, and it was also quite thick. The professor frowned and looked at him seriously, wondering what was coming from there, but Theo asked him not to be scared and just to look. The bespectacled man raised an eyebrow and continued to look, while the boy called out to someone. Gluttony will appear right now. It's time for lunch, for him. Today there is excellent feeding. Hearing his name, Vince looked at him with horror, then at the guy, and did not fully understand what was going on here. It is safe to say that this simpleton managed to surprise him, and not only that, but also to scare him. He remembered how earlier this young student came to his office constantly, one could say, was a regular visitor. In the past, no matter how hard he tried, everything ultimately came down to his abilities, which were always the problem. But that day the blonde called him for a completely different reason, which he did try to calm our hero down a little. This time he praised him for his talent without studying the nature of magic itself. He certainly could not compare with anyone, and also offered to stay in this academy further as long as he would support him. After hearing this, something clicked in his head and he realized that this professor, Mr. Vince, was the person he could truly trust. The boy told this little eater exactly what he needed to eat today. Tongue-toothed approached the artifact and completely grasped it. The teacher's eyes almost popped out of his head from what he saw. This time, a high-grade item was absorbed, and our hero also gained 7 points of Roaring Flame. In addition, the pendant, which is created by a special technique of the Carter family when used, uses the owner's mana, transforming it into flame. This picture looks quite unusual, as if smoke is coming out of his body. Vince was watching him and said nothing. Gluttony completely absorbed the artifact and muttered something under his breath. The professor did not take his eyes off him, and could not believe that he had just seen all this with his own eyes, and of course, demanded that he explain himself to him. The boy told him everything and sat with a depressed face, because it seems to him that the teacher does not quite believe in all this, that in his left hand is a grimoire that eats books, artifacts, and other objects that contain magic. The bespectacled man continued to repeat everything that was told to him here. It all sounds very unusual to him that the power of such things then passes to the owner. However, unfortunately, as a professor, he in any case cannot miss the fact that his student was feeding books from the library. Of course, the boy pretended to be very sorry and hung his head, but since it was a matter of life and death for him, this is forgivable. Theodore was confused and asked permission to ask him one simple question, looking him intently in the eyes. With his hands folded in front of him, Vince seems to already know what the conversation will be about, and more specifically, why he is so uninterested in the grimoire. The answer to it is very simple, but it is impossible to understand it until his student specializes in archaeology. In fact, this weirdo in his palm is useless for magicians like him. Our hero looked at him with slight misunderstanding. He was slightly confused and did not understand what he meant. A man knows very well that, being a parasite, he himself chooses his own host, and if there is an attempt to kill him, then he will become the victim of revenge. In any case, be that as it may, Professor Vince is grateful to him for opening up to him and promised to repay his trust. As a sign of this, the blonde decided to do something to strengthen their trusting relationship and, more specifically, to organize a vow of silence. He promised to keep secret what Theodore Miller had shared with him, that it should not be heard by others. Our hero opened his eyes wide at what he heard and was confused again. He couldn't believe that he had done such a thing. His heart was burning with a bright, bright blue light. He had almost finished the ritual. He was so serious that he really caused delight in the boy, something he certainly could not have expected. Finally, it was all over. The bespectacled man sighed with relief, and at the same time heaved a sigh, covering his face with his hands. With these words he spoke a short while ago, Vince carved a mark on himself, which meant that he had made a vow, all for the sake of keeping Theodore's secret. The boy didn't know what to say in such situations and just stared, his chin already starting to tremble. And after a couple of seconds, he burst into tears. Tears rolled down his cheeks uncontrollably. For him, this is a great honor. The professor saw that he was in such a state and slowly rose from his chair. The man came up to him and stroked his diligent student on the head. He was incredibly proud of him. While he was crying like a girl and wiping his wet face, Vince expressed words of support and encouragement so that he could feel a little better. In a quiet tone, Theodore thanked him for everything he had done for him and accepted him as he was. A week later, a female teacher was giving him a lecture and explaining very important material to the students, writing everything on the board. Everyone was interested, except our hero, who was not here for the first time. Nothing special happened. All the routine was the same. The only thing that has changed in all this time is that he now has to report on all the books that he feeds to his insatiable pet. All thanks to Professor Vince, he no longer has to worry about the consequences now. However, when it came to the artifacts that our hero gets on the black market, a little anger appeared on his face. But now everything is a little different. Theodore received quite a lot of information from that woman. Now he does not need to get involved in these matters, because his teacher can get everything he needs. In any case, classes are already over and it's time for our hero to go to his campus again. Gluttony has not yet fully recovered, so he should stay close to the professor because he is still studying. Today he arrived a bit early. The blonde jumped up from his chair and was very surprised by such an appearance. The room was so clean and tidy that Theodore thought he was about to leave, looking at him awkwardly. But first the man asked him to sit down next to him. He seemed to have something that could be shown. Having extended his palms towards it, the bespectacled man glanced at the young guy, who stood in slight bewilderment and immediately realized that this was the seal of the Meltor kingdom. "This is actually an invitation to a magic competition," Vince asked him with a slight hint if he understood what it was. It seems that an idea has already appeared in the brunette's head, and as it turns out, it says that his teacher can participate in them, taking one assistant with him. Now our hero faces a choice, whether to go with him. The blonde just smiled politely, asking if he wanted to visit the capital of magic with him. This offer was quite tempting and unusual, The brown-eyed man looked at the sheet of paper and then at Vince himself. Of course, the boy will be very happy to respond to such an offer, which also made his mentor happy. Now everything is going smoothly and according to plan. It turns out that due to possible espionage on the part of uninvited people, carelessness can be allowed, and those people are so scrupulous. But our hero had a question in his head. Why did his teacher take him to the kingdom's magic tournament? Which is what Vince himself began to talk about. Of course, Theodore doesn't know the answer and just silently waits to see what happens next. He is now talking about things that should be forgotten, but in any case, he has something to explain. He put some book in front of the guy. The brunette immediately understood that it was the charter of the Bergen Academy and was slightly surprised. The man began to read carefully the 38th paragraph of Section 12. It states that if a student takes third or higher place in the competition, he gets the right to graduate from the academy at any time he wants. Vince is 100% sure that the boy is terribly bored here. Besides, the academy itself simply has nothing new to give him. He needs to move on and develop somewhere else. Of course, this statement was a bit harsh, and the boy was confused, not knowing what to answer. But according to the professor, he understood everything clearly the moment Theodore simply walked in with that expression on his face. And besides, the young guy wants more anyway. Having reached only the third circle, here he will not go further, and sensitivity to magic was defeated thanks to his strength of will. And those people who saw him as just a hindrance are ordinary animals who live for God and authority and will never regret their actions. It would be better for Theodore to be where there are no such people than to waste time. The guy understands perfectly well what is being conveyed to him. For him, this is a good chance to move to a better place than he is now. Interrupting him, Vince summed up that this was precisely why he wanted to take him with him to Meltor. Of course, our hero agreed, but he is tormented by doubts about whether he will be able to defeat anyone there at all. It will not be so easy. And indeed, in a normal situation, this would be impossible. The blonde confirmed his words. However, as long as this all concerns Theodore, everything will be completely different. Although he is not as good as Garcia, he will be able to cope with the magicians of the fourth circle. 7-year-old realized that everything that was being discussed now was a division of combat magic and decided to clarify this point with the professor. And yes, he nodded his head in agreement, and only the assistants of those who are invited may take part. Our hero was well aware that these warm-up matches were intended for professors and that the assistants would be students like him. If you think about it carefully, everything falls into place, and it turns out that there is a chance for victory. A spark of hope has lit up in the heart of the young boy. He began to remember all his abilities, how Glatoni absorbed the Garcia family heirloom, the ability to extract stored magic and then immediately use it. Besides this, there is also the power that he got after synchronizing with Alfred. From his experience and incredible power, the professor must have gone on such an adventure based on that very duel. A great deal of self-confidence appeared in his soul, and after some thought, the brunette rose from his chair and proudly declared that he wanted to try. Of course, Vince was very happy about this, but now he still needs to resolve the remaining issues. Sighing slightly heavily, the bespectacled man reached into the drawer where some yellow book lay. The guy watched him with interest. It turns out that he bought it from a man who collects originals for only 50 gold coins. And it is very easy to distinguish between the original and the fake. Because a copy cannot be made from another copy, it was not easy for the professor to get it, and he really hopes that the young boy will like the reading material. Theodore politely but slightly confusedly asked to conduct her assessment, to which the man agreed and only supported his idea with a smile. With a heavy sigh, the brunette put his left hand on her and began to conduct an analysis, Vince watching him carefully. This book describes the spiritualism of the four elements and its basic concepts, as well as the process of making a contract with an elemental spirit. Its author is Myrdal, a man who, thanks to his magic, managed to see the king of the elementals. The man was already impatient to find out what his scan would say, and he began asking leading questions. Miller's first answer was that it was a very rare book, and in the end there are only 2 copies of it. Vince knew this, and the guy only confirmed it. He promised to do everything in his power to get her as quickly as possible, and for today the visit was declared closed. The young magician could go home. But then the blonde remembered that he had forgotten to say the most important thing, about the day of departure. They were planning to leave for the capital in 3 days. Theodore should prepare well. He understood everything and instantly ran out of the office. He ran to the palace of the educational institution itself. Then, on the steps and the second floor, people turned to look at him, and he almost knocked down one man who was carrying a huge box with some supplies. Finally, Theodore arrived at his destination and, trying to catch his breath, closed the door behind him so that no one would enter. This miracle crawled out of his left hand and began to grumble that it wanted to eat. The boy opened his palm and looked at him as he menacingly demanded food, threatening to eat him within an hour. The brunette just snorted in displeasure, promising to get the food on time, but asked in return to keep quiet so that they wouldn't get caught. The amount of edible items he needs has decreased, but the methods he uses to demand it are still the same, and the food is better quality each time. In exchange for this, her standards and the frequency with which Glatoni asks for a treat are becoming more and more, and it is clear that this will be stressful for the young guy. The brunette extended his hand to the same yellow book that lay on the table already prepared for him. He released his long tongue and prepared to eat. The introduction to elemental magic was absorbed. Her skills were also increased, which was very noticeable. Theodore is very glad that he was finally able to master such an important skill, an ability that is not so easy to obtain. But then, a notification appeared in the system that the synchronization process with Myrtle had begun, the connection was successful, and many hands appeared that were reaching straight towards him. They grabbed him and began to pull him towards themselves. The boy did not want this. Now there was no time for this at all, but it was impossible to get out. A strange feeling appeared in his body, as if he was passing through some kind of portal, and finding himself at the other end below, he was released into flight, so to speak. The boy is now a little confused and cannot understand where he is, having only managed to see a large abyss below him. There sat an old man in it, quietly and peacefully thinking about something of his own. Our hero landed there and still couldn't come to his senses. The bearded man slowly glanced at him. It was unexpected that such uninvited guests would come to him right now in broad daylight, and that they would literally burst into his home. The connection was finally established. After some time, the brunette began to slowly open his eyes, mostly because he felt cold. The first thing he saw above himself was something that looked like a split in the ice, as if he were in an abyss. It was necessary to rise. Sitting on the ground, Theodore grabbed his head and began to think about it. Some kind of connection, not at all like synchronization. The boy found himself in a very interesting place. He was curious to look at everything around here. The bright reflection of the ice literally blinded his eyes. It really was very high here, and he was lucky that he managed to survive such a fall. The bearded man saw that his guest had finally woken up when the roof collapsed. The first thought was that the heavens had erupted or something else had fallen, but it turned out to be this young schoolboy. He still couldn't come to his senses. Theodore couldn't believe that he had fallen from such an incredible height, and yet remained safe and sound. From his look, the man immediately understood that his friend knew who he was, but he didn't really care, and decided to introduce himself as a spirit named Myrtle Hersheim. And since it was not so difficult to guess that this was his isolated enclave, the boy began to examine it with interest. The bearded man didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but after a while it became clear that everything was exactly as he had said. But once upon a time, people called this place the Dispossessed. It was used as a weapon of war, and also tormented spirits used it to calm the souls of deceased friends. Here they isolate themselves, and this Parnisha is special. But our hero did not like this status, and he admitted that some force had dragged him here, that he did not even know that he would meet the real Myrtle here. He also made the assumption that his young guest had gotten into something unpleasant, and asked again about the incident after which he had ended up here. And his words turned out to be true, but this time, according to the brunette, everything is a little different. It was the first time he was called like this. Theodore began to hesitate and did not want to tell him the reason, because he thought that they would not believe him. It all sounded somehow absurd. The old man just grinned. He understands perfectly well that he has plenty of his own problems. And to be honest, before our hero arrived here, for some time everything here resonated. Someone was planning to get in here with him. But first, of course, while sipping a drink from the cup, Murden said that he wanted to check something. The earth began to tremble, and some form appeared behind him, with a face similar to his. Looking up at the guest, the man asked him to look into his eyes. There was no ardor in his expression at all. One could conclude that the young student also did not like to play with fire, and especially did not like to throw down challenges. It is logical that the worst choice for him would be the spirit of flame. Summing up the results of such a small analysis, Murden said that he is not an interesting person at all. However, there is such stubbornness in him that, despite the fact that he has no personal characteristics, our hero did not quite understand what he wanted to say by this. Meanwhile, the figure behind the man began to laugh out loud. Couldn't Theodore understand anything from the reaction of the guy behind him, which caused a slight grin to appear on his grandfather's face. About patience, the boy knows best of all. It must withstand the blazing lava to acquire its form, and then the wind and water must temper it. And that is why, in Murden's opinion, Miller is most similar to the Earth. In other words, he could be described as genuinely tough, and the guy is the type of person who can be called strong. The one-eyed man began to pour the contents of the cup onto the cold ice. Suddenly, the earth around him, together with the ice, began to rise to an incredible height. The magician became confused and began to nervously look around. The stones piled up, forming a small portal from which a very bright light began to emanate. After a couple of seconds, a clear outline of a face appeared. It was clearly a woman's. From there, a girl appeared with long blonde hair, very similar to an elf, and seemed to begin to fall down. She curled up into a small cocoon and gradually began to decrease in size, eventually becoming incredibly small. Soon she fell into the arms of our hero. A blue scarf appeared on her and she was snoring sweetly. Theodore didn't quite understand why she was here and was a little confused. In response to his indignation, the little girl opened her eyes and looked at him in confusion. The girl began to crawl on his hands, studying her new owner. She was interested in everything like a child. The guy met her gaze and began to be touched. A slight blush appeared on his cheeks. It seems that she also expresses her sympathy for him. As grandfather said, her name is Mitra. She is one of the most forgotten ancient spirits of the earth, and Murden is sure that the resonance that was earlier was her premonition of him. The only thing that confuses our hero now is her size. She is too small, but on the other hand, you shouldn't judge a spirit by his appearance. He now, as the one who made a pact with her, must awaken all her power, and if he successfully grows with her, he will be able to see her true self. The boy was invited to have a snack and relax a little, but he was in a hurry, and in an indignant tone reminded him that he needed to go back to where he came from. But nothing will happen if he eats a cup of soup before leaving this wonderful place. The old man has already prepared a portion for him. The brunette reluctantly accepted this. In principle, there really was nothing wrong with it, and was going to thank him. But then in the reflection of his treat, he saw something strange, and he had to turn around sharply. At that very moment, huge hands grabbed him, his jacket, and dragged him up. Of course, Theodore was seriously scared and screamed. The old man sat and said nothing, simply watching him. Laughing slightly, he really became interested in seeing how and what would progress further. Guesses began to appear in his head that the fact that he had come here in search of himself was all because of the power in the boy's left hand. The feeling appeared in his body again, as if he had fallen somewhere, and nervously whining, he rubbed his eyes. This time, the brunette found himself on some bed and grumbled. He was tired of putting up with this every time. And this little girl, Mitra, is an ancient spirit of the earth, even though she is now like a little child. During the summoning, she looked like it was the king of the elementals. Looking at her, the guy was again touched and blushed slightly. Now only one thing became clear to him. Thanks to this little girl, he had a chance to win in that very tournament of the Meltor kingdom. And soon this most important day arrived. The weather was favorable and sunny. Our hero walked and carried huge bags on his back. It was clear that they seemed unbearable. And finally he placed them near him and can catch his breath while he is still waiting for someone. And on his back he has another burden. The boy strains very hard to hold this entire load on himself. In that huge suitcase that he carried on his back, there were books for Gluttony. They took up a lot of space and were in the way. The teacher came up to him from behind and silently looked at this picture. The brunette sighed heavily and asked to call a cart, because it was too heavy for him. Vince doesn't understand why he took on so much and wonders what it's all for. The student just laughed. All these bags are filled with books for Gluttony so that he will stay fed for 10 days. He grinned at the professor in response. He knew perfectly well that this would happen, and therefore he was well prepared. Having heard about this, our hero did not quite understand what he meant, and raising an eyebrow, asked to tell him in more detail. The man pulled out a large bag from his bosom, which was glowing bright blue. The guy still didn't understand what it was. It seemed that this artifact was named as a bottomless pocket. It is very necessary on any long trip, and therefore it was worth taking with you. The student's eyes almost popped out of his head. Theodore had heard about this, but had never seen it in real life, which really amazed him. His reaction was obvious to the naked eye, which made Vince laugh a lot, because there was no point in thinking about how he looked. Much more important is the convenience. Now all the bags can be placed inside it without overexertion. When everything was already in this strange backpack, the man tied it up so that it would not come undone. However, besides this, surprisingly, he was unable to absorb the backpack that was on our hero's back, and it would be worth trying again. After all this, the guys arrived in the city of Bergen, where they walked and looked for the place they needed. The place here is quite creepy, and the brunette has questions that he wants to voice. He is worried that there are only 9 days left until the start of the competition, but it will take a month to get to the destination. The professor asked his student not to worry about it, because they were not the only people who wanted to get there on time. Both masters and magicians, but there are those for whom this period of time is most important. Theo looked at him with interest. He assumed that they were talking about merchants and decided to clarify this point with his teacher. According to the teacher, there are also riskier routes. As long as there is an advantage in the form of time, you can worry about safety for money. This road is very dangerous, as it is controlled by monsters and bandits, and the travel time will be reduced by 3 times. In a word, this issue can be resolved with money, but you will have to shell out a decent amount. Time passed unnoticed while chatting, and now they arrived at the place. They needed to join one of the groups of traders who were talking about something. The girls noticed Vince, and with slight indignation, asked why they had arrived here so late. Anna Farrell was the first to approach him. She is the leader of the second largest guild. Theodore sweated a little and got worried. Could it really be the professor's ex? But he asked not to raise this topic. Before they could finish speaking, the long-haired girl rushed into the blonde's arms, which frightened the young guest. The girl missed him very much and could not be more glad that he came. Our hero watched them and didn't know how to react. His teacher looked embarrassed and blushed deeply. But then she noticed that there was some unfamiliar guy next to him and asked who he was. The man apologized for not introducing his young student and introduced the boys to each other. Besides this, Vince noticed that Gordon was not around, which meant that Miss Anna was in his place today. The blonde only nodded her head in response. A couple of days ago, he said that he hated the faces of his wife and daughter, and after that she ran away from home with a fishing rod in hand, promising in a note to return in 2 months. What happened was truly terrible, but father had done many things before he left them, as Anna said, so his absence would not affect the guild in any way. There shouldn't be any problems. The blonde laughed slightly, and with a grin said that she had already prepared a carriage the size of a 5th circle mage, with all the amenities and equipment in it. She wanted to flirt a little, but she began to hear footsteps behind her, which were getting faster and faster. It was some little chubby guy. He ran up and grabbed her by the collar, demanding that he urgently check her reservation, whether she wanted it or not. Naturally, she didn't like such rude behavior. The blonde freaked out and demanded to let her go, threatening to fire her. The bespectacled man also reported that the cart was in the 3rd section from the entrance. It was necessary to put all the luggage and rest. The departure would be soon. Vince sent his student for this. And so everything was ready. Our hero quietly opened the door and was about to enter. Theodore expected to see the worst, but his expectations were not met. The inside of the carriage was even larger than it looked from the outside. And in fact, this is a simple principle of using spatial magic. In addition, they put some spells on the horses so that they cannot get tired so easily. The professor decided to sit down and rest a little, sighing heavily. He asked how the guy was doing. He was doing well, and now, before leaving, Vince asked to see the elemental with whom he had made a pact. Our hero also began to notice that the professor had been looking much more emotional in recent days, and had also begun to show his eyes more often, and because of this, he looked more human. In the end, it was all thanks to the teacher. It was because of him that he was able to do this. He got ready, took out his pen and his notebook, and finally asked to be summoned. The brunette cleared his throat, put his left palm forward, and asked Mitra to come out and show himself. Something appeared that looked like a mountain of small stones from which a little girl emerged. The professor watched what was happening and could not believe his eyes. Adjusting his glasses, he began to carefully examine this creature. As it turned out, it was not difficult for him to guess that this was an ancient elemental, while the little girl looked with interest at the new person for her. Of course, the man wanted to talk to her, but now it is impossible since she is too small, like a child who does not understand how to speak, according to Theo. Still, she remains ancient. Now the blonde asks for information about ordinary and ancient elementals, which seems to have stuck with him. Suddenly, Mitra made some strange sound. The man looked at her with light understanding. She also looked at them. Since our hero does not know what the difference is between them, the teacher explained that it is all about the presence or absence of self-awareness. Sounds quite interesting. Theodore looked at him with interest and asked to give him a specific example. In fact, there are many of them, for example, when elementals communicate like robots, even being of a high level. They are like machines, and the boy begins to suspect that he still has a chance to talk to her normally. However, this needs to be clarified with the professor. A man knows very well that such simple creatures are called into our world deprived of free will and with only a small amount of control over themselves. The shorty seemed to go berserk when she was grabbed by the scruff of the neck and hissed menacingly and threw stones. This girl is a little different from those with whom he has a pact. In truth, Mitra retains all her free will, and it was clear from her behavior that she really does behave the way she wants. Either way, the chance of it evolving is pretty high. Based on the records we have, other such weirdos evolve along with their owners. The fair-haired bitch was fooling around as best she could, but now today a short lecture is enough for our hero. The professor decided to lie down on his bed and rest. They would soon be leaving, and therefore he also advised his student to sleep a little before that, because it was already getting dark. He wished him good night. A couple of hours later, it was already deep night. Only bats were flying around. There was no one. Complete silence and a light breeze brought this whole atmosphere. Their carts raced even at night. The horses did not sleep, except for these two magicians. As it turns out, one of the flying creatures was holding something in its paw, and after a couple of seconds, it suddenly released it right above the so-called carriages. This strange flask with a strange substance inside fell straight down into the very center of the mine carts. Some strange warriors watched this, prepared their weapons, and were getting ready to attack. The most important of them, the commander, extended his hand upwards and, finding the right moment, squeezed it. There was a loud explosion. Horses fell. Some trailers fell apart. A large layer of smoke and fire rose. The people who were there began to sound the alarm. It was spreading very quickly, at an incredible speed. It looked like an enemy attack. They were screaming and panicking. A hole appeared in the ground, right where the shell fell. A man crawled out from there, obviously wounded, and coughed violently. No one could understand what had happened. Some terrible monsters stood before them, all in armor, with long iron weapons, and were discussing something among themselves in their incomprehensible language. One of them, apparently the commander, turned to the victim and growled menacingly, taking a blade from behind his back. Only a moment passed. The man received a strong blow to the back. Only a loud, piercing scream could be heard. Theodore heard this too. His heart almost stopped from such horror. Not the most pleasant feeling, getting up from such noise. He jumped up from his bed and began to look around. The professor was nowhere to be found, which frightened him. He had to get out of the carriage and examine the area around him on his own, in order to understand the source of this terrifying scream. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge fire that was growing and growing, and right next to them, the brunette looked at it all with a slight misunderstanding. It wasn't hard for him to guess that this was an enemy attack. It looked terrible. He began to suspect that the professor had disappeared precisely because of this battle, and after a couple of seconds, Theodore began to feel a barely perceptible evil energy. But where it was coming from was unclear. He should call Mitra. The boy asked the girl to climb underground and find out what was going on around her, and she obediently jumped down. The guy still has a limit on the visualization of the area. He has every chance of finding the enemy by the waves emanating from the ore veins. He finally managed to understand who they were. They were goblins, and judging by their equipment, they were also hobgoblins. They were fighting right now against the defenseless people who were in the group. And so their huge leader turns to our hero and smiles maliciously. Only at this moment did it become clear that he and the mitre were surrounded from all sides. It was quite scary to realize this. Thus, it is necessary to fight. 3 huge giants stand in a circle from our hero. He only looks around the sides. He began to retreat back to his cart. Brunette, you yourself cannot understand. How is it possible that they learned to use magical skills to easily move underground? One of them took his large crossbow and began to draw an arrow, aiming straight at Theodore's head. And then a shot sounds. Our hero grabbed the baby and jumped to the side. Fortunately, he wasn't hit. When he fell, a second goblin was already waiting for him on the other side. It would have been worth doing a backflip from him, which is what he did. On the opposite side, his next opponent was already waiting for him, who, furious, swung his sword. The guy had no choice but to ask Mithra to create real chaos here. Everything is done to confuse these creatures. There was something like an explosion. There are quite a lot of these thugs here. Who would have thought that our hero would be hiding here with this little girl? It's very bad that he spent too much of the girl's energy. Theodore won't be able to stand it anymore, he feels it. One of them growled menacingly, and unexpectedly for the guy, began to speak in his native language. It seems that they have personal, so to speak, grievances against him. Toothy attacked the young mage, but he managed to put up a barrier of earth, repelling all his attacks with his foot with his defense. He tried to break through his force with his whole body, but it was no use. Parnisha managed to defend himself. And then he does a double somersault up and flies right over his head. Theodore Miller looked at him and just froze. After a couple of seconds, he stopped behind the young man and asked if he was the magician they had caught earlier. The goblin began to peer into his face, trying to confirm his guesses. Our hero removed the barrier and, raising an eyebrow, menacingly asked how to understand this. It seemed to him that right now he was talking some kind of nonsense. Rubbing her eye, the monster sighed heavily and said that her prey looked quite frail. This guy's armor looked different from the others, and Theodore began to suspect that this was the goblin chieftain in the flesh. Unfortunately, he can't raise the level of his combat skills, and it will also be very difficult to use the same magic as now. In such a difficult moment, using spells thoughtlessly, without knowing the enemy's movement skills and abilities, will not achieve anything. Perhaps there is one way that will help him defeat him. Meanwhile, the goblin has already broken through to him and is waving his blade with all his might. Theodore extended his left hand forward and called out to his old friend Glatoni. He needed to get ready. The monster saw that something was wrong here and hurried even faster towards the enemy, who after the collision literally dissolved into thin air. It was the reverb, which means that maybe the boy has disappeared. The ogre is looking around and doesn't understand what's going on. And then, he raised his head up and saw our hero, who was floating in the air like a feather. The brunette was glowing blue all over. Putting his hands together, he began to cast a spell, which caused a slight grin to appear on the monster's face. The very first thing he decided to use on his enemy was the magic arrow. Theodore shot it straight at him. He is now confident that everything will work out. There is no point in dragging out this fight. But then, the monster seems to teleport closer to him, and he even manages to hit him in the face with his mutated paw. As soon as the boy turned around and noticed him, a bream flew at him. Toothy began to ridicule him. He clearly considers himself stronger and superior to him in strength. And not only that, the young magician fell to the ground and hit his shoulder hard. It looked like he was in a lot of discomfort. The goblin also stopped hovering in the air and landed softly back. Watching the enemy, it is important for him to make sure that he won, and not this boy. This monster spoke in his native language. A lot of questions arose in Theodore's head. Why could he use magic and even speak Korean? Hobgoblin told him that it was all because of the slaves that were sold to him by the mountain bandits. Prisoners of war are very easy to give to anyone, and demons are no exception, which is an incredible humiliation. Thus, they also received a magician who taught them everything he knew about magic. And only the best leaders like him can sense mana, and therefore learned the necessary skills to become real warriors. And the victim himself was thrown to be torn apart by low-level creatures. It really does sound pretty creepy. Our hero is interested in whether he is alive, while they were brainwashing him that the same fate awaits him. He must become another of their slaves, just like those magicians, and in the end, they will sell his heart. From what he heard, goosebumps naturally ran down his skin. Theodore became very angry and began to slowly rise to his feet. Well, at least try. This time the brunette promises him to destroy him, and also did not forget about the henchmen. As many as he can, they will all lie on the ground. Meanwhile, having heard his promising speech, they began to laugh loudly, almost clutching their stomachs. The monsters reminded him that he himself would soon be left without strength. Maybe it really seems that way to them. But our hero managed to rest a little and restore his energy. This time, he definitely doesn't intend to lose and is serious, so that they don't see. He clenches his hand into a fist. After this, he made a sharp jump upward and hit the ground with his hand. A very bright light began to emanate from him. which literally blinded the enemy. The flash really helped him. The main leader doesn't see anything and in a panic tries to make out at least something, but his eyes still hurt and water. While he was in a confused state, Theodore immediately rushed to him while he was wiping his face. It turns out that he has something in his hand that is capable of destroying each of these goblins that I dared to attack him and the others. Swinging his right, he cast a flash spell and stepped forward with his foot. Almost all the targets were hit and could not stand on their feet after such a blow. The monsters bumped into each other and literally fell. Soon a bright light was heard. Our hero stopped and tried to catch his breath a little. The enemies clearly did not expect him to have such fighting power and simply stared at him in horror. The boy boldly rushed forward and ran up to the main one of these toothy monsters and swung his fist at him. After his collision with his face, there was a strong and very bright explosion. Any person who does not possess magical abilities would have already lost their sight. His teacher, who was nearby, also heard this sound. It all sounded very similar to flashes of fire, and they certainly couldn't be confused with anything else. The blonde asked Anna to report on the situation that had developed around all of this. She, in turn, was talking to that fat man. After clearing her throat, the girl turned to him and told him that thanks to the fire, everything burned down, so no one suffered huge losses, but they lost contact with the cart that was attacked. There is no information about it. Vince became very worried about this and asked the girl to keep an eye on everything here while he went to check what happened there. The man called all the remaining mercenaries and told them to follow him to the rear guard. They only obediently nodded their heads. Meanwhile, Parnisha tried as best he could, but in the end he fell to his knees and felt that he could no longer move. His body did not obey. After these demons presented a sharp blade to his face, he realized that here and now his end would come. Such was fate. The monster chattered something in his incomprehensible language, but then abruptly demanded that Theodore stand up straight on his feet. It couldn't believe that the guy could kill Jake, one of the leaders of the hobgoblins, so easily, and screamed to fight him. The brunette, looking sullenly at the toothy one, asked him again whether he had understood correctly that he wanted him to get back on his feet. According to the demon, right now everything in his exhausted body is boiling at the sight of the one who killed his leader, and it was clear from him how he was trembling with anger. Having cleared his throat, Theodore asked what he was going to do with him then, and while he was proudly telling his tales, the boy called Mitra. 1 second, and they found themselves deep underground. The ogre began to look around nervously, not understanding what was happening. And then the ground seemed to rise and grab him. He didn't even notice where and how it happened. Of course, our hero was outraged that his prank was called a cheap trick, because he had not yet fully restored his mana. He needed time to pull himself together. Just in time, this little girl flew to him. He needed to know if everything was okay with her. It is very good that she bought all the necessary power to maintain the summoning, and enough to bind this giant. And so, if you think about it, Theodore has only one thing to do. The boy tells this creature that he does not understand a word of what he is saying, and quietly clenches his fist behind himself. If he really wants to see the end, he will see it. The brunette swung that hand at him. He only managed to raise an eyebrow and look at him with slight misunderstanding. It seems to him that this boy is simply crazy, and it would be easier to give up without a fight. And so his fist flies right in front of him and smashes the huge sword with which he constantly showed off in front of everyone. And soon it flew right into his face, a rather unpleasant sight for him. The ogre at the same time managed to stick his hand near our hero's head and waited for the right moment until the guy stopped. The brunette can't understand why his fist didn't pierce him through and through. He immediately paid for his inattention and was put in a chokehold. Now he is definitely in a bad position. The young mage does not have enough mana to protect himself. He needs a little more time to recover, and besides, unfortunately, Mithra's call has been scattered. Now the guy just needs to buy as much time as he can to regain his attack ability, and that's why he uses levitation. Finally, he managed to loosen the grip of his powerful and pumped-up hand. Both opponents fell to the ground. The next thing Theodore needed to use was the effect, thanks to which he threw his enemy away from himself. No time to relax, the dark-eyed boy got back into a fighting stance and stared at the hobgoblin, trying to catch his breath. Besides this, he needs to wait until his mana is restored. But then something strange flies past his head. Our hero did not have time to see what it was. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it. It was a throwing weapon, something new in their duel. Theodore looks at him, and his head can't wrap his head around where this guy got so much strength from. He has enough mana to rise up and attack with incredible power. Right now, the toothy one is swinging his spear and is about to throw it. Now it's time to deal with this stubborn boy once and for all. The crazy warrior throws an arrow straight at him. She rushes with incredible speed. The brunette bent down and carefully watched her movement vector. Unfortunately, he doesn't have time now to restore mana back, and he has no chance to dodge, which is very bad for him. Theo is at a loss and does not understand what to do next. But then Gluttony appears from his left hand, who indignantly calls him to him. Is this really where his path ends? He can't believe it. His fate will be the same as those slaves, and that's how it will all end. Gritting his teeth, our hero immediately realized that this was not about him at all. He did not want such an outcome of events, and therefore activated a triple earthen dome right in front of the arrow that was already flying towards him. It was quite hard to do, and he got quite a kick out of it due to his lack of mana. But it's very good that our hero managed to bow down when this spear pierced his defense and literally destroyed it. A huge layer of dust rose up. This time, Theodore does not intend to miss, and so he puts his finger forward in order to shoot at his opponent. This time he wants to use a magic arrow and aims at the goblin. He hit the target right in the face. He only had time to scream in surprise and suddenly fell silent. But it seems that Theodore was completely without strength this time. His body is exhausted. All his attempts are not enough to defeat this monster, as sad as it is to admit. But it is so. The brunette fell to the ground, exhausted and without hope of victory, and his opponent mocked him. But it was still difficult not to admit that such a seemingly frail boy fought bravely. It's time for this goblin to tell us that he is the true leader. Wiping his face, he said his name. It turns out his name is Mr. Antonov. The giant put his hand forward, which had only 3 fingers, and looked at it carefully. This wound that the magician inflicted on him, depriving him of one thing, is a wound of honor, even if it looks terrible. Suddenly, a man very familiar to our hero came up to him from behind and grabbed the monster by the shoulder, asking if he really thought so. He certainly didn't expect such a turn of events and screamed loudly because he started to catch fire, while the man was heading towards the victim. The monster tried to reach out to him and stop him. The leader could not believe that he would lose right now. His limb literally began to dissolve in flames. His voice faded. It turns out there was another magician here that he didn't know about. What a setup. It was Vince, who was about to go to the aid of our brave warrior. Seeing that he was lying unconscious, the man ran up to him as quickly as possible and picked him up in his arms. He immediately began to open his eyes and looked at him. The boy felt very ashamed because he couldn't protect anything, and he began to wind himself up too much, that he no longer had the strength. But the professor asked him not to blame himself, that this world was to blame for everything, that he was in such a precarious state. It's time to remind your student of the fact that he should always look forward and not back. Look at the people who are still alive thanks to him, his courage and bravery to fight. It is necessary to move forward, and now that his spirit has become much stronger, the magicians are ready to move mountains together. While they were safely getting into the carriage, other monsters had already arrived and were about to attack, apparently relatives of those goblins. The brave knights fought with them and demanded to protect the guests from these terrible creatures. A whole crowd of them came, but the warriors coped well and did not lose heart. The professor watched all this from the window, not missing a single fight. His mercenaries fight much harder than usual. There were many trolls, but no one was left behind for the sake of earning money. And our hero, of course, felt a little sorry for them, and he suggested that the blonde go help them, but he asked to leave them alone. Suddenly, their pleasant conversation was interrupted by Anna. She noticed that her old friend was so tense, but why he had worked so hard. Before this, the girl called him hubby, which really embarrassed Vince, and he asked her not to do it again. She appeared to be delighted during the hobgoblin attack, as expected from a professor at Bergen Academy and a master of the Fifth Circle. He didn't care about this, about the fact that she was defending and praising him so much, but the girl continued to mumble and had already moved on to his student. It turns out that the girl heard that Parnisha had defeated their leader, and she looked at him with a sweet smile. The news quickly spread. Theodore laughed awkwardly and tried to shift all his exploits onto the professor, but he could only laugh. The rumors had already spread. He believes that the young student deserved it and has done almost all the work. Now he can enjoy the glory. He felt awkward but pleased by these words, and scratching the back of his head, forcing a smile, the young man thanked him. Anyuta became furious that no one was paying any attention to her and asked him to look at her, for which the professor apologized. In gratitude for being able to restore this raid in their place, they have prepared a gift, and so the girl asks to accept it sincerely. It was something like a box, in which lay some blue thing, which the two men looked at. The bespectacled one was the first to decide to ask her directly what it was. But to be honest, the blonde assistant doesn't really understand this, but she heard that the community of the Magic Academy is actively looking for him. And another big plus is that the number of copies is limited, so even their trading guild does not have many of them. Perhaps it will be very useful for sorcerers. However, Vince cannot accept such an expensive gift, but for the girl, it sounds like an excuse. He didn't immediately understand what she was talking about and still decided to ask again about this moment, looking at her with slight misunderstanding. But she kept saying that her father had prepared everything carefully before leaving, including this gift. However, the bespectacled man knows that the guild simply wants to strengthen its relationship with the Fifth Circle mage, and since this is the case, this is a good reason to accept him. The girl still continued to joke about him being his husband, and thinking that such a great artifact would be an incredible wedding gift. These jokes only made Vince feel awkward. The man who was leading the horses still continued to control them and move on. Near the forests and plantings, a carriage was racing and other luggage racks were attached to it, quite a long one. The men simply sat next to each other and were silent for quite a long time. The silence was broken by Theodore. He began to suspect that his friend already knew perfectly well what this object was. And he really does think very well. The thing is that this is not quite the same crystal in the sense that magicians usually use. Plants that absorb the blood of monsters occasionally create them from the collected magical power in the form of fruits. The scientific academy, according to the man, called them monster berries. With its aroma, it attracts evil spirits and increases their strength after absorption. Besides, it is possible that the hobgoblins also figured this out, but no one has figured out how to use it. But the day when someone will figure it out could come literally at any moment. And by this he means that Theodore has one great item in his collection. The bespectacled man looked at him and winked. Our hero still doesn't understand what he means and only looks at him with a raised eyebrow. And he was already clearly visible, as the sensei said. The boy turned his head in the direction where his gaze was directed. Indeed, our hero was delighted with what he saw and could not take his eyes off it. In front of him stood the magical headquarters of the capital of the Kingdom of Magic. In other words, Meltor. It looked quite unusual. It was obvious that the designers had done a very good job on it. Now they will enter the capital itself. Manaville is already waiting for them. Here 4 majestic towers were erected within the city limits, like a shield around the academy, which is located in the center. In addition, each of them was painted in the color of the element symbolic to it. Among them there is one that raises the most warlike and excellent battle mages. More specifically, we are talking about the Red Tower, the same color as Vince's cloak, which slowly flutters in the wind. And yes, it is not difficult to guess that the professor belongs to her. Even by appearance, one can say so with confidence. The first thing the man suggested to him was that as soon as they passed through the gates, they should immediately head to the Magic Academy, to which his student obediently nodded his head. Soon their carriage and other trailers arrived at their destination, where many guards stood and protected the most important part of the tower. Theodore and his teacher came out. They were amazed. There were so many people gathered here. In fact, it's all about the Manaville tournament. It is very good that they do not have to stand in this line now, because there is an invitation that Miller remembered. Anna noticed that the two were getting ready to leave, and even got a little angry, squeezing the piece of paper that was in her hands. She finds it low on his part, but to her regret, the invitation is only valid for 2 people, the invitee and his assistant, so they will see each other a little later. The boy glanced at his teacher and noticed that he was quite happy. He couldn't help but feel that he was finally free of this girl. At the entrance, they were already awaited. The guards greeted the new guests in a friendly manner and bowed before the senior magician. In order to go further, he needed to show this invitation letter to a special person who understands all this. The man took the envelope and began to examine its contents, holding a magnifying lens to his eye. He needed to clarify the fact that Vince Hadel from the Burden Academy was a Red Tower mage and had visited Manaville about 7 years ago, to which he nodded his head. Everything is going great. The other guys from the security also greeted the blonde, and Theodore just walked around him and looked around. They watched them go, and at the next door they were met by 2 more. Our hero gets the impression that this place doesn't look like anyone could enter it, and he starts to worry a little about it. The man calmed him down and showed something to the guards, and they let him in right away. They entered the unusual little room and began to move forward so as not to waste time, and the boy was here for the first time, so he was curious to examine every corner. Theo can't believe that this place is the privilege of the magicians who received the invitation. Now the guys approached the next table where another manager from their so-called squad was waiting for them. This was the end of the application form for participation in the tournament, but the man needed to clarify one point, whether his student was a fourth circle mage. Seeing the teacher's displeased look, Fatso asked for forgiveness, because this is just a simple formality. You need to write this information in the form. And only now the inspector learned that Theodore only had the third circle, as his friend Vince showed him. He did not believe it a little and even began to hesitate, looking at his hand. He was reading an important document, and at the same time asked him to talk to his student again, because all the participants in the academic tournament are magicians of the fourth circle. The fat man is afraid that he might be wounded or even worse, killed, but the stranger interrupts him. Usati believes that if he is blessed by the magician of the Red Tower, then it is just a number. Theodore thought that the professor was familiar with this man, but he was seeing him for the first time in his life, and it did not at all seem like he had any manners. The man clapped his hands loudly and was a little confused because he forgot to introduce himself. Clearing his throat and bowing downwards, he identified himself as a private of the Blue Tower. Opening one eye, he asked with a smile to be addressed as Lauren. It turns out that the rules of the tournament were slightly changed. The man in the blue cape was constantly chatting and chatting the whole way, but at this moment he decided to give advice. Private of the Blue Tower told the newcomers that all participants of the tournament receive something like tokens, which is proof of their participation. The chatterbox turned to Theodore and asked if he had been given a medal at the registration desk, to which he merely nodded his head in confirmation. She is the same token that will be very useful to him in the future. And only now, holding it in his hand, the boy notices that his number is 132nd, and looks closely at this wonderful object. In this competition, participants prove their superiority by putting all their existing medals on the line, and the winner takes them all. In addition, according to Lauren, the result of the tournament will be determined by the number of tokens collected. He says this with some excitement in his eyes. Indeed, everything used to be different, as Professor Vince remembers, and it's all connected with the increase in the number of participants. And according to the old scheme, these competitions can drag on for as long as a week. That is, in essence, it can be called a ladder tournament, as the blonde thinks. But there are also those among people who consider such a system barbaric. But isn't victory exactly that, regardless of the methods used, as Lauren believes? But now the bespectacled man has a question. What if someone will select only weak opponents for themselves or refuse a duel? This is also a very important point, to which he only chuckled in response. For him, this clarification sounded a little funny. Although it was indeed a good question, the bearded man turned to him and appreciated his wisdom as a Red Tower mage. Suddenly he called Mia, who was standing behind him and looking at the floor, moving stones with her feet. This girl is the best student and also the second daughter of Viscount Gluco. The girl with a bob from under her forehead looked at the new guests and tried to greet them in a friendly manner. The man put his arm around her shoulders and continued to tell her that last year the process dragged on for a whole week because of the participants' attempts to save their medals. That's why the new rule was introduced. Professor Vince looked at him with displeasure and asked him to stop dragging his feet. It was time to get down to business. His friend laughed loudly, but he still had to tell him that the innovation was that participants who had only one token could not refuse a duel. And as an example, he cited the student Theodore. However, according to him, not everything is as bad as the magicians of the Red Tower like to say. The one who is so careless is to blame. Of course, they can give our hero time to prepare. The date and time of the duel are chosen by the host party, as Lauren said. Now everything falls into place. The fair-haired man asks his student what they should do then. He only sighed heavily in response. He thought that such a small meeting was over for today. But no, it turns out the bespectacled man reserved a table for them in a posh restaurant that is directly controlled by the imperial court. The brunette only raised an eyebrow and looked at him. The fact that this imperial institution had awakened great interest in his heart, and why not visit there at least once? Theodore, with a sparkle in his eyes, asked to finish everything quickly. The boy came closer to Lauren and said that the date and time of the match was right now. He only grinned in response and agreed to his conditions. Not everyone immediately decides to take such a big step. And so, after a couple of minutes, they found themselves in a universal arena that has served for years as a student tournament. And in simple terms, it is called a pentarium. Dividing into separate sectors, it turns into 5 independent ones. The main hall located in its center will open only on the last day according to the rules. One of the traders was the leader and asked the participants to attach crystals to their clothes. Our hero didn't quite understand why this was necessary. They explained to him that it was defensive. It blocks up to 3 attacks of the 4th circle magic. The brunette approached Theodore and began to attach one of them to his chest, and with each resulting damage, as she says, one of them will be destroyed. However, 2 can be damaged at once in one attack. The boy took one in his hands. It seemed to him that it was an expensive artifact, however. The girl laughed and said that it was disposable, so it was on the contrary cheap, only a couple of zlotys. Laurent's apprentice laughed and said that his actions were very similar to those of some baron's son, and not to an unusual nobleman who should not be bothered by such trifles. Our hero noticed how she was sticking gum behind her ear and scolded her for it. The blonde tried to get out of it by saying that this was her decent manners in the family. The presenter ran up to them and stood between them, asking them to break in and save their strength for the duel, as she saw that the situation between them was starting to get heated. Meanwhile, the mustachioed man and Theodore's teacher had already sat down almost next to each other in the arena. The judge ordered Theodore Miller, who was already rolling up his sleeves and getting ready, to be in the left corner of the stage. And on the right should be Mia Glucko. The girl was also ready and in anticipation. The boys went to their designated places. The brunette in the hat threw something up to the top and screamed joyfully. The duel was officially declared open. The guys took a fighting stance and prepared to attack. The very first to decide to move forward was the girl, releasing her ice spears forward. She wouldn't really like to drag everything out. She has her own things to do that need to be resolved, and so she needs to finish everything quickly, purely out of politeness, as she says. The arrows flew towards the guy, but at a fairly slow speed, and after a couple of seconds they were near him. The blonde promised to quickly send him home, and asked him not to dodge. Our hero didn't care what anyone said. He had plenty of time to cast a spell. The guy raised his right hand up. In response to this, he wants to use a blast wave, and stretches his hand forward, slowly moving his fingers in order to enhance the effect. Something like a shield forms in front of him, which effectively breaks all of her ice arrows. After defense, you need to use an attack spell, which our hero does. This time he will use ignition. Theodore fired a fireball straight at the girl. She only managed to scream in surprise and most likely won't be able to dodge. Meanwhile, the boy gives her some lubricant so that she slips and falls. And indeed, after reciting this spell, the earth around became slimy like butter and lost its balance. The girl didn't even have time to somehow react to everything that was happening. Meanwhile, the brunette was not going to lag behind and continued to attack. This time he needed to use the wind and cut. He aimed straight at her, that small artifact that was given at the very beginning. Her teacher couldn't believe that she was so clumsy and couldn't handle some boy. In the end, the girl just fell to the ground and couldn't get up. After all this, she still looked out from under her bangs at our hero, who came closer to her. Was she really that weak? The brunette asked. Should he tone it down next time? The lady slowly rose and, blushing slightly, looked at him and silently nodded her head. The judge is now happily ready to announce the results of the very first round of the fight in this arena. The winner was, of course, Theodore Miller, the magnificent young man. The girl continued to grumble and mutter under her breath. In this, the boy alone did not see a drop of the courtesy of a nobleman. He addressed her as you. It seems she wants to taste more. She finally recognized this technique. It was a lightning strike. It looks like the blonde now knows what to do. Mia began to rotate her hand counterclockwise and formed an arched shield, looking sideways at her opponent. Meanwhile, our hero called his little assistant Mitra, who immediately arrived. Now the girl won't run away anywhere. Theodore knows how to control the earth and grabs her by the legs, causing her to scream. The boy uses chain lightning as an attack while the enemy is in a state of shock. Flashing spots began to appear in her eyes, which literally drove her crazy. Now she can't go anywhere. And only now, she looked with horror at her artifact, in which another piece of glass had broken off. It was very noticeable to Theodore that despite her enormous self-confidence, she used magic too pretentiously. That was her problem. But for Professor Vince, this all looks very strange. Even if she is not from a good family with sufficient wealth, She is not a wizard who lacks talent. The only thing this child needs to succeed is discipline, but because of her environment, all she hears is praise and sweet talk. However, his disciple's experience, which he has accumulated during his journey, is unique. He has experienced the battle of life and death, and therefore knows the true meaning of battle. The participant of the test could not believe that at the time when the guy destroyed her 2 crystals, she was not able to get close to him even once. It's very strange, but her father didn't teach her what to do in such a situation, and even when she is attacked, the girl doesn't feel anything. It's as if she doesn't care. Our hero immediately began to apologize. It seemed to him that he had touched her head and she was talking nonsense. But then she immediately saw through her. She behaved this way herself, I am sure. Now she is trying to seem defenseless, but you can't fall for that, and he just laughs at her. The blonde only blushed in response. I try to make excuses that everything is not as he really thinks. Meanwhile, the teachers were watching this comedy from their seats. Vince became so embarrassed that he covered his face with his hands, and his friend just sat with his mouth wide open and did not understand what was happening. Her blush became more and more pronounced. She tried to prove that she was saying everything quite sincerely. Mia did this for the first time in her life, but according to her, this boy is just a country bumpkin who doesn't even know basic concepts and decency. This attitude towards her really pissed her off. The girl made a strong swing and used an icy wave. Our hero raised his eyebrows and reminded her that her movement was too slow to attack very well and almost unnoticed. But now she didn't care about it. She knew for sure that when her magic reached its target, then it would definitely be the real end for him. Following this, she released another full one, and Theodore already even managed to rest a little. He had to activate a multi-layered shield while she was running towards him directly, hoping to win in this way. And then she herself pierces it with her body and falls to the ground not very victoriously. And here she lies on the ground and is full of rage in her soul that her self-confidence and ego were defeated in the tournament this time, clenching her hand into a fist in anger. The shield had as many as 4 protective layers, and she was able to break through them all without outside help, for which Theodore praised her. She just lay face down on the ground and began to whine, calling her opponent all the nasty things that could be called. The girl is most concerned about how her face looks now. She was able to turn her head and tears were visible in her eyes. The judge carefully watched the entire fight that had just taken place and was ready to announce the fair results. As expected, Theodore won, but he felt embarrassed that he made such a small, self-confident but fragile girl cry. Her teacher, who is always positive, came up to her and, trying to encourage her, I said that next time she would fight better, learning from her mistakes. The presenter congratulated our hero on his victory, to which Miller only smiled amiably. True, the boy does not feel this very taste of victory, but it is better to think about this a little later, as Madame said. Now the 4 medals that belong to Mia are now his. In addition, if you lose this, you will have to compensate for the loss from your own pocket. They look very beautiful and shiny, which pleases Theodore's eye very much, and a soft smile appears on his face. Meanwhile, Professor Vince turned to him, distracted from reading a book. Now he doesn't need it, and the man closed it, turning his body towards our hero. This can be called a crumb from a large pie. There is almost nothing interesting about it. But the whole point is in the big difference in experience. In fact, the guy has Alfred's memory and his combat knowledge, and all the other students are like flowers from a greenhouse. Suddenly, Vince hears someone's familiar voice in front of him and is very surprised. This is a tall, bearded, muscular man. He had a gun behind him. He looked at it and smiled. The blonde only sighed heavily in response. He became interested in what such a busy person was doing here. And Theodore's eyes almost popped out of his head. He doesn't understand who this man is. He doesn't look like a knight swordsman at all. The merry man laughed loudly at such a sullen greeting from his old friend Vince and hit him on the back, and it looked like it hurt a lot. The bearded man, with a broad smile, asked to be introduced quickly to the student with whom he had come here. The professor just frowned and nodded his head in dissatisfaction. He had to get up from his seat and take his student by the shoulders. He called his first and last name, introducing him as one of the many guys from the Bergen Academy. The boy also greeted him. Seeing his cute face, the man laughed loudly again. For him, he looks so fragile and innocent that it makes you laugh. However, it seems that there is something else. The bearded man leaned in front of him and began to examine his face. Somehow, he magically realized that this boy had gone through a lot of hardships. and indeed it was hard to call him a child after such news. The brunette turned to his teacher and asked who this man was, who was looking straight at him as if trying to look into his soul. In jest, he is an old man who says whatever comes into his head, but in fact, he is the Lord of the Blue Tower, whose name is Sir Blundell Adderunks. Now everything falls into place. Our hero just nodded his head in response. Other people who heard his status almost fainted. He just looked at them from behind his back and giggled. In the four-headed towers that protect the kingdom of Meltor, the mages that belong to them are awarded one of 5 ranks. Those who have just joined it temporarily remain without rank. They most likely have the hardest time of all. Guys who already have a track record and some experience are called privates here. And talented magicians who have many incredible and respectable achievements are the highest. The most experienced and long-standing members of the order are captains. These are people of fairly high rank. And the very last rank is the wisest rulers of the towers, or more simply lords. Theodore immediately realized that this old man was one of the 4 strongest magicians and simultaneously had the status of Lord and Guardian of the Blue Tower. Unbelievable. Now it was time to introduce himself much more formally, as the boy thought. He said that he was in his 3rd year at the Bergen Academy and expressed that he was incredibly happy to meet such an important person. The ceremonial guest himself believes that he does not deserve such a bow from him, and again finds fault with the professor who is already trying in every way to push him away from himself. Rubbing the tip of his nose, the blonde asks, "Why did he come here?" It's obvious that it's not without reason. The bearded man clearly didn't like the fact that he immediately got down to business and slid away from his jokes. The grandfather just laughed and began to justify himself by saying that he hadn't been here for a long time and simply decided that he wanted to know why he had returned. And besides, now he is with his protege, that is, with the student Theodore, of course, this will arouse great interest in him. Professor Vince just sighed heavily. It seems that the rumors have already managed to spread very quickly, like lightning. And now the bearded man is looking out for our hero again, and he is already getting scared of such a curious old man. The more he looks at the boy, the more he wants him to become his student, and it seems that his current teacher is starting to get jealous and even angry. And it seems that he did not hear correctly that this man already has his man, whom he is training. With a wide smile, almost from ear to ear, Blundell still does not consider him this year's winner. The professor wanted to object, but they were interrupted by a female voice, which announced that a match had been held in the 4th stadium between the contenders Marcus Giovanni and Sylvia Adderunks. This girl was able to defeat her opponent in just 24 seconds, which greatly interested our hero. The guy looked at the stage with slight confusion. He couldn't comprehend how 3 effective attacks could be made in such a short period of time in a duel. It's almost impossible, in other words, the loser was just a few goals worse, as he thinks, and his opponent really is some kind of monster. And then he sees a girl, shorter than him, who carries behind her back many medals tied to her braid. Our hero entered the ring and waited for her to come a little closer. In appearance, this is a fragile little blue-eyed girl who began to appear from the shadows. If you look at her for the first time, you wouldn't say that she has such monstrous strength, capable of defeating an opponent in just a few seconds. The first thing Theodore noticed was her beautiful, silky silver hair. She came closer to her teacher and seemed to want to say something. Well, Veselchak, as always, interrupted her, and with an even wider smile on his face greeted the girl. The man wanted to hug her tightly, but she managed to dodge in time to avoid falling into his strong arms. She felt awkward. As soon as she began to move away, where she needed to go, the old man stopped her because he wanted to introduce her to someone. The blonde turned to him and looked at him with slight misunderstanding. She still had to go back. Her grandfather called her a heartless child. Sylvia was his student, whom he raised in secret all this time. The girl only said hello, as always coldly and poorly. Suddenly the young people met each other's eyes and looked at each other for quite a long time while the men were talking. She certainly looks like an innocent girl, but in reality she is much stronger than any hobgoblin, especially the leader he fought. The blue-eyed man noticed his gaze on his student and jokingly asked if he had accidentally fallen in love with her. Jokes aside, it's time to get down to business. Grandpa asks our hero with a slight jab if he wouldn't mind going into the arena with Sylvia one-on-one right now. He thinks that now is the best chance to show his best side in front of such a beauty. In response, the guy only sighed heavily and plunged into his thoughts. Having asked the old man for forgiveness, he still refused such an offer. thinking that now he would not show his best self. Even in such a situation, the old man did not stop smiling. For him it was all very sad, although he did not show it. They had only to turn around and leave, Sylvia looking coldly at Theodore in farewell. The two magicians left, leaving only Vince and his student looking after them. The boy thought for a moment, and suddenly turned away from the blonde and walked away with a serious look. The professor noticed that something was wrong here and looked after him. Theo stopped. Now the guy, as the teacher said, should aim to achieve a higher place by avoiding this girl, and he of course agreed with him. Theodore noticed that she was very similar to the very type of magicians he admired. This did not give him peace. The bespectacled man noticed that he was sad and thinking about something, and raising an eyebrow, he glanced at him. Unexpectedly for him, the boy accepted this challenge. He can't wait to fight with this girl, who can literally knock anyone out in a couple of seconds. He said this with a smile on his face and a big sparkle in his eyes, looking at the professor. Although he believes that his common sense tells him not to agree with his decision, however, there is something else. His blood began to boil for the first time in so many years, he says. This is smiling. This old man and she, the blonde, wants to see how this girl hangs her head in shame in front of everyone. That sounds good. The guy would also like to see such a sight with his own eyes. To begin with, they now need to walk through the artifact shops and the bookstores. The teacher will, of course, help him. If he likes something, the brunette just needs to say so. He was very pleased with the thought of defeating such a strong lady. The two heroes went forward to meet their goal. Meanwhile, on the first bench sat a girl who was very sad. Despite the huge influx of tourists, she would have been fine for the whole day if at least a couple of customers had come in. They all just run away from her when they hear her prices for everything, which upsets the young lady very much. The blonde was already starting to cry. She couldn't sell a single high-class artifact. Suddenly, two men came in to see her. The saleswoman immediately smelled the money bag and became wary. It was Theodore Miller and his teacher. They came to this place quite quickly and immediately after they discussed their plan of action. It looks like the girl is in a slight shock. The Red Tower is also a supreme mage. What could be better? The bespectacled man approached the owner and asked to show her best product, clarifying the fact that its cost was not important. The blonde dragged a huge chest and placed it on the table right in front of them, proudly declaring that this was it. I remember Vince saying that price doesn't matter, but now it looks like things are a little different. Blue-Eyed was indignant, but she looked at him and did not understand what he didn't like, because this was the best product in her store right in front of them. But it turns out that this is not what we are talking about at all. She has a 100% B-rank item, and that is exactly what he needs to be brought. She just smiled in response and crawled under the table to look for him, which was basically what was expected from the supreme mage of the Red Tower, since there was such a request. The girl took out another chest, this time much smaller in size, and pointed out that this was it. Opening it, the men saw some kind of iron hand, which lay just like at a royal presentation ceremony, on a red cushion made of velvet material. The teacher asked his student whether he was going to conduct an assessment, to which Theodore nodded his head. The lady looked at him with interest, and the guy put his right hand on him and began to analyze him. This item is forged from mithril alloy by ancient palaces. The airflow using wind magic is able to reflect any projectiles flying owners, which makes it possible to calmly pass through the hail of arrows of elite archers. This is indeed a B-rank item, and a precious class one at that. It's the same level as the Roaring Flame. In general, it costs 180 gold, but for people with an invitation, they give discounts up to 144, as the lady said. The man placed gold bars with the seal of the kingdom on the table and asked if he could pay in this way. She had nothing against it and accepted this unusual method of payment. Then all that was left was to take everything that they had bought, which is what the bespectacled man did. Now it was time to go to the next shop. Vince walked proudly, unlike Theodore. Madame thanked them again for their purchase, although she was slightly displeased with such an unexpected appearance. Our hero felt awkward that the professor had spent so much money over all this time, and all for his sake. He looked more like a murderer of his wallet than a magician. The man sat down on the bench nearby and asked the student to consume all the rare items first. He is sure that, like with ordinary food, this should whet the appetite of that weirdo. Having adjusted his jacket, the brunette agreed to go along with it. It was time to start the meal the guy called Gluttony. He woke up instantly, and seemed to have been waiting for his master for a long time. He began to eat the objects one after another, first taking the smallest one, then the middle one, and then the largest one. The first thing was the necklace of purity, a rather simple artifact. Next was the magical stone fist, which was absorbed without any problems at all. And finally, lastly, there were the sticky boots, the largest of all the objects, until the complete digestion of everything that it had eaten was almost 2 hours away. The glutton closed his big mouth and went back into his left hand so abruptly that it twitched this time. Meanwhile, the professor explains that simply absorbing artifacts and thereby strengthening his magical power is only half the battle. He needs to upgrade his perception. Vince is very happy that the hour has finally come for what he loves most. The guy grimaced and didn't immediately understand what he was talking about. He himself didn't know what he loved most. The man just laughed. He was talking specifically about reading books and showed one of them. A lot of time passed. More precisely, several hours. The guy was leafing through the pages together with his sensei. He finally studies that very fourth circle that everyone had been buzzing about. His heart seems to be contracting, as if it were boiling, a very strange feeling. He cannot move normally while the process is going on. It seemed like everything was over. A mark appeared on his heart. The whole process was controlled by his teacher. Adjusting his glasses, he asked if he had managed to engrave the fourth circle. Now after this, Theodore can be called a full-fledged magician. He has to go through the same path as his mentor. It is important not to forget the true and firmly follow the path that he chose. The boy promised that he would try. It seemed that the process of assimilation had already been completed. Clenching his hand into a fist and taking all the remaining things, Vince suggested moving on to something tastier right now. He poured out all the artifacts that I bought today, which were left over from Glatoni's last meal nearby. Now our hero cannot believe that he needs to swallow such incredible objects, and these are not cheap things but of a precious class. Doubts and hesitation were still visible in his eyes. The professor frowned and demanded that they all be put aside. Now it is important not to think about it, because if there are available means, they must be used, and as soon as he decides something for himself, then he cannot be stopped. Vince knows his student very well. And since Theodore really wants to teach Sylvia a lesson by showing who is stronger, he needs to deal with all of this right now, put aside all of his fears and doubts. Confidently, he went to work, so to speak. Putting his left hand forward, the guy asked Glatoni to absorb everything. And now, from today on, they will have special lessons, completely different from what they had before. His trainer knows that his future opponent's specialty is water magic, and his main feature is versatility. They began to explain to Theodore that all nature around is water, and clouds and permafrost in the mountains, and even fog in the mountains. The essence of such magic is its transition from 3 aggregate states. It does not have any special weaknesses and also specialization in anything. For a brunette, this sounds somehow ambiguous. Theodore should also avoid close encounters with this girl, although this is only his opinion, but he needs to be more careful. The very cane that the Lord of the Blue Tower had is not a cane at all. It is an impressive wooden club. The boy nodded frivolously, and indeed that stick was much too big for a staff. But it's not him at all, it's a real club. Vince would never confuse it with anything else. This old man often went to some Easterner, and as a hobby studied how to fight with it. By now, he can already be called a master in the art of using close combat weapons. In a real fight, he once smashed the heads of countless knights using only it. And after such a story, Theo remembered that Sylvia also had something similar to a club. But on the other hand, he no longer finds it funny and doubts about his victory over her appear. In a word, he should try not to get too close to her, as the teacher said, and in response he only nodded his head. It was time to stop chatting and get down to the real training. Vince activated his magic and suggested to start the classes. A strong wind formed around him, blowing literally from everywhere, and it was difficult even to stand on his feet. And so the first waves of attack came into play. The student dodged as best he could. Now he must set up a shield when the last arrow has almost reached him. Just in time, he protected himself with the simplest but most effective spell. And after a couple of seconds, he was able to completely dispel his magic without any problems at all. Vince watched him and analyzed every step. He praised him for his excellent reaction, but why not complicate everything? As he thinks, it will be much more effective to practice. The boy just nodded his head in agreement. He would like to test himself and his new abilities. Such trainings were held several times a day, of course, with breaks. and soon the final day of the students' tournament arrived. Today is our hero's last day of studying with the professor in this format. It looks like this is the most intense warm-up in his life, and it was at this moment that the blonde decided to admit that he was going to forbid him from taking part in the duel unless he reached a certain level, and even if he had to live with the feeling of resentment on his part. Rising from his knees, Theodore Miller wondered if this meant that he had finally managed it, and that it turned out that he had indeed succeeded even more than he needed to. The men went to the Pentarium waiting room, where there were a lot of people and everyone was busy with their own affairs. And it seemed like everyone present was discussing this girl, the apprentice of the Lord of the Blue Tower, who already has as many as 95 medals, and the next closest second place only has 21, amazingly. Everyone was looking at her, but the girl was sitting quietly and peacefully at the very end of the long table, fiddling around with something. Her teacher was next to her. He found it funny that at the beginning of the tournament there were so many people who wanted to compete with her, but then those who wanted to challenge her in the last few days seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The old man just wants to chat. He often discusses today's youth. These days he thinks that they are completely spineless, and Sylvia chews a loaf of bread and just nods her head. Soon Theodore Miller approached them and greeted the Lord of the Tower himself, who somehow remembered his name. Yes, he nodded his head in agreement. For him it was truly a great honor that such a great magician remembered his name. The blue-eyed girl did not listen to their conversation, but continued to gobble up the fresh bun that she loved so much. The dark-haired man looked at her and observed her calm behavior. Now, for some reason, he doesn't feel that oppressive aura that was there then. Maybe it's all because he's become a little stronger. The bearded man congratulated the boy for being able to reach that fourth circle so quickly in such a short time. This is an incredible achievement. It immediately became clear that Theodore had not come here for some kind of entertainment, but had come specifically to see this girl. Clenching his hand into a fist, he turned to participant number 13, that is, Sylvia Adderunks, and publicly challenged her to a duel in the students' tournament. The girls looked at him coolly, raising their large blue eyes. The guy just nodded his head. All this for the sake of those same 95 medals, but our hero only has 5 of them. And according to the rules of the tournament, the first place, that is, she, has no right to refuse the challenge. The boy only smiled slyly. The girl began to rise to her feet. It turns out that she had no intention of rejecting his offer. She was just thinking, where else can she get 5 medals to reach an even 100? Other people I heard their conversation were delighted with the guy who hopes and is seriously aiming for first place. Everyone present was discussing Daredevil. He looks like a boy who doesn't know his place, and besides, the closing ceremony of the tournament is in just 2 hours. The central arena began to open. Now, the final match of the tournament, which everyone is waiting for, will begin. It can be said that this is the final of the academic competition. People have already heard that the disciple of the Lord of the Blue Tower is participating this year. It seems that the people here are not at all familiar with Theodore, and almost everyone is sure that he will not win this fight here. And so from one end came Sylvia, with a quiet and proud gait. She walked forward to the sounds of applause for her. Everyone knows perfectly well that the guy will lose, because his opponent is the favorite of the Lord of the Blue Tower. The boy stands in the shadows and still can't bring himself to come out of it. He can't believe how many spectators have gathered here to watch their battle. Just the thought of being watched by such a crowd of people makes him incredibly nervous, so much so that he begins to tug at his jacket, then his tie, then straightening his shirt. He had been striving for this for so long, now he couldn't hesitate so much. He was literally a couple of meters away from the entrance to the arena. He sighed heavily, but still tried to gather his courage and went forward. Those who were rooting for him also greeted him with applause. Also watching all this will be their teachers, the old jock and Vince all together. The blond man asked him if he would mind if he watched all this that would happen, to which the old man nodded his head with a smile. It seemed he didn't care at all about it. The man in the red cloak came closer and stood next to the jock, looking at the arena. Suddenly, the blue-eyed man reminded him of Vince's motto about victory, and looked at him askance. It's surprising that grandfather still remembers him, but it's all the fault, so to speak, of that girl of the Lord of the Red Tower, who repeated him at every opportunity. And it was also difficult not to notice how the blonde was seriously thinking about Theo, about his victory over Sylvia. Smiling, he asked not to pay attention, because these were just his guesses, and nothing more. Now all that remains is to watch to find out the result of this match. Everyone is now assembled, and we can begin. The final student tournament was declared open, and everyone clapped their hands contentedly. The name of the first participant has been announced, and it is Sylvia Adirunks, who is holding that stick with her. Theodore Miller is also glad to meet her and takes off his cloak so that it will be easier for him to fight her. And so the opponents stand opposite each other and look into each other's eyes, waiting for the start. Meanwhile, the guy analyzed all the girls' duels. Her speed of using magic is quite fast. That is why the guy should be careful. If he misses the moment she starts using the spell, then there will be no smell of victory. Right now, he used a double charge of fire to attack the girl first. She, in her time, simply stands and watches everything that happens, without moving from her place. That wasn't even all. The guy demands that absolutely everything here be destroyed. And the next spell he wants to use is the Assault Wave, a pretty powerful attack of his. The girl thrust her club forward as two huge balls of fire flew at her. This magic of his contains destructive power and speed. It cannot be stopped by ordinary protection of the water element. Suddenly, a strong explosion emanates from her. The guy had to activate the barrier to withstand. A pile of dust and smoke rose up around, thick and blinding the eye. Where those who watched the fight were in shock, because they themselves did not see what was happening there, a curtain of small particles blocked their vision. So about a minute passed because of the raised pillar. Our hero cannot see his opponent, which is very bad. To find the girl, he will have to activate Hawkeye. It's very good that the guy has such an ability. Looking into the distance, he cannot believe that this pair of accelerating fiery projectiles were able to touch her. She does not come out to him. And it's all about temperature. The guy read about it in a book, that the lower the temperature of the ice, the greater its strength, and the girl here erected a barrier in order to overcome the heat to lower its temperature. She really did so, and finally the smokescreen began to clear and the girl's light silhouette became visible. Sylvia used fourth circle water magic. It was hard not to recognize it. Now she set a water serpent on him, which rose high, high above him, and literally surrounded him on all sides, preparing to attack. She has very little left, just a wave of her hand, and it will all be over, which is what she does. The snake began to attack the young man, who deftly dodged all his attempts to cause harm. But then, looking up, Theodore saw a whole group of thorns flying towards him. They are really quite sharp and also big. Fortunately, he managed to jump back in time and was not hit. Not a single scratch. Now it looks like some kind of nonsense to him. It doesn't look like the magic of the fourth circle at all. Now he has no choice but to put up a shield. There are quite a lot of these new tentacles with spikes here, and he needs to save himself. The guy activates the protection. Everything is happening too fast. And besides, it will be very dangerous if she touches him with this again. Now it is completely pointless to continue trying to dodge such attacks in this way. Then we need to act a little more cunningly. Theodore thought about this in flight. It is necessary to use the momentum from her attack. Looking out from under the arm, the brunette tries to collect himself. And an even better option would be to hit the very root of the problem. Namely, we are talking about this same girl, Sylvia. And now the boy moves closer to her to attack with his foot this time. However, not everything is so simple. He is immediately thrown back from her. Her techniques are very fast and almost even imperceptible. Vince, after observing, must now admit that she is a very skilled girl. The old man grinned and told him that the rows of lightning and fire were useless against the power of the water serpent. I wonder what would happen next. However, the blonde's answer will be shown in practice by his student, who is already thinking about his next step. He fights as best he can against this magical creature. It seems that there is no end to it. But he is glad that his fourth circle magic is definitely capable of repelling the attack of the water snake. However, it is not at all appropriate to play his trump now. His most important backup option remains the magic arrow, and now that he has managed to fully reach the fourth circle, he can use up to 4 shots. Now the main task is to immobilize this blue creature, at least for a split second. But then he suddenly breaks through his so-called defense and attacks, so that the boy had to retreat back a little. Theodore finally decided to call Mitra, his little assistant, and ask her to have pity on this demon. When he came closer again, the earth beneath them collapsed, and an incredibly thick dust rose up, which made our guy cough. There was no time to sit like that with his eyes closed. He began to examine the so-called area and found a bright light from above. Small particles were getting into his eyes. It was very unpleasant, but he had to do it and win. Putting his hands together, he aimed right there. And then a small shot sounds. Now the guy sees everything, but because of the size of the water snake, Sylvia is deprived of visibility. The guy didn't give up and continued to press on one point using the magic arrow that he saved for last. The girl stood and watched what was happening in that pit, and just from there a very bright light began to appear. And soon the arrow itself appeared, heading straight towards her. The blonde tried to somehow repel the attack, but she failed, and the arrow hit her right in the chest. "Where is the artifact?" She was able to destroy it a little, which made the girl a little furious. The field was incredible. On one side there was a hole. On the other side there was a column of smoke. The spectators looked at it nervously, trying to find the two opponents. Our hero remained in place thanks to the barrier and tried to catch his breath. Even the judge was shocked and watched their fight. But she still announced to everyone that the first point goes to Theodore, who fought desperately and won the first round. The boy is very pleased with his result, and right now he should continue in the same spirit as now. Meanwhile, the girl is also not sleeping and stands on her feet, trying to maintain her balance. She looked at her opponent and was slightly stunned that he was able to defeat her so easily. But here, our hero also became wary. He had a feeling that the atmosphere around the girl had changed dramatically, and it seems that he did not imagine it. What he saw shocked him. Sylvia literally flew into the air and was surrounded by a menacing atmosphere and an icy cold that pierced the body. This all looks very much like an attack by an ice arrow, which will most likely fly towards Theo now. He already felt that this would be the case. He certainly wouldn't be able to dodge them all. He would need to use the touch of flame. The guy put his left hand forward and is going to confront the girl. The blue-eyed one noticed that he was also not walking and was conjuring something there and stared at him. Our hero has already thought about what he should do right now and is waiting for further steps from Sylvia. Their forces collided and created a powerful flash that blinded the eyes of the spectators. But still the arrows overcame his obstacle of fire and headed towards Theodore. He certainly didn't expect this. He wasn't able to get rid of everything completely, which means he needs to change the tactics of the so-called game. Brunette set up the protection of Yushi, which is inherent to the western winds and reflects all flying projectiles with a powerful stream of wind. He finally managed to do everything the way he wanted. This threat is now behind him. But then again, a huge column of smoke and dust rose up, which literally blocked his vision. He had to spin around to the sides to see at least something. And from behind, he saw something icy, which was rushing straight towards him. He needed to react quickly. Turning back, the brunette immediately realized that this was the frozen earth and became wary. The girl got mad and decided to use her power at full capacity. The blonde speeds up her movements with the help of ice under her feet. The guy is really delighted with this incredible magic. And so she came even closer and swung her club at Theodore. A moment later, she strikes the ground with her wooden staff, and our hero manages to dodge and jump away from her. He stops quickly and deftly enough, and immediately raises his head to the girl so as not to, God forbid, lose sight of her. She stands still and does not move, also preparing to attack. Thanks to the ice, it is much easier for her to slide, and it is easier to get very close to the guy. But this cannot be allowed. He remembers how the teacher told him to avoid close clashes with her as much as possible. After that attack, he is now sure that this girl's skills in using weapons are much more dangerous than any magic. The blonde is much more experienced than she seems, and again takes a fighting stance, looking intently at her opponent. And again waving her wooden stick, she slides on the ice and tries to make her way forward. Literally a couple of seconds, and Sylvia appears right next to our hero, trying to hit him with her staff. Close combat will be beyond his capabilities no matter how, but the brunette really needs to take care of breaking the distance between them now. The girl swings at him again. He jumps to the side and tries to fly away from her as far as possible. Turns out to be literally a couple of centimeters away from it. And then he had to activate his power to resist her staff. From the collision with him, he was thrown even further away from Sylvia. She still managed to land the first strike on Theodore when he was very close to her. Having used the shield, our hero immediately stopped and was already a little further away from her. And yet she managed to break one of his crystals, but the guy managed to break away. Now the most important thing is to keep your distance and not let the girl get closer. But then our hero glanced at her and froze. For some reason, Sylvia began to smile. It was sincere and genuine if you look at it that way. Meanwhile, the students' teachers continued to watch their fight, occasionally exchanging glances with each other. And then the old man grinned and praised Vince's student, which he clearly did not expect, and asked why this was happening now. As it turned out, this girl still couldn't find a real friend, and all because of the gap between her abilities and others. She didn't have peers who would have the same views on things. Equally now, The blonde showed a smile that had never appeared on her face before, which made the teacher admire her. She was always cold-blooded and seemingly unfeeling before, but now you can see that she is happy. She is having fun playing with her friend. The bearded man looked at them and was touched. Let the guys spend time together as much as their hearts desire. Theodore activated fire magic and was about to attack the girl. Sylvia, in turn, was preparing a playful counterattack with a broad smile. And for the umpteenth time, the wave of flame collides with the ice, creating bright flashes and hot recoils. After this, she runs as fast as she can, running around this incredible cloud of heat. Our hero hears and sees this perfectly well. He cannot allow her to come right up to him. He tries with all his might to repel the attack. The guy uses a magic arrow, but she deftly dodges it and gets even closer. The girl ran up to him as quickly as possible and swung her staff, reminding him with a smile that he was already starting to repeat himself in his attacks. She swung her weapon and attacked with a wave again. The blonde uses the illusion path. That is, this is the effect of the mirage of the Nightwalker. The owner can create a realistic illusion anywhere. And exactly at the point where she is now, a trap was laid, which the brunette had set in advance and prepared especially for her. There was a hidden earthen spear that struck the enemy in the stomach with quite a lot of speed and power. She loosened her grip and couldn't even move after such a collision. It seemed like it was very painful. A surprise attack will work, and only once on Sylvia. Our hero knows perfectly well that there is no point in using the same trick on her twice. Suddenly, something very sharp and painful hits him in the back. It was an ice arrow. The guy cleared his throat and didn't understand how she had managed to set him such a trap. Maybe she had been reading all his attacks and tactics all this time. Meanwhile, the girl had a smile on her face. This game was amusing her to no end. Our hero also grinned. He must admit that she really is good at fighting, very good even. It turns out that she had previously closed her heart. There was only a storm of negative emotions in her: envy, hatred, misunderstanding. She decided to give up all attempts to get closer to anyone. While she is pondering, Theodore uses a mud wave to attack. Two great forces are once again colliding to find out who is stronger and who will defeat whom. In the heart of this seemingly small, fragile girl, there was a wall built by her in the heart, which was transformed into a curtain and prevents one from reaching the fifth circle. However, now this guy does not hate or fear her. Moreover, he, like her, playfully enjoys the beautiful magic around him, which she incredibly likes. For her, this is an unknown feeling and really very strange, which she has never experienced before. She sincerely wants to become closer to him. Besides this, she wants to defeat him and seriously admires this man. Their trainers watch them and are incredibly proud of their students who perform well in battle. Suddenly, the girl excitedly shouted that she wanted to defeat him, to which he opened his eyes wide. Of course, the guy is not going to give in to her. He also wants to win over her. From the moment he entered the academy, he was haunted by countless failures and ridicule behind his back. He remembers all those faces that looked at him and could not hold back their laughter. However, after that very meeting with Glatoni, who settled in his left hand, everything changed. The world seemed to go upside down, and this time it was all over. The girl finally found someone she wants to walk side by side with, and is now fighting with this man who has sunk into her soul. She is currently using the magic of the second circle, specifically levitation, the effect of which is to float uncontrollably in the air, and it is very effective against earth-based attacks. The blonde is doing very well with the tasks she sets for herself, and now the girl wants to use the ice shield. This is the same barrier that blocked his fire attack at the very beginning. Now he needs to use his wits more than ever. He can't just evaporate this shield with some brute force, and besides, it's hard to fight an opponent without knowing the exact location due to the loss of visibility. Sylvia most likely also has a trump card to counter our hero, and what she is using now is just a trick to buy some time while she prepares the spell. The guy saw through this clever idea, and he really needs to stand and finish the duel. Both players' trump cards are now simultaneously dropped onto the board. Theodore calls his assistant Mitra. The boy orders the spirit of the earth to call upon the stones, to show him his power in response to the call. Now he uses the magic of the fourth circle, and this is called persistence, or more precisely, a double catapult that he wants to launch at the girl. It looks like the little girl is already out of strength, to which our guy began to be touched again and asked for forgiveness for squeezing her. He put his hands together, and then only his thumb and index finger, trying to tune in and gather himself. He casts a spell. This time it will be much more powerful, and specifically the double charge of fire. This is its trump card. He adds everything to his double catapult and prepares to attack. Well, that's it. Now everything will be decided. Who will be the winner? All the preparations were completed. The girl is also not sleeping and is preparing her backup option, which she put aside for emergencies. The blonde asks the ruler of the icy winds to lend her his power, and begins to slowly spin clockwise. She needs to use the small power right now, and while she is preparing to cast spells, the guy watches her closely and strengthens his own. Her trump is a blizzard, the most powerful of all the magical things she can have. Our hero asks Mithra to release all his power in response to the attack. The magic of synthesis surrounds the force. Its huge catapults begin to hover in the air as if dancing in a circle. In order to finish everything he started, the guy sharply squeezes his palms together and holds them tightly. These two earthen spheres are linked into one single one, which has reached an incredibly hot point. In simple terms, it can be called a volcanic projectile. Two great powers have clashed again, and it is high time to find out which of these two is the strongest. Soon there was a strong explosion, from which came incredible heat, which literally burned the body. People were protected by a barrier, but they still felt this high temperature. A loud roar appeared in the arena. No one had ever seen such a skirmish, and the two senseis just silently watched their side and said nothing. And the side that was from Theodore Miller almost flew away from the blast wave. People were holding on to the benches as tightly as they could. Their small accessories flew quite far from them. The opponents were exhausted. Our hero continued to hold the defense, trying to stand as long as possible. But after a couple of seconds, he gave up. The brunette had reached his limit. He was no longer capable of fighting, as he was left without strength. Now is the most crucial moment. If he doesn't put the girl down, then he inevitably loses, and then her silhouette emerges from the dust. Gritting his teeth, he began to blame himself for his weakness. He could not overcome it. Suddenly, with a slightly trembling voice, Sylvia began to approach him and asked if he could repeat his name. Theodore Miller called him again, and with a slight misunderstanding, he opened his eyes and looked at her. She asked if she could call him in a more affectionate form. He just kept silent. He wouldn't have cared. Now he didn't even have the strength for banal turns. The blonde approached him slightly limping and in a trembling voice asked him to go somewhere together next time. The guy continued to look at her with only slight misunderstanding, and she threw her artifact next to her. He was broken, and the girl herself fell to the ground without strength. She can't even move. And yes, it's time to announce the winner. The judge has officially announced that the champion of the tournament is the contender number 132. This is the subordinate of the mage from the Red Tower, Vince Heidel's student, Theodore Miller, who earned his victory for his desperate battle and incredible intelligence and resourcefulness. Chuckling slightly, he tried to raise at least one hand up to show that he was incredibly happy. He was able to do this, and in response he heard only wild applause. After everything that happened, they met in the office with the professor and threw off their coats, leaving them on a comfortable, soft sofa. He needed to patch you up a bit, as the teacher said. She is a formidable and rather cruel opponent. During the fight, the guy's arm was injured. Theodore had to admit that she was truly incredible. He felt like he had become stronger, but he certainly had a long way to go. The man did not expect that his student admired this girl so much and just remained silent. But after a while, I decided that it was better not to do this. Why not just celebrate my victory? However, let Vince say what he wants, but it has not yet dawned on him that he has truly won. The blonde just laughed and asked if he could get back on his feet after such a tough fight. Leaning on his chair, he tried to rise, and indeed everything worked out. Now the guy needs to put on formal clothes. After some minor adjustments from his teacher, he really does look like a gentleman. When Theodore saw himself from the side, he laughed loudly. It seems to him that in this form he looks somehow awkward. He has to wear this outfit until the award ceremony is over, which makes our hero laugh even more. By the way, in principle they could go just by throwing on robes. But if this is so, the brunette does not understand why all these formalities and official suits are necessary. As it turned out, His Majesty said that he would personally attend the award ceremony, and it would be much better if they chose the appropriate outfit. Soon they found themselves in the Pentarium. There were a lot of people. His teacher was still interested in how the guy was doing. He nervously answered the same thing, that everything was fine. He can't believe that he will see the king right now. He is so excited that he feels like he will lose consciousness when he sees him. Quite a lot of people had gathered in the arena, and there was incredible noise. Everyone was expecting the most important person for whom they had gathered here, and they were shouting loudly. Our hero wondered why the public was behaving like this, as if something was wrong with them. As if all the bureaucrats of the country had been stuffed into the office of the local minister, Vince looks at everyone and cannot believe that the three main families of the country have gathered here, in one place. And now, it's time to go out. In the center on the red carpet gathered the winners, the champions who won the fights and took prize places. Of course, Parnisha was very nervous, every person from the upper class who was here and has enormous power. In one of them, there was a little girl, whom I kept staring at Theodore. This is Sylvia. She will also be rewarded for her great efforts, and that is why she is here. The blonde smiled widely when she saw her so-called new friend, with whom she had finally become equal in strength. The guy winked at her in response, and only now realized that if he wants to achieve something, he shouldn't be so nervous. When he heard that His Majesty had already arrived, he became wary and still began to worry, although he promised to behave like a man. At the very beginning of the arena, a man of fairly tall stature appeared and slowly walked forward. A red carpet had already been laid out for him and guards were standing by. This man is the king of Meltor and the most important person here. This man is called Kurt III, and with a smile and pride he goes to the winners. The audience was delighted with him. Many took out their phones and took pictures of him. He asked to cancel his formalities and raise his head. He does not like this and wants a friendly atmosphere to hover around. Blundell of the Blue Tower was the first to greet him kindly. The king was also glad to see him, but if someone had not missed the meeting without warning again, they would have seen each other literally yesterday. The grandfather cleared his throat menacingly and reminded him that he had taken leave to take care of his student. It turns out that Kurt wanted to see his ward, but he hid her and raised her in secret for all these 10 years, which made the bearded man feel very uneasy. His Majesty's assistant wishes to begin the proclamation of names. It is high time to begin the reward ceremony. But the man asks to simply give him this list of candidates who became winners. Our hero stands and cannot believe that the king will personally reward him, and it is true that he cannot tolerate vanity. The guys who were standing in line were asked to step forward a little, which they did. The very first participant had already been presented with his medals, and he bowed low and thanked him. Now there are only 2 children left, Sylvia and Theodore. The king immediately recognized the girl and greeted her first. She nodded her head coolly as always and tried to force a smile. The girl took second place in the academic tournament, and as a reward will receive 100 gold coins and the award of the title of honorary baroness. She was very happy, although you couldn't tell from her appearance, and she thanked His Majesty. It was a great honor for her. Also kneeling was Theodore Miller, a student of Vince Heidel, who came forward. The winner of the student tournament, that is, our hero, will receive 200 gold as a reward, as well as a protective bracelet, and from now on he was recognized with the title of honorary baron. Just as he was about to thank him, he interrupted him, and said that since he had now received such a calling, the king himself would personally raise him to the title of Viscount, from which the guy froze in place and did not know how to react. He was finally able to thank Kurt properly with a wide smile on his face. The boys did not rise from their knees while the king himself was looking at them and simply remained silent. Scratching his beard, the man was very pleased with the day. He was able to meet the winners themselves, as he had planned in advance to present the award in person. And then he told them that their kingdom of Meltor was surrounded by the Harken mountain range to the northeast and the empire of Andras to the northwest. In order to protect the homeland from evil and wild imperialists who thirst for war, young wizards should take an example from these 2 magicians, as Kurt believes. According to him, the magical society must remember today and not relax for a second, wasting the talents of the young in vain. Everyone present understood his speech, which greatly pleased His Majesty. Meanwhile, after all these solemn and official meetings, the men went to their tent and ate heartily, and especially Theodore. And there is no need to ask if he is full. You can tell right away. After this, there was an awkward pause between them. No one said anything, and they just looked at each other. It looked like Vince had a great belly too, and they just laughed when they realized it. Leaning back in his chair, the guy admitted that today really was a great day. The blonde is also enjoying today, and all thanks to his student. And as always, it was at this moment that Gluttony stood up and threatened to eat him if he did not do something. The boy laughed and first of all gave him the red book, which is called The Power of the Desert Winds, is the magic of the 4th circle. In addition, he studied and absorbed the readings of ice survivors. It is not as powerful as the first, because it is only the 3rd circle, resistance to cold. Big-Eyed looked at his master and immediately realized that he already had a question for him. After what had been said in the first phrase, Theodore looked at him suspiciously and asked why he was speaking so strangely. The voice of this weirdo became completely different from his own, and this made our hero wary. Tongue-toothed looked at him in bewilderment. It turned out that the boy had noticed that he had stopped taking pauses, which had previously been an integral part of his life. As it turned out, this all happened because he has been feeding him a huge number of artifacts lately. This is quite enough to get rid of the stutter. As it turned out, he was simply gradually regaining his true abilities. This manner of speech really wasn't special. But before falling asleep, our hero wants to ask something else, because that was not the question at all. The big-eyed man looked at him with slight bewilderment. It seemed to him that he had already answered him. As soon as this weirdo saw Theodore's displeased look, he immediately said that he was joking, but Theodore still doesn't understand what the matter is. And then Glatoni began to explain to our hero what a joke is, which immediately made him furious and angry. It was easier for him to hand over the right to ask the question to someone else. It seemed that this creature had never had anything like this in his life, and his answer was truly interesting. It was impossible not to agree. The boy reported to the professor that everything was fine, and this weirdo was ready to listen to him. The blonde cleared his throat and turned to the speaking hand. The very first questions being, can it address him by name? Big-eyed laughed and winked to make it clear that he had nothing against it. The professor is interested in how language and magic are interconnected, and would like to delve into this topic in more detail. It turns out that long ago, before humanity acquired its knowledge, magic as a concept already existed. Elves have existed for thousands of years. Dragons have lived for tens of thousands of years. There were also demons who lived in the illusion of eternity, as well as countless other creatures that I used her to give other names. It just so happened that only humans were born without a drop of mana inside. They stole the songs from the elves in the first place. In addition to this blacksmithing skill, the dwarves also sometimes tried to copy the rituals of demons. And after tens of thousands of years, the concept of magic circles was fully completed, and the first magicians began to be born among people. The little creature laughed. The question was too vague. According to him, there would not be enough time even after death to explain all this. But since it comes to that, the man wanted to inquire about the language of people. But still, nothing will change. This time, Vince really had to think hard. If he can't find out the answers to this, then he wants to know why magic is used differently when using ancient and modern languages. This question really came up. Glatoni promised to explain one thing and then go further. As he said, the process of witchcraft is a way to coax the magical force that fills this world into motion, and the truth sounds plausible. And the concept of language that he asked about is the ability to persuade. The closer you call the true essence of this light, the closer it will listen to the voice of the magician. It could be concluded that sorcerers who use the speech of the ancients will be much stronger than those who use the modern one. However, there are many other cases where this is not even close to true. The bespectacled man is interested in what he can say about this. In principle, it is logical that language is a contradictory environment, and besides, the man was very lucky. He thought that this question would be omitted because he had already asked one before. On the other hand, the more people use it, the more precise the meanings of all its words become, unlike the ancient language, the meaning of some dialects of which are still unknown. When asked which one Vince studied, he named Balkard. According to his records, it was used during the time of the Baltic Empire, when magic was at its peak, and speakers of other languages had great difficulty reproducing the pronunciation of the magicians of that kingdom. The man did not immediately understand what he was talking about, and Theodore only looked from him to Glatoni. The essence of this language is the harmonious pronunciation of 8 syllables. If you do not reproduce this, you will not be able to understand its true meaning, which made Vince think. He was also taught that the expressiveness and intonation of the voice play a role. Our hero was staring at his sensei, and it really wouldn't hurt for him to listen to the story either. He was undergoing another transformation, for which he had been preparing for a long time. Theodore Miller looked at him with delight, and he was finally able to overcome the wall of the 6th circle. Not every stranger will see this with their own eyes. For him, it is an incredible honor, which brings a smile to the boy's face. Suddenly, his admiration is interrupted by Glatoni, who should have already fallen asleep but is still alert. Big-Eyed was very upset that he was being treated so rudely, most likely. It was all because he had played a joke on him once. Such answers made him even more wary. Usually he always falls asleep as soon as he answers a question, But today, something was wrong with him. He wants to give the guy some advice to develop faster. Otherwise, at this rate, he will die before all the seals are removed. The weirdo promised to tell him about one of the conditions for releasing the hidden function, which our hero clearly did not expect to hear from him. Gluttony, we will talk about it, which absorbs magic books and turns knowledge from them into your abilities. In addition, mastering it is also very important. Absorption of rare artifacts and introduction of their powers into the body of the boy. In addition, there is also a memory that stores countless knowledge about magic. Our hero Theodore knows this very well, however. It seems that there are still several hidden functions, as Gluttony told him. And if everything he says is true, then this function should be much stronger than the others. But these are just guesses. He saw from his master's face that he was eager to know everything, which made him smile. But in fact, the brunette is still confused about what motives this creature has, since he suddenly took up this. He felt unpleasant from the words that were just said to him. Doesn't he really acknowledge his desire to quickly raise his master and do everything only as food? Besides ballistic magic and an introduction to elemental magic, the guy never fed him rare books. He demands to stop giving him ordinary ones. As he said, Theodore really only gave him rare reading material twice during all this time. The very first two were already a great success for our hero. They were not so easy to get. If this weirdo is telling the truth, then there is no point in denying it. The boy understands perfectly well that if he wants to grow and move forward, he needs to be given rare books. And now the eater wants to clarify the conditions for obtaining this function. By a lucky chance, he says, what can activate it is right next to him. The brunette looked at him with slight misunderstanding and calmly asked what it could be. Gluttony only laughed and looked at him from under his forehead, as if he was stalling for time. Out of impatience, our hero asked again what he meant, but he just showed him with his eyes, and it seemed that everything became clear. But this caused a number of indignations in him. Why exactly this? Meanwhile, the professor was going through another transformation, during which, of course, his head would hurt and his health would worsen slightly for a while. And finally, after a couple of minutes, it comes to an end. Vince can talk calmly. The headaches still didn't go away, but he was happy that he was now much stronger. His disciple congratulated his professor for being able to reach the 6th circle. The man shook his hand, and it was all thanks to our hero, after all. If he had tried to do this on his own, it would have been a waste of time for 10 years. He began to flatter Theodore, which immediately made him embarrassed and asked him to stop doing it. He felt awkward. As it turned out, a little discussion with Gluttony helped him expand his knowledge of archaeology for several years to come. And now she can't believe that she waited so long for such an opportunity to rise to a higher level. And then, our hero looked at this small assistant, and a thought flashed through his head to tell everything right now to the professor, while there was still a good moment. And the whole point is that this ghoul wants to eat that very bottomless pocket that worries our hero. He doesn't seem to realize how rare and expensive this item is. To think that he is offering as his condition something that is so select that it can't even be purchased anywhere. In the kingdom, only those magicians who are not lower than the highest rank, or at least people with great authority in the circle of magical society, have the right to sell such things. And it is obvious that it is illegal to put something like this on the bench, and it is impossible to get another one like this before you lose it, or it is destroyed. This weirdo asks to feed him something that is almost impossible to get. While he was in the clouds, the professor immediately noticed that something was wrong. The worried look on his face gave him away. The guy started to stutter, but then pretended that he wanted to say something, but forgot, to which the blonde just rolled his eyes. But suddenly his friend remembered that he wanted to tell him something, but did not think that something like this would happen, and therefore forgot about it completely. Our hero asked what the matter was, but the professor was afraid that this could burden his dear student. Extending his hand, he confidently but slightly apprehensively asked if he was ready, and if he even wanted to become his heir. Of course, Theodore did not quite understand what he meant. Looking up, he asked for more specifics. And this is exactly what he thought. The man sincerely wants his name to be written in the tree of his family. It was a big shock for him. He couldn't even dream of whether it was right for him. Tears began to well up in his eyes. It turns out that the professor had wanted to tell him these words for a long time, and for the guy, something like that would not help him in any way. As he had been told, it would only be a burden at most, and so he shook his hand in agreement. The brunette asked Vince to take good care of him, calling him again as he always called him. But no, for him he is no longer a professor, as the blonde said. From now on, our hero will now call his best mentor teacher, and he nodded his head contentedly. After a pleasant conversation, they went about their business. The man told him about one event. If he was interested in magic, it would really be extremely useful and a good choice. There was also one of them written on the signboard, which was called the Attack Magic, which is organized by the Red Tower. However, Vince would not go there, as they believe that joy consists only in destruction and harm to others. But then their conversation was interrupted by a female voice that recognized the two of them at once. The men turned around. It was the young girl, Melos, herself from the Blue Tower, and it was clear that she was looking for them very diligently, as she wanted to ask something. She asked him to keep her company for a second. Her lord would like to talk to the two of them, and taking a piece of paper from her pocket, showed his invitation as a sign of confirmation. There was nothing to be done. They had to go. All three of the guys headed towards the Blue Tower. Having entered inside, they looked at everything that was here, until this girl led them to the appointed place. All the people present here were looking out for our hero, which made him feel a little uneasy after yesterday. Apparently, he had become a very famous person here. His teacher gave him advice to just ignore it all. They were all those people who were clinging to him, just to attract his attention to themselves. In order to reach the specified place, they had to climb up to the top floor on foot by stairs. As soon as they opened the door, they were immediately greeted by someone's old voice. It seemed that he was really waiting for his guests. They had been walking for a very long time. It was Blundell, asking forgiveness for calling them at such an early hour. And then he glanced at Vince, who stood and stared at him. The old man smiled and immediately noticed the changes in him. Finally, his friend was able to overcome another level. He pretended not to understand anything, for which he was scolded for not appreciating the keen eye of the Lord of the Blue Tower. Before beginning his main speech, he wanted to ask his old friend about something, and he asked in a dissatisfied tone to quickly lay out his thoughts. The old man began to pronounce the numbers 932, 1106 point, and asked if he knew their meaning. This is information about Theodore Miller and Vince himself. Or rather, this is the number of people who I tried to dig it up on them yesterday. But fortunately, they have nothing to worry about. He blocked all information about these people before the award ceremony. This always happens, however, the resonance this time was much greater than before. It turned out that many shameless people wanted to profit from much more promising candidates, and this clearly did not please the professor. In the past, it was because of all this nonsense that he left the capital, and now these arrogant people dared to stretch their hands to his successor. This made the man incredibly angry. Our hero noticed that his unconscious emissions of magic were generating incredible heat, which made him feel uneasy. Grandfather asked not to create stuffiness here. Even though he is a magician of the cruel circle, he will not be able to change the policy even with this power, and therefore it is better not to go against influential people. The temperature in the air jumped significantly, but Theodore noticed that the old man was able to cool it down with just one wave of his hand. Now the hot man wonders what Blundell would do first if he were in his place. He just chuckled. In fact, he would have destroyed them all as soon as you reach the 8th circle. You can destroy them all with one swing of your foot, and nothing will happen to you for it. The boys' eyes almost popped out of their heads. They couldn't imagine that something like this was going on in his head. But he laughed again and turned it all into a joke, reached into his pocket and said that he had already prepared something. If it's hard to get rid of such a thing, you need to avoid it. Wouldn't it be better to lock yourself in your chambers until the competition is over? The guys looked at him with slight misunderstanding, and that is why he sent Theodore to rest a little, because he had not been home for more than 5 years. Why not take advantage of this opportunity and visit his native lands? According to this mission, Theodore Miller goes to his barony now. He slightly does not understand what this is for here. Their conversation lasted for a very long time. A cave was recently discovered in Milleroff, and a magician was sent to explore it. Grandfather gives the task to find him. Everything looks pretty simple. It was discovered about 3 months ago, and it is not even a dungeon but an ordinary cave. All this was written on the sheet. It appears that contact with this man was lost. Blundell confirmed this. Scratching his beard, he asked not to overwork themselves. The task was only to have a good rest in their hometown and explore the area a little, and why don't they all return together? Professor Vince and Theodore looked at each other with slight misunderstanding, but in principle there is nothing wrong with that. Why not? But in fact, the old man is worried. It's one thing if he himself broke off contact with him, But something else dangerous could have happened there. The blonde wondered what could have happened there. It turns out that the grandfather also prepared a companion for them. He said this with a wide smile on his face and pointed his finger to the left. Sylvia began to peek out from under all sorts of shelves. It was always difficult for her to get along with people, and therefore she tried to keep her distance. Our hero was the first to hear something rummaging behind him and turned around. The girl went out. Because she noticed someone looking at her, she walked slowly and slightly confused. The first thing she did was greet her former opponent and smile slightly. The guy didn't expect such a turn of events, but he said hello in response. As it turns out, Theodore is not the only one about whom people have been looking for information these days. Sylvia is also included. Judging from this, one can draw logical conclusions that she is the companion he spoke about earlier. Our hero didn't like this idea and was about to leave, but his grandfather stopped him. It seems that now is the time to tell him something. Perhaps it will influence his decision. As it turned out, the girl was never close to her peers. She is still very Yuna, although incredibly in magic. And that's why he wants this girl to have a little social experience during the trip. That's all he can do for her. He understands everything perfectly well, of course. But Theodore is only embarrassed by the fact that he will be traveling alone with the girl. This child still does not know how to show her feelings to a man, as the old man said, and the interest that she shows in our hero is clearly connected with the fact that she feels that he is her own. And she still needs a companion who will be friendly with her. She can't do without it. The boy understands all this perfectly, but he felt awkward and blushed. He was led to some table where various objects lay, but now they will only need one. To be more specific, the identification plate issued by the magical community to confirm identity will be very useful to him. And this mission is the 9th level of difficulty, that is, the lowest, and the reward implies only 3 gold for it. The old man can take advantage of his position and change it a little, as a result of which the prize will increase many times over. This level pays no less than 100 gold pieces as far as Blundell knows. It sounds really interesting. A short conversation with the old man made Theo think about what to do next. If you think about it, this is a huge amount of money, equivalent to the budget of several years of the entire barony of millers. All this time, the collected agricultural culture was at a terrible level. And he knows very well that many farmers live on boiled pears alone. If he adds the 200 coins he received as a prize to that 100, it will significantly help his hometown. Under pressure from his grandfather, he nevertheless agrees to go with Sylvia. Her mentor praises the guy for his excellent decision. The old man thinks that this will be a great opportunity to accompany the 5th Circle mage, something that doesn't happen very often. Besides this, Theodore is worried about what everyone else will say if he brings the girl to his hometown. For some reason, it seems to him that all the people who see this can perceive it as a gold mine. Meanwhile, Professor Vince was talking to Anna. She thanked him for the fact that they had reached the capital safely, thanks to him and the student. He also expressed gratitude for the fact that she helped him. The girl came as close to him as she could, but this embarrassed him very much, and he asked her not to do this again. He has the very emblem of the 6th Circle, which is embroidered on his robe. For some reason, she is still waiting and can't wait until she can become his wife. His student arrived just in time. It was high time to go inside the carriage and rest a little. The guy agreed to this option with a smile. After the tournament, even those who had been bothering Vince all along returned to their homelands, and now he can fully focus on his magic. He was also ordered not to lose his bottomless pocket, after which the boy tensed up. He was afraid that if Glatoni ate it, then his owner would be dragged into the basement, and they would beat out information about where he had put it. Theodore promised to be extremely careful with him, although he himself was not sure whether he would be able to keep his word. Suddenly, a man crawled out from under the carriage and asked if everything was ready for departure. On this pleasant note, the boy said goodbye to his teacher, and with a smile, and Sylvia went ahead. It was time to move on. Vince stayed and waved to the guys. They looked out of the window and did the same in return. Their carriages were racing at quite a high speed and had already disappeared from the blonde's line of sight. Our hero has already calculated that at this rate he will reach the barony within 5 days. But there is one problem. And she touches on Sylvia. Between them, the whole beginning of the journey was in silence and awkward stillness. They only occasionally looked at each other, but then immediately looked away. The guy has no experience communicating with the opposite sex, but it's also hard for him to cope with the awkward atmosphere. Having plucked up his courage, the guy finally decided to talk to her. The brunette asked if she was familiar with the elementals. It seemed that the blonde had never heard of them, and asked again if she had heard this new word correctly. Theo understood everything and put out his left hand, calling on his little assistant Mitra. This wonderful girl came out of his hand, and in a squeaky voice asked why she had been summoned. The first thing she did was stare at Sylvia, who was looking at the baby with interest. The baby allowed her to pick her up, and she was really cute. She liked her. A slight smile appeared on the guy's face, and it was lucky that there was at least a little bit of feeling left in it. He would certainly be disappointed if Mitra could not evoke at least some emotions in her. It was already getting dark outside. A beautiful sunset was visible from the carriage window, and crickets were starting to sing quietly. 4 days have already passed. The boys must reach the miller's barony by tomorrow. He was distracted from his thoughts by Sylvia. The guy turned his head towards her, and she asked what city they were heading to. Theodore began to hesitate a little, and decided to call it an ordinary village on the outskirts. According to him, people there spend years on end farming, making ends meet, and all around there are only mountains or forests. Besides this, there are wild animals. After they descend from the mountains and emerge from the forests, the inhabitants have small reserves of meat. People there help each other, share their things with neighbors. In other words, he calls it the place where stupid creatures live. But the girl, on the contrary, has a different opinion. She finds this little town delightful. The boy looked out the window. He can't wait to see his dad and his mom. Suddenly, the magician sensed something was wrong. The brunette used eagle eye to find out what was going on. From the window, one could see many eyes, in some places even silhouettes, which were getting closer and closer. These creatures had huge paws with claws as sharp as a knife blade. And these are not just a couple of pieces, but a whole crowd, or even an army of evil spirits. The boy cannot believe all this, that he sees with his own eyes how in such a quiet and modest place there are so many monsters. More and more creatures came running to the noise of the carriage, not giving them a chance to pass, and were about to attack. Theodore began to order that she would take the left flank, and entrusted the right to his companion. The entire right side of the road was swarming with these creatures. They were advancing with incredible speed. Suddenly they throw the carriage to the ground, where the man who was driving it was. Our hero ran up to the first person who suffered and tried to bring him to his senses. Fortunately, he managed to do it. After this, in a displeased tone, he asked to hide in the carriage and not interfere in their business. The magicians themselves would sort everything out. There were many creatures here, goblins, kobolds, and of course orcs. Unfortunately for the guy, the silhouettes of many monsters are still hard to see, but right now he is sure that he feels the presence of a warlock. Well, there's nothing to be done now, and we need to fight. Theo activates fire magic. With one attack, he manages to kill several monsters at once, and thus makes the task easier, wonderful work. Their physical abilities, as it seems to him, are at a low level, and besides, they do not use weapons. The young magician is sure that he can overcome at least 100 of the same. He's doing great. Everything is as expected from Theodore. The monsters are burning one after another. Suddenly he hears an incredibly loud knock, by which it was possible to determine that these were trolls coming. And somewhere here, most likely the warlock, who is controlling this entire invasion, is hiding. It seems that there is no point in using the magic of the fourth circle now. One of them is rushing at him, and it is quite large. He needs to fight back. And now it has already approached our hero and swung its huge paw to deliver the first blow. Of course, the undead have no manners. It was quite difficult to stand on the shaking earth. Just as our hero was about to attack this creature, putting his fingers together, he was suddenly forestalled. A very bright blue arrow literally hit the troll. It was not difficult to remember that this was a water snake. The monster seemed to be drowning in magic. His body froze, became like ice, and the snake itself took the form of a boat in which the troll lay. Soon Sylvia also ran up to him. It was she who helped him. Using this lizard does not require much mana, even though it is a fourth circle magic, and it is perfect for this situation, for which the boy praised his girlfriend. The girl saw her grandfather in him, which brought a smile to her face. Now Theo wants to entrust some task to Mitra. The girl immediately appeared and confidently nodded her little head. She used her power and formed something huge from the earth. This is an earthworm. When Sylvia saw it, she was surprised, and her eyes almost popped out of her head. He is huge, of incredible size, and a whole flock of these goblins and other creatures have gathered around him. But then the girl had a thought. Can Theodore control him at all? Instead of answering, he called Mithra, who I was still building up the creature's fighting power. His companion continued to watch this whole picture and simply admired this man. Yes, it was this guy, Miller, who was able to create such a huge creature. It was larger than a 5-story building, and it was still controlled by this little assistant. Thus, the boy can perfectly control magic of this scale, which he is incredibly proud of. Trolls and other evil spirits look at this giant and do not understand what is happening, and some began to run away or retreat further. And here this worm hits the ground, killing several at once. And Sylvia and Theodore watch this whole spectacle, occasionally exchanging glances. But it seems that our hero is having a bit of a hard time with this. Putting his hands forward, the guy tries to control the situation. He was able to lay down many of them in one go, which made the girl almost jump with delight. But then Theodore fell to the ground without strength, which greatly frightened the girl. She ran up to him and picked him up, worriedly asking how he was feeling. It was a bit too much, but our hero managed to cope and promised himself to hold out next time. And at that moment, the driver of the carriage runs up to them. It is important for him to find out right now whether they were able to deal with this evil spirit gathered around. Right now, everything is clear. We need to leave here as soon as possible, and our hero demands it. The bespectacled man nodded his head obediently. It was time to move on. Sitting in the carriage, the boy was tormented by thoughts about this, but judging by their numbers, it does not seem that they have been active in this region for a long time. It can be concluded that warlocks and undead appeared here only recently. On the whole way, he was worried that there would be a repeat attack, and carefully looked around the area from the window. The border was attacked by the beast, and between his barony and the border there are at least 5 slopes, and this is what worries him. And this one, where the recent skirmish took place, is the 4th one, which is what is haunting the guy. There is only one left ahead. The girl asks him every couple of minutes whether they have arrived at their destination or not. And suddenly, our hero leaned on the edge of the window and said that he would give her a signal as soon as she needed to get out of the carriage. He had some kind of bad feeling, and specifically, he knocked 3 times on the roof and showed how. He had to push off the seat with his feet to open the door and climb more comfortably onto the roof. All this was done while the carriage was moving. She was racing at high speed, but Thor managed to climb out onto the roof somehow, because a very strong wind was blowing towards him. He had to use his grip to keep from falling off, but the guy somehow managed to regain his balance. Now he should use his eagle eye to see what is happening ahead. The first thing he saw was a large forest fire. The flames were blazing and could be seen from a long distance. It immediately became clear to him what was happening there, and he asked the mister to hurry up, to go as quickly as possible. There were heated battles there in which ordinary citizens took part. Even mothers and children took part. All age groups were present and fought against the invasion of goblins and other creatures. The guy watched all this with an eagle eye and could not believe what he saw. How the inhabitants were able to resist them is a mystery to him. The man who caught his eye first, I say quite confidently, he is going to expose not a single monster alive from them. Another one, too, apparently desperately and out of passion, dealt with everyone who came into his hands. These are mercenaries who have some serious skills. Theodore asked the coachman to go straight to the village. He turned to him and wanted to object to his doubts. But he doesn't need to worry about that now. He just needs to go forward, and his ally got out of the carriage to see what was going on. She deftly climbed onto the roof to her friend and also watched what was happening. It seems they were thinking about the same thing. The guys understood each other at a glance. They needed to get ready and act together. As they drew closer, Theodore studied the opening of the triple slot and began to slowly rub his palms. A bright light formed between them that could blind anyone. Right now, a triple fire arrow will be used on them. The guy released it into the air, and it, like fireworks, scattered to the sides and headed towards the village, or rather, towards the evil spirits. The people who fought there immediately realized that this was the work of magicians, and also found out what kind of spell it was, and just watched. Sylvia was not idle either, and it was her turn to launch the ice arrow, which she was about to launch by spinning her staff. She joined in the small congratulations for the unwanted guests, and all these so-called projectiles flew straight at them. Ordinary people just watched everything that was happening and did not move from their place. The residents whispered among themselves and could not understand whether they were their enemies or friends. Meanwhile, the boy and the girl acted as one. They understood each other without unnecessary words. That's what great teamwork is all about. All their arrows arrived at their destination quite quickly and accurately. When the boys saw that not a single resident had been affected, it immediately became clear that they were allies, which gave them confidence and strength. One of the men who were there tried to instill even more motivation in their heads. Now you can't relax. You need to fight for them, and those who let down their guard will rest in the grave. Sylvia decided to use flame magic as well, and conjured a ball of fire. Seeing that she was climbing up to try such a powerful spell on them, the guy decided to help her and came up, also using it. They have strengthened each other in their common strength. They act as one and confidently help people. An incredibly bright flash flew closer and closer to the enemies, and they stopped and began to examine what was flying at them. The blinding light began to deprive them of their sight, and soon in the dormitory as well. People manually dealt with those who survived such a powerful shockwave. And so, the very last werewolf was defeated. The warrior managed to somehow react to him, for which she received a scolding from the leader. You can't sleep here on the battlefield, but the brunette asked the lieutenant general to look in that direction, pointing his finger. An incredibly beautiful sunrise appeared on the horizon, before which all the monsters began to let go. But it was also necessary not to lose one's head and hold the line. Our hero, together with Sylvia, admired him and simply smiled at each other. But then the guy's smile fell from his face, although he was still glad that the worst was behind him. They can finally sit down and relax. There is literally almost nothing left of their strength. But then, looking up, the guy saw something that seemed to catch his attention. It was a strange, luminous cloud, inside of which was something like a flying bird, which was descending lower and lower. But in their case, it would be better if it were a feathered friend. Something much more enormous is flying towards them. The guy guessed that it was a wyvern that had spotted its next prey and was ready to attack. Our hero also tries to fight back. Although he has no strength left, he clenched his two palms and prepared to shoot. A girl ran up to him. She saw that he couldn't handle it and literally wouldn't have time to attack. They needed to set up a defense, a double defense. The guy tried to hold it somehow, with trembling hands, and yet his intuition tells him that the shield literally won't hold up. And then, one of the residents turned to them. He expected that there would be magi in front of him, but in appearance they were just some children. This creature, which looked like a flying dragon, had already approached the peaceful people, who had pointed their scythes and swords, preparing to fight back. But only this bravest man was able to defeat this brute. One swing of the blade over his head was enough to put him on the ground. The boy and the girl put up a protective barrier together so that parts of his body would not fall on them. When the smoke cleared, Theodore saw a red-haired man in front of him, grinning and very pleased with his work. He hadn't been able to get this annoying little animal for a long time. According to him, he never came down from his sky, and the stranger also thanked the guys for their help. Miller became modest, making excuses and saying that they only did what they had to. He should have introduced himself to such an interesting person, but Sylvia hid behind his back and greeted him in a slightly quiet tone. The redhead laughed. Since they had already named themselves, then why shouldn't he now name himself? They are mercenaries hired by the lord of this village, in short, the Stray Wolves, and he is the man who runs things here, named Randolph. But then, our hero was told that he needed to confirm his identity. He couldn't even think about it and was a little confused. The new friend certainly doesn't want to seem too conservative, but he believes that the guests should understand the situation they are in now. He again suggests that we take a little personality test and just move on. The boy has no choice but to agree to his terms, which are understandable. Theodore gives him a piece of paper called an investigator's certificate, which has the royal seal on it. It was necessary to check her, too. Randolph noticed that the man's surname was the same as that of the local lord. The boy confirmed that this was said about his father. He said everything with pride, and the red-haired man guessed that the son of his employer was standing in front of him. He extended his hand to our hero and invited him to his homeland, calling him young master, explained that there was a little commotion here, but it really didn't bother them. The men shook hands and agreed to talk not in this place, but to go further into the village. It was small, but quite cozy. There were many counters nearby that provided various services. There were also small eateries like restaurants where people could quietly chat and eat. But they had to go further than this and come to one place, from where it seemed the guys were already expected. One of the guys who fought against these terrible trolls and goblins immediately recognized Theodore, along with his girlfriend. They could not believe that he came here. It was Grandpa Albert, whom our hero immediately recognized. He was very happy to meet him. The old man was waiting for him, and the first thing he did was throw himself into his arms. He couldn't believe his eyes how much he had grown since he hadn't seen him here. The guy took his girlfriend by the hand and they walked on, All the other people around were also glad to see the young gentleman back and greeted him joyfully. Suddenly, one lady noticed that there was another young lady walking next to him. The girl turned around and became slightly embarrassed. She felt very awkward and decided to snuggle closer to her young friend and looked away. The guys started to think that maybe this was the guy's girlfriend, and he hadn't talked about it before. They began to offer him to go to the bench and look at the beautiful silk from which a magnificent veil could be made, to which he was only confused and politely refused. Suddenly he hears behind him a familiar voice that Theo was looking for. The guy began to look around and look for this person, and among the crowd he saw a man, tall. This is his father. As soon as the brunette saw him, the smile did not leave his face. He is very happy. The boy ran up to him and hugged him tightly. Finally, he saw his closest person. He congratulated him on his arrival back to his homeland. Daddy is very happy to see him alive and well. Besides, he thought that now was the time to apologize, since they were accepting him in such a terrible situation. Theodore lowered his eyes and asked not to speak like that, because the most important thing to him was that everyone was alive and well. And now they had better go back to their homes, where they can chat quietly, like a family. Arriving there, Father lit the fireplace. It was time to relax and unwind a little. He prepared for his arrival this very soup that the boy loves and loved so much in childhood. Looking at his whole family, he really wants to tell a lot of things, but not now. The first thing we need to do is deal with this crisis. The undead started appearing about a month ago, and as Dad said, a lumberjack was the first to notice them. Now Theodore is interested in what happened to the mercenaries. They don't have enough funds to hire people from this squad of such a level. Dad sighed heavily. He really would be in their debt. They asked them to deal with the bandits in the area, but on the day they stopped at their village, these monsters began to attack. It turns out that they defended the weak for a week. The guy's guesses turned out to be correct, and if they put them, the old man will still thank them. They find it hard to believe, but mercenaries will do anything for money, and there are no such people who help only for the goodness of their soul. They act as if there is some hidden treasure in the village. If you look at this whole situation objectively, the guys should be grateful to these people. But the fact is that that red-haired guy is too good to be just a boss. Theodore eats soup and thinks about it. All the actions and the group of the stray wolf are enough to have enough suspicions. When he left the kitchen, he walked along the corridor and saw his girlfriend talking to the maid who was there. The guys said goodbye and each went about their business. Our hero arrived at his place, where he was originally going to go. Now he needs to be alone away from prying eyes. He raised his hand and addressed his gluttony, suggesting that he wake up now. Sleepy Eyes began to yawn but still opened his eyes. And then, the first thing he said was that this was his observation. He managed to find out that his master was much more sensitive than he could have expected. That was enough. And now we need to move on to the main topic. The brunette is wondering how many books he needs to eat today. Today the rations are quite modest. He asked for only 2 or 3. The guy liked the first option better. Now it would be more reasonable for him to get answers using a question. The very first bait was a magic wall. Gluttony ate it with pleasure. The skills of the 4th circle of stone wall were also improved. The explosion of art had already been eaten. Theodore, as always, watched him chew the book and waited. It turned out to be quite satisfying for the little eye. He was almost finished. Now that was all. It was time to get down to the most important thing, to ask the question. It can be concluded that Gluttony is not at all aware of what is happening while he is sleeping. He had to briefly explain what happened during this entire time. The boy told him everything that was happening, that missing researcher, an incredibly large group of undead in the area. Besides that, he shared with him that what worries him more is the presence of the warlock controlling them. He understood everything perfectly, the weirdo. Judging by his words, he concluded that something unusual was clearly going on here. The little one thinks that perhaps there is something that is the main reason for everything that is happening. Naturally, such an answer interested Theodore. Laughing slightly, Gluttony suggested that most likely, somewhere in that cave, there was a grimoire. Our hero thought he misheard, and he asked to repeat what was said. Is it really true that there are others besides him? It turns out that there are several more of these besides this one. It is one of the collection of grimoires of the 7 deadly sins. This weirdo also thinks that it would be better if he tried to find it, rather than guessing. He also asks permission to use the guy's power to find the location of the nearest ones. In addition to this, he promises to find the place where the warlock is hiding. This is indeed a very good offer, Theodore does not understand. Why is his always rude friend so nice? He needs to find out what he is trying to achieve. The same laughs, according to him. Only his master will benefit from this, because he can devour grimoires. In addition, he has the opportunity to master their knowledge and skills, and this will also help remove his seal and advance to the next level. It sounds really very interesting and tempting. The guy is no longer surprised that he, as usual, only thinks about food. Such is the nature of this weirdo. Everything looks safe and quite interesting, Theo immediately agreed, which pleased Gluttony. There was no time to waste, and this creature began to look for them immediately. He saw mountains, forests, seas, and his consciousness reached there. It seems that he did find something in the large and slightly snow-covered mountains. The first thing this little eye saw was the silhouette of some guy. He needed to look closer. He focused on it, and saw a face that looked like the outline of a skeleton. Gluttony laughed quietly. It seemed he had found what he was looking for. And it turns out to be quite strong. Being only in the second stage, it is already able to block its detection. And it seems that this grimoire ate its own owner, which Theodore did not immediately understand and decided to ask again. It turns out that not all of them adhere to the symbiotic lifestyle like him. Most of them prefer to become a parasite. By devouring their owner, they take over his body and mind, after which they absorb them whenever they wanted. As the big-eyed one says, this one belongs to the green category. He believes that the cave that was the site of the research is also the hiding place of this grimoire, and now, after he answered the question, it is necessary to sleep. But the guy stopped him. It seems there is something else that he wants to know. He wonders if Gluttony can devour the undead, since they are made entirely of magic, to which he only laughs. If it were possible, he would be able to absorb stones that are created for using spells. And if Theo can get rid of the mana inside their bodies, then these creatures will become nothing more than just corpses, and also do not contain knowledge. There are exceptions, of course, but Gluttony has dropped the subject and is not going to answer until his master takes advantage of the question. At this point, all his powers are temporarily over. The little eye is already getting ready to sleep after a hearty snack. Suddenly, our hero heard a quiet knock on the door and turned his head there. A male voice politely inquired whether the young gentleman was still asleep, and received permission to enter. It was that red-haired guy. He apologized for the intrusion. Maybe his friend was tired and he disturbed him. Theodore asked not to worry about it. He knew perfectly well that it would come to him. This man has almost reached his limit, which our hero noticed. He is not so simple. Now the young gentleman has one question that he wants to voice. He wonders why he is still in the village, since he could easily break through the siege of the undead, and without any problems at that. He immediately thought that his friend suspected something. The redhead here has good intentions. Clutching his head, he couldn't believe that he believed in all this. Now he must convince Theodore that he is right, and tells how long ago an ancestor of his clan pursued a famous warlock in a foreign country, and he took 2 family balls with him and never returned. Since then, his family has been looking for them, and they were finally able to make an artifact that can track them. The man reached into his pocket and showed it to him. The boy began to examine it carefully. As it turned out, their location is in these very mountains, and more than 100 years have passed since then, and therefore he did not count on anything, but the artifact began to react abnormally to something. And here he couldn't even imagine that the place to which he would lead everyone would turn out to be mountains strewn with the undead. Our hero figured out that this man had remained here all this time only because of these swords, in which the master's techniques were embedded. Now Theo understands him perfectly. Perhaps the red-haired man will manage to become a master of the sword, although who knows in what time frame. His friend knows very well that if he continues to hold on to this place, he will not be able to get them back, but will only waste the lives of his people. And that is why he asks the young master to prepare for evacuation together with the residents. The latter, in turn, thought, and cannot believe that all the mercenaries are so insightful. True, half of all people will die in the process, and because of this, our hero refuses to take part in it, to which the man only grinned and asked to speak as it is. Half of them would still get out alive. But the guy stands his ground. The result will be the same, and it doesn't matter how the redhead interprets it now. He frowned and tried to object to something, quickly starting to think about what he could answer. The redhead pretended to look closely at the book lying on the table and said that he had another proposal, to which our hero almost laughed. He immediately guessed that this would most likely look like a request. Theodore Miller mimicked him and said he wanted to hire stray wolves. His friend sweated a little and looked at him with slight misunderstanding, as if hinting that he wanted details. The boy dumped 100 gold coins out of a bag onto the table as a deposit, and after all, he promises to pay another 200 coins as soon as the job is done. He actually hires stray wolves for these 2 days for a very good fee of 300 gold. Red asked first for permission to listen to him and was a little confused. The man says that no matter how big the sum, he will not get into a losing fight, especially without some kind of plan. Our hero only raised an eyebrow. This man was really very unusual for an ordinary mercenary, and he agrees with the young guy's opinion. The undead are really too annoying here and have started to appear much more often than before. Theodore believes that in order to turn the situation in their favor, they need to wait for a turning point. His friend listens attentively. Namely, his only method is to counterattack. Now everything is falling into place. It looks like Theodore intends to strike at their lair with a small group of people. And if you think about it, it does make sense. But does he understand that this is still not enough to convince him to accept the offer? The boy thought. And his comrade crossed his arms over his chest and continued to wait for an answer. As it turns out, our hero has already discovered the location of the warlock's base, and if his friend Randolph is ready to protect him and Sylvia, then at this rate they will definitely easily deal with the necromancer. Well, why in the middle of the night? Wouldn't it be better to do it during the daytime, when they will be significantly weaker, as he thinks? But the guy immediately objected, because in the dark hours of the day, the undead would advance to attack the village, so this lair would be the most vulnerable for them. The boy began to voice his plan. The stray wolves must stay here and protect the civilian population. It's time to summarize what was said. The blonde was still dissatisfied and crossed his arms over his chest, because if Theodore's plan fails, the troops will be evacuated along with the residents. Our hero shared the conditions and is now waiting for an answer. And yet, after a lot of doubts and reflections, the leader accepted the order from Theodore. Besides this, to make everything fair, he took something out of his pocket and said that he wanted to take an oath in front of the god of war, Marcus. The deal had to be concluded under his pact. This red thing lit up red and headed towards our hero. His hand glowed the same shade, and he was slightly scared. In addition to this, a mark appeared on the back of his hand. But it seems that now our hero has some doubts about this. Specifically, according to the principles of mercenaries, all relics that were received during the deal must go to the client, to which the old man raised an eyebrow and looked at him with slight misunderstanding. The guy smirked, in his opinion. It seemed like some family heirlooms were located in the warlock's lair, and he was hinting that they were of incredible value. And only now Randolph understands that this boy planned everything. From what he heard, his eyes almost popped out of his head. Theo laughed and hinted that he had as many as 300 gold coins. Why shouldn't the blonde share with him? Meanwhile, the sun was already setting outside. The sky was incredibly beautiful. Many people began to admire it and simply enjoyed the calm atmosphere. And our hero is very happy that he got his 200 gold back, and Randolph took the right of ownership over the relics. A great deal. In any case, the defensive positions are already occupied. They can stop the monsters even if they appear in a crowd, twice as many as during yesterday's attack. The blonde liked this idea, and indeed, everything looks charming, but now, after a short conversation, it seems incredible to him. He smirked. Even though he and the girl were just mages, it was unimaginable that they were able to create something like that in just half a day. Quite impressive. Sylvia came out to the guys and began to yawn very actively. The brunette turned around and looked at her. Had the girl just woken up? Was it unexpected for him that she had slept for so long? She smiled and nodded her head. Apparently the dream was pleasant and she slept well. The sun is slowly setting, and so it's high time for the guys to start preparing for everything right now. The guy sipped coffee and looked into the distance. He was already looking forward to this long night. The horizon was clear and quiet. There was no one yet. Everything looked peaceful. However, somewhere in the wilderness, they were already walking and soon became visible to everyone. A large detachment of mercenaries was at the ready, the mere sight of which tires these brave citizens. Their commander was Randolph, who led the entire team of warriors. It is evident that he is holding himself confidently as a leader. He praised all his friends for their excellent work and asked them to enjoy this night until sunrise. The boys raised their weapons. They are ready to say goodbye to these monsters once and for all. All his men went to fight the ogres and other nasty creatures. Their spirit was incredibly fighting. Meanwhile, their leader approached our guys and they talked about something. It's time for them to show their power. Theodore activated Light Step, and the girl activated Mana Concealment. They can basically start at any moment, as Randolph said. Everyone is ready. The brunette is already looking forward to working with this guy. He would be interested in participating in such a group task. To carry out this part of the plan, the man grabbed both of them on his shoulders and got ready. He jumped as high and fast as I could, leaving only a layer of dust in the air as their trail. Incredible power. They made their way through this huge crowd of monsters that they did not even have time to understand what kind of strong stream of wind swept over their heads. And so they have overcome them and are heading far away as was originally planned. Meanwhile, Theodore and his partner are dizzy. Is this incredible speed really connected to this guy's aura? Our hero can't believe that a person can move so fast without magic. And indeed it was something. It rushed like lightning and did not stop. While his subordinates are fighting these annoying creatures, he and the guys have already arrived almost at their destination. And so, Randolph spoke after a couple of minutes of silence. From that moment, he promised to act according to the instructions of his employer. He looked at Theo and asked to lead him to the shortest route, no matter if there was some steep slope, and such a slope is located 40 degrees to the left, the boy directs him. The blonde nodded his head and jumping flew on. Soon they arrived where they were supposed to be, and the man finally stopped. For some reason, his employer remained silent, and now he demands further instructions from him. The young magician's head was already starting to spin. He needed to be urgently put back on the ground. Before they go out into the cave, it is necessary to find out where their target is. Theo put his hands together and activated mana detection to make things go faster. The boy concentrated. He could feel some kind of cave, very similar to the one they were looking for. Now he needed to slowly open his eyes. Suddenly, a very strange cold ran through his body. He even shuddered from what he saw. And after a couple more seconds, a feeling flashed through his head, as if he had been touched, somewhere in the area of his nose. And then something suddenly stabbed him in the eyes. Then he suddenly covered them with his hands and screamed loudly. His new girlfriend began to worry about him and ran up, looking at him with excitement. Only for a second, as he looked at the mana of this creature, he felt these terrible feelings of darkness. If he hadn't stopped looking at them, something terrible could have happened. Miller informed the guys that he was definitely somewhere in this place nearby. With a small snap of his fingers, he lit a bright fire in them. The other comrades followed him. They walked further and further. The light from the entrance became darker and darker until they found themselves in complete darkness. Only this source of light they had, and it seems Theodore felt something. Randolph was the first to pull away. He was scared for a second about what was in front of him. It seems that the small team found what they came here for. In front of them stood the largest of all the monsters, apparently their leader. He hissed and creaked his bare bones. How could these people allow themselves to invade his domain? He promises to leave no one alive. It didn't take long to wait for him to attack. He swung his weapon, intending to finish them off once and for all. The blonde took out his swords and turned to his commander, waiting for further instructions on what to do. The boy laughed and confidently suggested that all participants do it quickly, deal with the enemy in the shortest possible time. Now he needs to quickly decide whether he wants to leave the barrier on one of his hands. This creature was just approaching her, and Theo had already developed a plan of action. And the second one, accordingly, will attack. Quite a good strategy. The guy launches a ball of fire straight at this monster. The mercenary looked at him with slight misunderstanding. He had expectations that he would kill himself by using fire magic inside the cave. To prevent this from happening, it was logical to put up a barrier all the way to the ceiling. In his eyes, everything looks very simple. Is it really only the roasted ones that remain to be finished off? An easy victory. Our hero turned to Sylvia and asked her to use wind magic to disperse the air here, so that the oxygen here would stabilize. The guy is worried about her and also wonders how much mana is left. Fortunately, there is enough and we can continue. Randolph is about the same size. He can safely continue to fight further. Theodore is very happy. It's high time to move on now to meet another one. The brave team went on. Around there was only darkness, which became thicker and thicker. According to the report, the depth of the cave is no more than a couple of 100 meters, as far as our hero knows, so they should be reaching the bottom any minute now. But then, it seemed that he had discovered something that was not part of his plans. The boy turned back and addressed Randolph. The man prepared his swords because he was asked to cut the wall with them, and if this is possible, then he must also use his aura, to which he only nodded his head. Taking a deep breath, the blonde used the dissection. The rough stones immediately split, forming a large crack. But it was too early to rejoice. She collapsed back and used her previous appearance. The guys looked at each other and continued to look at this with slight misunderstanding. Our hero felt uneasy. A bad feeling began to grow in his heart. Looking up, he saw a lot of bright and flying silhouettes, similar to ghosts. It was a great pity that no one had brought any holy water for such an occasion, and Randolph blamed himself for this, holding out his swords to the sides. Theodore looked in confusion, now at him, now at these unusual monsters that kept catching his eye. The blonde wants to apply everything he knows and can right now. He has no other choice. But here, it would be abruptly necessary to change their strategy. Theo turned to his friend in confusion, who sharply turned his head towards him. The guy asked him to stand behind him quickly. It seems he thought of something. Since he is a servant, so to speak, he cannot contradict his request, and therefore runs back as quickly as possible. The boy takes out his left hand. Nowhere in the whole world is there such a predator that would be afraid of its prey. And now the boy asked his little friend Glatoni to absorb everything here. The weirdo crawled out of his hand and headed straight for those strange transparent monsters, literally starting to devour them. The ghost goblin shaman was absorbed, as well as other species of them. Theodore closed his palm and looked around carefully. Now it became clear to him what exception his pet had been talking about that day, and his allies were already looking at him with horror. The girl was especially frightened, but on the other hand, she began to admire him. She would really like him to teach her this trick. Our hero quietly laughed. He could basically lie to them. She said that this was the ability of the pendant. As soon as he started talking about it, his heart started beating even faster. The aura around him worsened. The ground under their feet began to shake, and the boys looked around in horror, trying to understand what was happening. The cave here began to expand, in the literal sense of the word. Somewhere nearby, a very bright light appeared that literally blinded the eyes. The brunette began to have a headache. Incredibly ominous energy here is spreading more and is confusing. A very strange silhouette began to appear from the air, which turned to our daredevils. They managed to destroy all of its creations. But according to him, this can be considered the limit of their capabilities. It is impossible to deal with the boss himself. It began to take the form of a human body, and if the boys had come here a day earlier, or at least half, they would have been able to catch it before it finished. His voice was piercing, incredibly nasty and creaking, and the monster himself continued to transform. Finally, he managed to break the so-called cocoon in which he began to emerge. And so, a creature called an ancient lich stands in front of the guys and actively studies them, examines them, and mutters something under its breath. Randolph started to panic. He couldn't understand where the undead came from, and high-level ones at that. Our hero reasoned logically, and came to the conclusion that he needed to destroy the vessel that kept his soul, and if he didn't do this, it would be resurrected every time. The man snorted. It seemed to him that he wouldn't be able to knock him down even once, let alone talk about immortality. Theodore confidently stepped forward. He was going to find what they needed so much, and he asked the other two guys to somehow distract this big guy. The horned monster laughed. He wanted to immediately turn them all into his servants, but changed his mind. It joined its palms so that its enemies would end up right in that free hole. The monster directly said that he was going to use Theodore's body for one of his very important purposes, in other words, an experiment. Hearing this, the guys immediately took the guy's side and began to talk boldly to this creature. But if you think about it, our hero's body has not yet fully developed. It will be difficult to deal with all his vulgar strength. And it is true that he should admit that Theo has a unique power, but in the end, he is only a mage of the fourth circle. He watched what this giant was saying and just listened silently. He promised him to sort it out with him later. But for now, he has a goal to make this little man disappear. The skeleton looked straight at him and crossed his fingers together. The guy had a strange feeling that he was disappearing, and so he looked nervously at his hands. The monster raised his hands with weapons, and a spark rushed behind him, like some kind of lightning. The very first one to start worrying about him was the girl. She screamed in horror, watching him disappear before her eyes. His servants were also in shock. Now is not the time for the leader to fall into the clutches of this creature. And it seemed to enjoy this vision, and continued to do its job. The boys continued to look at their friend, trying to find him in the huge stack of smoke, but unfortunately they couldn't see anything. Blue-eyed with evil asked the enemy where he put it, but he thinks that now is not the right time to worry about him. The creature was still trying to intimidate them. Once the guys entered this place, there was no way back. It looked at everyone present here, trying to call back its servants who were stuck in the depths of the abyss. Raising his hands up, the ancient lich continued to cast his spell and confidently looked at one point. From the so-called land, a large mound began to appear, which grew and grew. Soon he acquired a human appearance. He even had a weapon. It looks like his boss is making fun of Randolph, which made him unhappy and make a face. And if you think about it, the sword skills that I have, these two guys are quite similar to each other, perhaps even the same. The blonde is incredibly combative. He already wants to chop him into small pieces out of anger. It seems that this creature has revealed that the guys are close to each other, but they still cannot defeat the swordmaster. Randolph doesn't give a damn about his antics and promises to deal with him as soon as possible. The second swordsman is also prepared. He considers his opponent arrogant and wants to see what he is capable of. He also thinks that people most likely rely on their instincts, which make them go into a losing fight in advance. However, right now, this is not something he should worry about. Right now, emotions are coming from him, from the depths of his body. Really strange feelings of inferiority. It must be all because of this girl who is standing in front of him. The monster guessed that Sylvia is a student of the Blue Tower City of this era. He harbors unpleasant feelings towards her, which can clearly be felt in him. The blue-eyed girl looked at him and only raised an eyebrow. She didn't understand what he was getting at. This creature laughed. Wasn't she here to find his body? He also knows perfectly well that the magician she lost contact with is called Giovanni from the Blue Tower. It seems he really guessed. Her reaction was sharp. The blonde grabbed her club and squeezed it in her hand, looking at her opponent from under her forehead. It continued to laugh, as if he couldn't wait to lash out at the one who had forgotten about him. Although Baby doesn't understand what he wants to convey to her, she promises to defeat him and bring her new friend back. The monster just smiled. She is clearly much braver than his owner, and therefore, he accepts her challenge. Meanwhile, the swordsmen fought with all their might. No one wanted to lose. Randolph tried his best to knock this monster's self-esteem to the very bottom. For the umpteenth time, they clash with swords and look into each other's eyes with anger. The man deftly parries all his attacks, and also dodges those that were delivered with incredible speed. He himself continues to strike at the same time. His opponent is indeed almost equal to him in strength. Suddenly, it disappears from his sight. For a couple of seconds, he has time to catch his breath. The blonde, breathing heavily, turned his head back and looked sideways at what was going on there. The figure of the man still held the sword, pointing straight at him. He will need to run a couple of meters to get to his opponent, which he does immediately. Randolph manages to dodge such an incredibly fast and double attack. He does a backflip and flies over him. And finally, the man lands on the ground, almost losing his balance. And now they look at each other again, and each expects an attack from his enemy. This is not the first time this creature attacks him. Fortunately, the blonde one manages to block the blow. This old man, even after turning into an undead, has no weak points. Now you can't weaken your defense. Otherwise, you can say goodbye to life. No matter what the method, he simply has to aim straight for the core and finish it all, but then Randolph looks at his weapon and notices some kind of coat of arms. He immediately remembered Clovis. This is the name of one of the main families in the Andres Empire that valued strength above all else. But one day they fell after an incident. While he was thinking about this, the enemy had already managed to get closer to him and cross swords. Fortunately, he managed to dodge. In appearance, this creature was truly incredibly strong, and its skills were in no way inferior to Randolph. And only now, at this very moment, the blonde realized that this undead, as expected, was his ancestor. All these years, his family had been looking for him. However, unlike humans who have a limit to their physical strength, he is able to fight as long as he is supplied with mana, just like other monsters. And besides, before he became a master of the ball, it would be very dangerous to drag out this fight. It is necessary to finish everything as soon as possible. It is clear that he really knows what he is doing. Randolph somehow manages to dodge his fast attacks, right in his most vulnerable places. The men don't have a second to take a break. Now the long-haired one is trying to answer him. With a strong swing of the sword, the blonde hits him right in the stomach. He finally managed to hit him, and also managed to cut off his head. He was almost sure that he would be powerless for some time, but it was not to be. The human semblance was still able to place its blade under his neck. Of course, anyone would be shocked by this. How he was still able to move, it was like a mystery for Randolph. Judging from this unsuccessful attack, it can be concluded that the head of the undead is not a vital point. From all this running around, the man is already going crazy in the literal sense of the word. You need to hurry and find his core as soon as possible before it's too late. Their fight continued for several more minutes. No matter how much he watched him, the enemy was simply magnificent, no matter how much he did not want to admit it. His hands move with such incredible speed that even now it seems impossible to defeat him. It seems that he also uses this red haze to disappear and appear as he wants and when. The man really finds it hard to believe that a piece of rot can use this technique and mockingly calls him a true master of the sword. The blonde is very angry with him, and it is true. It is because of this piece of flesh that all the descendants of Clovis became scum in this country. Randolph doesn't know for sure if he was alive. He's looking straight at him. In the end, the royal decree only served as a pretext for the Andras Empire to destroy his family. This creature is just an old man, and from his speech he squeezed the blade even tighter. The man promises to give him another chance and give him eternal and deep sleep. This clod of manna only listened to him but did not respond, however. It seemed that Randolph's speech made him stop. It seemed that he got really mad, and muttering something under his breath, he jumped high into the air. The blonde noticed his movement and also decided to block in advance. The men were again locked in close combat, and Randolph tried to hold out as long as possible. Suddenly, this creature decided to change tactics and removed its blades from him. With a strong swing, he tried to cut his face, but the mercenary managed to block the blow in time and just in case move his head as far away as possible. So far, he can only defend himself in order to survive in this fight, but not attack. This time, his opponent used a clever attack using magical power. Randolph parried it and stopped to catch his breath a little, still continuing to watch him. For some reason, his spirit and mood have weakened greatly. His hands are shaking violently from such incredible strength of the opponent. Is it really here that he is destined to say goodbye to this world? He does not know. But no, he intends to take his swords and return home. The man remembers that very day. His friend then asked if he had decided who would be the one destined to go, and His Majesty said that he would allow only one. He went into the room where his sister was sleeping and sat down next to her, peering at the back of her head. He really liked her smooth and soft hair, which she always took good care of. The girl woke up from his touch and began to grumble, because she asked not to disturb her when she was resting. But then she gets out of bed and doesn't see him. There's someone else here. The man bowed before her and asked for forgiveness for the intrusion. From today he promises to serve her. His name is Maori, and he is the butler of this family. The servant promises to guide the young lady so that she can achieve the level of mastery of an imperial knight. After everything Randolph has been through, he simply has to come back, and he makes this promise to himself, now that they both have had a short break. Now it's time to continue and put an end to this. The blonde ran towards him as fast as he could. This semblance of a man was still standing in place, and the man managed to strike it. Their swords clashed, so much so that a blast wave was created. Both were thrown back to the sides. They had little time to recover. Now 2 of the boys were ready to attack. Randolph crossed his swords, while his opponent ran towards him. His red blades continued to emit pinkish smoke. This time he jumped up and swung as hard as he could. Now he managed to strike the man under his feet, and he didn't have time to react. He was literally thrown up, and quite high. But in order not to miss the next blows, he needed to quickly gather himself. Luckily, the blonde managed to put up a block before this monster flew towards him and attacked again. This time it was something new. It was difficult to contain him. The mercenary tried his best not to let the enemy win. This time he had to cheat and raise his swords up so that he could jump even higher. Now he had managed to implement his plan, which he had conceived just in case. The man thrust 2 blades straight into him. This technique was lost 100 years ago. No one will object if Randolph becomes their successor in this century. Finally, he can smile with confidence. He jumped on the chest of this rotten piece of flesh and pressed it to the ground. In order to finally maintain victory over him, a man must use his strength to the maximum, which is what he is doing now. Now he can finally throw away his rusty and old blades with great relief. A well-deserved victory for the brave swordsman. As a gift, so to speak, he received the red swords of his opponent, which he had been seeking from the very beginning. His face twisted. The creature lay on the ground and simply did not move. His time was up. Now he has nothing to worry about. He can sleep peacefully in eternal sleep. Old man Sanyo did a great job. Suddenly, a loud explosion thundered behind him, which made the brave warrior wary. The first thing he saw was a young lady lying on the ground, and he was very scared. Naturally, Randolph rushed to her aid, and then this monster turned to them. The guys looked up at him. He can't believe that this man was able to defeat someone who was a real master of the ball. A very unexpected outcome for him. Meanwhile, our hero found himself in some large and dark space. Nothing was visible in it. He had to snap his fingers and light a fire. When he raised his head up, he immediately realized that this was the work of an ancient lich. This is indeed the perfect secret room. But then the guy turned his head a little to the other side and noticed something flying in the air. And right now, Theodore can't believe that he can't use most of his powers. It seems like the very core of the dungeon is in front of him right now. His skin from head to toe tingles due to the concentration of mana in the air. There is no doubt in his guess. This is the life vessel that everyone has been looking for. Their enemy locked his heart inside the core of the dungeon, so he was able to use spatial transformation. It seems that everything is logical. The ancient lich is the one standing behind all the past events, and his source of life is right in front of our hero. Theodore waves his arms and prepares to use blazing fireball to deal with the object once and for all. He now needs to use the most powerful spell to successfully destroy this vessel. If the guy succeeds right now, then their enemy and his undead army will be destroyed in one fell swoop. All his strength was concentrated around him, but it was still not enough. He needed to strain himself. According to historical records, as far as Theodore remembers, only two things can destroy it, for example. The first is the aura of the Swordmaster. Well, or the power of the magician of the seventh circle. Otherwise, there is no way to break it. Simply put, if you think about it, there is no chance that any young mage will be able to inflict the required damage on him, causing the boy to fall down without strength. He can't stop thinking about this. He doesn't know where this place is, because if he destroys the wall, he could be buried here alive, a hopeless situation. And if you think about it, then why not at least try, since there is no other choice left? What if he tried to gather all the mana he had available right now and sacrifice one hand in exchange for using a magic arrow? The daredevil puts his right hand forward. Maybe then he can approach the power that Alfred once used. On the other hand, there is a risk that with his current abilities, his hand will not be able to withstand such a load. There's nothing to be done. This is the only ray of hope in his eyes. Theo puts his hands together and shoots out mana. The guy finally got carried away and promised himself to get rid of the undead and not leave a single wet spot of it. And then he remembers Glatoni's words. All these vile creatures are an ordinary clot of magic, and if you get rid of it, they will simply become corpses. And besides, our hero knows that his little assistant can only eat ghosts, and this method does not work on ghouls or zombies. And besides, he never showed interest in Mithra. Now the guy's faced with the question of whether this flying object contains mana or hidden knowledge. Theodore stood on it and began to look at it, immersed in his thoughts, which did not give him peace. The vessel of life that is responsible for the immortality of the ancient face should be filled with something like this. If you think about it logically, it is ideal for all conditions. Our hero stretches out his hand forward and makes an assessment of it, where it was said that after absorbing the item, a large amount of magical power will be absorbed. This treasure-level thing. The brunette put out his left palm and demanded Glatoni to absorb it right now. He just laughed. It turns out that from the very beginning he was waiting for his master to think of this. The weirdo stuck out his long tongue and wrapped it around this mysterious stone. The most basic process of absorption began. Our hero had to hold his hand tightly. A notification appeared in the system that the guys were able to defeat Giovanni's life vessel, and some of the warlock's skills and abilities were also mastered. You need to wait 3 days. Besides this, it is unknown that I was interested in their existence. And in the meantime, the owner himself was releasing his rage on the 2 guys who remained in the real world. Randolph came closer to Sylvia to also hide behind the shield she had put up. They are in a terrible situation. Fighting him with only the 5th circle was indeed a very reckless decision. The man has less than 3% of mana left, which is very bad. It is not enough for victory now, or at least to repel attacks. All hope is only on the girl. The monster has already set its sights on the weakened guys. They, according to him, will become an excellent resource. The blonde is now confused. She doesn't understand what to do if everything continues like this. She definitely won't last long. While the boys were getting up, the monster again pointed its hand at them, trying to attack. Fortunately, they managed to dodge it in time and no one was hurt. Randolph even tried to attack him back, but his blow was blocked. The ancient lich was able to repel his attempted attack and even strike back. To the blonde. The main thing is that the girl doesn't get hurt. He promised her to make a gap now so that she could use her strength. The blue-eyed girl looked at him and just nodded her head. Now they need to give it their all, or at least try. She folded her hands together and began to ask the ruler of cold to help, and directed her body at her opponent. It all seemed funny to him. Could this really be her last card? Raising her staff up, Sylvia summons a small power blizzard and swings it sharply, attacking. Through all the noise, she heard praise from her friend, and indeed such an attack impressed their enemy, as expected from a disciple of the Blue Tower. This blob of rot only said that when her mother was exhausted and the ice dissipated, their end would come, trying to instill fear. But then it seemed that something had gone wrong. Randolph became wary and began to look around in panic. The girl is very confused. She ran out of mana and can no longer resist the enemy. The guys looked at his back and simply watched in horror what he was doing. The ancient lich just stood there, clutching in his hand all the power of the blizzard that Sylvia was unleashing on him, and smiled widely. It was time to finally end all of this. Now from this moment on, the boys will be his servants as he wants. Laughing menacingly, he releases all his power on them and looks intently. It is not difficult to guess that their enemy was up to something. This made Randolph wary, first of all. He took a fighting stance and watched what would happen next. The guys were covered by an incredibly strong wave of mana. Sylvia is still trying to squeeze out at least a little strength from herself, and puts the magic staff in front of herself. Suddenly, this subhuman glowed with a bright blue color, which was accompanied by a strange sound. He became stronger and stronger, and the ancient lich began to panic more and more. His body began to literally tear itself apart, which brought him incredible pain. A couple of seconds later, a very bright flash appeared from his side. Sylvia and Reynold looked at each other. They do not understand what is happening here. Suddenly, if you look closely, something started falling down on them from above. The blonde looked at the whole situation around him in confusion. He couldn't understand what was going on here. The girl was in the same direction. Everything around was getting lighter, which is very strange. The swordsman was the first to notice that the devilish space had evaporated, and the cave had returned to its original form. Sylvia somehow managed to catch her breath, and looked up with a tired look. Everything went well as Theodore wanted. He tried to at least see something because of the red fog, but he was haunted by the thought of why everything returned to its original form. The brunette looks around. For him, all this looks very strange. Perhaps there are also some other cores here, besides the vessel of life. In addition, he began to hear strange sounds from all sides of him. The boy even became confused and began to look around nervously. Eerie chains of mana appeared from the ground. Theodore tried to jump away from them as far as possible so as not to get caught. Looking around, he noticed a book. Now everything became clear. It all came from her. And then it dawned on him that she was the grimoire, and in appearance she really did look like it, since she had an unusual shape. Gluttony praised his master for having managed to find him, and now everything else is up to him. The big-eyed one quickly rushed straight towards him, sticking out his long tongue. His speed was incredibly fast. Theodore had to hold his left hand tightly to keep from losing his balance. Grimoire grabbed his peer with enough force that he had no chance to escape. Suddenly, a strange cry began to be emitted from somewhere. Gluttony scolded him for the fact that he had brazenly dared to attack his master. He probably thought he could use Theo as a host, which makes the big-eyed man incredibly angry. Our hero listened to their so-called conversation and simply remained silent, waiting for further actions from his unusual friend. And then the monster joined their conversation. He had now changed his mind and wanted to capture him alive. Now it becomes clear why only Theo was teleported into the room with the core, that Grimoire tried to break free, but to no avail. Only now did our hero realize that he was of the 9th circle. This couldn't be. Such magicians had disappeared from the continent more than 1,000 years ago. Such interesting news interested him very much, and he began to have some hope. If he can reach it, then he will dominate the entire continent. Since Gluttony has grabbed him, he is probably going to eat him, which is what our hero is worried about. He looked at him and saw a perspective in this. Why not risk his life to achieve the goal? Theodore had a question whether his friend had a way to defeat this grimoire. The answer is not clear. On the one hand, yes, and on the other, no. The guy should also hurry up. The baby can hold him back for no more than 5 minutes, after which he will be able to transform the space again. The boy remembered the bottomless pocket, the object that the teacher had entrusted to him. However, if he couldn't eat the grimoire, then in time a second and third Giovanni would appear here. He was somewhat reassured by the words that all the objects that were in it would not disappear after being eaten. But still, he should have called him. He was given a very ambiguous answer. Come what may, the brunette gave him this very valuable item and asked him to hurry before he changed his mind. Glatoni immediately began to absorb it, and soon its hidden function was unlocked. And to be more specific, the inventory option was activated. Theodore can assume that this is it. The boy was a little surprised, but at the same time happy that he finally understood everything. If it has the same functions as the bottomless pocket, then he does not see the point of absorbing it, and is a little confused. However, the guy won't be able to hold the grimoire in him. Well, at least for a while he can, and then he will run away, as the big-eyed one says. The inventory is a spatial entity existing within it, which is different from all other spaces. Without the ability to travel between subspaces, no one will be able to escape in any way. And indeed, our hero realized that everything would be different if it were so. This is what can block even the jump of these creatures. The guy sighed heavily and remembered how he always considered himself a loser. And then, his thoughts were interrupted by a strange small explosion. This place begins to collapse much faster than he could have imagined. He felt as if something was squeezing him, and in fact it was. Soon his other guys had something like a portal. From where our hero began to appear, it seems they were very happy. When he fell to the ground, the first thing Sylvia did was run up to him and hug him, asking if everything was okay with him now, if he was hurt. The slightly coughing guy said that the cave would soon collapse, and therefore why not postpone the celebration of their reunion until later. They had to run now as fast as they could. Theodore grabbed the girl in his arms and ran. Now everything here would collapse. Besides this, it was impossible not to notice that his friend Randolph had already acquired those very red dreams that he had dreamed of so much. He in truth had a hard time with whoever kept them, and it was only a matter of time before he reached the level of a sword master with them. The blonde really wants the employer to look at them, but now time is running out and he can't play with it. The cave is collapsing. You need to get out of here as quickly as possible. The friends are running as fast as they can. There is still a little left to the exit. And soon it was completely buried. They managed to get out. They were met by a very beautiful dawn. They decided to go and relax a little in a bar where there were a lot of people today. People laughed, chatted among themselves, and had fun, spending time the way they wanted on this wonderful day. Some drank a can of something strong, while others simply stood on the sidelines. Our hero lay down on the railing and thought, if you look at it that way, then one way or another they defeated the ancient lich. And yet he does not consider this a victory. He was just lucky. In a similar situation that may happen in the future, he cannot count on it. He really is not strong enough. But then he was interrupted by a voice from behind. One of the guys noticed that he was sad. It was his mercenary. And it was really strange. Even after their contract was already over, he still continued to call him young master, and there was a reason for that. Theodore sighed heavily. His friend is truly heartless. Did he help me return to him those very relics that someone so dreamed of? Since ancient times, a man loses his head at the mention of these things, and Randolph really wants to brag to him right now. He puts one blade in front of him. The guy began to examine them carefully, and for some reason it seemed to him that they were different from those he saw in the dungeon. As it turned out, everything, except for the blades themselves, had been replaced with new ones. Now the blonde will keep a close eye on them, and besides, he thinks that why shouldn't Theodore become a merchant? And besides, he was outraged that such a young guy was making a young lady wait downstairs. Theo looked down in confusion. Sylvia was sitting at the table. People were pestering her with the question, when will she finally marry the young gentleman? Our hero couldn't believe that they were still talking about this, because he had already seriously reported that everything was wrong here, and they had messed everything up. He ran to the door as fast as he could. He was upset that people were spreading such strange rumors. Grandfather Albert continued to spin all this, and the boy demanded that he stop making up this nonsense. And the blonde just giggled sweetly, and his mercenary finally saw his true face. The bald old man continued to confuse the young people. Theodore literally began to feel dizzy from this mess. Meanwhile, in one of the towers, an old man was walking up the steps to an important place. Approaching the door, he adjusted his mustache and beard and thought. He had a couple of questions for the man there, so he knocked quietly. In response, he heard only silence, and so he did it again. A quiet female voice allowed him to enter, and he could not even imagine that he would receive a request for a meeting from the Lord of the Red Tower, the second most difficult person in the Empire. The lady laughed as far as she remembered. No matter how much and how she invited him to her place, He always declined her invitations. But now it doesn't matter. Grandfather is interested in why she disturbed him this time. Miss Veronica was already sitting in front of him in the office. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Perhaps we should move straight to the body. The girl reminded him that someone had taken over the ancient lich. The man has information that his friend already has a preliminary appointment, but the lady interrupts him and asks him to leave this matter to her. He would also very much like to help, but unfortunately, he doubts that everything will be in his power this time. The girl got very angry, since this was confidential information, and they did not want to reveal it to her. The old man continued to joke about her, whether it was an order just now or just a flash of anger. Most likely it was the first option. The red-haired girl turned her face towards him, to which he laughed again. And besides, His Majesty has aroused her interest, and she really wants to meet him as soon as possible. Meanwhile, two men were looking for the treasure. The search stone reacted to something below them, and they went down. Suddenly, one of them began to have great doubts about this. There are curses everywhere. His fair-haired comrade froze in place and did not even react to what was said to him. There was a strange light on the ceiling. It looked like it was collapsing. They had to start running even faster to avoid getting caught under the rubble. A lot of dust was already rising around them, and the man began to worry about his friend Johnny, whether everything was okay with him. The boys also closed their eyes, and when they slowly opened them, they began to see some strange black silhouette. He kept growing and growing. His body looked like some kind of tentacles. Besides this, it became of incredible size, quite large. The shorty looked at him with fear. This thing in front of him seemed to him very similar to the treasure. The blond man's voice trembled as he stared at the creature. They had been fooled. The fat man could not believe his words. But then his speech was interrupted. He was seized. And not only him, but also his friend. It is impossible to get out. This monster made incredibly disgusting sounds and squeezed their bodies more and more tightly. As it suddenly laughed, did these people really come here to become its food? The frightened blonde began to beg for mercy, but it seemed that he would not see her. He was squeezed even more tightly, and a loud, piercing scream was heard. The men were literally crushed in the hand, if you can call it that. This undead is now incredibly hungry after waking up from a long sleep. He would like to take something stronger. He loves nutritious food, like one incredibly strong magician, about whom everyone was buzzing his ears. Meanwhile, in the Meltor shopping district, there was a slight fog and cloudy weather. Residents tried as much as possible not to leave their homes. And those who were on the street discussed Veronica. This girl is really decisive in her actions. Shugel, if everything had happened because of her status, would have gone there to check, where His Majesty checked everything personally. Kurt laughed and said that the old man had really changed a lot. If it were the old him, he would never have worked for Veronica personally. But being a Red Tower ward with codes, you must become wiser. Just think that this girl keeps becoming more and more reckless. For a man, she is just a real thorn. The brunette promises to sort everything out. Is there anyone more problematic than her? But he is also sure that Shugel is not here for this. And the king came to talk specifically about Theodore Miller. And the old man is troubled by a very strange feeling regarding the fact that the Lord of the Blue Tower is very interested in him. Now everything becomes clear to his friend, and he asks if he has any suspicions regarding this guy. And it's not that he doesn't like heroic stories, but anyone would doubt this child if they knew about his actions. And he was also rewarded with an excessive reward. Kurt objected. It was a strengthening of ties, as he thought. It had been a long time since he had seen such a reaction from his friend. Quite often, he was usually very calm. However, even despite this, he understands Shugel's concerns. A genius, and such skills. Incredible. And it is also interesting that where did all those countless smart guys go that appeared while the old man was climbing his path? He had to go through so many trials that it is incomprehensible. He raised his hand with some seeds. No matter how good the horse is, it is useless if it is shackled, but if you give it meadows to run and people, the potential will be revealed. And to go through such an incredible path is a huge power, and it doesn't matter what kind of magic this strange boy has. Even though Kurt is the king, he is first and foremost a magician who acknowledged this guy. And here he is right. The old man, although slightly confused, nodded his head in agreement. They decide to go there and bring the guy back, and he in turn tries to focus on himself. Theodore feels like he can break through. And it's all because this is some kind of unusual method. Because of the absorbed life vessel, his newly obtained fifth circle has become extremely unstable. The heart of the ancient lich that he had swallowed recently had forcibly pushed him to this, although not even 15 days had passed since the last breakthrough. Suddenly, an incredible tremor appeared in his body, which signals the almost approaching end. After a minute, he is finally finished and can fall onto the bed with ease and great relief. Now he is only tormented by what to say to the teacher in such a case. He doesn't want to stress him out too much. There's not a single thing that won't shock him. But then he heard a quiet female voice behind him, and he screamed in fear. It was Sylvia. The girl was a little confused that she had distracted him from such an important matter, and asked him to continue. The guy covered himself with a blanket and still asked her to come in. The brunette put on his t-shirt and sat next to her. The guys were a little embarrassed and didn't know where to start the conversation. The first thing Theodore did was break the silence and ask what she wanted. Madame was a little confused, and just in time remembered that her grandfather had asked her to bring him to him. It was an order from the elder on the White Tower. Shugel wants to see him. Of course, he did not expect such a turn of events and was very surprised. There was nothing to be done. They had to go, and a couple of minutes later they found themselves in the barracks of the White Tower. The girl was seeing him off. The blonde lifted the curtain, and he was given a view of the old man himself. The girl joyfully ran to him, holding her friend's hand tightly, while Theo was confused and a little afraid of meeting him. He praised the young lady and stroked her head. She was very pleased, and the boy looked at them with slight misunderstanding. Having cleared his throat, the old man began his speech. In front of him is that same Theodore. Surprisingly, he looks quite simple, which he certainly did not expect. The boy bowed before him and introduced himself as a student of Vince Heidel, greeting such an important person. Grandpa was also glad to meet. He was sent here as a judicial investigator after receiving a report from him about the incident that had occurred. The brunette raised his head and asked for clarification. They are not usually sent out, but since this is a difficult situation with the appearance of an ancient lich, one was still sent to clarify the circumstances and calculate the damage. The guy has never heard of such a thing. It is indeed a very rare case, but anyway, his expression is very gloomy. Theodore forced a smile and asked in a trembling voice what he meant by that. The boy seemed to be on edge. It looked as if he was trying to hide something. After these words, the young boy really became confused and asked for forgiveness. The Lord of the White Tower asked him not to be so serious, but he just joked. Looking at his appearance, such a guy really does look very serious. It's time to get down to business. The old man said that he received a report on how he defeated the ancient lich. Even though he was lucky that he was teleported to the core room, he is interested in how he was able to destroy the life vessel. After all, in theory, it is impossible to break it unless it has at least the aura of a sword master or the seventh magic circle, which really made our hero think. After thinking for a while, he stated that for him it was simply a moment of despair. It was all because he used the bottomless pocket he got from the teacher, placed the vessel in it, and then destroyed it. It was truly crazy if you think about it. The thought of that very bag flashed through the old man's head, and he asked in a menacing tone whether he had misheard that he had, so to speak, dealt with him. Theodore laughed slightly and nodded his head. He really had a chance to try it out since one of them had already accepted it. It was really surprising for grandfather to use it in such a way. This is a rather perverted method, but there is a chance of its success. Of course, it is definitely not the method that a young guy will use if he heard it in it. His enemy didn't even suspect afterwards that there was a grimoire in his left hand. He probably just decided that it wouldn't be able to destroy his life vessel since he didn't know about the existence of absorption. The old man praised him and thanked him for his assistance. His testimony completely coincided with the others, and also asked for forgiveness for such an interrogation. He nodded his head and said, "Thank you for understanding." "Then why don't you finish the last thing?" Our hero did not understand what he was talking about and asked again what they were talking about now. After clearing his throat, Shugel said that he himself had no need to go through all this. Somehow it was possible to simply send that judicial investigator. But the reason why he was here, this is an order. And as a result of which he had to meet a young man and began to take something out from under his cloak. Their conversation lasted a little longer, and soon our hero left the tower altogether. The weather still remained foggy and nasty. And finally Theodore finds himself next to his brother, and sighing with relief, heads straight towards them. Near the turn, his friend, who has run into a wall, is waiting for him. Randolph asked if he was going to say goodbye to everyone before leaving. Brunette doesn't want to lose heart, and it doesn't mean that he will never come back. The man interrupted him. After all, some people don't even have a homeland to which they would like to return. The fact that they had been through all this time was incredible, and he promised to give a 50% discount the next time he wanted to hire him. Although it is sad, it is necessary to say goodbye. The blonde promised him to meet him again. And besides, before he leaves this nice and sweet place, Theodore will have to turn back. Our hero was slightly confused and looked at him with slight misunderstanding. He shifted his shoulders slightly and turned his head back. Behind him stood all his acquaintances, friends, relatives, who almost cried from sadness for him. They would like to see each other again someday. The brunette certainly didn't expect this and was a little confused. Tears also began to well up in his eyes, and he just smiled. It was high time to leave this place. The brunette waved his hand to everyone and confidently walked on, into a bright future. Before entering the White Tower again, he took off his cloak. All the guys were gathered. Lord Shugel looked at him and asked if he was ready. The boy is not afraid of anything and therefore nodded his head confidently. His girlfriend stood opposite him, also ready. Now is the time to move out. First, they need to return to the capital, as grandfather said. He also turned to Kurt and left him to search for traces and remains of the ancient lich on him. He nodded his head in response. And while he was using his power, the old man asked Theo and Sylvia to hold their breath. Now he is going to use mass teleportation on them and all of them. And all this turned out to be faster than our hero could have expected. But still, now he is returning to the capital, and he could not have imagined that everything would turn out this way. There are 3 people in that place who have business with him, and all of them are big shots in the kingdom of Meltor, the king, Sir Blundell first of all. Besides this, the Lord of the Red Tower, Veronica, is waiting for him there. She dreamed of meeting him. Although the guy has no idea what awaits him there, he is ready and confident. A couple of seconds later, the guys arrived at their destination, but then the brunette stared at something, specifically at the place where they ended up. He couldn't believe that everything was so fast. Grandfather immediately realized that this was his first mass teleportation, but there was nothing surprising about it, because spatial magicians prefer to travel in secret. The Lord of the White Tower noticed that they were still standing in that place. They should leave there, because they could become a barrier for others. The young people nodded their heads in confusion. A small team walked along a long corridor, and it seemed they saw a familiar face. The first thing, an old man said hello to him. This is the same Vince Heidel who was passing by. He did not expect to see 2 people he knew here. Theodore burst into tears when he saw him. He was incredibly happy. The guy immediately wanted to pour out his soul to him and tell him everything that had happened during this time. But he stopped him and asked to talk later. Now he should have a good rest. The old man was very attentive and could not believe that the blonde man was here purely by chance, which was expected of him. Vince began to swear that he was trying to convince her, and then he heard the sound of heels behind him. It was Veronica. She rushed at our hero with a joyful cry and hugged him. Theodore did not expect such speed and abruptness from such a girl, and was a little confused, did not even have time to understand anything. His friend Sylvia was also in shock. Her eyes almost popped out of her head from what she saw. The young man's teacher really tried his best, but she became like this from the moment she heard about Theo's return. The girl confusedly picked up her red cloak, which had fallen to the ground, and the boy lost his head, hitting the back of his head quite hard. She also turned to Shugel and asked him to stop mocking her magicians, waving her hand in greeting. It seems that the blonde is really having a hard time. He sighed heavily and covered his face with his hands. And then the long-haired one turned to Vince. Didn't he say that his student was on the 4th circle, to which he nodded his head. The girl began to come closer and closer to him. Some kind of pressure began to rise around him, as if everything was about to burst into flames. It was hard to believe that her magic was exerting such pressure on the guy, although she was just standing nearby. She got as close to him as possible. She feels his very unstable 5th circle. It is clear that he is working hard on himself. The guy blushed and looked away. He really tried to stabilize it, but apparently it wasn't working very well. The girl laughed. It's all because of his vessel. If he overfills a small glass with water, it will start to spill over the edges. This is an excellent example. Explain his condition. It was not an easy job for him. And then she turns to Shugel and confidently declares that she is taking this boy with her, which made him scream in horror. But in fact, she also has something to do with the king. And she just wants to say that she will show this boy a huge palace, that's all. She came up behind him and hugged him. Wasn't it wonderful to talk to such an incredible student? He was already continuing to be tense. Suddenly, Vince wanted to talk to her, but his gaze flashed at Sylvia. The girl stood slightly dissatisfied and looked at everything that was happening. Could it be that she was jealous? All three boys gathered outside King Meltor's office. It was quite incredible that a child like our hero could cross the boundary of the classroom using fusion magic. Theodore has not quite fallen in love with this madam. She chatters about everything that comes into her head. They needed a doorman, who unfortunately is not available right now, when it is the busiest time of the day. The guy wanted to call someone, but the long-haired girl seemed not to listen to him, smiling. She said that in such a situation they should act a little differently. She raised her leg up and asked her new and long-awaited guest to watch more closely what she was about to do. Veronica deftly swung her leg and hit the door. The old man, the Lord of the White Tower, clutched his heart in fear. "This young lady is really crazy." She laughed proudly and was about to go further, while the guys behind her stood in a stupor from her strange character. The king was already waiting for them in the office, comfortably reclining in a chair. And Veronica explained her behavior by saying that she simply wanted to appear in such a spectacular way, and besides, she hadn't been here as a guest for a long time. She also thought that it would be indecent to come without formalities and procedures, after which Theodore stared at him. There could be no talk of them in such a situation. The boy and his girlfriend Sylvia knelt down and greeted His Majesty. The red-haired girl only now remembered that the king was not some simple man for these two, and only smirked. The important person greeted them in a completely informal manner and asked the boys to stand up and come closer to him. He saw how tense the guys were, and if he had asked her to be so serious, if he had wanted it that way, he would have called them into the main room. But the reason was completely different. The man wants to congratulate them on their victory as a mage of a mage, and also on behalf of all the people of Meltor. He thanked the guys for their hard work. Our hero bowed before him and thanked him for his kind words. However, he and the girl were not the only ones who defeated this terrible enemy. There was also help from the barony and a group of mercenaries who called themselves Wandering Wolves. The king rose from his seat, very glad to see the humble side of this young fellow, and now it was important for him to offer his congratulations and ours both as representatives of all those people who had helped to prevent the disaster and asked Blundell's text to be read. He nodded his head and took out a rolled-up piece of paper. The most important thing was that Sylvia and Theo's ranks were raised from basic to intermediate, and they would also receive payments and rewards. In addition, the bottomless pocket would be returned to him for free. And the brunette added that since his personal contribution to this matter could not be measured, it was decided that the king himself would grant him one wish. The man asked the boy to raise his head and directly express his desires, which made him a little confused. The first thought that came to the boy's mind was that he could request a national treasure-level artifact, but although the risk was too great, he was afraid to ask for one. And then he remembered the words of his gluttony, who demanded good quality of his food. He must find him magic books like the one he ate then the very first time, and not just rare ones. And it's true, when a guy eats pulp, it's much more effective than artifacts, and if he does it again, it's his very good chance of stabilizing the fifth circle. Raising his head up, Theodore dared to ask to get a book from the Zero library. His wish was fulfilled. Together with the red-haired girl, they arrived at their destination soon. Meanwhile, Veronica was very indignant that some old man scolded her for behaving like a child, and even gave the order not to take any forbidden books. Our hero looked at these doors, and he is not sure that these are the same ones from the Zero library, which is known for having the most powerful protection spells cast on them, although it looks like glass, but in fact it is an adamantine alloy. The guy didn't quite understand what this meant. Meanwhile, his escort called him and urged him to look at something. She touched the door with her hand, and some kind of transparent wave came out from there, which confirmed her words. And when the girl hit it with her fist, a small wave was heard, like an explosion. Our hero had to cover his face. This girl does something new every time, and what if these doors collapse? This fear did not leave him. But then, when he was able to see what happened next, he noticed that there was not even a scratch left there. They did not even move. The Lord of the Red Tower laughed. It is impossible to make a hole there with bare hands. It seems she still has room to grow. But she promised herself to do it next time. In Theodore's eyes, she looked like a hero giving a speech to a villain. But according to her, it was just a password to open the doors, and only the king and the tower lords had the authority to use it. She looked at him playfully. and asked with interest if he was ready to enter the Zero Library, which he so longed for. And so, after a couple of seconds, they found themselves in it. Our hero had never been here before, and he was interested in examining everything here. He was interested in some books, which he immediately sat down to read, together with his companion. And then something came to his mind, a little awkwardly, but he raised his head and asked the Lord of the Red Tower, could he ask her a question? He can't stop wondering whether it was the monstrous power with which she tried to destroy the doors, or whether it was the blazing magical power that was unknowingly bursting out. Could this girl really be a battle mage? Longhair laughed. That's not true at all. She's a half-breed of the Red Dragon, although it would be more correct to say that she's only a quarter. All the advantages that she's given are a little more strength than others, and a longer lifespan. In this case, everything falls into place in our hero's head. There was also magical energy, which she studied, goes beyond human capabilities, and this is incredibly felt. And then she giggled again and asked for forgiveness. Most often, she can restrain it if she realizes it, but usually it is difficult to control. Theodore tried to joke that he had confused her Manu with the onset of summer, to which the girl criticized his flirting style. The guy hasn't found the book that he likes yet. It's hard to make a choice, because they are all of the best quality. According to his assistant, this is really pointless, because all the originals that are sold in stores are collected here, and it is really difficult to choose something specific. As the Tower Lord said, all the books here are treasures, and the main problem is that each one has conditions for studying it, and therefore it will be difficult to choose a good one. And our hero still can't find the one that suits him, but on the other hand, he doesn't want to miss such a great opportunity to visit a place that's hard to get to. His thoughts were interrupted by the long-haired one, who handed him one, quite popular among the magicians of the Red Tower. And a nice bonus, if Theodore masters it, he will be able to achieve a power similar to aura users, which made him think seriously. The guy put his hand on it and makes an assessment, which shows that this is a secret technique of the descendants of the samurai, and it is much more effective than any additional magic. Theodore believes that something like this should interest any mage, not just those who live in the Red Tower. He does not understand why he has not yet met anyone who practices this before. And it turned out to be quite simple. Veronica knows that this spell is not particularly effective. Because it requires a lot of concentration, it will be difficult to do during battle. Now he understands that she is right. She needs to at least undergo combat training in order to use it freely. It's not a bad idea to strengthen your body using the 4 magic circles, but it can become your Achilles heel when the guy wants to use magic. Theodore sits and looks at her, but then suddenly hears Gluttony whispering to him to take her. Now the guy had questions about why he woke up before he got hungry. This had never happened before. He asked him not to worry about trifles. In any case, this book that he holds will help unlock that very third skill. The brunette was interested in this, and he became even more interested in what exactly they were talking about. Without any explanation, the weirdo asks him to trust him, promising not to disappoint him in the end. The girl also joined in their conversation. Even in spite of all this, she didn't recommend this book for no reason. The guy looked at her with slight interest, waiting for further explanations. It was this ability of hers that made her unique, which really made the brunette think about it. And in the evening he had plans to meet with his teacher. The boy told him about this real nightmare that he had to endure. In any case, Vince never thought that the Lord of the Tower would show his sympathy towards him. He has every reason to think so. It is obvious that she noticed every little detail about him when he stumbled in his speech. It took the professor about 2 years to get her to call him by his first name. However, now it is not so important. The man remembered that what his student said during the meal was something serious. Theodore felt it during the battle with the ancient lich, that he cannot always rely on his luck. The brunette turned to him and confidently stated that his new and main goal was to become stronger. The boy sincerely wants to join the Red Tower and rise to a new level. The teacher listens to him attentively. Vince already understood that his student had decided everything, so he could immediately proceed to the most important thing. Theodore, hearing this, smiled broadly. He was incredibly happy that he was supported at such a moment. The guy thanked the blonde, but then Gluttony interrupts them. Big-Eyed gently hinted to him that he was hungry. He had been waiting for quite some time. Our hero raised his hand and shouted at him. He interrupted their very important conversation. Vince just laughed and asked to take care of this weirdo. Theo felt awkward and decided to leave for a second, preparing the book he took from the library. Gluttony was delighted and embraced her with his long tongue. When he had already chewed it all, he also said that it was worth synchronizing, after which his owner became confused. The conditions for this were assessed as incredibly high. After analyzing the possibility of this action, the spiritual connection with the character was approved. And specifically, we are talking about Lee Yunsen, with whom everything will happen. He sat quietly on the grass and meditated, and it seemed that he could already sense someone's presence. Not far away, large, snow-covered mountains could be seen on the landscape. The bearded man grabbed the piece of paper he was holding in his hand. An incredibly great breeze, isn't it? Our hero had the feeling that he had again entered into someone's body, as had happened then with Alfred. But now this man wrote a song of battle. The guy became curious about who he was talking to. The man laughed, and it turns out that he was talking to him, the one who was now inside his body. Looking at the mountains, he continued to tell him that he was born into the main branch of the Sonmui clan, into the family of the guardians of the White Cloud Mountain Range. He was the heir to a family of knights. Besides this blow reveals that he was from the East, and judging by the words of our hero, it seems that the knowledge of his birth was hidden from the public, even after his death. And the East was known for being a place where people preferred to study the aura rather than magic, and the magi from there were known by the nickname shamans. Now he has a completely different and more interesting question. How did a person from there fall into the Meltor and create high-level magic, which was called that? The boy had a lot that he wanted to know, and so the man came to tell him his story. And it was true that he was born into a famous clan with a long history. However, his life was not easy. When the people there realized that he had no natural skill to study the aura, they erased his name from the family tree and left him in a house high in the mountains, which is not at all befitting of his character. And it was for this reason that at the age of 15 he set out for the New West in search of the kingdom of magic, all in order to learn magic, which had never been considered an illegal skill to him. He was very lucky, because upon arrival in Meltor, he was able to meet a good teacher, and he successfully managed to achieve his goal. In addition, he would be helped by his art, which he studied in childhood. What he is talking about now is the battle songs that he saw. It was his best work, which took about 20 years to complete. However, this magic was not completed perfectly. He included many meaningless parts in it due to his guilt, because he used the knowledge of his clan without their consent. And what the man will now teach our hero is what he created before bringing in these parts. The dance of the immortals is the dance of the gods, which bears an incredible resemblance to the martial arts of the Sonmui clan that he spoke of. The bearded man began to spin, dancing again and again. He just reproduced the art of aura, using the song of battle, because it was something he could not use. His movements were incredibly smooth, but at the same time sharp and confident. It was clear that he was a professional in his field. The destructive power was so great that it was difficult to call it magic. But one day, he returned back to the clan to prove to them that he was a man rejected by these scum. At that time, his father was still alive and condemned his magic, because it was nothing more than witchcraft, even though he was the strongest of all the martial artists. After that, Lee returned to the Meltor kingdom and soon died. Perhaps this was the price for the fact that he did not spare his body when creating this magic. But he regrets nothing. It was a life in which he could leave nothing behind, and also he had nothing that he could hope for. And now, when the receiver himself appeared before him, his gratitude to our hero cannot be expressed in words. Our hero listened to this and was a little shocked. Let this futile fate be a support in his life, and with this synchronization began to slowly approach its logical end. The compatibility between Yunsen's essence and Theodore Miller is incredibly high. He now needs to sleep for 30 hours from this second. And after that, the guy immediately opened his eyes. After that, the guy was a little confused and lost in space. His teacher was nearby who was worried about him and asked how he was feeling. Vince told him that after all this he fell into a rather long sleep. And to begin with, the man with a slight smile advised him to look in the mirror. Theodore looked at himself and could not believe that it was he. He was sure that his physical body was normal before, but now he looks a little different. Theo began to stroke his head. This result is beyond his expectations. He cannot believe now that he has overcome one of the main weaknesses of the mage, which is the weakness of the body in such a short period of time. And now he has questions for his teacher. Not only his appearance, but also his muscles, stamina, and sensitivity became better, and he changed so much that he looked like a typical knight. He wants to know what he should do now if he wants to meet Miss Veronica to complete his unfinished fifth circle. And it turns out that she now has a guest who reports that a pair of ogres have appeared on the territory of Viscount Belmont. Of course, they were able to drive them out of the territory, but they suffered heavy losses and also required immediate combat support. The red-haired one gave him instructions to send the High Mage David there, and also to make a request to the Knights of the Second Order so that the couple would go with him. The man nodded his head and promised to do as she ordered. And then the girl leaned back in her chair and began to complain that in her days there was nothing left except boring work. And she was also pissed off that the guy was pushing his territorial problems onto the magic tower. She was going to send him a couple of royal investigators to empty his pockets. Besides, she had just found an interesting guy and was strongly calling him. But he had not come to her in the last 10 years, even though she had said that he could come to her whenever his soul desired. The man listened to her and was a little indignant. Someone had asked for an audience with her after all. Veronica had no important or business meetings planned for today, and she was very surprised to hear this. It was a family mage who had just entered the Red Tower. His name was Theodore Miller, and upon hearing his name, the girl jumped out of her chair. She was waiting for him and demanded that he be brought to her right now. Although she changed her mind, it would be faster if she came for him herself, and she gave him the order to call the elder and tell him to replace her for a while. The servant could not believe that she had taken the trouble to do this, and simply looked after her in surprise. Veronica walked down the hallway with a big smile on her face. What a wonderful moment. She thought she was going to go crazy over this paperwork. She wants to give him some love when she sees it. And so, Theodore stands right in front of her. Seeing her, the guy turned around and asked for forgiveness. He planned to come earlier, but some difficulties arose. Seeing his new appearance, she even blushed. How can a person change so much in less than 2 weeks? The cultured guy thanked her for taking the time to meet him, but I felt awkward, because it was she who asked to meet with her. It wasn't hard to guess that he was here because of her last words, but she decided to clarify. The boy nodded his head and looked into her eyes with a smile. From then on, she would be glad to see him at any time, and asked him not to lag behind the same as old man Blundell, which embarrassed the brunette a little. And now it's time to move on. Veronica headed in the opposite direction, and our hero did not fully understand where they were going. The lady laughed and said that to a place that he knew very well. The guys walked together and were silent along the way. A couple of minutes later, they found themselves in the demonstration room for the tower's magicians. They began to chat pleasantly. The girl also heard that his teacher had conducted a special training session for him before the start of the tournament in this very place. Taking off her cloak, she also continued to chat. The best solution in connection with his inexperience of this is to create a situation in which his circle will improve. One method must be tried. The main problem of our hero is that this symptom is a consequence of the clash of inconsistency between mind and body. And in order for everything to fall into place, the guy has to reunite them. And specifically, we are talking about overcoming your limit, and this is where the Lord of the Red Tower can help. Our hero felt that she had simply released all the magical pressure that was holding him back, but it was incredibly heavy. The guys are going to spar now. The long-haired one promised not to use magic higher than the 5th circle, and also not to attack from behind. This girl is a quarter dragon, and also an 8th-class mage. She is definitely one of those who have fancy titles. The guy tries not to give in to fear just because of them. The long-haired man understood everything. He would like to see her surprised expression on her calm face. And from now on, after absorbing the rare books, one of the seals that restrained Glatoni's power was removed. As a result, he can cast spells. In any case, the guy now needs to concentrate on a small battle with the Lord of the Red Tower, in his hand is a flaming projectile. The first thing he wants to do is to unleash a hurricane on her, and he carefully watches her response. The girl saw through him right away. The guy increased his speed by using wind magic. For magicians, changing spells has always been dangerous. It always carries a huge chance of failure. But just one mistake can be fatal, because there is an enemy nearby who is waiting for this very moment. However, if he has another one, then he can use magic without any risks. There was a small explosion and a fairly thick layer of dust rose up around. The girl waved her hands to dispel it from her eyes and praised the boy for his good work, but it still wouldn't be enough. And here he uses battle songs, or rather the Sonata of Speed. The long-haired one opened her eyes wide. They got to her in a fairly short period of time and quite quickly. Veronica blocked his attack with her hands, and really, this guy impressed her a lot. She likes it incredibly. Our hero believes that he hasn't shown enough of what he's capable of, and he doesn't have time to smile like that. He uses his attack on her again and tries harder each time. The sparring is actually going pretty well, but it's really absurd for him to see that this girl doesn't use a single spell, and her body is still on the same level as the aura user. The girl praises him for his excellent moves in the fight, and indeed incredible changes are noticeable over these 10 days. Her interest in Theo is growing higher and higher with each passing minute. He thanked her for such a compliment, and yet they must continue to fight. Now Theodore understands that it is important to break the distance between them. The guy is using magic, which she noticed. She thinks that this is not the best idea right now. She slipped next to him and praised him again. Just think that in just a couple of days, such a complex skill could be mastered so well. It seems to her that at this rate he will lay down even 6th-class mages, but it is still not enough. Theodore has cards up his sleeve, but only after using everything, he will feel his limit. Now it's time to use more brutal methods of attack. Veronica demanded to attack her as if his life was at stake, and he would regret it if he did not listen to her and would hide his trump cards. The brunette laughed. If it comes to that, then he should surprise her one more time. The only thing that will work on the lady is the magic arrow. To use it with the original power, it needs a hole to shoot, which means it needs to train its fingers, which it is doing now. After strengthening its body through all the synchronizations, it can all work. It just needs to be tested. The girl put 2 palms together and was also going to attack, and had already figured out that his next attack was planned from a medium distance. She liked it incredibly. Veronica used her power on him, and something like a fountain of sparks rose up around him. The boy kept waiting for the moment when he could use his fire arrow, and it finally came. This time, it was so incredibly powerful that our hero couldn't believe it. It was useless to compete with Veronica in using firepower. Quickly realizing the situation, Theodore uses a wave of mud that surrounded her. The girl used an electric shield to dodge the attack, and this was exactly the moment the boy was waiting for. Theo called his little assistant Mitra to start acting right away. The baby appeared from behind, at a time when Veronica could not expect it. Hearing a strange noise behind her, the Lord turned around. She knows perfectly well that this is a spirit, and upon seeing it, she began to be moved. Mitra looked at her, and almost forgot why she was called here. The little girl put up a weak block, but was able to hold Nika in place. The guy's 5th round isn't over yet, but he seems serious about putting it to use. He was able to get 5 memory slots. Opening the same number of spells, he managed to complete 1 combination. The spell, based on a different theory of fusion magic that currently exists, is his own. Theo is going to use it. And to the opponent's surprise, he is not going to break the distance between them. She is sure that she knows that he has no chance to win in close combat. In addition, Veronica noticed that he also does not use Alfred's magic arrow, and therefore she cannot understand why he needs all these useless movements. And the only thing that remains for me to do now is to finally break it, which is what she is going to do. Stretching out her hand forward, she uses her power, and a small explosion is heard in front of her. Pieces of earth fly straight at her. The girl covered her face with her hands. Suddenly, silhouettes of our hero, or more precisely his copies, began to appear from all sides. Theodore uses illusion magic in conjunction with the battle song. There are too many of them to think about what is happening. It is not so easy to determine which of them is real. The girl tried to fight off everyone in a row, trying to figure out the boy, but the real one was already flying at her from above. He needed to use Inferno. The red-haired girl looked in his direction, and I immediately understood everything. Since it turned out this way, she needed to become more serious. Even though Inferno is a 7th circle magic, the boy lowered it to his level due to its low power, but it will be ineffective against Veronica. However, the guy has a plan to use Alfred's magic arrow before that, which he is going to do right now. After the shot, many arrows appeared around, which began to line up in one single direction. Our hero stands still and mentally begs for it to work and strike her the way he wants. They lined up in a row and rushed towards her. The girl had already managed to notice them. To avoid a direct hit, Veronica covered herself with her hand, putting up a shield. While holding back his attack, she managed to praise him for his excellent work. Theodore noticed that he couldn't hurt her, and was very surprised. He was sure that he concentrated all his power in one shot, but she blocked that too. He had used up quite a bit of his strength, and simply fell to his knees to catch his breath. The girl looked at him through the rising layer of dust and was amazed at how strong he could be in a couple of decades. She rose to her feet and ordered him to drink the healing potion and rest for a couple of minutes. They will have this kind of battle about 5 times a day. Besides, the Lord of the Red Tower herself praised him for the last attack. The guy was a little indignant because he had spent all his strength on this, and in this spirit he would have to train in this way every day for a month. The brunette can't believe that he has to torture himself with training like this. But honestly, he's ready to run away right now. However, no, he demanded to start right now. He can't retreat, the guy hasn't gone too far. Their fights were incredible. Everyone is pretty strong and tries to give it their all. Theodore watches his opponent closely and now wants to reuse the battle's side locks, the rhapsody of power. This time it's a new attack for him, a cutthroat, and he tries to give it his all. The boy wants to see if she can block this blow. But Veronica pulled ahead and laughed that he still couldn't spot the illusion from a distance. Theodore looked up. He was shocked that she managed to replace herself with a fake one. He didn't even notice it. And now the long-haired one wants to try to test her favorite's strength and tells him to dodge her attack. It's becoming very difficult for him now. He can't find any options to dodge. It seems to him that he lost the moment he couldn't recognize her illusion. A strange tingling feeling ran through his body. And could this really be the end of their duel now? But then Theo looked up and saw that he had put up the protective magic of the 5th circle, protection. Veronica continued to attack him, and he tried to hold on as long as possible. The brunette couldn't believe that this was what was holding her incredibly strong punch back now, after 2 weeks of training. And so, after a couple of minutes, it was all over. The boy fell down, exhausted, and his girlfriend ran up to him and threw herself at him with hugs. He finally did it. And plus, she scolded him for not calling her big sister when they were alone. He felt awkward, but pleased by the praise. It seemed that this was the last opportunity to fight together like this. If you think about it, it has already been half a month since their training began. And if you look at the fact that such a busy person was devoting time to him, some 5th circle mage, then it is a trifle to call her that. Just as he wanted to thank her for everything, suddenly a servant came and turned to the Lord of the Tower. They had a big problem that needed to be solved right now. The girl rolled her eyes in displeasure. Apparently, someone who couldn't read the atmosphere had arrived. Theodore was literally rescued from Veronica's warm embrace, and in the meantime she was informed that this was a level 4 medium importance. Nothing could be done, and it was necessary to proceed. The girl stood up from her seat and asked her friend to go to the restroom and rest a little. She also promised to return as soon as she finished doing something. The same military sanctuary of the Red Tower, its responsibility was mainly in military operations. Missions that required dealing with powerful monsters, destroying criminal gangs, for example, and all for the sake of erasing all those who are trying to seize power by force. The girl sat down at her unloved desk again and asked to look at the report on how dangerous this mission was. This event happened 4 days ago. The informant discovered a couple of slaves while intercepting communications. This all happened between black market users in Bergen County. The organization responsible for this is called the Vicious Circle, whose main activities are concentrated in the Kingdom of Austin. Hearing about slaves, the girl was very surprised. More than 100 years have passed since the slave trade was banned in the territory of Meltor. Blondes again head, they returned several times in order to verify the information. The court will be incredibly furious when it finds out about this, and it was true deal with a slave. In addition, several iron cages that were the size of a person were smuggled into the country. These were elves. Veronica makes the logical conclusion that they need to send at least 2 high-level mages on this mission, and immediately ordered to select people to destroy the closed circle group. And regarding this, the man also has business with her. The only available and highest mage in this tower is Vince Heidel. The girl was outraged that only he, most of them, had just joined the ranks of ordinary magicians, and the rest were distributed among the tasks. She finally got angry. Jumping up from her chair, she hit the table, which means that they can't direct them, and now she doesn't know exactly what to do if there's no one to involve. Vince alone would clearly not be enough, so throwing herself on the back of the chair, she began to think through the options. Maybe someone would be free. With a sigh of relief, she nevertheless decided in that case to send a more useful private. She remembered her favorite, and said to send Theodore Miller along with him. These 2 would be quite enough. Soon they were summoned to the Lord of the Red Tower. Vince immediately understood that she wanted them to find out the reason why they were trading in this glorious town. Besides that, it would be great if they could capture their leader alive. However, if the situation takes a dangerous turn, or they are unable to do so, it would simply be necessary to deal with them as soon as they get the information. But then the blonde looked at his student and confidently said that he wanted to exclude him from participating in this mission. He thinks that the boy is too young. He is only 19 years old. He cannot understand how he can be sent on such a dangerous mission. And also his teacher is very worried. This is too harsh on him. Since his hands have already been in the dirt enough times, he promises to finish the mission himself. However, Veronica has an incredibly bad feeling that if a hidden player suddenly appears in the arena, then Vince will definitely not be able to deal with him alone. Theodore just looked at them and said nothing, and his friend tried to defend his own. And then he interrupted the elder and said, in a rather confident tone, that she would be able to cope with all the tasks set. He really doesn't know what to think about sending the teacher to a dangerous place alone, and since Word thinks he can be useful in some way, he needs to go there anyway. Veronica laughed. Since this is a boy's word, there's nothing to be done. You need to listen to him. She asks him to admit this as his fault. Since he has a not-so-obedient student, the boy Oi will definitely be of good service to him. And yet, the girl forgot about one more thing. Stretching out her hand, she gave him something as a farewell. Theodore still hasn't been reimbursed for that bottomless pocket, so she lent him hers, which makes him shake a little. He's afraid of losing that too. The guy began to examine it carefully. There were some things inside it, but it was all junk, and therefore if he needed it, he could safely use it, just as this potion and scrolls were useless for Veronica. Besides, Old Man Shugel is already waiting for them to help with the teleport, and so they should hurry. The boys met at the appointed place and began to engage in a small so-called ritual. They were sent instead of the appointment. They found themselves in the very center of the city and began to carefully examine the area. The professor was indignant as always. He would never be able to get used to this damn side effect after teleportation. His student laughed and suggested to rest a little before starting. But he refused. His dizziness would soon pass, and he only needed to wait a minute. Tut never thought that he would return to Bergen again. He even left a letter of leave at the academy before leaving for the capital with Theodore. Our hero began to look around, back, forward, to the sides. He was interested in everything, and everything looks quite familiar to him, but the sensations are completely different. Perhaps it's all because of what happened here during this time. He remembers very well the day he first fought monsters in this very place. In addition, he won a duel with a genius whom he would never have had the chance to meet, namely Sylvia, who has now become his friend, and also survived after meeting a monster that you only read about in books, met people he couldn't even dream of communicating with, especially with that Veronica. For Theodore, this is all an incredible event. However, the fifth circle rubbed on his heart is proof that this all really happened, even though he doesn't believe it. And then his teacher turned to him and suggested that he first look around the area before getting down to business. Since the guys have entered the territory in the shadows, we must do everything possible to not reveal ourselves. The student obediently nodded his head. Not far from here, there was a bar that they already knew, and as always, there were a lot of people there. The men went in there and started whispering among themselves, trying not to attract outside and unnecessary attention. It seems that Vince sees a lot of people from Austin here, or rather 2 aura users, also a very good swordsman. It is clear that he was trained very well. The professor looks at the whole situation around him from under his forehead. His eye fell on one person. It looks like a shamshir. That is, these are the blades that are used by the swordsmen of Austin. They have a unique shape. And then, at this moment, his short story to his student broke through with the feeling that someone was watching them. The professor began to slowly rise. He can assume that they have a tail, but none of them feel any danger at the moment. There is no thirst for murder in the air, and one can conclude that it was not a murderer who was sent after them, and there is a high chance that it was someone from the intelligentsia. And since that's the case, they need to lure and catch them right now. The guys have already climbed onto the roof and are watching this suspicious person. One of them gave a sign to the other to give permission to act. They understood each other without words and will now get down to business. The professor jumped from the roof first, and his scream was heard by this man in the cape. He stared at it and didn't know what to do, and couldn't believe that they were able to notice her so easily. A man from the intelligentsia tried to run away, but the guys were faster. The professor gave the command to his student to use his strength. They needed this character alive, and so he used fetters to tie up the scoundrel. The girl screamed and asked to stop, but no one listened to her. The bespectacled man headed towards her, and she flew off to the side. He managed to hit her, causing her to curl up and scream slightly in pain and fear. Her legs could not support her. The girl fell to the ground, and also the mask that she had put on her face was broken. Theodore was the first to see her face, and it seemed very familiar to him. And indeed, they had crossed paths before. It was Miss Canis, the blonde holding her stomach and slowly rising, thanking for being immediately identified. The professor looked at her and could not believe that this was the same black market trader with whom his student had previously collaborated in the past. But the boy had been taught before not to trust people living in the lower world, and that was precisely why he stopped contacting her. It seemed that she was in a lot of pain, and one could assume that, since such a situation had happened, she was a member of a closed circle group. The bespectacled man came closer to her. He would like to hear the reason why she had been following them from the very beginning. The green-eyed one laughed, and before she tells everything, she demands that all this magic be dispelled. It seemed that the girl had not yet realized the situation she was in. Vince grabbed her by the throat and lifted her up, demanding that she immediately answer their questions. She asked them to let her go, barely breathing because she wouldn't even be able to speak. And yet, she had to agree to their conditions. The man lowered his eyebrows and looked at her for a couple more seconds. Still, so that she wouldn't suffocate, he let her go. Canis fell to the ground and began to breathe actively. She now has only one chance to explain herself and lay out all her thoughts, neatly and wisely. The very first question was why she was following them, and according to her it was just a coincidence. The men listened to her attentively. It turns out that, as she says she passed by, she recognized the two of them and simply followed them, without any devious goals or plans. And the reason for this is that the young master did not visit her for 2 whole months. The girl even shed a tear, but the professor sat down next to her and did not believe that it was just some kind of coincidence. It seemed that she did not value her eyes at all, but she screamed nervously and asked to listen to her until the end. And also she wanted to spend some money one last time before she left here for good, and so she was thinking about doing one more little deal with the young master. This answer interested the blonde very much. He wondered if there were any reasons why she suddenly decided to leave here. She nodded her head. These people from the guild don't even understand what kind of nonsense they are doing. She can't believe that they will organize a slave trade from all of Meltor right here. Tied up, she no longer held back her emotions and with anger in her eyes said that she was not going to rot here with these inadequate people. About the slaves, it's absolutely true. The Otson people secretly passed the castle walls a couple of weeks ago. And if you dig into this thoroughly, conduct an investigation, then a lot of evidence about the slaves will come to light. The men looked at each other and just shrugged their shoulders. They needed to get a little more information from this girl. Apparently, they were able to get the information they needed much earlier than they could have expected, which is very pleasing. But it seems that this is not all. Vince rudely addressed the girl and demanded to tell him absolutely everything in detail. She soon led them into her humble dwelling and the men sat down in their places. The girl carefully prepared tea for her unexpected guests. She had a bit of a mess, and for this she asked for forgiveness. Her sales have not been going well lately, and so she can only offer them this drink. Vince interrupted her chatter and told her to get straight to the point. He would decide later what to do with her depending on how useful the information she gave him was. The girl's face immediately changed. She was unhappy with this attitude towards her. Rolling her eyes, she asked if they needed information regarding slave traffic. He just nodded his head in response. Everything is connected with where, how, and when they will make the deal. After these words, she became scared because she was not entirely privy to the details. The bespectacled man didn't listen to her until the end and was already starting to be rude, but the girl interrupted and asked to be given the right to speak. She has an ironclad rule. It is not to get involved in dangerous scams. Getting involved with them is a bad idea, even if they have another life. In connection with this, she made the decision to leave this place. The green-eyed girl winked at them and suggested that they make some kind of deal in this regard. It consists in the fact that she will awaken for them the information that they so need, and in return she will ask for one favor, even though she is not in a position to do it. But she is risking her own skin by getting into all this, and since they don't trust her so much, she also has an offer to conclude a forced contract, if of course that's what they want. Vince laughed. She was doing a good job of digging her escape routes, and compared her to a rat. The girl was not at all offended, and she took his words as a compliment, but if she had not dug herself a hole to escape, then her whole life would have been on the brink of death. The professor asked her not to misunderstand him. But she must understand that all this is not enough. She sighed heavily and immediately understood that they needed an advance, and she was ready to give it since it was necessary. Our hero jumped up from his chair and was slightly perplexed. Crossing her legs, she promised to give the boys everything that was in this shop, and therefore demanded that they take as much as they could carry. Since they had given their consent to this, Theodore extended his left hand and called upon Gluttony, ordering him to devour everything here. There are a lot of artifacts in this place, and his professor looked and couldn't believe that all the items he absorbed turned into the owner's magic. This is an extraordinary function. The boy just laughed in response. He really doesn't understand how it works. Miss Canis arrived just in time. She was very tired after patrolling the territory and asked if they had managed to sort everything out here. The girl was slightly shocked that they really stole everything here. But what can you do? She blurted it out herself. But there is one thing that is much more important than all this, and asked to look at something. She gave them a map. She can navigate without it, but not her uninvited guests. She drew it after she walked around a bit, and it looks like the guys will be able to figure it out. She also asked for forgiveness for not being able to confirm with her own eyes that the slaves really have close ties to their organization. But the Austin people are too obsessed with security. No one knows anything except the number of these poor fellows and when they are fed, except for the boss and a couple of managers. Even such basic information is hard for her to find out. She can distract the patrollers, but the problem is not here. The biggest one is that very guard, they have no weak points in skills. They will not give away anything about their organization. Now is the time to look at their main positions. Each of the 2 barracks on the outskirts has 2 guards. Canis leads them on the map and shows them these places. So there are 4 near the large barracks, which is installed near the post, and also explains in detail what and where is located. Theodore had a question about how many patrolmen there were, what their routes and time intervals were, but everything was shown on the map that she drew, and as for the time, it was about an hour or an hour and a half, with 5 groups of 2 people. Our hero thought about what his teacher had noticed and asked what was the matter. He is sure that the right decision would be to attack from 2 sides, since they can escape with the slaves, and they can also request the Bergen garrison to surround them. And if we follow his plan, then we need to move out tonight. And that is exactly how Theo planned. She decided everything without the girl. She hadn't explained everything yet, and she screamed at both of them. She pointed to one place on the map. These are just her imaginations, or obsessive thoughts, but it seems too suspicious to her. After discussing the details, the guys only had to wait for night, and they set out for the designated place, which was drawn on the map and had already seen 3 people. Theodore watched carefully how they moved and where they were going. He had fought countless hordes of Venizit monsters until he was sick of them, but now he would be fighting humans for the first time. Now is the time for me to hesitate. These people are criminals. They deserve to die, also trash, which I equate other civilians with goods, and I have no place in this world, and our hero tries to tune into these thoughts. He can deal with trash like them hundreds or even thousands of times. Theodore is sure of it and is trying to support himself right now. Our hero tried to attack them with his fire arrow comma and hit one of them. The non-humans began to communicate with each other in some strange and incomprehensible language, and nervously looked around in all directions, taking out their weapons. It seems that one of them has already seen the enemy and passed on some information to his people. Our hero was already flying down on them from above, using magic. The very first of them was hit right in the face, and he didn't even have time to scream from such surprise. And now his comrade who opened the sword from its case is rushing to his aid. Having said something in his incomprehensible language, he began to wave it, looking at the enemy. Our hero noticed all his attacks, or rather attempts, and deftly dodged them. It was no trouble for him to strike him in the neck with his hand, and the enemy fell to the ground, unable to keep his balance. As Miss Canis had told them that day, the patrol was now very weak and vulnerable, and it would be quite easy to deal with them alone. Now the boy can catch his breath a little. In any case, the master has probably already started the task. Meanwhile, Vince was already doing his part. He deftly climbed the trees and explored the surroundings. It seems that he found their base. Judging by the map, this is the very suspicious place that the traitor spoke about. But in principle, the man does not see anything special there. The only thing that bothers him now is that white tent that stands out from all the others, from the general background. He wants to take a closer look. But then, it seems he was declassified. One of the non-humans launched a boomerang. Now everything became clear to the enemy. He was still interested in who had invaded to see these places. The swordsman raised his gaze and looked at his opponent, and immediately saw in him the battle mage Meltor. Vince was not afraid to confirm his identity, and he himself already understood that an Austin Janissary stood before him. The green-eyed man even took off his glasses to take a closer look at this scoundrel. He stood in full combat readiness, and still cannot believe that they were discovered so quickly. The man speaks clearly and distinctly that everyone will be punished for such actions. They did not plan to sell the elves, but wanted to take them through Meltor, and the highest is there. He asked how he knew all this, and it turns out that about 3 months ago, news reached him that the Pilara River, which is the lifeblood of Austin, had begun to dry up. Teacher Theodora knows that only by being close can the powers of the High Elf enrich the environment, and it is enough to make flowers bloom in the Rocky Mountains and improve the situation of the ecosystem. The enemy understood everything and put his hand on his sword. Are people really going to stop them after this? And then Theodore jumped down to them. They are in different conditions instead of receiving charges in the future for complicity in the kidnapping of the elf. They have been discussing for quite a long time, and it seems that their conversation has reached a dead end. Words will not solve their problems, and so the slave trader is going to use his force. It turns out that she is somehow special, because he does not speak the language that people are accustomed to. More people came to his call. He lit the signal fires. Despite the fact that he knew that even Meltor's soldiers could see him, this inadequate person is ready to die for his ideals. The professor is incredibly irritated by such people, but apparently he has no choice but to use something. It's really not finished, and it will be quite dangerous, but there's nothing you can do about it. In their camp, some strange commotion was taking place. The screams of one man could be heard. The military man argued that he was sure that there were elves there. His friend asked him to stop talking nonsense. Did he really drink a little sparkling wine in broad daylight? He continued to prove to them that he saw them exactly the same as the elves, but they looked at him like a fool. These are members of the Thieves' Guild that Miss Canis was associated with. He is not on guard like the Austin ones, but there is no point in leaving a potential threat alive. Therefore, it will be good if our hero first deals with these suspicious guys. He used a magic arrow and hit one in the head. His friends became wary. Theodore's identity was revealed. He was a violator, and the commander began to scold his subordinates for their inattention. He extended his sword and was about to attack the young master, but the latter dodged all his unsuccessful attempts to attack. The boy deftly dealt with everyone, and even managed to fight with 2 at once, and it's very good that he no longer hears other squeals. It would be very unpleasant if some help ran up here, and then he hears a scream behind him. The bald one attacked him with a sword and tried to win in close combat, but our hero is not so simple and deftly dodges all attacks. And then another one ran up to Theodore and wanted to attack him in such a vile manner. But our hero did not lose his head and threw it into the deflection, reacting in time to what was happening. Now it was sloppy and quite loud, but somehow it all worked out well. It doesn't seem like anyone else noticed. And now the boy regrets that he did not fully master Yunsun's experience and his battle song. Now his thoughts were interrupted by the cry of 2 people. They were arguing among themselves about the elves. Baldy was indignant that his colleague did not understand how much their guild was risking by participating in all of this. The mentee asked his boss for a little more time and was a little afraid of his reaction. And it is not in vain that he is again indignant that a whole week has already passed, and there have been no changes. He only wants to say that they do not know at all when their others will find out about everything. Our hero stood behind the wall and eavesdropped on everything. It seems that Raccoon is the leader of this guild, which Miss Canis was a member of, and all these soldiers are aura users. This information was missed by the White Tower, and so instead of getting into a fight, it would be best to simply scout the situation, and then a hole appears in the wall. Our hero got scared and managed to jump back in time. It turns out that the bald man finally realized that they were being spied on. But Theodore is not going to leave there. Even though he was declassified, he tried to find another way to solve the problem. And unfortunately, they couldn't find him. The boy came out to them, and it looks like he wants to make a frontal attack. The bald man looked at the spy and almost laughed. In front of him stood just some child, and after hearing this, our hero really got angry. It is incredibly unpleasant for him to hear this addressed to him. It seems that now it is time for him to show what he is really capable of. Seeing this, his opponent will really be shocked. A sign appeared on his hand that seemed very familiar to his enemies, and everyone present became wary. The Punisher was standing in front of them, and everyone began to panic that it was they who had sniffed them out. Now our hero is trying to use the Sonata of Speed from the Song of Battle. He needs to concentrate. It took him literally a few seconds to defeat them all. Their boss stood with his mouth wide open. Indeed, no one could have expected such incredible strength from such a fragile and small-looking boy. Our hero is surrounded on all sides. He cannot allow himself to be caught in this way, and therefore he needs to escape as quickly as possible. In order to get away from them, Theo concentrated and was going to use the magic of the fourth circle, and more specifically, chain lightning. All opponents successfully fell to the ground, exhausted and shaking from the periodic discharges throughout their bodies. Theodore put his foot on their commander and took aim. He became frightened and began to scream, begging to leave him alive and spare him. To our hero's surprise, it was a boring fight because killing people is not something he can get used to. They are not monsters. The guy looks at him and thinks about what to do, when suddenly some huge shadow began to appear in front of him. Our hero's eyes almost popped out of his head from what he saw. Where could this have come from? Could a monster really have appeared in such a place and in such an inappropriate situation? Suddenly he attacked him, and it was quite unpleasant. Theodore gritted his teeth and bent over. An incredibly hellish pain ran through his body that could not even be explained in words. The guy fell to his knees. After the blow, he lost the ability to move, speak, and in addition, breathe. His grimoire woke up at that moment. This, what happened, is called a curse, but it will not work on him. And then, at that moment, our hero felt much better. He raised his left hand and asked Glatoni if it was his doing. He laughed and said that this boss was trying to leave him a parting gift before he passed away. Theodore stood up straight and stood to look at him. Perhaps he had an artifact that curses the killer of its owner. However, fortunately, the curse does not work on the owner of Glatoni. The guy was shocked that his friend could also eat curses. Now he wonders if there is anything he can't eat. Their conversation did not last long, as Theo had to move on and fight with the others. Thanks to his abilities, he easily overcame these people, finding their weakness. Now, after defeating Raccoon, he accidentally discovered the slaves and immediately began to free the prisoners. The boy was most afraid of whether the elves would follow him, and then his thoughts were interrupted by two girls who thanked him and offered to take them where they asked. Theodore laughed awkwardly, turning to the elves and asked them to clarify what they wanted from him. One of them told about Dolphin from the Blue Evergreens. She is the blessing of their tribe. The girl expressed her thoughts in a rather complex form for our hero. He understood almost nothing and asked her to present the information to her in a slightly simpler form. The blonde laughed. Probably the benefactor had heard of people like her who are simply called high elves. At first, the boy nodded his head frivolously, but then he was very surprised to hear about him. He had read books about them before, but he knew their value. They said that such mutants are born with an astronomically small probability, and as soon as they reach adulthood, they move to Elfheim to be under the protection of others. Suddenly there was an explosion behind them. The guys turned around. Our hero became wary. This flame seemed very familiar to him. Theodore immediately rushed to that place. The girls ran after him and asked what this pillar of fire was, which was very similar to the magic of his teacher. The guy knows that only a magician who reached the sixth circle could produce such power. Upon arriving at the place, he was stunned. Everything was ablaze, and a familiar silhouette began to appear from there. When Theodore heard his teacher's voice, he turned back sharply. He was worried about him, but the blonde just laughed. His student still had to see his not best side. The boy ran up to him in confusion. His friend was wounded. He had been hit pretty hard, but the blonde asked him not to worry because it was nothing serious. Theodore could not believe that the sixth circle mage could be injured. He was also sure that the purpose of this terrifying attack on the part of the teacher was to instantly burn the opponent. But then their speech was interrupted by an elf who came up and turned to her savior in confusion. The elder is already calling them all names. He needs to go after her urgently. The brunette still can't believe that he will see with his own eyes the highest, which he had only read about in books. His teacher noticed that the student had already heard very well about them. Usually, they spend their entire lives in Elfheim. First they need to patch each other up, and then go after them. This is their original goal now. And so soon they came to that place. It looked like the one the elves were talking about. Vince noticed this, and his younger friend was confused. because he did not feel any presence. Suddenly they heard a quiet female voice greeting their saviors. Before them now stands a child of the blue evergreen tribe, as well as the sixth dancer of their race. The lady's name is Eleanor. She personally expressed her gratitude to them for saving her life. The atmosphere that emanated from this girl was quite mystical, which made our hero wary. Perhaps she is a high elf. It was also a great honor for our heroes to meet them. They introduced themselves. Theodore's eyes were downcast, and he seemed to notice something. He is sure that they are surrounded by only solid soil, but nevertheless, plants are still growing around this girl. This is her ability. And then, he heard a quiet squeak behind him. He should go back. Mitra was standing in front of him. Theodore shouted at her because she went straight to the elf, but she seemed quite happy, and praised our hero for taking care of an honorable creature. The girls acted as if they had known each other for a long time, but apparently she would have to put this story aside for now. She heard some strange clatter of hooves. It seems that the guys have guests. Theodore became wary. He began to worry that they might have missed someone. His teacher stood up for him and asked him not to worry about it. A strange man approached them and started shouting how dare they do something like that in Bergen. He also ordered that field doctors be brought here immediately to examine the wounded, and Professor Vince was also found. Theodore was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. These are just guards. There is no need to be afraid of these people. Now everything around is calm. Finally they can rest. Everyone is very happy that they managed to complete their mission this night. Seeing the report sent by the Lord of the Tower about it, the county immediately sent them an invitation to the estate, and is going to receive them with all honors. Besides this, they had other privileges, access to which was usually only available to the Earl's family. Besides this, a large banquet awaits them. Lady Eleanor and the other 9 have also received an invitation. The blonde knows that they were received at another villa. Apparently they were served literally every kind of fruit they could find, which was expected of him. The boy raised an eyebrow and couldn't understand whether this man was really that good. Well, at least the professor believes it. The Count knows how to please others without resorting to dark methods. And besides, when Vince first came to the academy, he treated him with incredible kindness, which even made him feel sick. But now that everything was ready, his teacher gave him advice to simply enjoy this evening and not think about anything. Soon a very important man came up the steps towards them and coughed to attract attention. He reported that their guests of honor, Vince Heidel and Theodore Miller, had arrived at the scene, and the men began to descend the steps. Other people were also there, and greeted the Lord of the Tower with great respect. Soon a fat man came to them and greeted his old friend. In front of them was the owner of the Bergen County territories himself. The mustachioed man asked them in a friendly manner whether they had slept well the night before. The guys sat down on comfortable sofas and started talking. Fatso couldn't believe that after so much time, such an incident brought them together. It's only been a couple of months since Vince left his post as professor. Who would have thought that his return to this wonderful town would be connected with the kidnapping of elves? The Count laughed. He couldn't believe that they decided to take such actions while being on his territory, very boldly. Theodore watched attentively. He chatted with him as if the Count knew everything. However, he knows very well that the professor actually did not tell him everything. For example, about the fact that in the neighboring building, in addition to all the elves, there is also a higher one. This is first of all. In addition to the closed circle, the secret group from the Kingdom of Austin was involved in their traffic, and all because it could lead to a huge political scandal. It's okay if he finds out about it after the information spreads in the capital, but it's too early now. You can't tell this to the teacher or to him himself. The men quickly started chatting again. The blonde knows perfectly well that someone from the Magic Association will arrive here in a few days, and in the meantime, the Count will have to endure new guests. And then, the bald man suddenly remembered that Miller was a student at their academy, and decided to clarify this point. The boy was confused and just nodded his head. The man knew that he had been given the right to receive an education by winning the capital tournament, and you could say that he pulled some strings and gave him something to look at. The Count thought of calling the dean, but he had no time to devote to him, and so he simply asked him to give Theodore the diploma for successfully completing his class as the best student. The boy studied him carefully, and he only watched his reaction. The fat man had not put in so much effort in vain. Theodore was very happy, and thanked him for such incredible care of him. After their conversation, the boy and his teacher were walking down the steps, and then he had a thought. He became interested in what this educational diploma, which he could not tear his eyes away from, meant to him. But to be honest, it is not that useful, considering that the guy has already reached heights where any education is not really necessary. For such a mage, who jumped over a high wall in one go and overcame the fifth circle, the academy diploma is nothing more than just a piece of paper. His 5 years of training is not something that can be written on some piece of paper. Just like magic, it is not just words, and the evidence of his hard work is not there. More specifically, it is in his heart, which is what his teacher is proud of. And now the green-eyed man has one question. What is he going to do with this diploma? The brunette sat down on the stairs and used the magic of the first circle, and specifically, setting it on fire in his own hands. All that was left of the unfortunate piece of paper was a couple of sparks that dissolved into the air. Everything is fine as it is, as he thinks, according to his teacher. This is not something that is very important to him now, at this moment in life, the boy thought, and then his thoughts were interrupted by a very familiar voice. Could this really be a high elf? The blonde asked Theodore to turn back. It seems he found the source. It was a little bird who asked to come to her. She wants to tell the children about something that she couldn't tell them before. She is a sylph, that is, a lower spirit of the wind, and sat down on our hero's arm, and he looked at her with interest. Theo asked the little girl if she could take him to Miss Eleanor. The bird left his warm hands and flew towards the stairs. The guy just shrugged. He needed advice from the teacher now, and he nodded his head for him to follow her. Most likely, she was going to tell him something related to the mitre, and since she did go higher than the elf, then she might know secrets regarding the ancient spirits. And this sounds really interesting, and such information is very important to know. Theo nodded his head and promised him to return soon. The boy ran after her as fast as he could, in the completely opposite direction of the hall, where he was not. It would seem so small and so nimble, moving incredibly quickly around the mansion. They finally arrived at the place. Parnisha stopped and tried to catch his breath. After he had caught his breath, he knocked on the door where they found themselves. The brunette thanked the bird for showing him the way and smiled sweetly at it, to which it squeaked joyfully. Opening the doors, our hero noticed the elf, who was waiting for him sitting on the windowsill, and joyfully greeted the young gentleman. But the first thing that caught his eye was not this girl, but the grapevine that was located next to her. The guy sees for the first time that she has grown out of such a small vase that stood nearby. The blonde noticed his intent gaze and asked if he liked her tree. As it turned out, the girl tried to plant a grape seed that was left over from dinner, and now she has a whole handful of juicy, delicious grapes in her hands, which she wants to treat her friend with. Theodore took a handful in his hand and was incredibly surprised. The ability of the high elf is simply incredible. The speed with which it makes plants grow. He carefully tore one piece off the branch, and it turned out to be incredibly tasty, that he wanted more. The boy politely asked for more. The elf was very pleased that he liked it, and she treated him to a comma. The guys began to have a pleasant conversation, and since the guy had such a chance, he became interested in what gender she was. Green-eyed, I just laughed. It wasn't surprising to her at all that people like Theodore had such a strong sixth sense and felt something like that. As it turns out, they can be born with bodies that are not tied to gender. But as soon as they find a life partner, they change it to the necessary one. For example, if it is a man, then they become girls, and vice versa. And everything turned out in such a way that the blonde still hasn't found her soulmate. The boy laughed in response. Now it became clear to him why he was haunted by such a strange feeling, and he could never even think that they had so many unique skills. As it turned out, she still had business with the young master, and he was a little confused when he heard his name. She wants Theodore to summon the creature that has a contract with him. It's about little Mitra. She probably wants to talk to her. She nodded her head. This was necessary so that she could tell Theo about the true form of this girl, and there was no need to worry. The brunette calmed down a little and, putting out his left hand, called his assistant. As always, with a quiet squeak, a baby appeared from his palm. She immediately rushed to the elf, as if they had known each other for a long time and loved each other. The guy had this impression when he watched them. Now, the big-eared one became interested in how much he knew about her essence. But in fact, his information about her is limited. He knows that she is an ancient elemental, and in addition, she cannot be classified by the ranks of the spiritual world. And then they heard a quiet snore. Mitra fell asleep right in the girl's arms. At this point, the high elf asked him to listen carefully. Such ancient elementals are not inhabitants of the spirit world. but they are the seeds of a much more mysterious other being. Having heard about this, our hero was slightly surprised and listened with interest to the girl. She wants to give him an example. The blonde carefully placed the baby on her lap and created the illusion of the ancient god of the western winds of long-gone times. According to mythology, he circles the world about 4 times a day and can summon a storm with a single breath, and Zephyr's original form was an ancient elemental. He signed a contract with Myrtle Hersheim, and this event happened about 120 years ago. After these words, our hero looked at her with fear. It seems he remembered something. His appearance was right in front of him, which looked quite strange to him. It seems that this man, named Myrtle Hersheim, is quite familiar to him. That's right. It was the same old man, but he didn't expect his name to be mentioned so abruptly, especially by an elf. Not all ancient elementals were gods like Zephyr, but he certainly is, as far as the girl knows. Meanwhile, Mitra was sleeping sweetly. In her arms, the soft and warm aura of this elf was sleeping the baby. And just in time they started talking about her. Elf suggested trying to restore some of this girl's strength, with his permission, of course. As far as she knows, she now possesses only a small part of the energy that is rightfully intended for her by nature, but which she cannot possess. She has the ability to restore strength equal to a mid-level elemental, which really made our hero think. Theodore leaned his hand on his knee, and in a quiet, calm voice asked Mitra herself if she wanted this. She pretended to think about it, and then happily jumped up from her lap, which meant a positive answer. Since the little one wants it, then why not? Theodore asked Miss Eleanor to get down to business. Such politeness made her embarrassed, because she only wants to pay back the one to whom she is in debt, namely the person who saved her life. And now it's time to get started. The elf now needs to focus on completing this small task that requires concentration. The boy watches her carefully and with great interest. The girl began to glow with an incredibly bright blue light, which literally blinded our guy's eyes. He had to cover his face with his hand. He feels incredible amounts of life energy from her, a feeling like divine powers used by priests during healing. That's what it means, a high elf. And then, the brunette began to notice that his light wounds immediately began to heal. And on top of everything else, this healing power was just a side effect of Mithra's awakening. In addition, he began to feel light touches on his body, and the boy heard a quiet voice that addressed him. This is Miss Eleanor. She took advantage of the connection between him and this little girl. If she hadn't done this, she wouldn't have been able to reach him in any way. The girl does not know how this will affect him as a master, and therefore she needs to pacify his mind. And now that she has reached a state of complete concentration, she will awaken the true form of Mithra. Long ago, when humanity was in the stage of evolution, they existed outside of nature, using nature itself for their existence. They were beyond understanding and caused awe in all living things. Father, who had intelligence, brought sacrifices to them and also began to call them gods. It was those who worshipped them, and thereby created their personalities into non-beings, who begged on their knees the great deity to have mercy on them. Her form was forcibly transformed into something she had never seen before, thanks to those who did whatever they wished. Her form was forcibly transformed into something she had never seen before, thanks to those who did whatever they wished. She could not understand why she could not ignore the desire of these miserable creatures who could not survive even a few months of drought. However, they did not know that such a thing could lead to depravity. They were able to survive only because of their great powers, ironically. The gods gained self-awareness through humans, and this realization led to their self-destruction. And she, too, could not stop her destruction. All these emotions, feelings, the past, Theodore felt on himself. Suddenly the boy jerked sharply. His face became quite serious in appearance. Eleanor asked if everything was okay with him. He had the feeling that he was floating in the air. The girl, just like him, saw everything through their connection with Mithra. The brunette looked at everything around him, and finally everything became clear to him. Many memories flashed through his head. It can be concluded that their owner Mitra, his consciousness was absorbed by her. The true form awakened. This place where he is now is called her nature. The elf gave him advice now to remain calm and very slowly, carefully lower his body to the earth where the giant creature is. It is also the essence of the girl with whom he has a contract signed. Now it is only a part of the seed that existed long before the beginning of this era. But just a couple of years ago, it was a symbol of abundance. Something like a person began to slowly rise upward, her great and sacred name, Mother Earth, Demetra. Our hero was horrified by what he saw and screamed loudly. He suddenly opened his eyes and began to look around in panic. Where is he now? He succeeded. Now he is lying on the lap of the high elf, who carefully monitored his condition. Seeing this, he jerked sharply and jumped back. Theo felt a little awkward that he was in such a position. The blonde just smiled, looking at him. This is what she is, the true form of Mithra. Since Parnisha is in this state for the first time, he may experience a slight headache or nausea. He needs to be careful and get up slowly, which he does. The boy listened to the words of the high elf, but he was fine, because he was already used to this state. Suddenly, a little blonde girl ran up to him and hugged him tightly, which he certainly didn't expect, and even became confused. Theodore doesn't know what to do now. She looks very much like her. Confused and in a slightly quiet tone, he asks if this is really Mithra, and she only nodded her head contentedly. The high elf said that the ritual was successful. Now she can use mid-level elemental magic. Her physical growth also confirms that her strength and magical abilities have increased. The girl ran up to her friend and hugged her too, with great care and love, and the boy still looked at them and could not believe that he did not recognize this little girl. He can feel very well that she has truly grown. Previously, he had a limit on the types of earth magic that he could effectively use, but now he has access to the true abilities of an elementalist. He finally pulled himself together and even joked a little. The girl shouldn't grow taller than him. She was unhappy at first, but then she nodded her head sweetly. Now the boy had to train, and tried to recreate an exact copy of it from the ground. It seems that the girl was delighted and found a resemblance to her. Theodore laughed and nodded his head. She is very cute. Now she is dancing with a new friend. The boy's susceptibility to earth magic has increased incredibly over the couple of days he spent with it, and now it can be assumed that he has access to its non-verbal use. On average, magicians are able to instantly use only part of their magic, and half of their magic circle. Everything is a bit confusing. If the fourth circle, then only the magic of the second. If the number is odd, for example 5, then it depends on their skills, and only a few geniuses born with incredible sensitivity and calculation of their skills can overcome this flow. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. It seems that Theodore has become adept at using the mid-level power of elementals. This was his most beloved teacher when he saw him. His eyes shone. How many times already he praises the boy for his merits, and it is incredibly pleasant every time. Glasses noted that, apparently, the meeting with the high elf affected not only his Mithra, but also Theodore himself. The guy is now most interested in how Vince's wound is, whether everything is okay with it. Again, he is much better thanks to Eleanor's treatment, but the pain is much more persistent than he could have expected. The curse of the deceased was too strong, and she was only able to heal the physical body and somehow help. And as long as it remains in this wound and does not dissipate, the healing will not be fully completed, as she told him. But fortunately, after some time, everything will heal itself, or you can find the high priest and get rid of the curse immediately. Quite good advice. That day, the professor saw great concern in his student's eyes and reassured him. This was far from his first such injury. Besides this, the man still had to refuse the accompanying mission because of her. This is the only minus for now. He, as a teacher, cannot be a burden to his student, and will never allow himself to be. Theodore was still worried about him and kept asking how he was feeling, and he was very sorry that he would not be able to be present and help on the mission. However, the kingdom would send people to replace him anyway. The bespectacled man leaned back on the bench and really hoped that it would be one of the tower lords, for example Veronica, because it concerns a high elf. In any case, they need to start preparing. But our hero does not fully understand what for, as it turned out. The blonde received news that the convoy that will accompany the Alphas has already arrived in Bergen. And when they had already stood up and were about to move on, the brunette asked him why they needed him, because the Magic Association has spatial magicians. Wouldn't it be easier to use mass teleportation? It is quite reasonable to ask the question. Elves are a race with an innate immunity to magic. They were born with the blessing of nature, because of which they unconsciously cancel everything that technically goes against the natural course. But for ordinary people, this is too much. Since such a skill is the magic of the sixth circle, their resistance cannot cope. But it's still a little different when it comes to the high elf. They stabilize the mana around them simply by their presence. Judging from the entire conversation with the teacher, The brunette understood that they were simply escorting Eleanor without the other elves. Suddenly, their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a scream. A man was rushing towards them from all over the place, and it seemed he arrived just in time. "This is the elder of the Red Tower, Herman. He and Vince are very good friends." First of all, he praised him for being able to reach the sixth circle. The brunette always believed in him. The professor was taken aside by his friends. Each of them was interested in how he was feeling, and in general they chatted about their own topics. Theodore senses incredible magical power from this new man. He heard that this man lost one circle after his leg was injured in battle. Even Elder Shugel has already come here. To think that the two of them came here from the magic towers. But no, the guy understands that these are not just two elders. All the mages who came here are seasoned veterans. If they wanted, they could easily raise 2 or 3 districts to the ground. And then his thoughts are interrupted by Herman. He noticed Vince's student, who they say the Lord of the Tower herself has set her sights on. He was very embarrassed by these words. It is clear that they were talking about Miss Veronica. The man, seeing his flushed face, laughed loudly and asked him not to be so embarrassed in front of him, even though this girl has a hot temper, but she is very good. And then his speech was interrupted by something that managed to attract his attention. 2 people in red cloaks were walking nearby, and in the middle was a child of the elf. It seemed that in front of him was the high elf himself. When they came closer, the girl greeted everyone in a quiet voice. She is a child of the Blue Evergreen tribe and the 6th dancer of all clans. Herman also confidently introduced himself. He is responsible for this convoy, and also expressed his incredible joy at meeting her. It was a great honor for the girl to meet him himself. The guys came closer to each other and shook hands firmly. And during this little ritual, the man felt something. When he simply touched her like this, he felt his body begin to overflow with an incredibly strong life energy. The man had heard well of the powers of the high elves, but this was beyond all his expectations. And then his friend approached him with a request to move forward as soon as possible, because they did not have much time left. The boys regrouped at the convoy transport and set off on their journey, the one they had prepared specifically for this mission. Our hero clearly didn't expect this. It seemed to him that it should just be an ordinary cart, and not this. This thing that was really confusing him was called a magic carriage on a magic engine, and is also known as a mana carriage. These guys, who have always lived at great speeds, studied the implementation of magic into the power of motion for engines, and tried countless times. There were accidents during the testing process, but in the end, they managed to achieve the goal. Professor Vince and his student looked at this incredible technology with wide eyes. Their fellow traveler turned to them and asked them to quickly climb into it. "He promises to show you what it's like to have speed go to your head, which sounds really incredible." Theodore grimaced. He didn't care what he thought about it, but he certainly didn't really want to ride it. After all this, Herman urgently met with Count Bergen and thanked him with all his heart for his help on behalf of all the high mages of the magic towers. This man's help was incredibly important to them. His Majesty also appreciates his loyalty. The fat man laughed. It was a great honor for him to hear such pleasant words, but he was only doing his duty as a resident of Meltor and asked him to stop flattering him excessively. Herman looked at him. A lot of time had passed since their last meeting, but his arrogant character had not changed at all, which irritated him a little. He had to fulfill his small request, but that was the end of his gratitude and sweet speeches. He still has a lot of other things to do, and so he is going to leave the room right now. The elder was already waiting for him at the door, and he was wondering how it could have happened that his conversation ended in less than 5 minutes, which surprised him a little. The old man scolded him, because every time he repeats to him that for the sake of a good conversation, he must respect his interlocutor. However, he already knows this fat man very well, and if he had started a small talk with him, it would have dragged on for a very long period of time. Grandfather sighed heavily. He shouldn't say anything now, after all. What's the point of teaching etiquette to such an ignorant person like him? Herman rolled his eyes in displeasure. That's why he doesn't like lazy people who use teleports, and continued to tease him. Just in time, another person came to them and asked the man to come to him for a minute. Professor Vince was already waiting for him, and it seemed that he was seriously determined to discuss something with him. The grandfather said goodbye to him and promised to see him in the capital. A trip in such a carriage would be burdensome for Herman, and he joked with slight sarcasm about his aching joints. The bespectacled man laughed at their not-so-friendly dialogue. Shugel continues in the same spirit. He hasn't changed a bit, but now the men didn't meet for this discussion. The first thing the blonde told him was the whole truth about the theft of elves by Austin agents. The existence of these creatures is incredibly expensive. As soon as they are born, Elfheim immediately finds out about it. In addition, they are not inferior to aura users in strength. Judging from the entire conversation, Herman concluded that they had people who could suddenly get rid of the Elfheim guard. Most likely, as far as Vince knows, those scoundrels were able to capture her while she was waiting for her guards, and in principle, the idea of escaping alone would not have been difficult for her. But according to her, her friends were taken hostage, and therefore she was left with no choice but to surrender. The brunette was confused. They need to move out right now. Despite the fact that they have been lying low for several days, we can conclude that they have problems. But still, they cannot guarantee the safety of this place. If they didn't have support forces, they would have waited here a little longer. This seems quite logical. Now there is one big plus. The Lord of the Tower, who moved in the opposite direction, is flying here with a group and escort, and therefore the closer they are to the capital, the faster they will regroup. For Vince, this is an incredible relief. He really felt very relieved after these words. If Miss Veronica joins them, there is no need to worry about who will oppose them, and even if that opponent is one of those who has magic above the 8th circle, but still turned to ashes. But even in such a case, it was impossible to relax. Herman folded his arms on his chest and asked if he was leaving his student here. The blonde can't do that. If they're really on the prowl for the High Elf, then the likelihood that they'll come for the boy is pretty high, and it's much more dangerous to just join the convoy and head to the capital. And instead of becoming a burden to his student, the professor would rather choose to become a burden to his enemy. If he comes for him, then he can gain a couple of minutes of time. Still, Herman cannot be dissuaded, and he agrees to his conditions, but they promise not to deliver the High Elf and the apprentice to the capital safe and sound. The guys have already climbed into the car and are getting ready to leave. It's time to move out. Theodore looked out of the window with interest. It was very difficult for him to believe that more than 100 magic spells had been cast here, and all just to set the carriage in motion. He feels all the energy that comes from her, and is simply an incredible delight. It overwhelms him. Elder Herman and the Red Tower mages are in the vanguard to protect, and the rest are moving out to the sides of him and Miss Eleanor to protect them. And it is almost impossible to get within 50 m of them without being noticed, even under stealth spells. And so the carriage jerked, and our hero jerked. It looked like they were already starting to set out on their journey. Her speed is incredibly great. She moves much faster than he could have expected, and Theodore seems to be very pleased. At this rate, the boys can reach their destination in just one day. The boy sat next to the High Elf, and then he felt a warm touch on his hand. The girl touched him, and with a slight smile on her face asked why he looked so agitated. The guy was confused and didn't know what to answer. It was the first time a High Elf touched him so gently. She suspected that he was worried about his teacher. And from Elder Shugel's words, Vince is in critical condition, and he may get internal injuries if he tries to use teleportation. The brunette lowered his head. He can't believe that the teacher stayed in Bergen as bait, and for some reason he has a very bad feeling in his soul. The girl tried to calm him down, but the moment when his fate would come to an end had not yet arrived. Eleanor has a vision of the future. In other words, she has the gift of foresight. Our hero couldn't even think about this. Could he really see there what will happen in the future? One of the few ways to cope with the fear of what will happen next is the strength to see it as he believes it to be. Those who have an incredible weakness to time, those who sooner or later must face death, were granted long ago by gods, demons, or ancient dragons. Theodore looked into her eyes. That is, she wants to say that the teacher will probably be okay. The blonde laughed quietly. Her power is not so powerful, but she can sense the end of time, and that is why he has every reason to relax now and not worry about it. Their carriage continued to rush even faster. For the guy, her ability still seems a little useless, because you can't even feel when you are in danger. However, even if this is so, thanks to this girl he can relax well and not wind himself up too much. The most important thing now is to focus on getting them safely to the capital. It would be great if their road was smooth. The evil spirits are still awake, and the guy is worried about whether he will be able to meet the master again safe and sound. While they sat in silence, the brunette continued to admire the view from the window, as well as the incredible speed of these carriages, which were driven by mana. Soon their servant, so to speak, brought a delicious dinner. Now is the time to relax and definitely eat well. The choice was not large enough, but still, the assistant asked to enjoy a good snack. The guy thanked him politely. He is very hungry and ready to eat absolutely everything. Theodore got up from his seat and began to examine what he had there. The very first thing that caught his eye was a couple of fruits, snacks, and some dried meat. Rather simple food, but enough to satisfy the hunger of his stomach. When suddenly he remembered that Miss Eleanor probably did not eat meat, since he had heard that they fed on the gifts of nature. The girl nodded her head negatively, and she is not special. All elves like her enjoy meat food. As she explained, everything in nature has equal rights, both animals and plants, and therefore there is no reason to refuse such nutritious food, and besides, by refusing such, the body becomes weaker. However, Theodore had heard that the Elfheim delegation that Meltor had recently visited ate only fruit, and this interested him greatly. Eleanor just shrugged. She didn't know anything about it. Perhaps it has to do with cooking methods. The guy didn't quite understand what she meant by this, and asked her to explain a little. Elven receptors are several times more sensitive than human ones, as the girl says, and therefore it is difficult for them to eat meat that was prepared with a lot of spices and all sorts of sweet additives. They eat any food raw without resorting to fire, and it is quite natural and normal for them to eat meat freshly cut from prey. For Theodore, this sounds quite creepy. Just imagining this picture gives him goosebumps. They sat and remained silent along the entire road, but then they were distracted by some strange shaking. A strange sound was added to it, which scared the elf a little. Theodore decided to go out and check. The guy ordered the second and third carts to be installed to check the situation around. The people did not understand what had happened and noticed the newcomer from the Red Tower. As it turns out, the very first one, who was in the vanguard, got into a fight with someone. They plan to move out after she gives the signal that everything is clear, and therefore there is no need to worry about anything, and just wait. This seemed a little suspicious to our hero. Shouldn't they join the first carriage? The man explained to him that due to the unique formation of the Red Tower's combat tactics, it is very difficult for the mage of others to help them with anything. Its leader there is Elder Herman. There is no point in interfering. Their primary task is simply escort, and not any victory. And besides, if the enemy can get rid of the first carriage in such a short time, they will not be able to win in any case. But you really can't argue with that. And considering the size of their group, they really are just escorts and not a combat unit. Even if they fail to defeat the enemy, their first and foremost task is to prevent any outcome in which Eleanor might suffer. Our hero is now thinking only about how to win the battle, but this type of thinking is not suitable for the purposes of the escort mission. This is what worries him. There were just at least 5 shots and a clash of magic of the 6th circle. However, Theodore senses that someone among them has powerful magic that surpasses the standards of the 6th circle. This sound that he heard, this is the sound of the magician who once managed to touch the 7th. This is definitely the elder. He is sure of it. Suddenly, the man heard some intermittent sound from his radio. It was Herman's voice. Anton urgently picked up the phone and tried to contact him. He was very scared and warned everyone who could hear him. They need to run away from here immediately. This is not an enemy they can defeat. They need to urgently save the High Elf. He wanted to repeat his speech once more, but it was cut off, and no more sound was heard, which made his hands tremble. No one wanted to think about the worst consequences. Had Elder Herman really fallen, the other guys entered into a squabble, trying to put their hopes that everything could still be okay. But since even he said to run away from here, then if the enemy is still approaching, they are already one step away from death. The commander turned to his assistants. The second wagon should prepare for departure and also be on high alert. The boys couldn't understand why they needed this, because the elder had told them to get out of here as quickly as possible. Anton was on edge and reminded that their most important goal now was to deliver Miss Eleanor to the capital completely safe and sound. There was no time to waste. Everyone immediately listened to the commander, and although they did not trust his decision a little, they began to work. He also turned to the newcomer, and specifically to Theodore. He was also alarmed and reacted a little nervously to his call. He was told that from now on, his whole focus should be on escorting Miss Eleanor safely. He was entrusted with this very important matter, and he promised to do everything in his power. Everyone was ordered to take their positions. There is no point in strictly following the direction. You just need to get away from here as far as possible. The second strip, where the High Elf is sitting, should leave this place first. People immediately rushed to her. Preparations were completed. It was high time to move out as quickly as possible. And those people who remained behind, very carefully prepared for the battle. They needed to win at least some time. Everyone was in a panic. Anton was in charge of everything. Since Herman had fallen, everything was put in his hands. Unlike the Red Tower mages, who focus on direct firepower, the Blue one specializes in interaction. In simple words, they share magic with each other, and thus abilities with each other, thanks to which they will make the most of their power due to synergy. In a group fight, the mages in the Red Tower don't have a chance. Their preparations were completed just in time. It arrived at the place. This undead slowly approached its opponent. There was a terrifying aura around it. Besides that, it's quite strange that his mana and sounds are light. It's the same sense of danger that he felt before. All his power is only from his presence and not from anything else. After smoking his last cigarette, Anton sighed heavily and told the soldiers to get ready. It looked like this place would become his grave. Meanwhile, the high elf sat in the carriage and was very worried and blamed herself. Because of her, these people would have to go through such terrible things, and she already cursed herself for being born with such a status. Her eyes were almost wet. She is very afraid that now ordinary people can die because of her. Theodore sat next to her. He was sad to look at her, and he carefully took the girl by the hand, asking her not to blame herself. The guy tried to explain that despite the fact that she was a high elf, she was just a victim of a group of kidnappers, and therefore she shouldn't get herself worked up like that. The boy looked confidently into her eyes and asked her to make the one who was hunting her the culprit of everything that was happening. It was clear how worries about her comrades had taken hold of her heart. Sadness was the order of the day here, and the girl was already sitting and crying, quietly thanking the guy for his support. But Theodore did not feel that he was doing enough to calm her down now, and in advance, he asked for forgiveness for what he was doing now. He stood up when he sensed danger and just hugged her tightly. The girl reciprocated, and with slight confusion, asked what he was doing. Something terrible is about to happen. The guy just wants to protect her, and gently covering her head with his hand, he asked her to lie down. And he did it just in time. Their carriage began to turn over, the light in it went out. All the things were going upside down in the literal sense of the word. She was attacked from outside. The guy feels a strong negative energy coming from there. His body trembled. Could it be that all his comrades had already been laid low, since not even 10 minutes had passed since their last separation? He looked at what was happening behind him in confusion, covering the girl with himself. He couldn't believe that in such a short time, all the elite magicians of the Blue Tower had fallen. Those monsters that attacked them arrived to them quite quickly and with great ease, even though the mana carriage was rushing at an unimaginable speed. A monster appeared before him, and Theodore, although weakly, still felt the power of the magical convoy. Could this monster really be their enemy? When he looked at him more closely, his eyes almost popped out of his head. He, of course, felt that the enemy was of an unusual size, but to see something like that was just a nightmare. It flies. It is simply huge and observes the whole situation from above. Its face was shaped like a skull, which made it look even more terrifying, and it continued to get closer and closer to them. The guy had never heard of such monsters in his life, and now he was wondering who was behind all this. He needed to protect the girl. As a magician, he perfectly senses this terrifying aura, and can accurately say that it is on a completely different level compared to all those he has met before. And then, it spoke in a hoarse voice. Superbia was still as disgusting to him as before. Our hero became wary, and his weirdo on his left hand woke up. The monster looked at him, and with confidence he could also say about him, is he still trying to get attached to the lower beings who are called people? He was incredibly angry. Gluttony was disgracing the name of the 7 deadly sins, and now he wondered, what is the value of pathetic abilities and those who rely only on luck? He also spoke to him. After collecting and combining a huge amount of genetic products, over time, he became fascinated by the limitations of living beings, and also called this monster a loser. An ignoramus like him, who is never able to understand what beauty and wisdom are, has no right to open his mouth. It seems that Gluttony is not at all shy in his expressions. The monster screamed at him with a piercing cry and demanded that he close his mouth. Quite quickly and quite sharply, it attacked Theodore. Fortunately, he somehow managed to put up a shield. The most important thing was to protect the girl. Our hero had never met such creatures as him. and therefore he hugged the high elf so that she would be near him. He did not even understand at that moment who he was dealing with now. The brute continued to chatter. The independent-type grimoire is, like him, one of the 7 deadly sins, and since that is the sin of gluttony, then in gluttony pride progresses, its essence is the usurpation of species. Is this really the power of pride? Our hero was already confused and was trying with all his might to hold the barrier. He confirmed this. No matter what type of organism it is, it collects its characteristics in itself. By eating the sample, it immediately gets the ability to produce its innate traits. As an example, we can take trolls. For them it is regeneration. For ogres it is physical strength. Now everything becomes clear to our hero, but the question pops up in his head, how many characteristics can he assign at a time? And considering that he just broke through the 4th seal with his current strength, he can appropriate as many as a whole 5 at a time. And gluttony sincerely does not understand how Theodore decided to fight against the superbia. The boy thinks that right now he has no choice. Because he needs to protect the most valuable thing, however, there is no need for this, because he is not here to absorb it. The monster confirmed it. He is here to do it with a high elf, and some commoner is of no interest to him. Even though it promised to leave him alive and allow him to leave here peacefully, Theodore is not going to back down. He will never, under any circumstances, allow Eleanor to fall into the hands of such a creature. Now it became clear to Superbia, since this was his choice, he was going to defeat them both. Theo asked the girl to move away to arm's length and took the main blow. The most important thing that he has as a priority is protecting the elf. The girl looks at this whole picture and becomes scared. The guy is thinking of a plan, and the first idea that comes to his mind is that he first needs to hide Eleanor in a safe place. He already has ideas in his head. First, he needs to take advantage of the fact that he is currently attacking, and then attack in response. Using his magic, he made it so that he and the miss were thrown in different directions, and now he has to attract all the attention to himself. When he landed, the boy had no time to hesitate. He immediately asked the Lord of Flame for his power, to grant him his breath. The guy uses Inferno, and there is a small explosion throwing him back. Right now, he is lying on the ground and is well aware that all of this is not enough, and he needs to use Al's magic arrow. And then he is distracted from his thoughts by a strange whoosh from above. Its creature has taken off and is right above him in the air. It became incredibly angry and headed straight towards him, already preparing to attack. The guy had to think faster and use his strength, putting up a shield. And when he realized that if he had not reflected this blow with mana, he would no longer be in the world of the living, from which goosebumps ran down his skin. Everything happens as Gluttony said. If he lets Miss Eleanor die, he himself will survive, because the purpose of this creature is the flesh and blood of the High Elf. Theodore has no choice but to turn to his weirdo and ask him to tell him how to at least give this monster a good beating. This time he doesn't want to run away, and in general he doesn't want to. He just needs an answer. Is there such a way? Although Grimoire doesn't see the point in his efforts. And yet he decided to make an exception and pay him the debt. He forcibly removed the 4th seal from himself. A notification appeared in the system that the gluttony function was forcibly unlocked. The user must now immediately read the information. It was written that from now on he can borrow the power of the author of the book that was absorbed. It's incredibly risky, but there's nothing they can do. Access to it was opened, and Theodore was able to fire an incredibly powerful arrow. This necromancer also felt the changes, suspicious. What kind of trick did he just pull off? Our hero immediately changed in appearance. In addition, the rhythm of his heartbeat completely changed in an instant, as if he were a completely different entity. And indeed, the boy turned into Alfred himself, as planned, and all thanks to Gluttony. The blonde laughed and tried to make fun of this monster. Did he really notice that he had a very high connection with him? The huge creature continued to mock him. He dared to assume that it was a weak creature. With a weak body, it would not leave a scratch on him. Alfred immediately began to prepare for the attack, and already knew what he should do right now. The man used that famous arrow and aimed it straight at him. The necromancer stood in slight bewilderment, and it seemed that the attack had actually managed to touch him. The blonde began to laugh at him. It seemed that his opponent certainly did not expect this. The monster could not believe that he could be wounded like that. He promises to deal with him slowly, without mercy. His body regenerated, and what Alfred now sees is something on the verge of immortality. And then he hears a quiet female voice. It seems he realized that this is exactly the one he must protect. The man quietly asked her to hide in a safe place. He promises to guide the girl, and all she needs is to run with all her might, as fast as she can, even if she starts to choke. He carefully and unnoticed by the enemy sent her a small light and quietly asked her to follow him. It was a small firefly, but she did not want to leave the man alone and wanted to help. But he reacted rudely. Even though she is a high elf and demanded to get away from here, her life is in danger as never before. Only after this did the blonde understand that now she would only be a burden to him if she stayed. Her leg hurt a lot, but she had to carefully get up and move on. She ran after this little firefly and looked back. Eleanor believes that Mr. Theodore will return to her safe and sound. The monster mocked their pathetic attempts to save the situation. He promises to swallow him first and then get to her. In this world, while he is alive, there is no safe place for the elf. It is using several of its abilities at once right now, and promises to make the boy feel sorry for everything he has done. The necromancer unleashed all his power on him now, and the transformed Theodore managed to apply protection, and he was not affected. His next plan was to rise high into the air to catch his breath a little. The power of this creature is truly incredible, and if he is exposed to a shock wave, all his insides will turn to dust. As soon as he had time to think about it, this monster appeared behind him. It has incredible speed of movement. It was quite astonishing that it surprised even Alfred himself, and therefore it was worth his while now to try. The opponents attacked each other simultaneously and tried to hold on. The man managed to parry his attack to the side and put up a shield in time, but now he needs to do something else. The blonde took aim at him and was about to use a magic arrow. He still managed to touch his head. This is incredible power, which still managed to cause some damage to the monster. But he still tried to resist, trying to appear strong and instill fear. Couldn't these people understand that his attacks had no effect on him? He tried to attack him again with the free part of his limb, but his opponent managed to dodge. This time Alfred wants to use the magic arrow again, and not just once like last time. He decided that since he was immortal and incapable of dying, he would simply turn him into a real sieve. The monster fell to the ground with a terrifying sound and laughed. It seems that he now understood what kind of friend this is. Apparently, he simply easily adapts to movements that are similar to human ones. And it looks like he already has a plan in mind. Let's see how he handles it. It began to grow some limbs from itself, which at first looked like threads, but a little later they acquired full-fledged forms of hands with frightening claws. Soon, this something took the form of a huge stone monster. After this, everything became clear to Alfred. It seemed as if he had been studying him, since he had turned into a monster that he had never heard of before. He promises that now, for sure, none of this pathetic little man's tricks will work on him, and he's just going to attack. Its huge spike stuck straight into the ground, literally a couple of centimeters from the man. But fortunately, he is aware that the blade of the tail is very dangerous and contains deadly poison. Even a small scratch will be fatal, and it is worth fearing. It was for such cases that Alfred saved the most powerful and durable shield to protect himself. However, even so, he is much more annoying than the aura user. If he continues to attack with such extraordinary attacks, he has no chance of lasting even 10 minutes. The man had to turn to Theodore himself. Now he needs full control over his entire body, and to get it, he needs his consent. Of course, even under this condition, he cannot guarantee victory, but in the current situation, this is all they can hope for. The guy didn't care what would happen to his body right now, and he immediately agreed. The hidden function of the transmission was activated. The monster continued to criticize him for such senseless actions and tricks that he was pulling, because he had already decided in his head that he had no chance of winning. He launched his incredibly sharp and poisonous thorn towards him again. The man put up a shield and was able to defend himself, and in this state, he is going to use the Song of Battle. In order for everything to work out, he is going to use several tactics at once, the main one being hands enchanted with flame. After such an incredibly blazing heat that flared up in his palms, a strong explosion thundered. Some trees in the forest even fell. Now the blonde orders the 2 memory rods to be opened, and using this volcanic charge to attack, an incredibly bright flash is heard. He should have closed his eyes. A thick layer of dust and smoke rose up around him, as well as some pieces of earth, which prevented him from breathing freely, and so he lands on the ground. Now that their consciousness is completely synchronized, he is confused where his memories are and where they are not. From the darkness, the silhouette of this monster began to appear. Now he understood that his trick was in this blow and flame. Now he is going to counterattack him using the fire-resistant skin of a salamander in tandem with the scales of a dragon and the body of a hellhound. But it is worth him to admit that some little man was able to detain him significantly. After everything that happened, Alfred realizes that all he has left is a magic arrow that relies on destructive power, and that it might work. The man points his fingers at it and takes aim. This time he definitely won't hold back, seeing how terrible his opponent is, and releases his power at 100%. The huge monster is now trying to put up a barrier to protect itself from such a wave. But it seems that his attempts were not crowned with success, as it seemed to Alfred at first. When he caught his breath, the first thing that came to his mind was why his opponent didn't even try to dodge her. Is it possible that even now the magic arrow that was fired at full power has no effect on him? His body was safe and sound, and he continued to chuckle, mocking the commoner. Now it seems to him that he has exhausted all his prepared tricks, and cannot answer him with anything. Now it's his turn, and he's going to show what he can do. With a big run, the monster makes an incredibly high jump upward, which made Alfred wary. In addition, he was frightened by the fact that this creature now became many times faster than before, and now it hits the ground with all its might. However, something did not go according to his plan, and he did not notice his enemy with his fist. The man managed to use illusion magic to get away from him a little further. Now it will be quite difficult. Even if he uses the magic arrow again, it is unlikely that anything will change. It is useless to use the same technique twice to overcome his defense. You need to do something this time that he has not seen before. It seems that an idea of what can be done has already arisen in his head, but he is still not sure whether it will be possible to make it a reality. The monster hits him again with its sharp claws. Alfred put up a shield in time and managed to defend himself from the attack. Suddenly he threw his hand back. Now he feels nothing. Looking around, he began to suspect that illusion magic had been used again. And indeed, when he raised his head up, he noticed a great deal of this of his enemy. The monster tried to mock him again. Did this commoner really think that such a cheap trick would work on him twice? He should have used the all-seeing eye, which discovered that all 6 were fake, and then he got confused. While it was looking around, trying to find the real one, he had already prepared his spell. Alfred tried to hurry so that he wouldn't have time to figure anything out. This time he is confident in himself and uses battle songs, Rhapsody of Power, and other combinations at once. Only when the explosion was launched did the enemy notice it. But the man wants to put all his strength into this attack. He managed to strengthen his magic arrow 5 times thanks to a special spell and shoot it at him. His hands were shaking incredibly. He wanted to win quickly. And so, the transmission time limit was exhausted, synchronization with it was broken. Theodore returned to his previous appearance. He was breathing heavily. His assistant managed to land one precise blast, and that was all they could do. Now they just had to wait. This monster began to rise from behind the earth. He threatened to deal with him right here and now. Theodore sighed heavily. He had no more strength. Some strange black silhouette began to spread across his body. He held out for quite a long time. His health was almost exhausted, and besides, he fell into the clutches of this monster. His flexible hands literally ate him up, and he now remembers all the best moments with his family, with his teacher, and he really hopes that he will take care of them. But then, he hears a familiar female voice expressing words of support, and in 1 second, the monster's paw is torn to pieces. The Lord of the Red Tower came to his aid just in time. It was very good that she appeared so timely. Veronica apologized for being late and promised to deal with this monster right away. The guy was not puffing in vain. Now it will be much easier for her. She uses the flame of purgatory, turning it into the form of a sword. This hellish blade has helped her in more than one battle, and she is ready to use it now. Alfred, when synchronized with Theodore, was able to inflict good damage on him and wear out the enemy. Now it will not be difficult to strike him. The only thing he wants to boast about now is the regenerative abilities of his body, which are beyond the concept of mortals. He didn't like this girl right away, and he promises to now shift his focus only to her. Veronica is full of strength and discovers all his attempts to attack in time. It was as if she was waiting for the moment when this creature would get closer to her, and she struck at the very core of its muzzle. This time she didn't spare him. The shot was powerful enough. It looks like she managed to burn his body, which is already literally falling apart. The girl uses the 7th magic circle, and specifically the hellish flame special for such a patient. And she is also very irritated by his speeches, where he tries to seem cool. Now he is just nothing. And so her last attack ends with an incredibly powerful explosion that literally blinds the eyes. The monster could not even imagine that the only way out of the situation for him was to run away. He needed to get away from here as quickly as possible. But it seems that the Lord of the Tower has already figured out his plan, and she is incredibly angry now. She pushes off the ground and makes a high jump upwards. Now that creature won't be able to hide from her, especially in the face of absolute power. As Veronica wanted, she will give him the dragon's breath as a last gift, so that he will definitely feel her taste of fire. This clod of Gigi began to blaze. The girl watched it carefully from above. When the smoke cleared, she noticed that he had fled. This creature was much more annoying than the swordmaster, and in principle, there was nothing surprising in the fact that he was so strong. If it weren't for his incredible power, he wouldn't have been able to deal with Herman, and he wasn't the only one who fell during the battle with him. It seems that after such a brutal fight, only the elf and the boy, who lies on the ground without strength, survived. Veronica ran up to him and began to feel his pulse. Fortunately, he had come to and was still alive. She thanked him for fighting and holding out. Besides, he has serious wounds, he can't strain himself. The girl ran into the nearest forest where the elf was hiding and asked her to come outside. Theodore looked at her sideways, and it seemed that he had completely forgotten that there was anyone else here besides the Lord of the Red Tower. When the blonde saw him in such a state, she was very scared. Eleanor ran up to him and fell to her knees. She was afraid that he might not recognize her after such serious injuries. The guy is feeling very bad now, but he called her by name and is very glad that she's okay. The high elf looked at him and cried. Tears flowed by themselves. The brunette tried to say that he was very glad that he could protect her, but his voice grew weaker with every word. He didn't have time to finish speaking and fell to the ground. He reached his limit. The girls got scared and tried to bring him to his senses, but he didn't react in any way. The last thing he saw before his eyes was a star in the sky, or rather the same firefly that accompanied Eleanor to the safe place. This time he would have to sleep for a long time. A day after this incident, news of the complete destruction of the High Elf's escort reached Meltor. The towers suffered serious losses. After receiving the data, the lords, ministers, and the head of the academy held a meeting in the negotiation room. Two guys came to Blundell at once, whom he recognized and had not seen for a long time. The old man was glad to see Veronica and Orta, and therefore greeted them joyfully. The girl snorted in response. She didn't enjoy talking to old men at all. Blundell has the same sharp and hot-tempered character, only the Lord of the White Tower was calm as a door and listened to their disputes about who looks more like an old hag. Grandfather tried to soften the situation and suggested sitting down without unnecessary words, because it was much better to conduct a conversation that way. It was also not difficult to notice that the place of the Lord of the Yellow Tower was empty as always. He does not consider such events an important reason for the meeting. Soon, His Majesty the Emperor himself arrived. As always, he does not like officialdom, and asked us to simply take our seats. He doesn't want to go through a whole petition of formalities now. It's important to get straight to the point. Before their discussion began, the man asked Veronica to bring everyone up to speed. She just nodded her head obediently. She had to tell all the details of the incident when their convoy was attacked by an unknown monster. The magicians mobilized for this mission, and the mana carriages were destroyed. However, circumstances turned out so that this monster was able to escape at the end of the battle, and the High Elf was safe and sound. It seems that this interested the Emperor. The servant who was nearby was in shock. 21 magicians fell at the hands of the unknown, but he escaped from the Lord of the Red Tower. Now it is not surprising that such a scandal arose. We can conclude that there is a monster that is much stronger than the Tower Lords, which is alarming. There was a noise in the hall, and Kurt asked everyone to be quiet. At least they managed to avoid the worst-case scenario. Eleanor remained alive and not a bit hurt. More than 20 elite mages have died. The Emperor is thinking about paying compensation to their families, and then this money must be returned to Elfheim, since that girl is very valuable. He turned to Blundell and told him about this idea, looking him intently in the eyes. Grandfather knows very well that elves are a race that pays its debts in full, so everything will be perfect at least, he promises. If it were otherwise, it would be very bad indeed, as the king thinks. Brunet also asked the Lord of the White Tower to personally deliver the High Elf to Elfheim, a task he can only entrust to him, since Veronica is not on the best terms with the elves. He agreed to carry out his order with joy, however. Before he began the task, He informed him that Eleanor had asked for something. Kurt smirked slightly. Did she really have a favor to ask of him? The old man told him that until Theodore Miller fully recovered, the High Elf's aura would support him, and so she asked him for permission to stay in the kingdom. At least his right hand was in a very poor condition. The people who were sitting nearby and heard everything began to whisper among themselves. This young man really managed to win the gratitude of the elf herself, an incredible guy. Since it was he who had already helped this country more than once, the king has no reason to refuse this request, because it is even considered his duty to help the victim of such a huge incident. In addition, he awarded the title of Viscount to Theodore, and in addition, he awards him a silver medal for all his services. Meanwhile, it was already morning outside. The bright light blinded the eyes, and the sun's rays began to slowly break through the window of the patient's hospital room. Our hero was still unconscious. It looks like he really got hit pretty hard. Eleanor never left his side for a second. All his physical wounds had been removed, and she was very worried that he still had not come to his senses. Before she leaves him, the girl wants to convey how grateful she is to him and say goodbye to him in person. During this time while she was here, she shed many of her tears for this young man and mentally begged him to open his eyes again. The Lord of the White Tower came to her and asked for forgiveness, which slightly changes her plans. The Elfheim delegation is putting more and more pressure on them every day. They need to get ready. The old man is very sorry that she keeps waiting and waiting for the guy to come to his senses. However, the longer this continues, the worse the relationship between their countries becomes, and he tries to reason with her. The girl understands this perfectly well, however. She is very ashamed that she will not be able to thank him personally for such a courageous and brave act. Eleanor looked at him with red, tear-stained eyes, and simply, all she could do now was just kiss him on the forehead. She did it very tenderly. No one had ever been honored with such an honor to receive a kiss from a high elf, and she very much hopes to meet him again, no matter the circumstances. The next day, Meltor was again surrounded by sunny and pleasant weather. The sun shone through Theodore's window and he was able to twitch his eye. And then, he suddenly jumps up from his place and tears off the bandage from his eye. He doesn't understand anything now. He wonders how long he was unconscious. Considering how much he had worn out his body, it was probably just a little over a week. He was lost in time, and the very first thing he could think of was Miss Eleanor and not his condition. He really wants and really hopes that she returned to Elfheim without any problems. The boy still remembers her worried and tear-stained face. Suddenly, he felt something. Some strange sensation that he had never experienced before. One can assume that this is Alfred's sixth sense, and it's significantly different from what he had. His five senses just became sharper, and it seems like he sees several steps ahead. It's an innate talent that is literally made for battle. After everything that had happened, his head was already hurting terribly. It would take him a little time to get used to the new sensations. And then, he heard a quiet voice, which scared him. The boy clearly did not expect that he was not alone in the room. Sylvia, who had replaced the elf and began to look after him, sat next to his bed, she begged, looking at the floor, for him to stay alive. Theodore seemed very happy to see her, and a slight smile appeared on his face, and it seemed that she fell asleep. One can assume that she sat next to him all night. Therefore, he made the assumption that they were now in the chamber at Manavilla, and heard another rather familiar voice. It was Glatoni who also woke up with him. He warned his master that at the moment, a favor like that is impossible until he unlocks the next seal. He has lost the ability of autonomy. According to him, he is just a part of the grimoire. The system has the same powers as him, and because of that, it imposed a penalty on him for opening the fourth seal in an unnatural way. And it is for this reason that the boy should hurry up and use the following forces for this next time. The guy looked at him and began to truly understand that what they were able to do in the battle with Pride was only the result of Glatoni's efforts, but it seemed that it would be difficult to talk to him until he unlocked the next seal. Sylvia seemed to hear their conversation and screamed with delight when she saw that Theodore had woken up. The blonde even beamed with happiness when she saw his eyes again. She's very glad that her friend is okay. After our hero was finally able to get back on his feet, he urgently met with his teacher and told him what happened to Elder Herman. He was known for his excellent abilities and how he cared for the younger ones. Vince hung his head. The fact that he couldn't do anything because of such a wound makes him feel worthless, and he is very sorry that this happened. However, if you think about it, even if he had been in that place, in such a situation there is no guarantee at all that Herman would have been able to survive. All he can do now is just thank him for the fact that with his last breath he did his duty and fought. Theodore felt sad. It was the first time he saw his teacher in such a state, and he was sincerely sorry. And then his gloomy thoughts are interrupted by Vince, who told Theo that after the mission he has now become a celebrity in the kingdom of Meltor. An ordinary, simple academy student was able to defeat the disciple of the Tower Lord. A couple of days later, during the mission, he was also able to deal with an ancient lich. This is incredible. In addition, he was able to figure out what to do in an unforeseen situation and led the group, thereby saving the High Elf. The guy doesn't consider himself such an important person anymore, because if it weren't for his teacher, none of this would have happened. But that's not important now, because the royal court has already started working on representing him as a hero. Sylvia supported him as well. She thinks her friend is incredible, such fame, and at such a young age, no one can compare to him. The blonde confirmed the girl's words. She speaks the pure truth. And now the man hands him a folded piece of paper and asks him to read the headings. Theodora carefully untied the ribbon and read the first words that came to his attention. So this is an award ceremony and also a court ball. As for the latter, this event, normally organized by any royal family, had much more significance here in Meltor. But King Kurt III was known for his refusal to indulge in morbid luxury, and that is why he ordered his subordinates to send refusals for any such events that entail useless expenses. Our hero looked awkwardly at his guys and realized that all this was because of him. The teacher could only assume that they wanted to divert their attention from the tragedy with the escort of the High Elf. In addition, the guy will be awarded the medal of an outstanding magician, and Vince could not even imagine that after 30 years, someone would receive it, and especially his favorite student. But still, Theodore does not understand why she is so important. She seems useless to him. However, as it turned out, its value is equivalent to the title of Viscount. It is given only to magicians who have proven themselves to the country, that is, the highest honor. In addition, he will also be given a nice bag of gold. Perhaps the boy will really receive a national treasure during the award ceremony. The guy certainly didn't expect such a turn of events. His eyes almost popped out of his head from such an honor. Now is the time to prepare for this important event. And now he is wearing such things for the first time. Plus, it is thanks to the memory of Alfred, because he was also the third Prince of Belonte. Thanks to this, he can now put on formal clothes with such ease, which is easy to get confused in, so it helps him a lot in such aspects as well. Not only in the magic arrow and sixth sense. The guy had very comfortable clothes this time, and he liked this look for the first time. And it was high time to go out now. The teacher was also ready and asked if he was ready. Vince began to examine him, and it seems that it must have been difficult for him to put on such easily wrinkled fabric so carefully, and he was really impressed by the boy. On the contrary, it was quite easy for him, and he feels great in it. But then the man turned to him and suggested that he put on something else, which he had completely forgotten about. It was a white cloak, very similar to a cape. It fit our hero perfectly, as if it had been tailored for him, and that was all the preparations for the ball were complete. And finally the man reminded him that he was the main character of the evening. Today, no one would dare to be rude to the pants that His Majesty personally decided to reward. However, it is also not worth making enemies for yourself. But even at the same time, it is not worth bending over to people with their names and powers. So he just needs to not slouch, straighten his shoulders, and walk confidently. This is exactly the advice Vince gave him. The bespectacled man asked him to move forward, and he himself soon joins him. He needs to devote some time to something else. And so, our hero has almost arrived at the place. After each checker, he hears the sound of his heart, and he is not used to such attention from others, because everything that he received at the academy only caused him pain. He mentally thanked Prince Alfred. Thanks to him, he was not nervous at all now. And upon entering the hall, he immediately received a mountain of applause and warm greetings. The king himself gave this speech praising the private mage of the Red Tower, Baron Theodore Miller. The boy, as the teacher had asked, straightened his shoulders and confidently walked forward, adjusting his cloak. People began to whisper among themselves, "Isn't this man the son of a nobleman whose name no one even knows?" But despite this, He radiates the aura of a young master of a famous family. When the brunette came closer, he should have knelt before His Majesty. It is a great honor for him to behold the son of the great Meltor, and he says this proudly. As always, the Emperor does not like formalities, and asked the young hero to rise from his knees. The guy is so young, and he has already saved the High Elf and his circle from slave traders, and also protected the girl until the very end from an attack by an unknown enemy. Not everyone would have dared to do such a thing, for in convenient achievements they can so easily be overlooked, and so he was given a reward for services to the kingdom. The guy bowed before him and thanked His Majesty for such mercy. Kurt still expects further exploits from him in the future. There was loud applause all around. People looked at this young man and admired his merits. And then the Emperor raised his hand up, as a sign that it was time to stop these formalities. Now everyone should listen to him carefully. In addition to awarding Theodore with the medal of an outstanding magician, he officially gave him the title of Viscount, and also awarded him with gold coins in the amount of 1,000 units. And in honor of this young man the courtier will be called. The king called to exalt his glory. People very quickly found a pair for each other, and very gentle and sensual music turned on. The guests danced and enjoyed this wonderful evening. Everyone was incredibly happy. The king observed all this and after some time declared all officialdom to be over. He approached our hero and told him that a separate person is responsible for the transfer of the national treasure. It is not difficult to understand who this god is. He just needs to listen to his instructions. In the meantime, it's time to enjoy this evening, and the man himself promises to spend a little time on the dogs that are aimed at him. His last phrase caught our hero's attention. He would like to know what it meant. Theodore looked around at everyone, and it is true that all the influential people have gathered here. He thinks that staying here for a long time is the same as burdening himself with tiresome conversations. He was just about to leave, quietly hide from the people, and return to the teacher and the tower mages, when they turned to him, and he jerked his head towards them with displeasure. These were two girls, completely unknown to him. The blonde was truly delighted to see our hero in person, and solemnly greeted him. It turns out that she is a big fan of his and has heard so much about him. She would like him to dance with her and offers to do it right now. Suddenly, he heard another familiar voice. It was Veronica who turned to these girls. She was not very pleased that they were reaching out to him. She realized that this guy already had a date for the evening, and so she suggested having a duel. The blonde started to cry from fear. The Lord of the Red Tower himself was standing in front of her. She didn't expect such a turn of events and was confused. It seemed that she was unable to fight and lifted her dress, together with her friend, ran down the steps away from her. Veronica just laughed. Now no one would bother them. She noticed that her friend had frozen in place and asked why he was so petrified. Theodore's eyes darted around, and the first thing that came to his mind was to compliment her. According to him, he was thinking about how this outfit suited her, which made the girl very embarrassed and smiled sweetly. The Lord of the Red Tower noticed that the boy had grown up while she was away. Today, she is in a good mood and promises to stay by his side. The girl also suggested going outside and taking a little walk, but the guy was embarrassed that all this was happening in the middle of the ball. He had no choice. They had to go indoors. It was already cool outside as night had fallen. Veronica was delighted with the weather today. What a wonderful, refreshing breeze is blowing now. She loves open spaces and can finally stretch her legs. After a while, she stopped and suggested that the guy move on to the action, which is why she took him aside. The boy was a little confused and asked what was going on. It turns out that Kurt hadn't yet told him that they would go together for the national treasure. Veronica loves jokes, and so she continued to embarrass the guy, referring to the fact that he looked surprised because he thought the wrong thing, and gave him advice that if he wanted to hit on her, then he should become stronger for a couple more years. And then, unexpectedly for him, the girl raised his hands. It was time to move on and not waste time on empty talk. The guy grabbed her by the shoulders and began to shout something incoherently. The Lord only laughed. She promises that she holds him tightly and will never let go. In order to get to the designated place faster, it would be easier for them to take off. Veronica made a strong run and flew up. And so the guys have already arrived and are walking along a small corridor into the distance. Our hero felt a little dizzy and lost his way. Where he was, a completely unexpected place. They found themselves near a fountain, and it looked like a national treasure was hidden somewhere around here. The secret of this place is national, and that is why Veronica suggested taking a walk. Such things cannot be kept in one place like ordinary treasures. They cannot coexist because of their enormous powers. And they also have two different properties. If he stores them with mediocre magic, they will simply break apart. And therefore, all objects that are classified as national treasure are sealed in completely different places, one-to-one, in special places of magic towers. The girl put her magic into this fountain, and it seemed to be absorbed by the statue. Theodore sees such a miracle for the first time. Each Tower Lord also remembers several locations, and the girl in turn is responsible for the national treasure, which is hidden in the fountain. Although Veronica knows what is sealed here, it might be better to explain everything in detail only after our hero personally sees it with his own eyes. The statue's hand began to gradually disintegrate as if into small pieces of ash. And soon she herself. It was very interesting for Theodora to watch this process. A couple of seconds later, something round and glowing appeared in the sky. Our hero watched closely and did not understand what it was. The boy asked the Lord of the Tower what it was, and it turned out to be a fragment of heritage left behind by a race that existed in another immaterial world. This is Meltor's national treasure number 3, or rather only one of them. It is called Umbra. They exist in an astral form, like ghosts, and I know the very concept of space and time. Those who own these beads can master abilities similar to theirs. As it turned out, Veronica unfortunately did not manage to get hold of something like that. But now, since it belongs to him, only Theodore can decide how to dispose of it. Our hero approached it and carefully took it in his hands. He had a strange feeling. The more he looked closely, the more the shape of this bead seemed distorted to him. It is something that is different from magic, and he can only assume that it is reacting to some other force. And then Gluttony appeared to him. It looks like he intends to eat it. Our hero didn't expect that he knew about this, and as it turned out, although it can't reach the level of grimoire, it is still a high-ranking item that will be difficult to master now. He also added that Veronica's words are a little distorted. Umbra is not just something left over from beings from another world. It is another world, a dimension where there is no concept of space. This is it. It is something like the astral, but it is several steps behind the spiritual world, as far as Gluttony knows. Our hero cannot believe that this little one contains within herself such a large and different dimension where there are beings in astral form. One of these was the world of elementals, which supported the law and was close to the real world, and only the first elementalists, magi, could maintain contact with it. Besides them, there was a dimension called the Abyss. This is a world where evil spirits and demons live, whose space was always in a constant whirlpool of chaos. Gluttony saw that his master was worried, and so he reassured him that the primitive worlds are easily destroyed and absorbed, and in fact, the Umbra had long been destroyed and was maintained only by magic. The guy looked at the girl, who had already turned her back on him, and given the position she was in now, she shouldn't notice how he was eating this object. Still, the little eye managed to convince his owner, and he promised to sort out the rest on his own. A notification appeared in the system that by absorbing it once, he should gain the power of Umbra, and his spiritual awareness will also increase several times. But now its true power is sealed, and only 20% of it is available to the user. A heterogeneous force began to accumulate in his body, and from that moment on he could directly contact astral beings, and also see them with his own eyes. It feels very interesting in his body. He feels spiritual information, transmitting mine directly to his head. And then, the Lord of the Tower approached him from behind, and it seemed that she finally noticed that the guy was using Umber by absorbing it into his body. Veronica grabbed his left hand and began to examine it with interest, but it didn't seem like his magic had increased in any way, and even he himself wasn't sure if he felt any changes. As Gluttony said, she fortunately did not notice his presence. Suddenly, his hand became transparent and was able to pass through the girl's hand. Our hero was scared and didn't immediately realize what had just happened. It turns out that he can now use his astral form. This is the ability of the Umbra, and this is incredible, because such a body of magic of the seventh circle can only be imitated, but not used in full. It is also logical to conclude that if he can change from form to form so quickly, he can easily avoid enemy attacks, and he will also be able to pass through walls. However, he still won't be able to defeat someone of the Lord's level. But at least he won't lose so easily now. While all this was happening, a thick fog began to rise outside because dawn was coming soon. And then, our hero fell to his knees and felt incredible heat. He does not understand what is happening, because he was just moving from form to form, and his body stopped obeying him. Veronica also noticed that something was wrong here. It seemed like the boy was already exhausted and even his voice was trembling. It can be concluded that the Umbra is consuming mental power. Before explaining everything, girls should start from the very beginning, namely, convey the very essence of it. And as they say, the best experience is the one that is tested on yourself. The guys sat down on a bench to chat in a more comfortable environment, and this power is not something he can control as usual. In addition, it quickly recovers, and therefore the boy will soon be able to walk. He only needs rest. To put it a little more simply, this is the same basic power that people, magic, aura, and even elemental magic possess. Everyone uses it subconsciously. I do it only as a priority, and the magi who rely on a manu and circles usually don't even know the concept itself. It is a power that exists separately from magic and aura. When you use it, based on another dimension, something like Umra, then mental power is very important. Besides, it is impossible to control space through it, as Veronica explained. Our hero began to examine himself, and now, after her explanation, everything became more or less clear to him. He needs to develop mental strength. While the girl was telling him everything, he has now recovered and can already move. He himself could not expect such a quick recovery from himself. Veronica gets up from the bench and asks what his plans are now. She still has a couple of things to do at the ball, but it's okay if he goes home now, because besides, it seems to her that the guy is not the kind of person who likes such events. In fact, if it weren't for this holiday in his honor, he really would have just gone home. However, today this event is dedicated to him. If he leaves without saying a word, dirty rumors will immediately spread throughout the kingdom, and his reputation may collapse. The brunette looked at her, and still decided that for the sake of Miss Veronica, who was with him until the very end, he would stay. The guy extended his hand to her and politely offered to keep her company for today. The long-haired one laughed and reminded that she had said earlier to try again in a couple of years, again turning on her jokes with a hint of flirtation. However, she didn't care, and so she took his hand and went to the palace, appreciating his courage. The name of Theodore Miller spread almost throughout the entire world. It was known even in the Andres Empire. People from there knew very well that he had just recently turned 20 years old, and during this time he was able to defeat the ancient lich, and in addition to this, also save the high elf. However, not everyone believed this. It all sounds very exaggerated. Is there any evidence that these rumors are true? The servant reported to his emperor that these were verified sources, although it was very difficult to believe. The leader demanded that the free 7 ball masters be summoned urgently so that they could prepare to set out for the kingdom of Meltor as part of a delegation. The guys started to get ready only at the first order. Almost everything was ready. It doesn't matter to him at all whether the rumors about Theodore are true or not. It's important to him that they check it all personally, and that they just nod their heads. Meanwhile, the boy himself was training with his teacher, and this time they were much more difficult. Next time they will develop mental strength. Although on the other hand, the blonde believes that he himself is not particularly helpful in this regard. To which our hero responded slightly rudely, because he doesn't think so at all. If it weren't for the man's advice, he wouldn't have even come close to understanding how to use this power. He didn't want to waste much time and therefore suggested getting down to business immediately using astral transformation. A body that is not limited by gravity and goes beyond the material world is something incredible, and he was able to master this over the past month. Besides this, and in today's confectioners, the boy is able to do things that go beyond the ordinary. So he is now running past his teacher, who is closely watching his every move. Although he is doing well, the green-eyed man still feels carelessness in Theodore's movements. This ability is no different from Blink, and our hero thinks that he is doing very well. He needs to continue in the same spirit. The speed of his movements is incredible. It's as if it's not him. The teacher also admires this wonderful skill. Words on some being on another level moves at super speed, and besides, the astral transformation is beyond the material world. However, the only thing that is a huge minus is the incredibly large and powerful expenditure of mental strength, during which Theodore feels very strong pain. And yet, even despite all this, Theo has miraculously advanced to such a level that there is no longer any point in comparing him to himself a month ago. His 5th circle does not prevent the teacher from equalizing his strength with his. Vince had long noticed that his friend was very impatient, which irritated him a little. If he wanted to continue moving forward, then only to the 6th circle. But now Theodore is a little confused. He wants to hear some advice on what he should do now. It's a really interesting question, and the professor says that he would have had no choice but to continue training. But considering that he once swallowed the soul vessel of an ancient lich, everything changes. If the boy manages to swallow something similar again, then Gluttony will easily be able to help him overcome a new wall. This can really work. The highest magicians reach the 6th circle incredibly rarely, and that feeling of despair, fueled by the fact that apart from continuing and making efforts you essentially can't do anything, overwhelms him. However, he has a grimoire that is literally equivalent to a treasure that can devour the abilities of the strong. And now, when our hero has come to his senses, it is high time to begin, because a little more, and they may run out of the time that was reserved for them. And then Vince heard a quiet knock on the door. He had to open it. A short madam stood before him and asked for forgiveness for such an intrusion. The man raised an eyebrow and asked how he could help her, and why she had come here. The blonde was very energetic and asked their names. They just nodded their heads and looked at her with slight suspicion. They were given an envelope with a piece of paper from the magical society itself to all the capital's magicians of the highest rank and above. The Andras Empire expressed the desire and intention to send delegations to the capital. Everyone who received this notice must gather in the main magic hall, and in the meantime the girl admired the two of them. It seemed that she had long dreamed of seeing these people in person. Soon the guys had already arrived at the place, and the guy was looking around the area where there were, as always, a lot of people for him. King Kurt was also present here, sitting on his throne and talking to his subordinate. Vince had heard that these people preferred to conduct conversations with blades, but apparently they were also capable of diplomacy, even though they were not professionals in politics. According to him, a whole country cannot survive on just one army, but their knowledge of how to lead their army is truly amazing, and it is terrifying. The delegation is here to discuss the agreements signed during the last war. Well, of course, Theodore is involved here too. What he heard sent goosebumps down the boy's spine. He didn't quite understand why he was here. One can only assume that these people are only concerned with the connections between our hero and the elves. In addition, they may doubt the heroic tales that spread a month ago. But this only shows how important our hero is. The status of the savior of the High Elf is much more significant than he can expect and think. And then, the servants turned to Kurt and reported that Andras's delegation had arrived in the kingdom and was ready to greet him. The man sat down in a more comfortable position and asked in a quiet and calm tone to let them in. It seems that the king doesn't like them very much. He's interested in what kind of nonsense they'll be pushing on him this time. When the doors opened, two people dressed in armor entered the hall. Their gait was confident, and they approached as close as possible to the king. The very first escort introduced himself as Pan-Eliones. He is the 4th sword of the almighty Andras. Lloyd Pollen stands next to him, and he too is happy to greet Meltor's son. Kurt was not in the best mood to continue the formalities now, and so he sharply asked to answer him why they were here, to extend the peace treaty or to start a war. The gentleman only grinned, and his old acquaintance was as bold as ever, and he promised to be straightforward as well, and said that he was obliged to fulfill his duty. For a man, this sounds ridiculous. They came here to discuss a peace treaty, but only after they received confirmation of the relationship between Elfheim and Meltor. Everyone immediately fell silent, but the king insisted on an answer, looking intently at the commander-in-chief. They only smiled in response. Even if they had turned to the elves, it would have given nothing. The knights of Andras do not believe empty words. The man, Pan-Eliones, approached his majesty and asked permission to meet this young man in person. One of Meltor's men thought that he was calling out Lord Theodore, and they began to fear for him, that he would not be able to resist the master of the sword. Theo stood a little to the side and thought about this strange empire of Andras. They are a powerful nation first and foremost, better known as the Sword Empire, and for many centuries throughout history, they have been Meltor's #1 enemy. And although they are known for their 7 master swords, the true symbol that reflects it is the duel. And instead of using weapons for training, they use real sharp blades and fight for their lives. Death in such a process is their everyday life. This looks extremely ridiculous. Kurt is very angry with the guests. It is not difficult to guess that they want to use this to cover up the murder. But the man does not agree with him. For him, this is also immoral. Having done something like that, he would not have achieved anything. and besides, he would have set the Elfheim against themselves. He looked the king straight in the eye and assured him that he would only like to propose a deal that would be beneficial to both. Kurt snorted with displeasure. He asked for the sake of respect to at least stop joking and empty talk. Empty talk would lead them nowhere. Eliones shouted across the room and called out to some Rebecca, and after a couple of seconds, quiet steps were heard. His student, who is the fourth sword of the Empire, appeared before them and expressed her honor before the king. Seeing the blonde, Kurt was slightly surprised. In front of him stood a swordsman who was the same age as Viscount Miller. The boy immediately noticed her and felt that she was his age, and at such a young age she already radiated the aura of a lord. Her teacher asked for forgiveness from His Majesty, folding his hands together, but continued to insist. Only this time in a slightly different plan, he would like to arrange a dance of sword and magic between two heroes of two nations. After their tense conversation, the king went to the Lord of the White Tower and told him everything. He completely agreed with him that because of the refusal, they turned the conversation in such a direction. The bearded man made the assumption that he made this offer to stall for time, and there was no point in refusing him again. Pan would find any way to stay here. Of course, Kurt doesn't want to obediently follow his plans, and this irritates him terribly, as does his colleague. Even if the White Tower informants monitor the ambassador's movements, they are still elite and cannot perfectly control their movements. Brunet also believes that in order to limit their movements, the best way would be to send them away as soon as possible. He also turned to Miller and reminded him that he was not obliged to accept their challenge, but if he won, the kingdom would be in an advantageous position in the negotiations. Veronica is also here, and everyone is interested in her opinion. The girl winked at Theodore, and she is completely confident that no matter how many clashes there are, he will win and show himself at the highest level. She assures that this guy can be relied upon, and therefore she is not particularly stressed about the whole situation. The old man is also of the same opinion. The fight will clearly not be one-sided, but he also thinks that the boy will not lose. Plus, he thinks it would be better to show weakness and ask for an additional condition. Kurt sees no reason to show his back under such conditions. He asked the minister to bring the peace agreement that had been signed last time, and also to collect a list of the borderlands that they could take away and consider any conditions that he thought they might ask for. Everton looked up and promised to carry out His Majesty's decree. The king briefly thought about it, and really, thinking about it really was all strange. Now he also wants to entrust one very important task to Theo, and looks at him with great hope in his eyes. The guy was a little embarrassed, but his services to Meltor could no longer be covered by the fact that he was given land, and so Kurt asks to stop hiding everything he has achieved. The man wants him to teach these scoundrels the history of their nation and proper manners this time, and to show them all the karma they have accumulated over all these years, and how strong an enemy they have earned for themselves. Our hero joyfully jumped up from his seat and accepted his order with great honor. Soon the preparations for the duel began. The people from the kingdoms were puffing and panting. Theodore looks at everyone present and recognizes many faces. It feels as if almost all of Meltor's forces are gathered here. Rebecca from Andras had already arrived on the scene. She was one of the first. Our hero has also already entered the battlefield and is ready for the fight. The Lord of the White Tower stood between them, examining the boys. They were ready to begin. The old man took out his staff and said that striking it on the ground would signify the beginning of the fight. And besides this, as representatives of each nation, they must swear. The winner is obliged to show generosity to the loser. The loser in turn must show respect to the winner. After the end of the duel, further actions will be prohibited. Both sides agreed to the terms. The grandfather hit the ground with his staff as hard as he could, which meant the start of the fight. Rebecca held her swords forward, ready to attack first. Our hero is also not sleeping, and already knows what he will do next. A couple of deft moves and he dodges her, literally slipping under the swords. The blonde looks at her and these movements seem quite familiar and understandable to her. The girl deftly kicks him and the boy flies to the side. All the spectators opened their mouths wide at what they saw and were amazed at the speed of her attacks. Her companion also watched the progress of the battle and admired the swordswoman Andras, the girl demonstrating her incredible skills. It won't be easy for our guy to crack this nut. She uses her swords in unusual ways, and he also feels incredibly strong pressure from her, which makes him think that she will succeed. But it seems that such a skill is quite familiar to him and is similar to Randolph's abilities. Perhaps Rebecca is of the same blood as this man, Or perhaps they simply come from the same school of the sword. It seems that the girl is about to attack him now. She has already taken a fighting stance, but our hero does not want to let her do it. And that's why he attacks first. The blonde puts up a block with 2 swords. The guy is a little lost in his thoughts and is now trying to get himself in the right frame of mind. He needs to concentrate clearly on winning. In his head, there is already a draft of a plan. This is to defeat and neutralize the enemy. Theo wants to try using chain lightning on her to see what happens next. But it seemed that such an attack looked somehow pathetic to her, and Rebecca became angry. The blonde shouted at him and demanded that he fight fairly, sharply repelling his attack. The guy clearly didn't expect that his lightning could be neutralized by a blow filled with aura, but it still holds. And this time, for such a case, he had prepared for himself an idea of what to do. The brunette jumped high into the air and used a thunder spear. The girl managed to jump to the side away from the place of defeat. And then she puts her sword to him and seems to absorb magic into him. Our hero is not going to give up, and while still in flight, tries to damage her. There is a very bright flash. This time the boy used a new tactic for her. This made the girl sweat a lot. She gets up from her feet and tries to catch her breath. In fact, she is delighted by this, and praises the magician Meltor. Our hero was also able to notice that she has a high pain threshold, or her body is hardened enough to resist the thunder spear. For Theodore, this is the most unpleasant opponent, and he very much doubts that if he fights at half strength, he will be able to defeat her. But on the other hand, the guy doesn't want to risk the fact that Randolph's potential relative could die at his hands. For such a case, he will have to use only the battle song, and specifically the Sonata of Speed. The spectators who were watching what was happening do not understand his logic, why he is trying to close the distance with her in such a situation, such as he would hardly dare to fight her in close combat. People discussed him and thought that he'd gone completely crazy. The magicians of the Red Tower were completely crazy. But the only one who is arrogant here is Rebecca, who is trying to instill fear in him. It drove her crazy with the feeling that the Knights of Andras were looked down upon so highly. The guy didn't hear her and tried to analyze like Randolph. Her sword technique concentrates only on speed. However, her skills are far from his mastery, and besides, she is much slower than Pride. Theodore is now only thinking about what to do now, and he himself dodges her as quickly as he can. And sometimes even he has to block strikes with a counter-lightning arrow. It seems that Rebecca began to notice that she was losing to him in speed, because he very deftly repels all her attempts to attack, and even in various difficult situations. She tries to speed up and gives it her all, but she can't even scratch the guy. Theo is going to open all the rods using memories. When the girl got closer, he hit her in the stomach with all his might. It seems that she did not expect this, and at incredible speed she flew off to the other end of the arena. This attack was shocking in the literal sense of the word. The boy lowered his hand down and simply watched what would happen next. Now he understands perfectly well that it is too early to relax, because his enemy is the Knight of the Empire himself. Suddenly, from the rising huge layer of dust, Sir Pantaleones emerges. After such an incredible blow, they still admitted their defeat. The man was convinced that his skill was much superior to that of his student. Theodore only raised an eyebrow. He does not understand what all this gratitude is for, because he did not take her life. The man declared in a loud voice that in this duel the Andras Empire admits its defeat, and the name of the 7 swords is recognized as the Exodus. People who watched all this were shocked that events unfolded in exactly this way. The girl lay on the ground and could not move, but was still conscious, and her teacher was nearby. Meltor's people supported the boy with loud applause. The guys from the Andras Kingdom analyzed his fight, and now they are sure that all the rumors were true, looking at their incredible fighting abilities. Pan promised that when Theo became much stronger than he was now, he would personally challenge him to a duel. The man picked up his student and carried her off the battlefield. Our hero can never say what this man is thinking, but he can say one thing for sure: the source of the bloodlust just now was not him. A second before he hit Rebecca, he definitely felt her, a feeling that cannot be compared to anything. And because of this, his final blow was delayed by only a second. Now he wonders who is the source of the thirst for blood and began to look around the hall. He kept thinking about this, and then turned his head to the left. He has every reason to believe that it was the 7th sword of the Empire, Lloyd Pollen. And yet the girl managed to inflict one small wound on his arm, which the doctor quickly bandaged, and he did not harm himself. His assistant helped him heal his hand and promised that in 3 days he would be as good as new. And in such a situation, the doctor thanked him, and not he her, because for them, so accustomed to the corpses of their comrades, victory had always been nothing more than just a word. And today, thanks to our hero, she was able to feel this taste, this joy that overwhelms her, and she does not feel powerless. It is a great honor for a girl to be able to heal the hero of the last generation with her own hands. The brunette blushed slightly from such sweet words. He, as always, believes that people always exaggerate his merits too much and therefore can only smile. The doctor did the same in response and collected all her things in a small briefcase. It was time for her to go out, and at the end she asked the guy to take all the medications she prescribed regularly so that he would get better soon. The brunette only looked after her and waited for the girl to leave. When she left the room, he asked Lloyd to come out of his hiding place. He sighed heavily. It seemed that he had been found out, and he had to climb up the stairs to him. He also asked for forgiveness for the fact that Meltor's cuisine and alcoholic drinks were not to his taste. He, of course, tried to make an excuse that he decided to take a walk and look around here, but our hero already understands that this is a pure lie and asks why he is here. According to him, Lloyd came here to apologize because then he interfered in his fight with Rebecca, but he could not even imagine that he had sensitive perception. For a man, it was truly amazing that such a young guy could react to such a minor thirst for blood, and it truly made him delighted. His words made Theodore very wary. Perhaps he is trying to say that he did not try to deliberately emit thirst in order to interfere with their battle, but simply for a moment. But still, he seriously has a desire to kill him. The guest noticed that the boy was tense and asked him to relax a little, since the fourth sword had already managed to scold him for this. And therefore, even in such a similar situation, he cannot freely cut off his head. What a pity for him. The brunette looked at him intently, and for the umpteenth time asked, is he really so eager to deal with him manually? He rose from his chair and laughed. What a pity that someone like a guy like him was born in a country with a lot of losers, and not in the Empire. He also straightened his cloak and showed our hero one object. This is a truce pact that is only valid for 10 years, and after that, Theodora will become a huge problem for the Empire. According to him, Lloyd's intuition had never let him down. Wouldn't it be wiser for him to deal with someone who could cause him a lot of trouble in the future? His new enemy looked the boy straight in the face, obviously noticing that he was not fighting at full strength at that moment. He put that thing under his face. The man is also confident that in the future, he may well become equal to them, the 7 swords of the Empire. And in order to prepare for the future war, he wants to kill the young master right now, so as not to delay. The brunette feels a terrifying thirst for blood. The pressure that comes from him is not comparable to pride, and the killer promised to do it in 10 years. Our hero was alarmed by this. It seemed not to be soon. But on the other hand, at that time, and not such a long time, the master of the sword is truly a terrifying opponent. The next day, he had an important meeting planned. The boy came to the appointed place and politely knocked on the door. He was invited to enter. There were many night guards nearby who guarded this place. Theodore was slightly confused as to why they let him in so easily, since they regarded him as an enemy. They had already met him. The girl asked him why he had come to her. With her permission, the guy climbed closer to her on the steps. She treated him unfriendly. It seems to her that he came here in order to take advantage of the winner's rights. He only raised an eyebrow at this. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The blonde said that the Empire does not guarantee the life of the loser, and only the winner has the right to decide whether the loser will live or not. A world where everything is decided by force. The words that in the Empire they decide with the sword and not with words were clearly not an exaggeration. Andras's knight stands before him, and she is even going to fulfill his request outside the country. After this, he was a little confused. It was hard for him to understand everything at once. He was not even sure what kind of request he could voice. Still, he decided to take the opportunity to ask Rebecca herself if she was familiar with the name Randolph, since he possessed similar sword skills to hers. The girl opened her eyes wide. She clearly did not expect to hear this name from him and asked how he knew it. But the guy demanded that before asking him a question, he first answer the one he had posed. With a heavy sigh, the blonde agreed, but before she gave him an answer, she also had a request. What she is about to say, she asks to remain a secret between them. This was no problem at all for the guy, and he promised to keep the conversation confidential. And in order to make sure there were no prying ears, he had to use force. Something like fog rose around. It blocked all outgoing sound, and now it wants to hear her. The boys sat down on their chairs more comfortably. Now nothing and no one would disturb them. Rebecca looked down and said that this man was her brother, but they were not blood relatives. They had the same father, but different mothers. Their Clovis family was never noble, being part of the heirs of the 7 swords of the Empire. It was quite a long time ago, about 130 years ago. Their once poor family was able to stand firmly on its feet thanks to the existence of one swordmaster. And they believed that this wonderful era would last for a very long time, however. Faith in this quickly wavered. One day, His Highness issued an imperial decree, which said to find the dark mage sowing chaos in the lands of the Empire and cut off his head from his shoulders. The 7 swords of the Empire had no choice but to obediently begin to execute. Her descendants left the walls of the lands of Andras in order to find him. However, they never returned. Her family was unable to fulfill the Emperor's order. But also in their attempts to fulfill it, the head who was the strongest swordmaster disappeared, after which they began to lose their positions. Rebecca looked the guy straight in the eyes and said that her father was a very experienced swordsman, and therefore finding talented swordswomen in the family is not such a difficult task. As she said, she and Randolph are half-brother and sister, and they have many brothers and sisters from other mothers. However, most of them were nothing more than mistakes, and were sold except for these 2. The family needed all the resources to invest in one person and create a swordmaster, but it would not be enough for the 2 of them, and so one had to sacrifice himself. For this reason, his brother left in the middle of the night and did not tell anyone about it. The girl is sure that he did it for her sake. In addition, he left a note for the end, in which he promised to meet again, but since then she has not heard anything about him. Our hero hung his head, a rather sad story for him, but now everything falls into place. It turns out that those twin blades that the gentleman was looking for belonged to the Clovis family. Theodore looked at her and said that about 6 months had passed since their last meeting. He also told her that he was then sent to his hometown by order of the Red Tower, and there by chance he met this wonderful man. Together with him they went into the dungeon of the ancient lich, and God together dealt with him. The brunette decided not to hide from her the fact that in those caves he was able to find a guy and blades that belonged to Randolph's ancestor. The girl was very surprised that the guy managed to find an ancient ancestor, and if we talk specifically about her brother, then he really was in close condition to a swordmaster. A slight smile appeared on her face. It seemed that her friend had not changed at all since then. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by 2 servants. The visiting time was over. The brunette lowered his head and only forced a smile. They have already exhausted their time, so it's worth it for him to leave. And finally, he turned to the girl and asked her to take care of herself. Maybe this would sound a little rude coming from the mouth of the one who had recently wounded her, but he didn't care. Suddenly, Rebecca remembered the most important thing and tried to shout to him, but he did not hear. Unfortunately, or fortunately, he never took advantage of the winner's right as he should have, but it was too late. 4 days passed, agreements between the nations were concluded, and all thanks to Meltor emerging victorious in a friendly duel. Their opponent had no choice but to agree to unfavorable conditions for them, and they were forced to leave the capital of Manaville after staying here for only 6 days. But if you think about it, for our hero this time flew by incredibly quickly, he quickly used Hawkeye. The boy saw Rebecca riding behind on horseback. It seems that she has not recovered enough to ride on horseback herself, and therefore her teacher accompanies her. She survived the shockwave more than 5 times, and the brunette still thinks it's a great miracle that she can still even breathe. During this battle, he fully felt the power of an aura user. If he had hesitated even for a split second, something bad might have happened, and next time she would be much stronger. Theodore also looked at his hands and wondered if he could take off all these bandages already. Everything looked like it was fine. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice behind him. The boy lazily turned back and asked how he could help the guest. It was Andy. From the Central Magical Society, he had to spend quite a while to find him. He was given orders to bring Theodore to the president's office itself. He himself personally asked to be brought to him, and it seems that the request is very urgent. The brunette felt strange about this, because usually magicians have no reason to visit the office of such an important person. He wondered what happened. When he entered there, the first thing he noticed was the statue that stood opposite him, and it looked very disgusting. Theodora personally greeted the president of the Magic Society and the Lord of the Red Tower, who were already waiting for him. The boy arrived just in time, and the man apologized for calling him so unexpectedly, but in the circumstances that had arisen, he had no other choice, and therefore he had to do just that. The director asked to sit down next to him. It was good that the young guy had nothing to do. The first thing he did was praise our hero Zato, but how he handled the previous situation. Not only did he save the High Elf, but he also served as a key figure in signing the truce. The reason he was called was because of the award. According to the man, His Majesty, he and the Lords of the Towers had a long consultation about this matter and decided to make such a decision. And it is a secret matter. Only they and no one else knows about this. No one wants the information to leak out. After all, if this happens, even Theodore will not escape subsequent punishments for it. Veronica interrupted the man. She was unhappy that he, as always, was burdening everyone with his intimidation. And then a strange voice is heard from behind the guy. The statue that stands by the door began to move and speak. Our hero looked at him and was slightly surprised that such a creature could talk. The big-eared one laughed as loudly as he could. It had been a long time since he had seen such a reaction from the guests, for which he immediately received a punch to the head, and quite a good one. It was Miss Veronica. She came up to him and shouted at him because he had frightened young Theodore, and besides, his loud laughter really irritates her. The fat man looked at her from under his forehead and called her an old lizard. It had been a long time since she had been called that, and it seemed that the Lord of the Red Tower was serious. The girl decided to teach him a lesson and hit him hard again. The director, quietly and calmly, but with wide-open eyes, watched this picture as dust rose around him from the blow. A million questions appeared in our hero's head, about the statue and many other things, of course. The man did not want to imagine it in such chaos, but he had no other choice. This is an unusual creature. The statue can move. No one knows what it is made of, and there is only one person who is able to control such golems. And this is the same magician who hides his identity, and specifically, the Lord of the Yellow Tower, Norden. Theodore also never heard of him or saw him. His race, his age, his face, his appearance are shrouded in great mystery. Rumor has it that if the king ordered him to organize a mobilization of magicians, he could freely refuse him, and no one except the Tower Lords and the king would even have the opportunity to see him face to face. He comes out into the world very, very rarely. It happens once or twice in 100 years, which almost made our hero's eyes pop out of his head. But there is clearly no need to be surprised now, because there are still many things that no one knows about this person. This person has made a huge contribution to the development of this country. Besides this, he has many skills in different fields. During the conversation, Theodore learns that the 4 magic towers were constructed by him. This Superman is at least 600 years old. Even elves, who are known for their longevity, live no more than 200. And the high elves, in whose veins flows ancient blood, have a lifespan of no more than 400 years. But even if it is not a human, such life-extending magic is incredibly rarely available for study by races like demons or gods. The old man himself sees no point in revealing his identity, and building theories about him is completely pointless. The golem was against you giving the boy such a reward, because it was a perfect advanced art, and it would take an incredibly long time to restore all of it. The Red Tower promised to pay all expenses, and therefore simply demands that the guy give this thing. Eard turned to our hero and said with a grin that the award he had deservedly received was called Sensitivity Amplifier number 37. And this is, according to him, a very important thing for a magician. No matter how much he trains or takes drugs, it will not help to increase his sensitivity. However, this thing will help him a lot. The statue takes out this small ball, which has incredible ability and power. Our hero examines it and is slightly perplexed. Could this really be that very sensitivity amplifier? A detailed description of this item has been released in the system. It is like an elixir, synthesized as a result of the integration of Eastern and Western alchemy. Theodore can't believe that he was actually given such an incredible opportunity. It's like a miracle, and this is exactly what he always lacked. Veronica laughs and asks to take this thing quickly. Even though this big-eared guy pulled it out of his mouth, it should be clean. But it looks like he's disgusted. The brunette looked at her from behind his back. This cannot be sold and cannot be stored, as far as he understood. The girl nodded her head with a grin. The guy really does grasp everything on the fly. 3 lords are keeping an eye on him, and besides the 3 of them, one won't be of much use, but there is no threat to him. If you think about it, then everything is correct. Even with 2 mages at their level, there is no point in worrying that someone will be able to touch him even with a finger. And yet the guy hesitates a lot and does not know whether he should do it now. But since Veronica insisted, he needed to swallow this sensitivity enhancer, and it did taste very interesting. Suddenly, in an instant, the brunette fell to the ground and began to breathe heavily, as if his airways were blocked. He didn't even have the strength to kneel, and he just lay there. Veronica tried to reach him and not to resist the pressure of the manny around him. As it turns out, she was always around. It's just that the guy didn't feel it before. That's why I do everything. Well, Theodore lay and did not move. Everything was not so simple for him. He did not know it. The girl advised him to use magic, and he somehow managed to raise his left hand up. He tuned in and tried to concentrate using the lightning strike upward. 1 second, and a powerful charge of electricity comes from his fingers, rushing straight to the ceiling. It's very surprising, but after this it really became much easier for him to breathe. Now he even felt a sense of lightness. Theodore was able to sit on the floor. Veronica was next to him the whole time and asked about his condition. Now the boy feels something in the air, which he usually doesn't feel. This is the very same manna that the girl told him about. Previously, he was told that she was like water, someone that she was like mud, and someone even like a blazing flame, but now he understands what geniuses like Sylvia felt. Veronica is very glad that he feels better now. Now the boy should be more careful when using the spell until he regains control over her. But it seems that our hero believes that having incredible sensitivity is still not enough. The Lord of the Red Tower agreed with him. She, together with the magical power, is already a dangerous weapon in itself. But if the mage's skills are terrible, then there is definitely no point in them. She picked him up and lifted him into her arms, giving him another piece of advice not to get too hung up on these new sensations and just train as before. And then that long-eared guy snuck up on them and asked what the girl was going to do with that guy. Period. She got scared and jumped to the side. She was incredibly enraged by the fact that he was scaring them so much with his terrible face. But in any case, the walking statue wants to talk to Theodore alone, and therefore demands that the girl leave the room. The director picked her up and they headed for the door. Even though she was being rowdy, Veronica had no choice. The humanoid creature heard only insults from her in response and felt incredible relief when the door slammed shut. Although the girl was stubborn, the director managed to take her out of the office, and now no one bothers them. And the first thing the long-eared man said, grinning, was that in front of him now was a really interesting guy. He was hooked by his reaction earlier, and also the smell of the elemental next to him. It seems that his Veronica regarding his turn on the next lord were not taken from the ceiling. Our hero was a little embarrassed, but thanked him for such words. Suddenly, the statue began to sharply turn this dialogue. One day they will meet again, and at that moment he promises to talk about his secret, and on this note he disappears, turning into a pile of dust. Our hero was a little confused. Could it really be about Gluttony? And then, just from his left hand, he appeared, warned to be careful with this lord. And all because this formula and alchemical skills were used more than 2,000 years ago. He not only has the knowledge about it, but also the skills to use it. Gluttony himself has a couple of grimoires in mind, however. He seems to be teasing his master and does not want to tell him anything. Our hero guessed that he might want to say that the Lord of the Yellow Tower has him, and there are many reasons to think so. However, accordingly, the chance of a sudden attack, as in the case of the ancient lich, is practically non-existent. In Theodore's head, the personality of the master of the Yellow Tower and the disguised man of the White One are twisted. He wants to get to all the secrets of Meltor, but everything has its time. Meanwhile, he played his favorite instrument, the organ, and thought of only one thing, more specifically about my old friend, the grimoire Gluttony. Our hero trained with his old friend Sylvia. She has clearly improved in her skills, and now uses the ice arrow more accurately and clearly. Theodore is also not far behind and effectively puts up barriers, protecting himself from attacks. But this time it is much more difficult for him, because she is incredibly strong, and he has to try hard to hold on. And then he repels her attack, and a small explosion is heard. A thick layer of dust and smoke rises. He does this in order to curb his sharply increased sensitivity to his mother after absorbing the sensitivity enhancer, and therefore asked the girl to help him with training. As a mage with an innate and incredible sensitivity to mana, as well as the ability to learn, there is no one who could be better suited for him in training. The girl enjoyed fighting with him, and also periodically inquired about his condition, whether he could continue training. He only smiled in response and made it clear that he was full of strength. And so, the guys are getting ready to grapple again. The guy runs straight to her. The blonde praised him for his incredible increase in strength over the past week. She truly admires him. He was pleased to hear this, and besides, sensitivity training was going much easier than he could have expected. The only thing that was bothering him now was reading spells. In magic, they are just their own interpretation of magic, no doubt. When using the spell, the effectiveness of the magicians increased. Now he wants to experience the fourth magic circle again, and specifically the ice sphere. And besides this, he also wants to combine it with a thunder spear. All these spells are incredibly powerful, and he didn't use them much before. But now, he's unleashing all their power on the girl. Sylvia skillfully puts up a shield and was able to protect herself. 3 different elements, 3 different magic circles. She's amazed that the guy was able to use them all at once. And then, Theodore concentrated on his thoughts, continuing to maintain the same strength and persistence. He wants to use another magic trick, sharply raise his hand up every day. And then he hits the ground, and a magical column of fire rushes straight into the girl's shield. This is quite a powerful attack. Sylvia jumped to the side and even crouched on the ground. And then she ran up to him and hugged him. She admires him incredibly and is very proud that she has such a strong and talented friend. The brunette just laughed. How could he even think? A stronger spell is already a problem for him. If they continued further, then he could run into problems. But even despite this, the blonde praised him and looks at him with incredible pride in her eyes. Theodore thanked her for helping him, and suddenly he heard quiet steps. It was his assistant Mitra, who was a little on edge, and called him. The boy was a little confused and asked what had happened. Blue-Eyed looked at him and tried to say something. It seemed that someone else had arrived. Theo couldn't immediately understand what she wanted to convey. Perhaps the girl wanted to say that they had guests. And indeed a man came to them, and the first thing he did was greet the young gentleman. The brunette came here to accompany him to an audience with the king and asked to go with him. This man also reported that an elven ambassador was waiting for him there. He had to leave this wonderful place and go with him. A couple of minutes later, the king arrived and ascended to his throne. First of all, he thanked everyone for responding to such a sudden invitation. According to him, no one could have expected such a situation. However, he believes that it will be better if everyone understands that these are the most important turning points in the history of this country. All the courtiers, the lords of the towers have gathered here, and some must already know what happened from rumors. But there are also those who know nothing. The whole point is that the elven ambassador has arrived, which is a very rare event. And what is more surprising is that for the first time in all this time, the reason for his arrival was to establish friendly relations, and not for the sake of trade. And now after this, the king called upon everyone to greet him, for this was the reason why he had called everyone here. This country did not build walls from the whole world. They easily accepted the civilization of people who are developing rapidly. However, for a very long time, they always refused to enter into any friendly relations. Everyone present here began to whisper. For them, this is truly amazing news. If this is not all rumors, this can change the entire north. Besides, Elfheim has never made the first steps. A maid came up to Kurt and whispered in his ear that the ambassador had already arrived at the place, and he ordered that he be let in. Edwin entered the hall. He walked calmly and confidently, had a white outfit and long blonde hair. The Lord of the Red Tower stood next to our hero. This is the spiritual guardian himself, the guardian of spirits, and this is really a big shot, as she told him. This is what they call the elves' summoners, who are able to summon high-ranking spirits, and also, among them, there are those who could grow up as a warrior and be awarded such a title. In other words, before them now is the master himself, who is equal in strength to the master of the sword and the magician of the seventh circle. Longhair knelt before the king and introduced himself as Edwin of the Beach tribe of the third tribe of Elfham, and also asked forgiveness for his manners. Kurt also apologized for his ignorance of the customs of their country, but they are very glad to welcome them in Meltor. He recalled that their nation had always refused people any relations other than trade, but even despite this, they had always respected their ideology. However, they still cannot calm down their interests. For what reason did their neighbor go such a long way, hinting that he wanted to listen to him in front of everyone? Since it comes down to it, the elf can't help but fulfill his requests, They just want to give justice to the savior of Lady Eleanor, and they are here because their family wishes to invite him and his entourage as guests of state. Theodore, along with the Lord of the Red Tower like the other guests, stood in shock. No one certainly expected this from him. After these words, the king thought, he believed that they would propose to increase the volume of trade supplies between the countries. But no one could have thought that this country would go so far. And yet, just in case, the brunette decided to clarify whether Edwin wanted to tell these people that he would receive the delegation of their country. The man just nodded his head. His colleague understood everything correctly. Now it's time to go into details. The king is wondering if the meeting will again take place at the edge of the forest. But this time it will be a little different. Edwin said that they have no moral right to accept their benefactors in this way. It will all happen at the World Tree. That is, this means that this is one of the centers of the great forest, their mother tree. And one more thing, the fewer people there are, the better. If attackers suddenly appear out of nowhere, like last time, it will be difficult for the accompanying detachment to hide a large group. If you think about it, Elf is right. Kurt completely agrees with him. There is something else they should know. The closer they get to the center of the great forest, the concentration of Amun in the area will grow exponentially, so mages below the 5th circle are not welcome there. Many candidates were immediately eliminated from the king's mind, and it can be said that only a few remained. Not all mages are suitable for this task, only people with political skills are needed, and it so happened that more than half of those who fit the criteria died during the last incident with the convoy. That is why the king believes that in such a situation, there is no one who could be better suited than Veronica. However, Edwin did not like this at all, and he asked to think again about his decision. Kurt expected that he wouldn't like this particular girl. Her fire mana was too powerful, and it would end with her burning the world tree. Veronica, having heard their conversation, began to rage. She does not like such prejudices, and Theodore tried to calm her down. Anton expressed his opinion and suggested putting the Lord of the Blue Tower as a candidate. It's a pity, but he is currently busy flooding the fields in the east, and so Blundell is not available at the moment. And if we talk about other senior magicians, then most of them are really free at the moment. But of those who remain, most are of advanced age, and therefore they cannot be physically sent. And then, one old man stepped forward and said that since there was no one left except him, he would not mind taking part. This is the Lord of the White Tower, and he is really serious about taking responsibility for this. Among everyone, he was known as the most active in carrying out orders, and he is also cold-blooded. There is no one better than him now. Kurt agreed, and appointed Orta as the escort for this diplomatic mission, and also ordered a group of magicians from different towers above the 5th circle to be assembled. And also very important are the clarifications. There should be no more than 10 of them. Orta nodded his head and accepted the order with great honor and respect. As for Theodore, the king, as always, believes in him that he will become Meltor's light. He was also asked not to be afraid to share his thoughts, and he, clenching his fist and placing it on his heart, accepted this decree. He went after that to his teacher. He was just drinking tea, and as far as he knew, as many as 71 magicians out of 93 expressed a desire to join the mission. After the selection, he also knows that there are 22 left, and there were only 13 who wanted to join the company, but due to circumstances they are unable to. Our hero had only one question. Why were there so many people willing to join the diplomatic mission? All because this is a sacred place of the elves, where usually there is no access for people, and the news that you can end up in the World Tree excites the sleeping desire of the magicians for the unknown. Theodore sighed heavily. It will be very noisy after this, or rather, Vince told him that inside the towers everything that can be imagined is happening now, from threats to moths, and it all ends with bribes. And now, after a short but pleasant conversation, Vince is going to leave for an interview with the master of the White Tower. He conducts them in order to understand what they can present as a national interest in Elfheim. The boy is amazed that he was allowed to do so since he was busy studying an ancient language. But everyone needs a break sometimes, and in reality, the teacher just doesn't want to study it, and therefore finds all the ways to get out. Besides this, he saw that the little girl had also sent her resume. Her written interview was written very well, and therefore she had every chance of passing easily. He speaks of Sylvia, who wants to be present in such a place. Our hero only smiled. If this concerns such a genius who reached the 5th circle before the age of 20, She has every right to claim this mission. The teacher is also confident that his student still has everything ahead of him, and he is always proud of him. And finally, he asked to keep a fist bump for him and Sylvia, and he himself went to the door. But Theodore was only struck by one phrase that he said and heard. He was angry that Vince called him and his girlfriend ulcers. He knew very well that Alfred's hypersensitivity was higher than that of an ordinary person, but why did he say it like that? The brunette sighed heavily. The mission accompanied by the White Tower worried him more now. In the current situation, having Lord White Tower as the representative of the diplomatic mission is the best thing you can think of. However, he doesn't know anything about the other guys, except for the blue and red towers. Just imagining how many people there would be made him feel sick, and he literally started to go crazy. He was given an incredible amount of power. And then he suddenly began to feel someone's presence and became very wary, and besides this, he cannot understand where it comes from. Suddenly, Edwin himself appeared in front of him and sat down, sipping a cup of tea. It turns out that he personally came to chat with him a little. He asked him in a friendly manner if he could spare a little time to talk to him. Our hero was also amazed that he found him and did not give a single sign, but the elf hopes that he did not cause him any inconvenience. Theodore also expressed his joy at meeting him and greeted him in a friendly manner. But the only thing that bothers him is that he is being overly polite to him, and this bothers him a little. The man smiled widely. He is very grateful for saving Eleanor and believes that such an action is worthy of a benefactor. His family wants to repay the guy for such care. Theodore became embarrassed and blushed even more. He was very pleased that he was being praised so much. But then he wanted to get straight to the point and asked why he had come to him so suddenly. Edwin smiled. He would always like to meet their benefactor in person, that was all the reason. But there was another one. He had to give him something. Specifically, we are talking about the symbol of Elfheim, the seed of the world tree, and although it differs from the one described in the legend, it still has a miraculous effect. Suddenly, Mitra appeared from behind his chair and turned to Theo. She started pointing at the new guest, for which our hero scolded her it was uncultured. The man did not attach much importance to this action, and only laughed. Lady Eleanor also left him a message. Specifically, this seed is not for Theodore, and it must be given to Mitra immediately, which is why the baby appeared. The guy looked at the girl and thought, if this is not a fake, then its price is equivalent to a castle, or even more. The boy looked at the guest and asked what it was for, because he didn't have a single thought in his mind as to why it was addressed specifically to the elemental and not to him. In fact, Edwin himself does not know the answer to this question, but he promised to tell what he knows. This tree protected everyone in Elfheim with the power under its name. Fallen leaves healed the lands soaked with blood, and from the depths where its roots grew, a natural barrier was erected. According to Eleanor, whoever consumes this seed will awaken the true potential hidden within it. It seems that the High Elf wants to awaken him in Mithra, if you think about it. Then everything fits. But for Theo it will be useless. He does not have an innate talent, at least one. The boy smiled and turned to the girl. He is now giving it to her. The little girl ran up to him with interest and looked at it. She loves gifts like a child. To her, this seed looks very tasty, and she is eager to eat it, and since it now belongs to her, the guy has nothing against it. It was the first time the boy had seen something like this that made her mouth water. So it turns out there was something that only elementals could sense. Mitra looked at it and then, without thinking twice, put it in her mouth. 4 days later, Lord White Tower, with incredible speed, selected 7 members for the upcoming diplomatic mission, and preparations for departure were completed. Our hero had already gathered himself and was ready to continue his journey, and just then he met a familiar face. Sylvia greeted him with a smile and invited him to her place. She was very glad to see her friend again. She managed to win, and now she is going with them. Professor Vince was standing nearby. Theo noticed him and was glad that he also passed the selection stage. He only smiled in response. Our young master will be in charge of everything. Everyone is counting on him and asking him to take care of them until the mission is completed. And here came the last member of the team, whom everyone had been waiting for. Lord of the White Tower, Orda has arrived at the scene and is also glad to see everyone present. As a serious man, before the start he asked Theodore if he had prepared everything for the start. The boy nodded his head in response, which meant they could already set out on a long journey, and they should hurry. The Lord crossed his arms and is about to use mass teleportation. Our hero didn't quite expect that he could use special spatial magic. Although he had been through this many times, he could not get used to this feeling, but soon the team arrived at the place. The brunette began to look around together with his girlfriend. They found themselves in an underground facility located near the border of the kingdom, and it is impossible to stop here for long. Besides, for greater safety, they all need to stay close together. When the boys saw what was behind the door, their eyes almost popped out of their heads. There was a scarlet plateau in front of them. This is a desert land that stretches for hundreds of kilometers, and it is so vast that it is enough to kill even the strongest monsters of the great northern forest. The Lord is not in the mood to explain what they need to do now, so he simply handed out rings to everyone to put on. Our hero twirled it in his hand and put it on his middle finger. It looks pretty good, and one could even say it matches his clothes. Other team members, and not just him, should do this too. The old man waited for them and then went on his way. But besides that, before they moved forward, he needed to say something else, and asked him to just stand and watch. Theodore was a little alarmed by such a confident and at the same time cold-blooded tone. Some big balls appeared in front of him, lifting the desert sand up and almost getting into his eyes. He uses space distortion with every step. In principle, this can be explained by the fact that he is the Lord of the White Tower, but it is still very strange. There were more and more of them, and they were gaining momentum. The guys began to move faster. Even the Mana carriage is nothing more than a snail in comparison, and their movement speed is simply unbelievably fast. Grandfather says that they must reach the great forest before sunset, and this is a must. In addition, he asked to make sure that as soon as he makes a stop, they can set up camp. The sun was still hanging high in the sky and was baking our heads quite well. Our hero tries to understand how his grandfather's magic works, but no matter how well he tracks its flow, he still can't understand anything. It is on a completely different level compared to other space magic. Veronica said earlier about this man that he is competent as an escort, compared to her. Of course, in a one-on-one battle with him, she is confident that she would win. But once Orta decides to leave the battlefield, he will no longer be caught. In the last war, he was able to escape from the attack of 3 ballmasters without a single scratch, and it is unlikely that he can be considered an ordinary magician at all. Our hero was then surprised how he was able to escape from 3 people. And that is why it was decided that Orta was ideal for this mission, and therefore there is no need to worry about it. Remembering their dialogue, Theodore initially did not believe Miss Veronica's words, but now he begins to understand what she was talking about at that moment. Against such magic of the Swordmaster, there is simply nothing to oppose. And soon it got dark, literally before our eyes. We need to set up camp and rest a little in this place where the commander chose. Grandfather sat down and began to rake away the huge stones around him. With the first rays of the sun, they should enter the territory of the great forest. The earth is a little hard, but they will have to endure one night. The friendly team immediately got to work and began to set up tents. The boys divided the responsibilities equally among themselves, and someone did this. Someone cooked. Theodore was in charge of the preparation. He tried to make something more or less edible. And finally, the guys gathered together and praised each other for their prompt and quick work. They quickly set up camp and got everything done. Professor Vince sipped his favorite coffee and chatted with his student. The other guys also supported Theodore. He is so young and already knows how to do so much. But hunger is not an aunt. You need to have a snack and fill your stomach well. The magicians began to argue among themselves. Some considered themselves better than this boy, some the opposite. Our hero giggled quietly at them. They reprimanded him and asked him to eat his soup already. Professor Vince is very pleased that he can now relax and have such a wonderful time. And then Edwin appears behind our hero and quietly whispers in his ear that he wants to talk alone and asks him to give him some time. Brunette was a little scared by such a surprise, and Elf was simply very surprised by how quickly they arrived at the place. The magic of people exceeded all their possible expectations. After all, if you tell someone that they passed the Scarlet Plateau in just half a day, anyone will have doubts. Theodore laughed, because those people had not experienced this themselves, and therefore their reaction could be understood. And Edwin himself came here in order to check on Miss Mitra's condition. He is a little worried about her, since it was the first time he fed an elemental with a seed from the World Tree. After his words, the girl immediately appeared to them and was very cheerful. The elf looked at her head. A small sprout began to grow on the top of her head. Theodore no longer saw the difference. Mithra's growth progress is small as far as he can see. However, one never knows what mystical thing may happen when this little sprout blossoms. In addition, our hero was helped to place another large tent, a little further away from the others. He had to spend the night with this little girl, but he was a little embarrassed that he was the only one of them all who slept in such comfort. As much as he wanted to force the teacher to keep company on night duty, he and the Tower Lord were exempt from them, and such treatment always made him a little nervous. The girl felt that something was wrong and asked if everything was okay with the guy. He just smiled back at her and covered her with a blanket, asking her to go to sleep quickly. After the girl had time to fall asleep, her little sprout on her head began to glow with a very bright light. This woke her up and she sat up, looking into the distance. Mitra lowered her head. The guy who looked like her began to worry about her and asked what was happening to her. Theodore began to tug at her shoulders in confusion, but she seemed to be in a trance and could not answer him. Her sprout spread its petals to the sides and began to grow little by little. And then the image of monsters appears before the guy's eyes. They were ogres. Besides this, there was a crowd of other monsters, and there were a lot of them. Suddenly, the boy screamed and covered his face with his hands. It was a vision. A girl came up to him and asked if everything was okay with him, but he definitely saw monsters from the great forest, and they were definitely heading towards the camp. His perception was indeed enhanced by this little girl, and so he ran out of the room to his teacher. He was a little confused when he heard that the monsters were heading towards them straight from the great forest, and thought that the boy had gone crazy. But then he himself soon heard some strange sounds and looked askance to the left. The sounds came from afar. The guards also became alert and looked around. These were indeed ogres, and there are quite a lot of them. They cannot walk quietly and make an incredible noise. Or to notice the guy's ability, and this can no longer be called just an ordinary, highly developed sense of smell. The boy wanted to tell him everything, but the grandfather refused. In the end, this gave them enough time to prepare for the attack. The old man began to direct everything, and said that he would start the countdown, and at his command everyone should simultaneously accept the spells. Time started right now. Professor Vince began to prepare. Sylvia must also join them and pointed her staff. Theodore, together with them, is obliged to contribute to this attack. On command, all three boys quickly attacked the spatial barrier. He was transparent, and their combined magic passed through him very well. This process should take literally a couple of seconds. The guys watched everything carefully. There was a rather powerful explosion, and the screams of these monsters could be heard. It seems that Theodore was able to understand that they had managed to deal with half of these troops, and if they continued at the same pace, they would be able to avoid accidents. And then, the team heard a quiet and calm voice behind them. Theo turned around and saw Edwin. He sees how they are trying and wants to help them. Sir began to cast his spell and asked Iolus to lend him his arrow. The man takes aim straight at their herd and fires a projectile. His magic is quite powerful, almost on par with our hero, and so his beam illuminated almost the entire forest. Meltor's guards who are here stand in incredible shock from what they saw. This elf is truly incredible. They just saw the primordial elven elemental magic, and after it the guys won without getting into direct combat. Now their night will be calm. Soon dawn came. The weather was very good here, and early in the morning the birds began to sing. The boys had already set off under Edwin's leadership, and then he stopped and turned to his benefactor. It seemed to him that they needed to change the route a little to get to the place faster. Thanks to the detection skill, he was unable to detect the sneaking monsters last night, and somehow the role of guiding missions fell to him. But to be more precise, to Mitra, and therefore he gives this task to her. The boy can now feel everything she sees. There is nothing on the road to the left, but on the path to the right, he feels something. And these frightening sounds are very similar to the wolves that are nearby. Theo turned to the elf and said that if they chose the right path, then in a couple of kilometers they would encounter horned representatives of their kind. The blonde knows very well who we are talking about. They really should avoid them because meeting them can be problematic. The old man turned to them and decided to clarify whether they were really dangerous enough for them to avoid them. The elf said that their combat power is not that strong. They are not dangerous, but they should be avoided only because of the noise. They are able to shoot lightning from the horns on their head, and the sound they make is as strong as real thunder, and when they sense danger, they can summon monsters in the area and cause chaos. Grandfather laughed in response, and indeed in that case they had better move in the other direction. After some time the guys come across ogres who are walking opposite and preparing to attack. Edwin deals with them in no time, using his strength. Even at long range, it is able to hit the target directly, neutralizing them. And after a couple of seconds, they fall to the ground without any signs of life, having realized almost nothing. Our hero watched this picture and was incredibly delighted. Could this really be the power of the spiritual guardian? It looks divine. Suddenly, the elf suggested that they take a rest in this place and gain strength. And all because the monster's domain extends further, and it will be very difficult to move there, even with his skills. And so this is their only chance right now to have a good rest, and they need to take advantage of it. Our hero agrees. The old man turned to everyone else and, so to speak, officially announced the beginning of a small pass. The boys were given only 2 hours to recover their strength. Orta gave permission to eat and rest from everything. The servants were very happy because they would be able to explore the surroundings of the great forest. They set off to race one against the other, each eager to begin the task now. Edwin laughed, looking at them. Human magicians are much more energetic than elves, you can't argue with that. Meanwhile, Professor Vince and Sylvia sat down under a tree where a good breeze was blowing. The girl called Theo to her place. She found a very interesting plant and wants to show it. The boy smiled back and, together with Mitra, approached them to look. Since they have free time, why don't they also explore the great forest together? The brunette entered the shade under a large tree and seemed to sense something. He found himself as if in another space. The place felt very familiar to him, but something was different. And then he hears someone's voice, and quite indignant, the guy invaded the territory of the neural hive. 2 forms appeared before him. A man put a sharp blade under his throat and demanded that he identify himself. Theodore was confused. His eyes darted around, but even in such a panic he was able to at least say his name. The girl seemed to have heard of him somewhere, but the guy had not, and that is why he did not take his sword off him. And then, the long-haired girl remembered that in front of them was the little man who saved Eleanor, and he nodded his head in confusion. She clung to him and started chatting like a market woman. The girl can't believe that they even held hands. The last romantic relationship between a human and an elf was a long time ago. Suddenly they hear someone's quiet and familiar voice calling Theodore. Miss Eleanor herself appeared before them, and seeing her savior, she smiled broadly. She approached him. The guys hadn't seen each other for a long time, and one could say they missed each other. The blonde also explained to him that they were right now in a neural hive, Ratatosker, a spiritual space that only high elves can enter. But a counter-question appears in his head. Why did he end up here if he is an ordinary person? The man interrupted them and put in his 2 cents. It's all about Mithra. She is the deity of the earth and has every right to come here. Besides, it is entirely possible that this little one, as the elf says, has more authority to appear here. Our hero certainly didn't expect this, but these are just his guesses and therefore shouldn't be given much importance. The elf moved closer to him as she saw that he was not quite coping with communication here, but Theo was trying to stay in line. Eleanor approached him from behind and expressed her understanding that it was not convenient for him to communicate here in Ratatosker. And that is why she wants to come to him. But how exactly, our hero does not yet quite understand. The girl giggled and winked, promising to let him know soon. And then, Theo opens his eyes and sees Edwin in front of him. He was a little dissatisfied in appearance and now wants to ask if he communicated with them in a place where only dancers can go. He only raised an eyebrow and, although hesitantly, agreed with him. And after these words, the elf was delighted. As expected from a guest, he is clearly different from ordinary people. The boys laughed, but they were stopped by a strange rustling sound behind them, and they turned around. Something strange, like a sprout, began to appear from the ground. But it wasn't that. It was something that began to take the form of a female body. And soon the figure was completely formed. Our hero immediately realized that it was Lady Eleanor. And yes, it really is her. The girl joyfully greeted Meltor's magicians and introduced herself as a magician of the Evergreen tribe and the 6th dancer. The Lord of the White Tower was slightly surprised that she showed up to them in such an appearance, and as it turned out, she had only just learned this skill. For the sake of decency, he introduced himself and also thanked her for her generosity. He also reported that Sir Edwin was with him all the time, and thanks to him they were in perfect order. The girl does not want to look down on the abilities of this elf, but she knows perfectly well that there is not a single creature capable of being a guide in the forest better than the highest elf. And now she turned her back to them and pointed her fingers up. They should look at this. The old man's eyes almost popped out of his head from what he saw. For him, such a thing was beyond the realm of possibility. The plants began to disperse on their own just by the wave of her hand. They, perhaps, of their own free will, pave the way for them. If the guys follow this road, they will arrive straight to Elfheim. It will take 3 days. Grandfather adjusted his hat. and clearing his throat, confidently declared that 8 hours would be quite enough. Of course, he can't explain it in words. It would be best to show it. In the smallest place there was fog, and not exactly flying weather. Rumors that the delegation had already arrived spread. High Elf Alice was assigned to meet them, but she felt awkward. The second High Elf, Alucard, refused that she should go there, because in general their images would fall below the baseboard. The girl took this as a compliment and was even a little embarrassed. Lumia was the calmest of them all and asked the boys to stop arguing. They had not gathered here to bicker. They are only here to discuss the problems that have suddenly surfaced, as well as how they will receive guests, and the guys apologized for their behavior. Now the delegation, and most likely they are shown the apartments, and Sir Edwin will most likely return to his duties. In addition, Alice made a suggestion to invite a couple of elves so that they could show the area, and many supported this idea. They have one more unfinished business, that is to solve the request from the druids. Recently in the east there were many monsters rampaging, attacking and destroying all the trees in the forest, and so they were asked to minimize their number. Alucard doesn't think it's worth interfering with. Don't their dryads have contact with the Ents for their protection? They should be able to sort it out themselves. But it looks like they suffered heavy losses, and it can be assumed that there are monsters there that are capable of using fire magic. And so they decided to send one defender, but they must choose someone else. After all, Sir Edwin needs to rest. Lumia read from the piece of paper that the following request was from the chief of the Stone Lion tribe, Orlando. Apparently, a certain suspicious individual had appeared in his lands, and they could not catch him. Alice seemed to dislike him from the very beginning, because all the dirty work was dumped on them. The man continued to yell at her and asked her not to draw conclusions based only on her emotions. And so he suggested that we put this issue on hold for now and just send a couple of investigators and find out everything, and if nothing comes up, send them back. Surprisingly, the girls agreed with him. But then, Alice screamed. She just realized that that camel-headed one must be there, and so she asked Eleanor to take them to other apartments. But unfortunately, she sighed heavily and said that they had already met. One of them shouted and called them, demanding an explanation. It was the chief of the Orlando tribe himself, who was indignant with you that they brought people into the forest. He is very vindictive and remembers how they treated them before. Eleanor stood up for the boys. Don't let him pass any further. Those they treat so disrespectfully. These are not just people but guests. But he continued to shout at her. Orta looked at them and was amazed, and also turned to Theodore. He was interested in what he thought, based on the situation, what method of solving the problem they could choose now. The boy will dare to suggest that a simple conversation won't settle everything here. And how does this red-haired screamer not have a sore throat? He pointed at them with his fingers and could not believe that the elves valued people above the stone lions and even treated them with incredible favor. The redhead stood in her way and looked straight into her eyes until they come up with very reasonable reasons. Then he promises not to move an inch from this place and not to give her a break. The girl looked into his eyes and tried to calmly settle everything, but then she was interrupted. Our hero was tired of listening to these screams. His ears were already blocked, and so he came closer to her. He asked the leader Orlando what their qualifications were, and as soon as he looked into his eyes, the horned one felt incredible pressure inside him. Everything seemed to scream that this guy was dangerous, and that's why he began to feel fear. But even so, he tried to stay afloat. How could a common man dare to ask him about his qualifications? From his cries, the boy realized that the tribe was proving its courage with its fists. He seems to be indifferent to the consequences, and so he suggests exchanging blows. He was seriously ready to fight him, and was already preparing to attack. But for our hero, it even sounded funny. Could this really be all some small duel? The redhead stopped screaming at the top of his lungs. He was now more surprised by the reaction of this man. Was he really not afraid of him? Theodore turned to Lady Eleanor and repeated the words that he was going to fight him. The girl was a little confused, but promised to testify to what was said here. She frowned and looked at Chief Orlando. He himself signed up for this, but as a real man, he will not go back on his own words. Although he had already begun to stutter, he felt quite confident. He believed that there was nothing that his fists could not destroy. Theodore yielded to him honorably and gave him the right to make the first blow, and therefore he can begin whenever he wishes. The man was incredibly angry that someone was looking down on him like that. He still considers himself superior to some ordinary commoner. and so he punched him in the stomach, the very first thing. Our hero even started to laugh. This blow in no way justified his words said earlier. Is this really all he is capable of? Now a menacing smile appeared on his face. It was Theodore's turn, and the red-haired man's eyes almost popped out of his head from what he saw. He couldn't believe that his blow hadn't gotten through. While he was catching the crows, the boy had already managed to strike him, and quite a good one. Blood flowed from the opponent's mouth, and he began to cough, but he had no strength left even to get up from his place. He fell and did not move, and the grandfather was amazed that such a young man, not knowing his place, attacked Theodore. He should have learned a lesson from this. Eleanor looked after her benefactor and could not believe what incredible strength he had. And since the guys have finished, she asks permission to accompany them further. Our hero laughed at him the whole way. How insignificant he already looks. He is not even able to use aura, thereby strengthening his body. And besides, it doesn't seem like he has any special skills based on this. He can roughly guess why the beast-like race is hidden on this continent. And then gluttony appeared from his hand. He asked not to be so strict with him, because there is a reason why the beastmen behave this way. They have a small problem. The information that Grimoire can share with him and cannot is closely connected to each other, and if he is really interested in knowing about it, then he can tell only part of the reason. And all because the leader who led all the beastmen, their king, Fenrir, ended his life by dying at someone's hands. Our hero has never heard of him, which is not surprising in principle. Suddenly, gluttony smelled the grimoire. Now this forest will definitely not let him get bored. Our hero's eyes almost popped out of his head. He couldn't believe that one of them was in the great forest. The weirdo looked at him with incredible excitement. It couldn't be that he was mistaken when he felt this pulsation. The war marks the end of the era of myths. He feels the power of the grimoire that ended Ragnarok. The great magician who burned the true world tree to ashes was its owner, and his name, as far as gluttony knows, is Pevatane. Our hero's eyes almost popped out after this story. This grimoire is on the same level as the worship of death, and also with the one that turned its owner into an ancient lich in 3 months. And then it dawned on the brunette that since his friend was talking about feeling his presence, that meant he could tell him his exact location. But here's where problems can arise. The eyewitness feels that he is so far away that he can only sense his powers for a moment, and he is lucky that he even understood who it is. Now the question arose in the guy's head. How can he find him in such a huge forest? He probably needs to use wide area detection magic. But then the weirdo winked and said that he would soon show himself. In order for him to use his true powers, he needs a sacrifice in order to remove the seal, and everything he needs is right here. Even if he were to burn down the entire endless forest around him to regain his true power, he would still not be able to remove even more than 20% of his seals. And by the sacrifice, as far as Theodore understood, he means the world tree. His little friend gave him advice to just wait and do nothing. The day when he would fall into their hands would come by itself. And then our hero began to think, if what gluttony said was true, then he really did burn the world tree that grew higher than the clouds, and at the same time exterminated the ARV race. Suddenly there was a knock on his room door and a request for permission to enter. A man unknown to him entered the room, and Theodore asked with whom he had the honor. He's an escort from Elfheim, and also politely asked for forgiveness for possibly disturbing his rest. Because a man is too polite to him, the guy feels awkward and tries to change the subject a little. The reason why he was looking for him is not particularly viscous. It's just that his father's dancers are calling everyone. The presence of the young master is also obligatory, and therefore he asked to be informed when he could arrive. Meanwhile, the delegation continued to be accompanied by members of the Elfheim. The Lord of the White Tower raised his head up and saw the spatial gate for the first time. He never thought that he would see something ancient with his own eyes. Without thinking twice, the grandfather rushed forward, but they tried to stop him because he simply couldn't pass through them. But the old man would not give up this idea so easily, and therefore confidently moved forward. In an instant he dissolves into the fog and disappears completely from sight. Our hero was also in shock. It must be a hole connected to a whole other reality. And then Sylvia came up to him from behind. She couldn't wait any longer and wanted to go in there too. Our hero had some doubts, but he still had to. They found themselves in some room. There was a very thick fog around. Theodore began to examine everything around. It can be assumed that they teleported to another space. A man sat in the middle of the room and greeted the guys who arrived from the Kingdom of Magic. He confidently declared that from today onwards they would not only be friends, but also brothers who are able to share each other's happiness and sadness. Grandfather Orta thanked the descendants of ARV for such a warm welcome, and while here, they promised to observe all the traditions and rules of the Great Forest. The man laughed and asked the boys to sit down wherever they felt comfortable. The blonde turned to the guests and said that if their hearts wanted to share something, they could do it right now. In that case, the old man is not against discussing trade between them and Elfheim, if of course such a topic is open. The elf smiled. He would not refuse, because the artifacts made in Meltor are widely used here, and therefore if the selection is diversified and improved, they will also show generosity. If possible, the Kingdom of Magic wants to increase the volume of both medicines and purest resources threefold, and surprisingly, they have not abandoned this idea. Theodore arrived just in time. He had already heard that voice. It seems to be one of the high elves he met in Ratatoskr. If I think about it, the talkative one is nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, something strange appeared in the air, and a woman's scream was heard. The other elves who were here immediately realized that this was the Queen of the Dryads. She apologized for her actions, but the situation, she said, required immediate action. The girl came here to report that the entire Eastern Forest is in danger. After her words, our hero immediately felt the enemy's aura. It was the fire giant, and it is the very grimoire that should have come to them by itself. And besides this, it also has a second form. If he becomes a flame dragon and removes the next two seals, no lord will be able to tame him. And in such a situation, Gluttony advises to hurry, otherwise everything may end badly. His first form is known as the fiery beast. He breathes the flames of a red-hot furnace, burning the fox in his path, and the second is the fire giant, the true embodiment of flame reincarnated on Earth. However, according to him, the third and fourth are unmatched by anything. His final one imitates the dragon, the strongest creature in existence, and he is an autonomous grimoire. Once this being reaches its final form, nothing on this earth will be able to stop it, and this can be considered the end of an era. And then the elves heard an indignant cry and a very familiar voice, which made them very happy. This is Guardian Elaim, who appeared just in time. He is ready to stand up for his land, however. Everyone doubts whether he can cope with it alone. But although everyone is confident in his victory, letting him go just like that is very dangerous, and one of the high elves spoke out against this. The guard ran straight to him, where they soon met. He is going to deal with him here and now. In his eyes there is only a thirst for revenge, and not a drop of fear. The other elves watched their battle and were amazed by his strength. In his eyes burned that very spark that reflected the incredibly strong spirit of this people. The man waved his staff and used freeze on him. However, it doesn't work on him. This monster has melted the entire ice wall, from which it can't break off even a single fragment of the monsters. The high elf was yelling at him and already demanding that he stop. He needed to retreat now, to avoid bad consequences. The enemy struck back, swinging his hand and releasing an arrow of flame. The horned one jumped back and could not figure out what was wrong here, why his flame did not just go out. And it seems that his worst fears have come true. His elemental magic does not work on him. And then the man turned to Naya and asked if she knew anything about this giant. It is possible that this is false information, but she once read a myth that mentioned him from ancient times. A living flame from one dimension that burns all living things in its path. Since his flame is unquenchable, he is called Levatin, as far as she knows. Other guys also learned about this. The elves about their parents, the original world tree and their ancestors and all the records. There was a mention of an ancient demon who burned everything in his path. However, at this point, her knowledge is limited to the comma in the records. It is said that he has the essence of a giant, and in others that of a dragon, which if this is true is unknown. Our hero interrupted their dialogue and said that he had heard about it too, but he could not reveal the sources of information. In their kingdom, there was a repository of knowledge that he had no right to share. The residents guessed that it was the Zero Library, and no one could believe that this boy had received the national treasure of His Majesty. It doesn't seem like our hero was believed, but it's already good that they consider everything said to be true. And until they themselves penetrate the Zero Library and read every book without a hitch, there is not the slightest chance that I will not be able to turn his words into doubt. However, a high elf came out to him and said that even if the guy saved Eleanor, it would still be difficult for them to just go and trust a stranger. In order to prevent anyone from lying, they offered to discuss this issue in Ratosker, to which our hero agreed. The elves activated the space, and our hero began to pronounce his entire speech, the flame that once burned the primordial tree. This is exactly this monster. They have a maximum of 5 days to defeat it. If this is not done, the entire northern continent will come to an end. In another part of Elfheim, fog also reigned and deathly silence reigned in the streets. At home, the friends were chatting among themselves. Eleanor was very happy that she could drink tea with her again like this during a pleasant conversation. And then, Lumia laughed and said that her Theodore really did look like a real gentleman. The conversation suddenly switched to him, which embarrassed the high elf, and she only giggled in response. She felt embarrassed to be labeled like that and reminded him that he had only saved her life. And it was impossible not to notice that Eleanor was getting ready and wanted with all her heart to help him in the battle and be a support. Her friend thinks that Alucard needs help more now. The girl is very worried about them, and one can even say that she blames herself for not being able to help in any way, because their job is to be here and help from here. All that remains for them now is to pay for this face, for their forest, for their parents, for the guy who saved her life. Meanwhile, our hero was already on a mission. Together with the elf who accompanied him, he informed Theodore that Alice had set out according to his instructions, and confirmed that it was Levatine, after which she summoned the ruler of the wind elementals, forming a vacuum around her. While they were running, they had time to talk, and the boy wants to know how it went. According to Elf, the forest fire was brought under control, and on top of that, the monster's advance was slowed down. Even though the monster's flame is beyond the material world, it is nothing more than just flames. If they continue to contain it with the vacuum around it, the damage will not be that great. But as far as he knows, that's not all. There is also bad news. The Dryads and Ents refuse to retreat. They will fight this monster to the very end, which shocked Theodore. And all because their thinking is developed a little differently from their train of thought. For them, the forest is not just a place where they live. For them, it is something more. Or rather, these are their neighbors, their family. Even if their actions are stupid, they will not retreat and will fight with Levatine until the death. Our hero thought seriously about it. If this monster continues to devour them, it may transform sooner than he might expect. They have been on the road for more than 2 hours now, and it is very good that according to Alucard, they should be there soon. And the boys ran to the edge of the cliff and had no choice but to jump off it. Our hero landed carefully and approached the elves who were standing nearby. Everything was much worse than they could have imagined. In the game, everything is on fire. A lot of trees have fallen at the hands of this heartless creature. In addition, those who managed to survive fought to the last. The most they could do to protect the forest was to throw huge stones at the 5-meter-tall creature. Our hero dared to come closer to one of them and began to shout so that he could hear, demanding that they stop this recklessness. Theodore knows very well that if they continue to fight like this, it will not help in any way. The tree looked at him with a displeased look. What an annoying person he had met. He bent over him and said that he would not follow the orders of some commoner. They have one huge goal now, to protect their forest and their friends. Our hero is already thinking about how to get through to them. The elf has already turned to them, to the elder of the Ents, and asked them to stop all this. They are not here to fight. But even here he was refused, and Theodore was jumped upon by a little girl who missed him very much. Mitra just came to visit him and see what he was doing here. The other Elfheimers present were amazed at what they saw. Why did she suddenly appear? The very girl Miss Eleanor had spoken of. The giants noticed her, and one of them, more precisely the elder, knelt down. The girl and the boy looked at them in confusion. They had nothing else to do. All the trees began to bow before her, calling her the great ancestor, and expressed the honor of the meeting. The girl didn't understand anything and just stared at these guys. Theodore was also slightly confused, and did not understand why these stubborn people bowed before Mithra. And then an idea came to his mind. He turned to his little assistant and asked her to tell them to go into that forest. Everything is possible, that they will listen to her. Mitra was fired up by this idea and nodded her head with a smile. Blue Eyes turned to the Ents and first of all demanded that they stand up on their feet. They looked at her and obediently began to rise up. They listened to the king's order. The girl carefully monitored their actions, and she managed to behave like a real leader. Her next order was for them to go into the forest, and she pointed there with her finger. The wooden giants obediently fulfilled her request and walked away. The elven boys whispered among themselves after what they saw, and were slightly shocked that such proud ents began to retreat at just one order. Mitra laughed happily. She did a great job with the task and was very pleased. Her friend Theodore was also happy for her and supported her. Thanks to her, both races retreat to safe ground, and now they can begin their advance on Levitine. And then the high elf Alice showed up and wished our hero a good evening. It was she who created a vacuum around the monster, and now she is interested in what the boy thinks about the results of her work. He nodded his head and thanked her for that. She might be exhausted, but she was still the same chatterbox. The vacuum space created by the wind elemental is incredibly powerful. It is impossible for the flame to spread inside it. However, it will only buy a little time, but will not stop it. And besides, guys, now we need to hurry. She won't last more than 10 minutes. Theodore is going to start preparing for battle immediately. They will exhaust all the energy he has collected. And that is precisely why. Judging from everything, all that remains for them to do is to wear him out as much as possible. The leader ordered them to distract his attention for as long as possible. If they could adjust to the temporary nitrogen attacks, they would be able to neutralize his attacks. And if they succeed, they will be able to reduce the damage to a minimum. Alice interrupted their conversation and said that she no longer had the strength to hold back the vacuum. Heinz and Olsen were tasked with distracting the big guy, and they promised to help with that. The boys boldly got down to business immediately and ran towards him. After the so-called barrier disappeared, the monster noticed its new enemies and kicked the ground hard. The flash of fire and the blast wave threw two men back. One of them came to his senses and was not going to retreat. The first thing that came to his mind was to use the arrow for self-defense. He aimed straight at his head and reminded him that he was his opponent. Meanwhile, his comrade pulled himself up and praised him for managing to switch attention to them. They try to imprison him in wind chains, casting complex spells. And the guys are sure that even he will have a hard time freeing himself from the vortex imprisonment. But they need help, and they ask Theodore and Sylvia to cover them. The guys stood next to her, and they were already ready to also contribute their share to the battle. They immediately pounced on the monster, but it had already managed to destroy the vortex confinement. With each new attack, his power is astounding. It is incredibly huge. Even the high elves cannot cope, and now they are no longer going on the offensive, but into their own defense. They fall down without strength and cannot move. Things didn't go quite as planned. Our hero didn't expect that this monster would destroy the restraining spell so quickly. If she doesn't have their formation held, it will be impossible to continue the operation. Their strategy must be forcibly changed. Now Theodore wants to distract his attention, and when he gives signals, they ask for support with long-range magic. There was no time to bargain. Not everyone liked this plan, but it was necessary to act quickly, and now all that remained was to hope for Sylvia. The boy ran closer to him and managed to avoid another shockwave from his side. Fortunately, he stayed on his feet. He already has ideas on how to try to fight him. Our hero uses Alfred's magic arrow and aims straight at him. The monster felt this and immediately caught the beam. To everyone's surprise, he can use the same long-range attacks, and attacks Theodore. He turned to Alucard and asked him to use his power by summoning a water elemental. The blonde nodded his head and immediately got down to business, asking him to protect everyone from the raging flames. This is a fairly powerful spell that once again enveloped the monster. Our hero watches him closely. Attack of El Mare, ruler of all the waters of the earth. It can be combined with the attack of Sylvia. He turned to her and ordered to attack right now. The girl prepared her staff. The girl raised her staff up, and taking a deep breath, called upon the ruler of ice, Ymir, to turn everything into ice. Using a small force now will be enough. For the first time, the girl uses a snowstorm spell. Alucard looked at the smart guy and really expressed his admiration for his intuition. He must have a lot of experience behind him. The boy looks at him and can only conclude that their attacks are just small counteractions. But those who are not initiated into their plan may already think that they have won. But this is not so at all, and no one knows how long this can continue. The guys have at least half an hour to achieve their goal. Otherwise, it will be too late. The ice in which Sylvia had previously trapped him. After this, he immediately began to form a fiery funnel around himself, which turned out to be incredibly powerful, and the fire engulfed everything around. It's good that Alucard managed to put up a shield over all the guys. If he had been late, something terrible could have happened. The boys can breathe a sigh of relief for a while. Their lives are saved. Our hero looked around the whole situation and was simply amazed at how everything around was burning. It really looked like hell. The third form is only an intermediate one in the process of transition from the second to the fourth, Theodore thought that they would be able to stop his transformation into the next one if they prevented the increase in the number of victims. However, he finally showed it, which is also called a firestorm. The second form is simply impossible to remove, because even Gluttony cannot swallow something that has no physical form, but starting with the third, his body becomes tangible. Our hero feels that this is the only chance to take possession of it, and so he confidently rushes forward. And he goes straight to the barrier, coming out of it. It's a rather unpleasant process, and the guys tried to stop him. His girlfriend was the most worried and didn't want him to leave, she shouted after him, hoping to change something. The high elf approached her and calmed her down. In such a situation, they were powerless. He could not be stopped. The guys now only have to wait and believe in his confidence, watching him. This flame burned his breath. It felt like he was in hell. He needed to quickly decide what to do, because if it continued, his body would definitely burn in the flames. Theodore uses umber. Its waters are not subject to physical influence, and therefore it can withstand this incredible heat. But here one problem arose. Flame, like its water, can overcome the laws of physics. Our hero may be able to take another 8 or so steps, but each time the enemy becomes even stronger. He is very upset now that in such a situation I am with them, no Lord of the White Tower. Meanwhile, the grandfather sat on a comfortable cobblestone, which he had chosen for himself, and watched everything that was happening. From the incredibly high column of fire, he realized that the battle with this monster had moved to the next stage, and it would be very good if after it there were not many victims like Meltor had once suffered. The old man remembers when in the last war the Empire lost 2 of its 7 swords, the 3rd and the 6th, and they were both formidable opponents. For him, time flies incredibly fast. This unpleasant event happened 15 years ago. And then, he felt someone's presence, and turned to the swordmaster, demanding that he show himself. If he takes even one more step, he will no longer sit silently. Lloyd appeared behind him. It seemed like he had been following them the whole time. He tried to quietly take out his sword and attack Ort from behind. Of course, he has a lot of experience in life and such battles. He was able to dodge, and the enemy was convinced that in front of him was the Lord of the White Tower himself. The old man merely adjusted his hat and continued his speech. He had figured him out, and knew that at the very moment of their delegation's arrival, he had released the monster and penetrated into Elfheim. And through the action of this terrible creature, he had sniffed out gaps in the protective network. He also guessed that his goal was to kill the High Elves, to which the swordsman pretended not to understand what he was talking about, and besides, in any case, he would not have revealed his cards. In addition, he believes that in such a situation there are easier ways to solve problems. More specifically, his strategy is to cut the old man's head off. He had heard rumors that the Lord of the White Tower was a fugitive who would not hesitate to turn his back on the battlefield, and that fighting was his weakness. And in principle, he did not refuse this. His opponent is completely right. The enemy does not want to negotiate with him and therefore simply decides to attack him without talking. He also notices that his opponent is unable to dodge his attack. He is no opponent. Suddenly, a piercing pain runs through his body, and he falls to the ground. Many wounds appeared on his body, and it can be assumed that his grandfather used spatial magic, changing places with him. The swordsman turned to him and asked what tricks he had used on him. As he said before, his magic is based on space and time. Battle is not his specialty. However, even in spite of this, the old man never considered himself worse than others. Lloyd tries to defend himself, but he fails. Orta has already gotten closer to him. He is going to use a spell on him in order to quickly deal with the enemy. Since the enemy is wounded, he cannot move or even stop him. The grandfather has every chance to inflict good damage on him in return. Orta easily throws him aside into the large boulders, and a thick layer of dust rises around. And now, after everything that happened, he wants to hear from those who sent him here and ordered him to free Levatine. Otherwise, if he continues to remain silent, the old man promises him the most painful death. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Theodore was not doing well. The fluidization of the umber was absolutely useless. Flame affects not only physical space, it is capable of burning everything, no matter what space it is in. Our hero tries to get as close to the very center as possible, but feels an incredible heat throughout his body. At times it even seems that he might burn out, and it's simply unbearable. His girlfriend and other elves are watching everything that is happening, and are very worried about him. The guy falls to his knees. It's all useless. He can't get any closer. The heat here is so intense that if he takes even one step forward, his entire body will burn up in a second. He looks at the source of all this chaos and does not know what to do. Now he actually has a fear of death. However, he remembers the times when he fought that monster in order to save the High Elf. That's when he was able to overcome it. And that means he can do it now. And that's why he's slowly trying to get back on his feet. The boys continued to watch him, and it was especially painful for Sylvia to watch him suffer there. He didn't hear them. He just wants to do everything he can now, and he remembers the countless fallen who gave their lives for Eleanor. One of the servants could not stand it any longer and also tried to verbally stop our hero. One slightest step, and he could say goodbye to life. It hurts the girl to watch this. She wants to help him, but it will not be better for anyone if there are many victims. Theodore is trying to approach this grimoire, which has finally shown itself in small steps. It's Gluttony's time. The brunette puts his left hand forward and calls him. He grabs him with his powerful jaws and is very happy, because he has been waiting for him for a long time. The boy leaves all subsequent work to him. So that he does not bring even more troubles and suffering, he orders him to quickly absorb him. However, this is difficult for him. And all because of the stubbornness of the enemy, who continues to resist. But he was able to gnaw through him. But even despite this, he continues to kick until the very end. And Theodore is already tired of enduring this. Can't he just give in and let himself be consumed? And finally, Gluttony succeeded. In this grimoire, the sealed kingdom of fire is hidden, and therefore the affinity with fire magic increased to the maximum. After the final absorption, the guy will have access to the Muspelheim ring and its flame. On the battlefield where the fierce battle was raging, a column of smoke and fire still stood. However, it began to fade, and the boys noticed that something had just happened. This young boy was able to defeat Leviathan alone. The shield can finally be removed. Suddenly, his legs stopped obeying him. Theodore fell to the ground. His girlfriend and the other elves ran up to him and began to panic when they saw that flames suddenly began to come out of his body. Sylvia was the most worried. She wants to cool him with an icy touch. However, it is of no use. Alucard also began to make attempts to save him and asks Elmara to heal him. And if the offering is not enough, he promises to compensate for everything he wants. But a little later, the spirit turned to him and said that since he had extinguished the enemy of this world, the very flame of catastrophe, he did not need any offerings. He touched it, and a blue flame rose into the air, literally blinding the eyes. Our hero was still lying motionless, but he was already periodically shuddering, and at the very least his body had stopped burning. Sylvia had been sitting next to him the whole time and simply picked him up and hugged him. Tears came to her eyes, and she just wants him to be okay after everything he did. The girl did not leave him and constantly spoke to him, hoping to hear at least something in response. And then Theo was able to raise his hand up. He heard everything. The guy hugged her back but didn't say anything. Sylvia's heart began to tremble, and finally he was able to talk to her. He was fine, and he felt great. There was still a large column of smoke around, and a fire had broken out. It looks like he really managed to defeat Leviathan, and everyone is very grateful to him. Theodore looked at his left hand. After everything that happened, one can conclude that Gluttony managed to defeat him, and if it weren't for him, then they would have no chance of winning this battle. The Master of Water saw everything and also spoke to him. She was able to expel all the remaining flames in his body, and the brunette thanked her for her help. The fire that was in the area began to slowly die down. Finally, everything is over. Our hero's girlfriend continued to sit next to him and did not leave his side for a single step. If the guy had not decided to risk his life, the entire continent, including this place, would have turned into a living hell. A Muspelheim ring appeared on his hand, as promised earlier, and then an elf appeared on the horizon. It seems that she is also very glad that everything is over. It's time to return. But where she had been all this time, she did not want to reveal. The most important thing is that the battle is over. We need to celebrate properly. The boys went further into the forest soon, and the summons had already reported everything. But seeing with your own eyes what our hero did was breathtaking. One of the escorts drew attention to his right palm. That seal is the ability granted to him by the national treasure. Theodore simply nodded his head in response. Without the Umber, he would never have been able to deal with this creature. And technically, his words are not lies. Without her, he would have died before he could get close to him, and she was the key to destroying Leviathan's body. So, besides, he can't reveal the secret about Gluttony, and so the guy only hid the details. And then the boys heard someone's steps. Someone had arrived to them. The silhouette of the Lord of the Tower began to appear from behind the fog. The old man confidently walked towards them. Suddenly, the escort noticed blood on his clothes, but it wasn't his, fortunately. Also, the first thing Orta asked Philip to keep was the assassin's mask, which he took for himself after the battle with that swordsman, presumably one of the 7 swords. The man now has the task of finding out who it belonged to. Its owner had a hidden type aura. He thought about it, but still agreed to fulfill his request, promising to do everything in the best possible way. Their conversation was interrupted by an elf. She thinks it's complete nonsense that this killer was sent by the Empire. Of course, these are just Orta's guesses, but who his target was, one can guess right away. The girl sighed with displeasure. She was incredibly angry at these Imperial people. How dare they stretch their dirty hands towards them? Grandfather wanted to kill him, but it was difficult to concentrate on catching him when his mind was filled with worries about the High Elves. However, he can confidently say that he taught him a good lesson, but pursuing such an opponent in a location with so many shelters is not the easiest thing. And the girl is very grateful to him. If it weren't for him, her children could be in danger. Theodore stood aside and listened to their entire conversation. There is no evidence that the Andras Empire is involved here, but everything is too obvious and points to it. The attempt to burn the great forest by the hands of Lievatine, as well as the assassination attempt on the High Elves. This is a terrible crime. Suddenly, the Lord of the White Tower noticed that someone was approaching them. It was our hero's teacher. Now they should talk. Vince was also given not the easiest of tasks, and everything went as his grandfather expected. The blonde glanced behind him and ordered them to leave. People began to appear from behind the forest. Their hands were tied and their heads were lowered. They already got their testimony. They were hired by the man in the black mask. And besides, they didn't know what they were transporting. They won't be able to get more information out of them, even under torture. The men stepped aside a little. They needed to be told the next action concerning them. The grandfather thinks that it is useless to deal with them any further. Maybe it is worth taking care of them. People began to scream when they heard about the massacre and tried to justify themselves. After all, they knew nothing, and everything they did was only on the orders of the man in the mask. Orta heard them and didn't even know what to answer. He should have turned to a more knowledgeable person. Or rather, to Alice. She told about the punishment measures for criminals in Elfheim, and these are lifelong labor in the mines. Or another option is to send them to hunting grounds or fields. Judging by everything, the old man had already decided what to do, but the girl looked at him with slight bewilderment. And yet, grandfather should be recognized as so insightful at his age. After the battle with this cruel monster, the delegation took a couple of days to rest. Most of the mages who participated in the battle used up their magic in a matter of moments. The people were very tired, but thanks to Eleanor's care for Theodore, he was able to quickly restore his energy. However, something did change. Namely, the elves' attitude towards the delegation became more welcoming. They hadn't treated them negatively before, but their icy eyes acquired warmth, and something changed in the boy himself. That day, after the battle, when a thick layer of dust and ash was still raised from the hard battle, a familiar voice addressed him and asked him to stop for just a couple of minutes. The boy turned around and saw that tree, the head of the Ents, and he could not even believe that this address was dedicated to him. He could not even imagine that their elder himself came to him personally to ask for forgiveness for past disagreements, and also thanked him from the bottom of his heart for saving his family and the forest. Theodore was surprised at first, but then a soft smile appeared on his face. It is worth admitting that he himself was rude at their last meeting, for which he also sincerely apologized, as did his friend, his new friend. In one of the houses in Elfheim, people from the delegation were chatting among themselves, but their conversation was interrupted by an elf. It was time for them to move out. The blonde arrived with good news. They will now be holding a banquet. To make things faster, why not use a portal? And it's very similar to the one people saw last time, but it leads to a different place. When our hero and his girlfriend entered it, they felt a coolness run through their bodies. They found themselves on some kind of mountain. The girl's eyes first of all rushed upward, and she saw a snow-covered mountain and also an incredibly beautiful starry sky. Theodore was slightly surprised. He wondered how high they had climbed now. The old man easily answered his question. Its height was approximately 11 kilometers, and besides, the powers of the World Tree are protecting them now. If it weren't for them, they would have frozen to death in this place. Besides, without such protection it would be difficult for them to even breathe. But they do not have such difficulties. All they feel is only coolness. Having heard about the tree, our hero only now realized where they were. They are now on one of its branches. It is impossible to get here, unless the elves themselves open the way for him through the portal. It is so huge that it is easily confused with a mountain. Guests who see it for the first time admire this incredible view and beauty. Suddenly, they heard Alice's voice. She was standing on one of the balconies of the house and inviting everyone to come inside. She jokingly scolded the guests for being late. Everyone had been waiting for them too long. The girl was here the whole time, and during this hour she prepared a huge amount of all sorts of delicious things for the guests and already set the table. Another high elf turned to their benefactor. Today's banquet is not dedicated to their countries, and these tables are set only to hand him over as deserved to the saviors of the forest. On this day, the guys can relax and forget about all the statuses and the like. Theodore was not used to hearing this, because he was more used to formalities. But now, from now on, the elves are their friends. All who were invited to this solemn celebration have appeared here, and now we can begin. The high elves turned first to Theodore and formally thanked him once again for saving their lives. Professor Vince, together with the Lord of the White Tower, also did a lot of work, and were able to find out the alleged identities of those responsible for what happened. As a token of gratitude, the guys also promised that their friends from Meltor could count on them at any time for their help and support. The Master of Ceremonies raised his glass and invited everyone to drink to the glory of Elfheim and their new friendly country. Eleanor, after her speech, approached her savior and offered him some wine. She smiled and proudly told him that it was made from grapes grown in his tribe and was famous for its excellent taste and aroma. And since she praised him so much, our hero would not refuse one glass. It seems that their interactions are very displeasing to Sylvia. She became jealous of the elf and distracted Theodore from the conversation by offering to eat something that she made with her own hands. The brunette was a little confused but promised to try a piece. Eleanor saw that her friend was slightly in a woozy state. It seemed that some people still hadn't learned how to drink properly. The girl was a little embarrassed and yelled at her because she celebrated her coming of age this year. She wants to prove that she is an adult, and so she takes the flask from the high elf. The boy tries to restore it, confusedly telling how to do it correctly. But it seems that it is too late. The blonde does not listen to him and does as she sees fit. The other elves saw her behavior and decided to compete with her in honor of the holiday. Who would win in such a small competition? It seemed that she really wanted to prove that she was the most resilient of all those present, and she heard support addressed to her. The old man from the White Tower doesn't like such troubles, and so he stands apart from everyone by the balcony and sips his drink. Suddenly Alice turned to him. She was the first to see that he had distanced himself from everyone. Today was a holiday after all. She also wondered why he was still wearing a mask today. Perhaps he had some good reason. This may be true, but Orda preferred to keep it a secret, pushing aside all the existing circumstances. The girl did not leave him and asked him to tell her why he was doing this, or to show her face. The old man noted her curiosity. Even though she called herself that, she was not pleased to hear that addressed to her. Although the elf looks young, she is still over 100 years old. And suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Sylvia's scream. They looked in their direction in surprise, trying to understand what was going on. The girl was on the verge of tears. She was very upset that Theodore spent time day after day with the Lord of the Red Tower or with some other girl. The brunette was confused and giggling asked her to stop drinking, not attaching much importance to her words. The blonde felt offended that they weren't hearing her, and still continued to see her as a child. But then, her eyes began to slowly close, and she plopped face down on the table, which frightened our hero. At first he thought that something had happened to her, but she simply fell asleep, which made him happy and smile. Sylvia was also very tired, and therefore slept soundly, quietly snoring through her nose. Our hero went out onto the balcony and decided to admire this view himself, which was incredibly breathtaking. He could not even imagine building a questionnaire in such a place and at such a height. Eleanor was next to him, and you understand perfectly well now his feelings. When she first came here, she was as surprised as he was. In her homeland grows a tree of incredible height. There are no others like it that would cut through the clouds. The brunette is truly delighted with this place. He feels like he is in a wonderful dream. The blonde looked at him and came a little closer. She would like to walk a little with him now. Or rather, she has a specific goal. She wants to show him one wonderful place. And she also decided to warn him that he needed to be careful and not move more than 3 steps away from her. There was a thick fog around, and it really was possible to get lost if you went a little further. And then he had a strange feeling, as if they had just moved in space. The guy became wary. In order to satisfy his curiosity, he decided to turn to Eleanor and asked how they could have ended up in a different place in just a few moments. The girl decided to share the peculiarity of the high elves. The closer they are to the world tree, the more powerful their powers are, and therefore they can easily make a spatial jump without the help of portals. The boys laughed and decided to continue on their way. During a pleasant conversation, they did not notice how they had already arrived at the right place, and it looked rather strange to the boy. He had never seen anything like it, and that was because it was impossible to get here without an invitation from a high elf. This small hut was called the Source of Wisdom. And besides this, our hero is the second person in the history of the elves who is allowed to be here. This small hut that our hero was looking at is the Source of Wisdom. It arrived here because one wise man predicted it. His existence is outside the treaty with the 4 great elemental kings. He left something for himself in the Source of Wisdom, and his name is Myrdal Hersheim. He said earlier that a long time will pass and the 6th dancer will open her eyes, and then long-forgotten creatures will awaken from deep sleep. However, there is no need to be afraid. The guest who came from afar will soon pacify the fire of discord, as Theodore understood. This is the very prediction. Eleanor nodded her head. That's all she could tell him. Then she glanced at the door and promised that he would find out the rest in this place. Our hero thought about all this. Even though this man is a great elementalist, but he is just a mere mortal. How he was able to see what will happen in a few decades is now a mystery to him. Theodore agreed to go there. He was wondering why he invited him to the Source of Wisdom. He promised to come back soon and ask the girl to wait here, and after that he turned around and went up the stairs. The blonde smiled back. She would wait for her benefactor as long as he needed. When he found himself at the very top, an interdimensional door awaited him, and it so happened that the boy swallowed the original book. When he touched her, a connection with an entity named Myrdal Hersheim began. He also accepted his request. The old man was very glad to see him. He came to visit, which he had been waiting for a very long time. He sat in a comfortable place for himself and just smiled, greeting his old acquaintance. Our hero looks at him and cannot believe that he has seen him again. A lot of questions have also arisen in his head. Myrdal asked for forgiveness, but he is not the same person he dealt with before, and therefore asked to perceive him a little differently. The man also noticed that his guest was much younger than he would have expected, and he also knew that he was the current owner of Gluttony. Our hero's eyes almost popped out of his head from what he heard, and in the end he was asked to introduce himself. The young man gave his name, and yet continued to stare at the old man. Now he was clearly not the one he had seen before, and how he knew everything was unclear. From his reaction, his grandfather found his name funny and even amusing, and laughed a little. The boy lowered his left hand, and the old man spoke to the master of gluttony. It seems that Gluttony is not at all happy to meet him. It was he who dared to summon him with the help of a memory fragment, and for him, this was already beyond impudence. He laughed again. He had already foreseen his visit, and now he was not in a condition to even take a step, and since he had no choice, he had to call him. Our hero watched these two and could not understand what was going on here, why they both knew each other. It was a mystery to him. It's surprising to Grimoire that this man is still alive in some way, but it's unclear why he waited for them all this time. And if he likes my answer now, then we can consider that grandfather has made an enemy for himself. Myrdal just grinned. This weirdo is still as picky as ever, and it was he who gave the elemental to his master, and no one else. Grandfather called him here because he wants to help, because he knows that he is different from the other mortal sins. Gluttony's eyes didn't pop out of his head, according to the old man. Unlike others, he doesn't care what will happen to this world, and when he hinted at the goal, he interrupted him. The big-eyed one looked down on him, and he even found it funny that some residual piece of legend had begun to threaten him. He again tried to remind him that he had come to him with a request, but the weirdo was already tired of listening to all his excuses. Our hero stood silently and didn't even utter a peep. In his head, he was only making an assumption that perhaps something had happened between them earlier. Gluttony himself was already tired of talking to him, and he simply disappeared. It seems that he is not in the mood now. Now Theodore has a question as to why the old man wanted to meet such a young guy like him. But he doesn't think so at all. Could some youth make a contract with one of the deadly sins? And in the guy's eyes he saw only fear. He looked at him calmly and asked him not to worry, because he just wanted to help him. The young man does not want and will not get involved in something he does not know about, but first asks to explain to him the reason why he is doing this. Myrdal sighed heavily. There are secrets that he cannot reveal to him now, and among them there are some that are completely forbidden to me. For example, one among such, why did the 7 deadly sins appear in this world? What traces did they leave behind them and many others? Having heard about them, the boy became wary. Was he really talking about their secret now? And just then, taking advantage of the opportune moment, the old man jumped up to him and literally stuck his hand through him. There was an error in the system, and he literally removed the 4th level seal from Gluttony with his bare hands. The boy felt goosebumps running down his body. He remembers when he fought with Super Bia. His weirdo forcibly removed the seal he had imposed. But unlike last time, this time it didn't cause any errors. The old man noticed that it had been filmed earlier, and thanks to this he still had the strength to talk. There was very little time left, according to him, about 5 minutes, and so he asked to listen to his senile ravings about how he was in a very dangerous situation now. The whole reason is in Levitine. Our hero was able to absorb the power, the unknown power, everything that he received by absorbing this grimoire. And plus to everything there is also the power of artifacts and treasures, and it is enormous, especially for a 20-year-old boy. Even though he listened to the old man, he still doesn't understand what exactly the problem is, whether possessing such enormous power is really the problem. To make it easier for the young lad to understand, he gave the example of a vessel, for if you pour more into it than it can hold, it is obvious what will happen. It could literally split, and the mere thought of it sent a terrible shudder through our hero's body. But there is a good side. After visiting the source of wisdom, this moment can be postponed. For about 2 years there will be no problems, but further, if you delay, his body will literally begin to fall apart. Theodore wanted to interrupt him, but the old man began to speak over his words, because there was almost no time left. The fog was already rising around him, and Myrdal gave him some advice that would help him a lot, specifically to increase the volume of his vessel, to see the world and meet a lot of people, so that he could leave behind a memory. The brunette saw that he was already starting to disappear, and he had one last question left. Is there any specific way that can help? However, unfortunately, no. His grandfather reminded him how, during his times of torment and wandering, he continued to develop independently. It has always been difficult, and he simply needs to not waver in the face of a path that is filled with them, failures, fear, and other difficulties. It will always be like this. Every magician must go through a thorny path, including our hero. Their time of conversation had already come to an end. The grandfather said goodbye to our hero and wished him good luck in everything, but the boy continued to stand like a pillar. Too much had happened. He has very little time, and the only number spinning in his head is that he has about 5 years left. The brunette with his head down began to leave the building, and the elf heard his quiet steps. She is very happy to see him again, but the guy, confused, looked up at her and didn't know what to say. Eleanor seemed to notice that he was in a bad mood, and she wondered how he was enjoying the elven sanctuary. Theodore turned away, his head a complete mess from all the information that had fallen on him in one moment. The girl only smiled sweetly in response. She of course doesn't know what he went through there, but in any case she is sure that any information that was there will be useful to him. That's where her role here ends. Now she wants to take him back to the banquet, and she also has a personal request for him. The blonde still dared to tell him this to his face. She really wants to take a little walk with him and spend time alone. Despite all the bad news he heard from the old man, he was able to smile and nod his head. The guys turned a little in the other direction and began to look at the place around. He just wanted to warm up. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Andras, they already knew about the situation that happened on the battlefield. The people who took part in this operation experienced incredible fear and shame about the future. Now they are disgraced as warriors. Meltor is spinning in their heads what a tedious country. One of the men already wanted to be executed quickly, but the leader of all this refused. Surprisingly, he believes that it is not his fault, because he could have perfectly carried out all his instructions, and therefore this time he is responsible, and not his subordinate. People entered the office. One of them was carrying a small chest and asked to take this thing. The brunette who was sitting on the chair even deigned to get up from it in order to see what was there. When the box was opened, he was slightly surprised and seemed to immediately understand what it was. There lies what will serve him instead of his left hand. He needs quite a long time, or rather about a year, to get used to it. He was a faithful servant, and therefore he managed to avoid any punishment. On the contrary, he should be rewarded accordingly, and besides, in battle, he lost his arm. The swordsman just smiled and began to remove the dried bloody bandages from her, promising to inflict the strongest damage on Meltor next time. After the banquet, on the morning of the second day, the delegation began preparations and set off for Manaville. The high elves saw off their beloved guests. The road from here is already familiar to them, and therefore they can get there themselves. The brunette thanked them for everything they did. Alice and Alucard stood and smiled. They were very happy that they now had new friends. It was time to say goodbye. Our hero smiled at them one last time and was about to leave this wonderful place. But then he heard a familiar female voice behind him calling him. This is Eleanor. The girl is very happy that she managed to spend so much time with him, and at the end she asked him to take care of himself. He reciprocated her feelings and only smiled, while Sylvia became jealous again and frowned behind him. And now it was time to say goodbye and go home, although this was a fleeting meeting. But there was sadness in his heart, because he said goodbye to his comrades with whom he fought shoulder to shoulder, and he really wants to meet them again someday. After they arrived home, Theodore, along with the Lord of the White Tower, was called to the king and asked to report on the results of their trip. The old man bowed deeply and was ready to tell him everything that had happened. He told how during the meeting of the delegation with the Elfheim, they managed to triple the turnover, as well as significantly increase the mass production of artifacts for export. In addition, they managed to hear the right to limited logging in their area, and on top of that, they were able to establish a regular exchange of delegations, after which Kurt loudly clapped his hands and rejoiced for our hero. Theodore really made a huge contribution, and also raised the name of Meltor, for which he can well be called the treasure of the kingdom. He felt too embarrassed to hear this. He raised his head and confidently said that he did not deserve such praise from him. But it seems that the emperor does not at all consider this young man's achievements worthy of the rank of captain, to which he was promoted. Since it is his order, Theo has no right to refuse, and therefore thanks him for everything he does for him. In addition, each member of the delegation will be given a reward, and in addition, a celebration will be held in honor of their services. The other people who came to this meeting whispered among themselves. They discussed our hero and could not believe that such a young guy already at such a young age has so many achievements. The king looked at this brave guy and felt the atmosphere in the air change a little. He had a feeling that it was quite possible that the next Lord of the Tower would appear soon. After talking with Kurt, Theodore went into another room and just looked out the window. Thinking about everything that had happened, the position of captain is certainly very attractive. She is the highest among the tower mages, except for the Lord and the Elder, of course. It will be possible to create your own organization or research group, and he will also have a part of the royal budget at his disposal. And besides, it is worth adding to all that he has already overcome the sixth circle, which he is very pleased with. The brunette looked at his hand, on which was that badge. He still couldn't believe that all he had to do was turn to the king, and he could immediately initiate him into the rank of captain. Of course, promotion is power, and the more of it, the more responsibility falls on his shoulders. If Theodore really becomes one, then it will be problematic to leave the walls of the kingdom without restrictions. Now there are a lot of questions in his head. The very first person with whom he was able to share his experiences was, of course, Professor Vince. He listened to him very well, even though he only had 5 years left. The man considers this an incredible rate of his development, and it would also be worth giving credit to Glatoni. It's hard not to agree with him. Our hero fully understands that his rapid growth is the merit of his grimoire, but it is because of him that our hero doesn't have many days left. Theodore wants to talk to him in person. He sees him pretending to be asleep and asks him to take it seriously. He tried to pretend that he didn't understand what he was talking about, but the guy was not in the mood to bargain with him now, and so he demanded to answer his questions. The very first thing he wants to know is about Myrtle Hersheim. He still doesn't understand what kind of person he is, if he is a person at all. As always, this weirdo speaks in riddles. This question is generalized, and he cannot give him precise information about it. Now he makes our hero guilty. If he hadn't removed the seal of the 4th level, he wouldn't have heard this from him. Brunet wanted to know about the 7 deadly sins, but things are even worse there. Gluttony could share information during the meeting with Superbia, since she occupies a lower rank. And if he wants to get information about the remaining 5, he needs to remove the 6th seal. This made the boy think, if this grimoire could answer all his questions, then there would be no need for him to interfere with Myrdal when he was about to reveal everything. Since he remained silent after this, Theodore should change the question. Now he wants to know how he can enlarge the vessel that the old man mentioned. From Gluttony's words, the boy realized that everything was not limited to one method, and this realization sent shivers down his spine. The little one nodded his head and named one of them, which is simply called a human sacrifice. Our hero didn't like this idea, and when he heard that about 100,000 people were needed for this, his eyes almost popped out of his head. The weirdo laughed at him for being so picky and suggested that he use karma this time. The boy can save someone, and he can also get rid of them. Building Dharma will allow him to expand the volume of karma, and thus he can reach the level of Lord. It seems that Theodore does not like this method either, Gluttony. It was very funny, and he just decided to give advice. What he has been doing so far, this is the right direction, and he just needs to put in more effort in this. Our hero did not quite understand what was being discussed, but after clarification, it became clear that we were talking about the originals. He needs to find them, the basis of ballistics, introduction to elementology, song of battle, and they will surely be able to help him expand the vessel. And here again, he did not understand what he needed to do. After all, wasn't his vessel already overflowing? He finds this weirdo's words suspicious, because absorbing the originals is like continuing to overfill an already full cup. The boy's question is quite understandable. Their knowledge will eventually become the content of his. But there is something else that he needs now. More specifically, we are talking about a fragment of the author's soul, which is contained in them. If he can absorb it, this will help expand his soul. Their business conversation was interrupted by Vince. It seems that they have already decided on how to proceed, and he sees good options that were offered to them. He just decided to give something to his student, of course. If his current goal is to hunt for the original, he has something for him. The man took something out from under his jacket and gave it to him. The boy began to examine the book with interest, and after some time he learned that he was dealing with a complete collection of ancient magic of Balkard, an ancient state. Since his student needs the original, she could be very useful to him, although Vince is not entirely sure that he will be able to get enough of her. Theo smiled and nodded his head. He was very grateful for her and did not know how to thank his teacher. He also reciprocated his feelings. If it weren't for him, the professor wouldn't have been able to finish it. And before starting his new journey, Vince wants to warn that since he is going to go in search of books, it will not be easy. Theodore realizes this and also promises to make every effort, but it seems he misunderstood the blonde. Unlike everything that was before, now the boy has the status of Meltor's hero. Although he knows this, he does not quite understand what he is getting at. To be more specific, the professor does not think that the magical society, and indeed the royal palace in general, will be happy about his absence. If you think about it, the man is right. And now the guy faces the task of persuading his majesty, and he is one of the few who is ready to listen even to the opinions of his subordinates. However, in order to be allowed, Theo should try and explain everything clearly with appropriate statements that confirm his words, so he thought. The first thing the boy did was go to the Lord of the Red Tower, who decided to feed him like a little child. The king watched them and only laughed as Veronica was freaking out that Theodore didn't like this attitude towards him. The girl frowned and turned to Kurt. He had never seen this woman care so much about someone and then be rejected by him. The guy found it more and more funny each time. He laughs and doesn't understand what's going on here. The brunette only laughed at them and asked not to be embarrassed. After all, he invited her specifically to somehow relieve his tension. He also dared to suggest that since Theodore himself had come here, there must be a good reason for it. After all, he is never wrong and understands people well, and can already roughly know what the boy is thinking. Our hero raised his head up and, looking straight into his eyes, asked to be allowed to go on a journey beyond the walls of the kingdom. This request slightly surprised Kurt. Something tells him that now is not the best time. After all, it seems to him that now is the best time for the young hero to finally get a promotion. Now our Theo is only Meltor's savior, but if he becomes a captain, according to the rules, he can take any books he likes for free. The man also believes that it would be best for him to continue training in familiar conditions. instead of leaving the kingdom for God knows where. The brunette understood his reaction, but he also wanted them to listen to him. Our hero is close to reaching the 6th circle, and only after that little trip outside the kingdom did he feel a real burst of energy inside, and not just the boredom of paperwork. But Kurt doesn't really want to agree to his request, especially when the guy's name is now on everyone's lips. The brunette continued to look at him intently and hopefully, but the king's reaction was quite expected. One could assume that he would refuse. The king turned to Everton and asked him to bring something, and he left the office at that very moment. After some time, he returned with one very interesting thing and handed it over to Mr. Theodore. Kurt gave him a protective artifact that was made by the hands of the Lord of the Yellow Tower. He is, of course, not sure if it will help him, but it is still better than having nothing. However, the man did not directly agree to his request, and said in a whisper that as soon as he left here, he should pretend as if he suddenly wanted to lock himself in his office in order to do research, and not leave it for several months. He thinks it's just the perfect cover idea, and all he needs is the guy's approval. He didn't even have to wait. Theo's eyes lit up. The reclusive lifestyle of magicians in their offices is a completely normal practice. He knows very well that this is how they comprehend what was previously unknown, and His Majesty decided to use this as a cover to hide the fact that he wants to get away from here. After talking to him, the man allowed him to go out, but reminded him that it would not be easy for him to pull off such a trick. Although Kurt has no idea what he wants to do, the main thing is that the results meet Theo's expectations. The guy was very pleased to hear this, and he bowed deeply and thanked for everything. After all, he now understands why he is called one of the greatest kings. On this wonderful note, their conversation ended, and he said goodbye to him and Veronica. After the brunette left the office, Kurt turned to her and hinted that she didn't seem like herself today. In general, he expected that she would start to complain about wanting to go with him. It was just the time when there was no business at all in the Red Tower. Had she really grown up? The long-haired girl leaned against the back of the sofa and said that in fact it was true. She wanted to be next to him. However, if she did this, it would cause even more hype. And at this rate, it is unlikely that she will last even 5 years and will get out of here ahead of time. And now, Veronica is in anticipation of the perhaps haunting meeting that she will no longer be able to call him baby as before. Meanwhile, our hero quietly did everything and set off on his journey through the desert, where today was a particularly hot day. Of course, he did not set off alone, but with some members of the kingdom in carriages. The one who drove the carts thinks that they were very lucky with Theodore. He arrived just as the caravan was about to set off, and he even managed to sneak into the Mana wagon. Incredible. As it turned out, due to unforeseen circumstances, they were unable to find a magician who could go with them. But then our hero appeared. It was like luck. While they were chatting, Theodore thought about this artifact he was holding in his hand. At first, he didn't have much hope for it, but who knew that it would be so effective? It itself is made in the form of a bead. It changes the appearance of the owner, allowing him to look like another person. Now he is no longer Theodore, nicknamed the hero of Meltor. He is Theo, a magician who has reached the 4th circle and is heading to Kargas to meet his distant relatives. He knows very well that the name could have been worked on, but the master told him that the most important thing is that it doesn't sound too complicated, and now, unfortunately, he won't be able to see him anytime soon. And not only with him, but also with his friend Sylvia. Although she sometimes drives him crazy, she is still good, like Veronica, if you close your eyes to her obsession during the playful period. It seems that he even begins to miss them, but on the other hand, he tries to encourage himself and not to hang his head so much ahead of time. The book, which is about an excursion into the ancient magic of Balkard, is very valuable. Theo got it and decided to read it himself, because his teacher worked on it. He spent half a day with her, but did not understand even half of what he read. However, he still likes to read books, so there is at least some plus in this for him. Soon it was night. It got cold outside, and it was time to set up camp here. The guys got to work. The mercenaries were given the task of guarding the territory, and the rest were given the task of setting up tents and lighting a fire. It looks like our hero froze to death. It was quite difficult to light a fire. Of course, there are not even any trees here. One of the travelers is struck by the contrast of nature. During the day, it is unbearably hot, but when the sun sets behind the horizon, everything becomes exactly the opposite. Theodore intervened in the conversation. It seems to him that it is better to move at night than during the day. If the sun is so scorching in these parts, the horses will quickly get tired. One of the guys actually supported his idea, however. This is a desert. And besides them, there are a lot of people who would prefer to move around in the dark. However, after sunset, monsters crawl out onto the sandy expanses that can cause trouble. Meanwhile, for dinner, soup and fried meat had already been prepared. Considering that it was made over a fire, the taste was simply incredible. Suddenly, our hero began to feel some kind of tremors on the ground. They were too weak and did not resemble the steps of some kind of killer. They are getting closer and closer, and the guy is already starting to look around. The guys he'll be dealing with are the bandits, who always show up at this time of day. It seems that other members of his team have already noticed them. One of them began to command everyone. They needed to prepare for defense. The archers were ordered to stand behind the wooden fence, and it was also necessary to put out the fire. Our hero felt when they came closer that there were no more than 10 people here who owned the aura, and one of them was a master level. Perhaps this was their leader, who was on par with Rebecca. He really doesn't know who they are or what they're up to, but unfortunately, he's unlikely to be able to hide his identity. But he should still try. Theodore wants to pretend that he supposedly does not possess magic above the 5th circle. He looked at them and decided to begin the battle as soon as possible. He already has an idea of how to take his first and careful step. The boy does not use his power at full capacity and summons earth monsters. These statues are quite strong and taller than him. He creates a whole small army of them. The escorts were a little scared when they saw this picture, but decided not to interfere and not to ask unnecessary questions. Theo noticed their fear and calmed the boys down, saying that these were his creations and no one would harm them. It's time to give them the order to protect them. All the stone people turned to him and listened. They need to fight until all the enemies within a radius of 1 kilometer disappear. They turn to their master and promise to do everything as he says. The most interesting thing our hero noticed was that he was not nervous at all. He felt calm. Unlike the opponents he fought until recently, these bandits are nothing more than rubble in his path. And then he decided to help his stone people and raised 4 fireballs up. But it shouldn't be like this. Theo is confused and can't understand why this happened, because he intentionally reduced the number of balls to 2, but in the end, there were twice as many of them. He has a hunch that it's because of the Muspelheim ring, but there's no time to think about it now. It's enough for a guy to simply calculate the forces of a fire circle and substitute them into the equation. The enemy noticed that Theo was conjuring something, and they began to whisper to each other in an incomprehensible language. Still, several targets hit them, and some were able to reflect them. Seeing this, our hero only became convinced that they all already knew how to use the aura. And that is precisely why he used a completely different game tactic, especially for such guys. There is still a trick they couldn't even imagine. After many targets were hit, Theo had a smile on his face. But it seems there was a brave man among them who was able to dodge, and now he is running straight towards the guy on his camel. He decided to face him one-on-one and took out his sword, jumped off the animal, and headed straight towards the young magician. The man in the mask hopes for a quick victory over the enemy, and therefore confidently moves towards him. After a strong swing of the blade, he aimed at our hero, but it was not to be. The brunette managed to jump to the side and avoid a direct hit, and the enemy quite quickly, nevertheless decides to use the song of battle on him. However, in order not to reveal himself, not such a strong attack, mezzo forte, as he thinks, will be quite enough. The other members of his team stared at him as he crashed into the rocks, but now was not the time to help him. Their leader looked at all his subordinates and showed something with his fingers that only they would understand. All those sitting on the camels nodded their heads and understood what he was hinting at. 4 of them surrounded our hero in a circle, and he stands and watches them closely. It was not difficult to guess that this is exactly what they were ordered to do. One of them took off his mask and turned to Theodore. He had to admit that this little boy was very capable, and the guy was most surprised by the fact that he spoke fluently in the language of the North. However, the bald one, like the others, is not going to mess around with him for long, and if he continues to resist, then they want to kill him right here and now. They didn't even hide their plan. The enemies just want to take his things and get ransom money. However, if he deigns to surrender now, they will send him back home. Of course, the words of the robber cannot be trusted, and the other swordsmen began to complain that everything was not going the way they wanted. And then it dawned on our hero that in front of him was an unusual gang of bandits, but real Austin soldiers led by a janissary. All signs of their behavior pointed only to them. Their leader's eyes almost popped out of his head. He tried to pretend that he was not a member of this detachment, just like his subordinates. Taking out the sword from behind their backs, they repeated again that they were ordinary bandits who had abandoned their names and honor. They only robbed passing merchants and were nothing more than ordinary robbers. And when he took out his blade, he prepared to send Theodore to the next world. But it seems to him that he is not afraid at all. All four of those who surrounded him were about to attack, but the boy skillfully used earth magic. A strange earthquake appeared near them. Their camels could not stand on all fours. And now, to finally put an end to this whole battle, the guy uses a special storm that literally cuts like a blade. More precisely, it is a storm of blades, which he uses for the first time. Meanwhile, those stone creatures that Theodore created are also not bored, and are fighting with the bandits. Among them was also a professional archer, who took aim from afar at the monsters that our hero had created. And it looks like he managed to pierce his hand with his arrow. The man thought he had already defeated him, but it seems that even in this situation the brave stone warrior is not going to retreat. His arm was restored, and he rushed into battle again. Jord, the head of the Flannel Guild, appeared among the crowd. When he saw the living armor, he was delighted. He had never seen such strong warriors. The man also guessed that Mr. Theo was controlling them with the help of that bracelet artifact, and he would really like to get it by any means necessary. He sighed heavily, and right next to him was our hero at that moment. Of course, he didn't expect it, but still decided to greet him, waving his hand, hinting that a strong storm had passed through here. The brunette laughed, and it seemed he already understood that it was because of one bandit who was using a hidden artifact. The man's face took on a worried look. He couldn't even imagine that they didn't own such dangerous objects. Theodore decided to tell him that he had dealt with several when the storm began. Jord praised the guy for literally saving his life, and expressed incredible admiration for the fact that he dealt with them quite effectively. But in fact, it is true later that until their very last breath, they continued to fight for her in the name of their sultana. It seems that in these places the drought is so terrible that it has forced even warriors such as the Janissaries to go on a robbery. Our hero sighed heavily and simply looked at the starry sky. It is quite possible that he is even similar to them. The next morning, the boys boarded the carriages again and set off on their journey. The heat was gradually rising outside, and our hero simply sat and looked out the window. His gaze fell on the border town of Kargasa, which is the trading capital. His companion spoke to him. He never thought that as soon as they found themselves here near the border, they would immediately be attacked. He also heard that recently many refugees had appeared in the kingdom of Austin. Among them, the number of robbers increased. Later, the rumors turned out to be true. Apparently, they could not cope with the drought. To drink a normal glass of water here, they have to pay 10 times the usual price, and the entire Supreme has fled to other kingdoms, which has greatly angered the people. Theodore thinks that it would be nice if they took more guards with them on the way back. He wouldn't care if the bandits turned out to be ordinary refugees, but who would have thought that they were soldiers from the state military corps? At the moment, it is too big a problem for them to make public like this. If anyone reveals the identities of those enemies, the kingdom will vehemently deny it, saying that their reputation has been defiled, which could escalate into an international conflict. And then the boy asked to stop the carriage. He wanted to get out right here. The driver got down from his seat and said that he didn't want to just leave him like that, because he felt he had to somehow thank him for his help on the road. Putting his hand in his pocket, he took out something and showed it to our hero. The boy looked at him with slight confusion and asked what it was. The man said that in their guild they give out 2 of these trade tags to merchants who have managed to achieve a high rank, and one of them is to confirm their identity. It will be enough for him to simply show it, and it will not matter where it will be located. Everyone will treat them with the same respect as the head of the guild himself. And besides, the blonde took full responsibility for this upon himself. Our hero was shocked by what he heard. Is he really ready to do such a thing? And he just smiled in response. Is he really ready to answer for everything he wants to do? And then he became a little embarrassed and looked at the young guy's hand, not knowing how to express his thoughts. Theodore laughed, and now it became clear to him why he had been staring at him like that. It has a precious rank, and a man is ready to pay a whole 100 gold pieces for it. The boy asked for forgiveness, but he cannot do so, because someone gave it to him, and since he is not its owner, he has no right to dispose of it. With this thing, you can control an army of living armor, and therefore, Theodore believes that his friend offered him a rather small sum. Since their dialogue ended here, it was time to say goodbye. They waved their hands at each other in a friendly manner and promised to see each other again. It was quite a pleasant meeting, but it's time to leave. The brunette lowered his palm and now thought about something important. Now it was time for him to go to the appointed place. He had to continue walking. It was very good that the weather was favorable. He was already in a small town and was walking around, examining the area. He likes it. Sipoto is a border town of Kargas. He feels very good here, and there are also many foreigners. He went into some corner comma, and it seems that this is probably the place Canis was talking about. But still he has doubts in his head. According to her words, such guilds are famous for selling important information, and it is said that the most talented Mouse King is among them. The boy uses Hawkeye to see everything here, in stories about heroes or all sorts of fantasy tales to get to informants. It is enough to say the right words, in the right place, and a room will open for him. However, in reality, finding them is not so easy, after all. If he did not hide from the map, trust in them would be appropriate. He should take 6 steps after the 3rd pillar, and another 3 after the broken board. Judging by everything, he arrived at the appointed place. There was a lot of dust around. Theodore came closer to the door and began to climb the steps. Having entered inside, he began to look around. It was quite a spacious place. The boy walked forward along the corridor, and deathly silence reigned around him. The people who were here heard his steps and became alert. The guards, their leader and others were also slightly surprised by the uninvited guests. The boy came closer and saw a girl sitting on the table, and asked if it was correct that this was one of the information guilds. It seemed that the brunette was not entirely happy with his arrival and began to examine him. When he was directly called an uninvited guest, the truth became a little unpleasant. The girl told him that it was not her comrades who brought him here, and that he was one of the traders who operated here. Jibra analyzed him, and it seems to her that this guy is clearly one of those foreigners who came here from Meltor. She even paid attention to such things as the method of tying shoelaces and the tan marks on his skin. And besides, if they were not trained there as spies, then too many of their habits give it away. The girl really does have a keen eye for information, and he has to admit that it's not for nothing that they are called the best information guild. She crossed her legs and asked the intruder who had told him about them. The guy didn't try to hide that it was Canis, and Hybra's reaction was quite sharp. She doesn't like people who rely only on their pretty face. But surprisingly, one way or another, she is happy to meet Theodore and extended her hand to him. She is the head of the Sipoto branch. Our hero also introduced himself in response, and the girl asks what exactly brought him to them. In order not to waste time, the boy turned to her and told her that he would like to know the location of all the original manuscripts and books and information about their owners, and it would be enough that they were easy to read. If she can buy them at a reasonable price, Theo is willing to pay the extra cost. It looks like Jibra is interested in his offer. It looks like he will have to fork out a lot. The brunette was a little confused and asked how much she wanted to take from him, and the girl named the sum of 30 zlotys with an advance payment. She looked at her fingers and tried to count more while they were looking for it. But then she asked for forgiveness and said that nothing would come of it. The first thing our hero thought was that it was all about money. Jibra interrupted him. For them, it was all very easy, however. He chose the wrong moment. She completely forgot that the boy had come from the north, and therefore was not aware of all the hubbub that was going on in Kargas. In a few days, the largest auction will begin here, and it takes place only a few weeks every year. But all this is kept in the strictest secret, and they say that such incredible volumes of money are circulating there that exceed the budget of the kingdom several times. But still, even though she told the story, the guest does not understand the essence. The girl explained to him that he only needed to wait a couple of months. That would be enough time for the market to calm down. The brunette thought for a couple of seconds, and an idea occurred to him. Why not take part in this auction personally? But there could be obstacles here too. They don't let just anyone in. It seems that all is lost, but at the last moment Theodore takes out that flannel guild card. Apparently she knows it very well. And it's quite amazing. She certainly couldn't imagine what he did to get this badge at such an age, but he can't divulge it either. As it turned out, she knows that the guild merchant sign alone is enough, but aside from that, there was something else she would like to clarify. She still can't believe that Theo is going to the auction in Sipoto, but the boy did not retreat, and confidently nodded his head, and still he was haunted by the feeling that something was wrong here. But he did not have that much time. He could not hesitate. In that case, The short-haired one agrees to the comma and asks to call him her employer. Before starting, she needs to find out how much capital he has, because that's the most important thing there. He began to remember how much he took with him, and it was about 500 gold, however. If it was not enough, they could easily increase the budget. His new acquaintance's eyes almost popped out of her head. If he had appeared earlier for that kind of money, she could have bought all the manuscripts in the country. She sighed heavily. It seemed that there would be no problems with this, but it was also important for her to know his wishes. For Theodore, the manuscript alone will be sufficient in general, but it would also be good if it excluded the goods, which have greatly increased in price. The larger it can be, the better. From this, she concluded that their quantity was much more important than their quality, and she smiled easily. Her servant brought a map. Also, these auctions will start opening exactly 3 days after sunset, and all these points that are marked on this piece of paper, these are them. It is also worth noting that they are held in separate rooms. The boy began to carefully examine the map. In addition, each hall sells different types of items, and therefore it is worthwhile to somehow find out about the goods in advance. For example, the Karga auction rents premises in the north, south, and west of the country. And here it is. In the east, equipment and military technology; in the west, clothing sales; and in the south, various kinds of anniversary jewelry; in the north, goods are put up for auction, which are sold in other branches, and perhaps there are manuscripts there. However, no matter how much the guy would like to, he should skip some trades. But if he were to do this alone, then only then yes. In this she promises that the young guest can rely on them. Having a guild trademark, he can take 3 assistants with him. Given their knowledge, they will be much more useful to our hero. They should be much better acquainted with the market than he is. The girl thinks that his budget will be more than enough for 3 guys, and now it remains to decide the last and most important thing. The huge auction in the center, which covers all kinds of goods from all houses, is the flower and pearl of the underground in Kargas, and it is there that it will be in itself. He will have to go to that place alone, and in principle he does not mind. A smile appears on his face. Although Jibra has no idea whether he is a newbie or some big shot, since they took on this matter, it means they are going to see it through to the end. But then she asked where he was going to wait for news. If he had settled down somewhere, then she would like to know about it. But in fact, Theodore didn't even think about where he would stay tonight, which made her eyes almost pop out of her head. And since it comes down to it, the guy wants her to recommend him some places to visit. And only now she realized what an impudent guest had come to see her, and she got a little angry but still agreed to his request. 3 days later it was quite warm outside, calm weather as always. Our hero spoke with Gibra 3 days ago, and he was just wandering around Sipoto all this time. There are no unique attractions or features in this place, but the beauty of the commercial heart of the West was worth the time. The boy thought about it and wondered how long it would take them to get everything he asked for. Their team looked pretty trustworthy. However, on the other hand, his impatience will not help him in any way. Soon he returned to his new acquaintances, and 1 large bag was placed on the table. The man reported to him that the manager had asked him to pass this on to her. The boy began to suspect that these were all manuscripts. He of course understood that she would be able to get them, but so quickly, it was truly amazing. At parting, he thanked him and also conveyed his greetings to Gibra, and only now did he realize that the mere presence of an auction did not mean that all the items would disappear from the trading networks. The boy waited until everyone left the room and now wants to evaluate all the things that are here. It contains books, the concept of the essence of heat magic, the basis of hardening magic, and others. He sighed heavily. This is all for dummies, and for the first time he encounters reading material that is intended for the lower circles. But then the next book managed to catch his attention. She is called the Summoner from the Rift. She holds within herself the knowledge of everything that exists beyond the material world and how to summon it. But he actually liked this. The boy came across a manuscript of a rare class, but he is worried about why it is summoning magic that is always looked down upon as a relic of the times. There's no need to even think about summoning mud giants or ice dragons. The strongest summoners in the country could only summon a mid-level beast. He sighed heavily. Death was breathing down his neck because there were only a few days left, and he was sitting here and being picky. For today, he decided to keep the basics of tempering magic and the Summoner from the Rift for himself. Although not the best options for his weirdo, but what can you do? Theodore called Glatoni. It's time for lunch. He got out of his hand and was glad. It had been a long time since he had tasted a manuscript. The boy placed all the necessary books in front of him and asked him to begin eating. The first book did not go as usual for him. They were needed to learn synchronization, but for the second one, everything started. Our hero found himself in a strange place where chaos reigned. St. Thomas was busy with his books and was very busy. He's been on edge all day today and can't figure out what he's doing wrong. When he was convinced by the results of his work, he became very upset. This is not what he wanted. The man fell to his knees and simply sighed heavily. He no longer had the strength for anything. Tears started flowing from his eyes on their own, and his head started to hurt from the stress. But then he was stopped by some strange noise behind him, and he was able to come to his senses. When he turned his head back, he saw our hero. According to the records, even in his time, the potential of swinging and summoning had long since reached its peak, and this man who was now in front of him passed away very early. Thomas looked at him, and his eye even twitched. It seemed that he was not at all happy about his arrival. First of all, our hero did not quite understand why he was being addressed in such a rude intonation. Sen continued to shout at him. He already felt that a sixth circle mage was standing in front of him, and he clearly considered him much better than himself. What made him even more angry was the fact that he was asking him for knowledge, and therefore he was sure that this was another idiot who came to laugh at him. When he calmed down, Theodore tried to talk to him in a calm voice. He had completely misunderstood everything. In addition, our hero learned that this man does not like being called a mentor. But then he sat down on the floor and coldly said that he didn't give a damn what they called him. But he doesn't care at all that he continues to console him. He doesn't want to hear anything like that from some brat. And since this man saw Theodore's memories, he must know that he is the owner of the grimoire. Even in this, the man noticed mockery. Now it seems to him that he wants to boast to him how great he is now. The guy began to tell him that one day he asked his friend why the magic of summoning is weaker than the rest, why it is described in legends as fiction, and it seems that he was able to interest his taciturn friend. And the reason why summoning magic couldn't reach its full potential wasn't because of it. When the times of myths and legends came to an end, the barrier between dimensions became stronger, and therefore it became more difficult to summon beings from other dimensions and use their power. He had to explain all this on his fingers to such an adult. However, Thomas, although he listened to him, after a couple of seconds began to laugh loudly. He was amused that he understood why they did not answer his calls. The problem was in the world, and fixing the magic circles was useless. Now it seems he finally understood that he is not stupid, his studies are not a failure, and his magic and dreams are not pathetic. He looked back and just think, how many years he spent on all this, on such useless things. And it's even embarrassing to laugh at it. Theodore is completely confused. He doesn't understand what's wrong with this man. The man looked at him and asked if he could do what he could not do in life. The boy's eyes darted around. He didn't quite understand what he wanted. But after hearing about the barrier between dimensions, it turns out he started thinking about how he could destroy them. But being undead, he couldn't do anything. Thomas directly said that he really wanted him to fulfill his dream instead of himself. It is for this reason that the man promises to give him all the knowledge that he has collected over these long years. He literally entrusts his desires to him. Our hero was slightly confused, and the man came closer to him and looked straight into his eyes. He will give him a clue, if everything he said is true, and the barrier that blocks the summoning really exists, then there is nothing left to do but destroy it or create a portal as a breach in it. And Theodore only smiled in response. Did you go, wife? He recommends taking one of his contract creatures. Perhaps it will be useful to him. And while they were chatting, our hero did not notice how tentacles appeared behind him and grabbed him tightly. At this point, the synchronization was completed. The contract was given to him. If he wanted to use it, he had to use its bonds to produce the creature. It was a dark night outside. Theodore was walking with Gibra through the bazaar, where a man stopped him and tried to sell him some goods for only 1 coin. And then their conversation was interrupted by someone's male voice. It's surprising that there is someone else here besides them. It was a mustachioed man who was sitting in the carriage. In front of the guys was the head of the guild Orcus himself. There were several carts next to him, and they were heading somewhere. It seemed like they were heading in their direction. Their organization is one of the 3 largest guilds on the Middle Eastern continent, and it is said that the amount of gold at their disposal is comparable to that in the royal family's treasury. Having seen this whole picture, our hero only sighed heavily. He could not understand why he was rushing through the city center in a procession of carriages. He can only assume that the official must be rotten to do such a thing. The girl cleared her throat and whispered to watch her language in such a place. But the guy still doesn't understand why she's so afraid of them, because she's also the head, but only of the Information Guild. She turned to him and said that these were no people with a lot of gold, and if he continued in the same spirit, he might make unnecessary enemies for himself. Theodore still doesn't believe it, but asks to tell more about them. He's interested in finding out what kind of people they are. The girl began to hint to him that she would do this only for an additional fee. Of course, he agreed, although he was dissatisfied. Jibra winked at him and was glad that her employer had such a deep pocket. And now, after payment, she warned him in advance that what she would tell him was not accurate information. And all this happened in a very strange way. Through telepathy, it was immediately clear that in front of him was an aura user. The girl began her story. She heard that this guild was relatively young compared to others, and they had no information about their past, and their presence in the market was insignificant. However, they are already one of the 3 largest in the Middle East. They are too lucky, and their growth cannot be explained by normal methods, and so their guild decided to infiltrate their ranks and find out what is going on behind the scenes. And all their guys did not return back home. They were competent enough to escape even if their enemy was the Lord of the Tower, but no one ever returned, and after all the events, they decided to reject all requests that concern these people. To prevent this from continuing, they decided to turn a blind eye to everything. Any person who says anything against them or goes into direct confrontation dies, and this is not the work of hired killers. They are betrayed by their own environment, including people they consider their own. And besides, this guild always gets what it wants. The girl's story made our hero think. It may all look like she has nothing to do with it, but it seems to him that there is some connection to it. Magic that can control diseases, draw a curse and bring bad luck, and also blacken the hearts of anyone who passes against it. This was officially prohibited and is called black magic. Theodore looked at those carts again, and finally remembered their name for the future. The boys moved on and already arrived at the designated place. Arkan met them, and first of all greeted the leader in a friendly manner. The girl began to approach them with a smile. She is a branch of Sipoto. The head has not yet introduced them to each other, and therefore it is high time to get acquainted, she told our hero who is standing in front of him now. He was a little absent-minded, but still glad to meet you, and she seemed to too, and only smiled broadly at him in response. Arkan turned her back to them and is going to lead the guys to their destination. A man met her at the entrance and did not let her go further. He asked for forgiveness and said that there was a special event taking place in their house, and therefore for those who do not have an invitation, entry is prohibited. Theodore rushed to him and said that they actually had the right to take part in the auction. Arkan laughed and hinted that this would probably be the last such event held here for the next couple of years. The bald man was a little scared, and in a trembling voice said that if they had a right, then he was just doing his job. The girl laughed and asked if he was really ready to open his mouth to guests who had the flannel sign. Just hearing its name made him shudder. He asked for forgiveness for not recognizing the guys right away and bowed low so as not to get hit in the head. Arkan repeated the question again, whether he was ready to take responsibility for his actions, but he was still terrified. The girl walked past him, patting him on the back. This time she decided to turn a blind eye to this incident, for which the man was grateful to her. He could not believe that because of their ridiculous appearance, he did not immediately understand everything. And our hero only laughed, and from his face you couldn't tell that he was such an important guest. Gibra noticed that he was standing and flying in the clouds. Perhaps he was thinking about this funny situation. He winked at her. The rumors are true, she is incredible, and he has no doubt that he gave the money for a reason. She looked proudly at the boy. He was still surprised too early. As Arkan said, the real show is just beginning. Everything is still ahead. And perhaps her guest thought that this place would be shabby unless it was an underground auction. When he saw this place, his eyes almost popped out of his head. It is incredibly pleasant here, and the atmosphere is as if he had entered some kingdom. There were cooks nearby who prepared food and served it to the participants. Gibra came closer to her employer and asked what he thought of this luxurious place. And she wants to tell him about the rules that should be followed here. The girl laid out everything in detail, and this is much better than chaos. The seller will be able to sell his goods several times more expensive than the original price, and the buyers will have to fight for the lot until they lose their pulse. But still, our hero finds it quite complicated. He has read many books about these auctions, however, this will be a good lesson for him. Don't stand for him as a newbie, don't get involved here as he thinks. The dark-haired girl just laughed in response. She asked him not to worry about it. It wouldn't be his head that would hurt over this auction. He didn't quite understand what she was trying to convey to him and decided to ask again. And then the voice of the judge was heard. The manuscript on the basics of thunder arrows was already the first to be sold. Arkan stood proudly and smiled. Our hero was given this book, and he still stands there in bewilderment. Although he didn't understand anything that happened, it was still worth admitting that he knew his business very well, and it didn't seem like there were any rare manuscripts among all this. But even if so, it was still not bad. The boy watches everything that is happening, and has already roughly calculated in his head that he will be able to take away approximately 24 books from here. And then, he had a very strange feeling that made him panic. Theo felt someone else's gaze on him, and quite intently. Gibra came up to him and also looked in the same direction as he did. The man who was standing nearby had been looking at him for quite a long time. According to the guild, his name is Henry, a scholar who said he would read until his last breath. They gave him the name of a mad scientist. This man will not pounce on every reading matter, but if she interests him, he will not give up so easily. It looks like he's going to be a real pain in the ass, and our hero is starting to get worried about it. And then, his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the judge. It was time to move on to the next lot, and this is another manuscript. Before he could say anything, the same man made a 100% bet. The initial cost will be about 24 gold, but thanks to him, the guys will have to fork out and pay at least 42 for it. Gibra is truly delighted with this bookish madman. There was no other option. Theodore turned to Arkan and asked her to do everything possible to get this book, and promised in return to give her carte blanche of 200 gold pieces. Well, why exactly this amount he cannot reveal, and therefore he just keeps silent. The boy relies on her this time and looks with hope. She only sighed heavily, but still agreed, because in the end it was his money and not hers. The blonde raised her hand with the sign, and now the total cost of the lot reached 60 coins. This book is an introduction to elementology, or rather its second part, and therefore our hero wants to get it no matter what the means. The theory of summoning magic was written by Myrtle Hersim. If it falls into his hands, then the boy will be able to talk to him again, and also ask him about everything that he told him before. Suddenly, that bald man made a bid again, and lot's price reached 80 coins. The judge seemed to be in a state of excitement, and the question now hung in the courtroom as to who would become the new owner of this manuscript. Arkan turned to Theodore and asked if he was sure that she should continue in the same spirit. He only smiled in response, which meant yes, and the girl raised the bet. And once again the countdown arrow was wound up. Now the price jumped up to almost 100 gold. The bald man raised an eyebrow and seemed to be wondering whether he should continue. Our hero looks at him and does not understand whether he really seriously intends to spend so much money for some book. Grandfather really decided to set the rate at 50%. The judge seems incredibly delighted. This is the record price of the evening. He is still interested in who will become the owner of this manuscript. All the people present here are standing in anticipation of what number 381 will decide. Since she was given the money, she raised the stakes again. The one who is in charge of the whole process stands with his eyes wide open. Has even one book in the world cost that much money before? This is happening for the first time in the last 10 years. It looks like the grandfather backed down and surrendered, thereby declaring the end of the duel. As a result, the book about the introduction to elementology ends up in the hands of our hero. When they handed it to him, he smiled broadly. He was very glad that he finally got it. While Theo was looking at it, Gibra came up to him from behind and asked if it was worth a whole 130 gold pieces. Its author is a living legend. This can be felt even through the lines of the books, and this is our hero's chance to meet him again, and therefore, for such an experience, this is still a small price to pay. Now his escort asked if he would take part in the last auction on the final day. Whatever his answer, she warned him in advance that there would be no manuscripts there, and he would be an eyesore to some high-ranking persons. She's right. It would be better if the boy refused to participate, however, he doesn't intend to. The brunette noticed her anxiety. But he doesn't think at all that there will be much to his taste there, and besides, he understands perfectly well the risks he's taking. And besides, he had a premonition that he was sure that such a chance should not be missed. Well, our hero finally arrived at that place, and it was quite spacious and bright. One of the guards put a blade under his back and led him to the head. He didn't look like a local at all, and their leader looked at the boy carefully. He was very confused about how Theodore was able to get into the auction. Since he decided to show himself to the Orcus Guild, it means he has plenty of courage. This great auction is very different from the usual ones, since only rare artifacts are put up for auction, and therefore, for this event, a price of over 100 is the norm. One participant already had the first victory. He took the heart of the lake for himself for as many as 8 pieces. The gem found its owner. Theodore was a little shocked that such a huge price was paid for an ordinary piece of mineral. Gibra saw his dull face and only laughed. But she had warned him that it was better not to come here, and only now the boy understood why she had dissuaded him at that moment. Those who literally have everything make those who have nothing feel uncomfortable. Their watches, clothes, words, and actions through all this, they literally mock those who have nothing like that. There is truth in her words. The boy was the same. He was outraged by his lack of talent and despised those who were born with it. The judge of this auction will remind everyone present that he has already passed half of the way, and during a short intermission, they prepared something interesting for the guests. His assistant came and brought one thing, and the leader began to tell that a long time ago, an entire kingdom disappeared in one night for unknown reasons, and now before everyone is the legacy left by them. Suddenly, at that very moment, Gluttony woke up, which our hero certainly did not expect. The weirdo laughed and said that this incredible luck had befallen him. It seemed that it was about this necklace. This thing is so fascinating, so much so that he has records of it. It is a special cursed item that holds the malice of an entire nation. Hearing that he was unusual, the boy became wary. It turns spirits and ghosts into phantoms and banshees. If it falls into the hands of a skilled necromancer, it will be no less than a national treasure. He really does emanate incredible power and some kind of ominous aura. Theodore feels danger. He knows very well that there are countless wandering ghosts in this world. However, most of them are invisible and are not capable of causing any harm. However, this necklace contains a power that can turn all of them into monsters. The judge decided to start with a bet of 30 gold, and in other words, the maximum price he could reach was 300. The man said that given his ancient origins, his current condition may not be ideal, and then his speech was interrupted. The old man made his bet and doubled the price. Those present looked at him. The Orcus began immediately with doubling. Incredible. Our hero was confused as to why he, of all the people, was the first to speak. This is a cursed item, but its power was sealed by someone and it cannot be released, so if a simple rich person buys it as a souvenir, nothing will happen. However, if it concerns specifically the Orcus, those who possibly engage in dark magic, I cannot simply close my eyes to this. The boy turned to his little wonder in his hand and asked what he meant by luck when this necklace appeared. He looked at him with displeasure. Has his master already forgotten how he absorbed all those phantoms in the lich's dungeon? Our hero thought about it, but still did not fully understand it. Gluttony will create them with the help of a necklace and feed them to himself, and this will be much easier to perform and more effective than simply absorbing manuscripts, and will also help its owner to expand his abilities. Now Theodore is confused. He understands that in this case he will be able to progress much more effectively, as opposed to simply absorbing books. However, placing a bet now is tantamount to crossing the path of an Orcus. After thinking about it for a bit, he decides to raise his hand. Gibra tries to stop him, as he understands the consequences this could have. The judge saw and counted his vote. Now the current value increased to 90 gold. The boy took all his risks because he really needed this necklace. The grandfather did not look askance at what an impudent opponent he had encountered. It seems that he was no longer cheerful, and he turned to his servants. One of them nodded his head and walked straight towards Theodore, slowly pulling out his sword. He put the blade under his neck and asked what he had done here. But our hero does not understand why such questions are asked, because he is an ordinary participant in the auction. Everyone has already figured out that he is not a local, and it is unclear how he got here, but it seems that there is not a drop of fear in his eyes. Even with the blade of his ears, he didn't even blink an eye, and it seems that the old man suspects that there is something more behind his actions. The servant began to offer him money in exchange for him simply giving them this unfortunate necklace. However, the boy turned to their leader and confidently said that he would urgently need this necklace. And even in his presence, he will not be able to withdraw the bet, a very bold move. The mustachioed man looked at him from under his forehead. He noticed that it seemed that this young man was not afraid of the Orcus representative. He does not want to mess around with it for long, and therefore asks to take his last advice to forget about this decoration. And then, at that moment, Gluttony came out. He was incredibly angry that this old man dared to interrupt his sleep. He looked at him with an angry look and was incredibly angry at this man who dared to go against his master. Many strange tentacles began to appear behind our hero. Several of them headed straight towards the man on the throne. They grabbed him with 2 pieces on each eye, and it looks like it's incredibly painful. He suddenly covered his face with his hands and screamed. The servant seemed to be frightened and did not know what to do. Still sitting on the throne, Orcus tried to open his eyes and at least see something. He sees this boy for the first time, but already hates him. The man does not understand what is happening now. Magic does not obey him. On top of everything else, he is interested in how he managed to hurt his spirit. And therefore, since he incredibly desires this necklace, they have no choice but to take part in the duel of stakes. Our hero certainly didn't expect this from him. It sounds somehow strange to him. But it seems that his opponent is already serious and is not going to back down, much less talk to him. When he could finally see normally, the mustachioed man looked Theodore straight in the eye and promised to personally deal with his impudent manners. After these words, he went somewhere and our hero was confused. Jibra approached him and asked what was going on here, although he himself really didn't understand. With slight bewilderment, the young man told her that they were planning an unexpected betting duel here. Well, at least that's what this man said and went off somewhere. After hearing this, she became very angry with him, because they had discussed more than once that they should never get involved in such messes. This is not a basic rule, existing only at the underground auction. If the bid on the lot has reached the maximum, and both participants still intend to continue to purchase it, then the participants must choose warriors for a duel, and the winner will be able to take it. The girl already understood perfectly well that he was a skilled man, but she had said that the auction participant could not take part in the duel himself. But our hero simply wanted to find a duelist. But it's not that simple. Participating on his behalf means crossing the path of the Orcus Guild. Even any madman would hardly agree to something like that. She looked straight into his eyes and saw a smile. It seems he already has a cunning plan, and he knows who will take part in it. The girl certainly didn't expect this, but still, the guy's word calmed her down a little. If it's not a lord-level opponent, no matter if it's the Black Knight or someone else, a human will definitely defeat him. Soon the duel began to be organized, and quite a lot of people from that guild arrived. Everyone sat down in their places and chatted among themselves. The last duel of this kind was about 5 years ago. That time, the Duke of Soldun challenged the head of the mercenaries and won the elixir. And this time, our hero's opponent will be Isaac, who represents the Orcus Guild, and it will be very interesting to watch them. And then the curtain opens, and from the same side onto the battlefield comes a man in armor. The spectators who came to watch their battle were a little shocked. It seems that this is the famous Black Knight. He already feels this incredible aura and does not see a single weak spot of the enemy. Perhaps he is making it up, but everything looks as if he is not alive at all. The swordsman came closer to Isaac, and then the judge announced that others had also arrived. Our Theodore came to the arena, and it seems he brought someone with him. And so these 3 days have already passed. The enemy of our hero was very surprised that he did not escape and still remained to fight with him. The judge said with a smile that they would start when everyone was ready and asked whether Isaac would be represented by this Black Knight. He nodded his head in response. The girl looked at Theodore and asked who would help him. The boy heard footsteps behind him and said that he had already arrived. Randolph, the commander of the Stray Wolves mercenary squad, entered the arena. He came across this name a couple of days ago while he was studying the Sapoto registry all night. If he hadn't known about its existence, he might not have had the opportunity to take part in the duel. In appearance, this person looks completely weak and does not inspire confidence, and you can't say that he has any strength. The blonde began to examine his opponent. He is quite strange. Could it really be that Tin Can is his opponent? The judge was a little confused and asked if she could find out the name of the new participant. Randolph winked at her and answered the question politely. Now, she would like to begin explaining the rules. The leading role in the betting duel is played by the 2 gentlemen who hired the participants in the duel. And even if they are no longer able to fight, the right to admit defeat belongs entirely to them. The blonde was fired up by this idea. He really liked the idea that once you enter a fight, you won't be able to escape. He started to tease this Tin Can, but he seemed to be serious, and was already taking out his huge sword. Iron Man looked at his opponent. but he couldn't understand why this man didn't even react to his thirst for blood. Now he is watching his every action. For some reason it seems to him that something is wrong here. Randolph ran to him first, and was already preparing to draw his swords. Before he could do that, he was already blocked by that huge blade. The man leaned his foot on it and jumped straight up, holding onto the creature's shoulders. He tied some long rope around his neck and began to pull him down with all his might. It looks like Iron Man was able to put up her barrier and the man was thrown back. The blonde was a little confused when he found himself high in the air. However, there was no time to cool off, and he caught his balance and stood up straight on his feet. And yet, something is wrong with this man. He doesn't even feel his breath, and this worries him a little. It doesn't look like he's holding it back or suppressing it. There's just no hint that he's breathing. He had to use the hidden voice technique and talk to Theodore mentally. Hearing that they were trapped, he was at a loss. Randolph explained to him that this guy seemed strange to him from the very beginning, did not react in any way to his thirst for blood, and did not breathe at all. One can conclude that he is a real undead. Our hero got a serious look on his face. It seems that his friend is right. During the battle with the ancient lich, this man defeated the creature from the body of his ancestor with his own hands. Although he was not a high-ranking one like the knights in death, his strength was not much different from that, and so there was no point in doubting Randolph's intuition. He began to be indignant in his mind. Now he understood how stupid it was to rush here without a second thought, just having heard that his sister was in trouble. But on the other hand, he is still in debt to Theodore, and so what difference does it make? They will come to an agreement after all. Our hero began to be terrified by his aura. Last year's is incomparable, and one can assume that he has already reached the level of a master. Indeed, his tactics and methods of fighting have changed a little. When the opponents stood opposite each other, people began to watch them closely. It seems that they feel that something interesting is about to happen. His movements have become completely different. It seems that the most important ones have already begun, and also, in the world, this old man is known as the Lightning Blade. He began to move faster and quickly got close to this iron monster and gave him a blow to the head. He then took up his fighting stance and drew his sword to swing at his opponent. Randolph deftly dodged his attack. The blade slid just a couple of centimeters above his hair. Amazing. In terms of destructive power, the blonde believes that his opponent is a head taller than him. However, if you look at the speed, then it can't be compared to him in any way. The spectators who came to watch the fight were truly delighted. They really enjoy watching it. Jebra and Theodore stood aside and also watched their fight. The girl was shocked by who her friend chose. She wondered where the employer was able to find such an outstanding swordsman. He looked her straight in the eyes and winked. It's a secret. The boy advised her to just look at them now and learn. There can be no doubt about it. Randolph has become absurdly stronger over the past year, but nevertheless, he still lacks something to reach the level of a master. In order to definitely increase his strength to the maximum, the old man still needs to awaken his aura skill. It is available exclusively to swordsmen, the abilities of which give the user powers that can surpass magic. Some can cut space, others can manipulate gravity, and are able to perfectly hide their presence. Whether they have awakened this ability determines whether they are a true swordmaster or not. Definitely the fight is taking place under his dictation. However, his opponent is the Death Knight. It is too early to relax. Their fight is incredibly impressive. No one is going to give up, and everyone is giving it their all. Randolph himself had a tactic in his head on how to defeat him, and he slowly but surely tore off his armor. Isaac is watching everything that is happening, and if he continues in the same spirit, then the fact remains that the Black Knight is undead and will scatter like flames. And besides, time is running out. Information about Orcus using black magic should not leak out, and so he gets up and turns to him who serves the god Thanatos. The man shouts at him and demands that he stop wasting time, that he must finish with him at any cost. In response, he only remained silent and gripped his huge weapon tighter. Our hero feels his unique dark aura, which is definitely inherent only to the undead. And it seems that he no longer tries to hide this fact from everyone, which amazes him most of all. Randolph also feels it, but only laughs at him. The tin can is clearly out of his mind. Now he is going to fight in earnest, using twin swords, triple lightning strike. The blonde ran up to him and swung his blades, hitting him in the arm. The undead was going to block him and hit him again, but he failed. He deftly descended down. The man was able to take advantage of this moment and attacked again. This time his enemy dropped his sword and seemed to be slightly lost in space. Randolph looked at him with a slight mockery. Was he really already exhausted? It's a pity because he still has one more blow in reserve which he intends to use. It is called complete annihilation, and like lightning rushes near the enemy. He falls to his knees after the attack and does not move, not even trying to take his sword back. It was too fast. Isaac didn't even have time to see anything. His eyes almost popped out of his head. His suit began to slowly fall apart, as did his life force. The blonde stood still and did not move, and he only fell. He was no longer able to fight. The judge seems to be slightly shocked by the outcome of the battle and slightly confused. Now it's time to announce the winner. The girl said that Sir Theodore's fighter, Randolph Clovis, won. Meanwhile, Isaac still cannot come to his senses and hears whispers behind his back. And what was most suspicious for our spectators was that there was not a drop of blood in the arena. He jumped out onto the battlefield and demanded that everything be quickly collected before the truth came to light, and that the warrior's body also needed to be restored immediately. His subordinates ran up and began to think how this could be done after such serious injuries. The judge winked at Randolph and officially announced that Charlotte's necklace, which had been the subject of a duel in the 7th underground auction, would go to Theodore, whose warrior had won the duel. The boy came closer to her, and she loudly clapped her hands, calling on the guys to congratulate the winner. Her subordinate approached her and brought a small chest. From this moment on, Charlotte's necklace is the property of our hero. Hearing this, a wide smile appeared on his face. As soon as he reached out his hand to the chest, he was stopped by Isaac's voice. He looked at him sideways and said that if he took him away like that, he would pay for it twice. It would be a wonderful day, and then it would be too late to regret what he had done. The boy laughed slightly and said that he was absolutely right, because if he had just started the bet alone, then they would not have suffered such damage from the duel. It seems that the mustachioed man really does hate him, and yet he promises that he will make him pay for it one day. Randolph approached Theodore and just smiled. What an incredible sight. Who would have thought that someone of his level would make someone like him blush? And since such a moment had come, he wanted to chat with his old friend. He was interested in what he was planning to do next, whether it was the higher ranks of Orcus or their black magic, whether they would be able to cope with them. It seems they have no choice but to notify the magical community because the power of dark magicians, who enhance their abilities through various methods, not disdaining even human sacrifices, requires at least the mobilization of a national extermination squad. The boy had already decided that he would simply leave a message to the White Tower's information network. Over the next 2 weeks, the reconnaissance squad would begin to monitor the highest ranks of Orcus. He has no right to make mistakes, and therefore it is quite expected that he was prepared for everything. But to be honest, he thinks that everything that happened was a complete mess. In a sense, everything worked out only thanks to luck. Even the decision to participate in the duel was made on the occasion of Randolph's presence in this city, and the fact that the marriage would turn out to be a death night could not be predicted. The old man hugged him. One way or another, they had won. He thought that the young master still managed to get into trouble. The men agreed to go to a nice bar together, where they could relax with the 300 gold coins they had saved today. Gibra watched them go and wondered how he could actually win this warrior so strong, passed by their information network. Now she became interested in the identity of the employer, and it was he who interrupted her thoughts. Theodore was in a very good mood, and asked if she would go with them or just leave them, and besides, the swordsman himself, who had impressed her, asked to join them. The girl only smiled in response. She would never refuse such an interesting offer. The next day, after their little party, there was noise outside the windows from early morning. Necessary things. Soon she herself came out to them and asked our hero whether he had really decided to leave this place so quickly. It seems she came to say goodbye, and a wide smile appeared on her face. Such a mission turned into such a grand event contrary to her expectations. She would feel lousy if she left everyone like this. Theodore guessed that perhaps she wanted to share some secret information with him. This could be considered an additional service. She remembered how he had said before that he had no specific goal, and that was the case from the beginning, because he wanted to stay here longer. Gibra advised him to go east. She knows very well that Orcus's base is located in the southwest of the central continent. Their influence is strong there, but to the east it dissipates, and if he can reach the coastal kingdom, then he might be able to rest a little. Theodore thanked her for such valuable information. However, it seems to him that such additional services are too great a loss for them. It turned out that this was not the case at all. She really liked the fact that for the first time in a long time she had so much fun from the heart. As we parted, our hero smiled at her and thanked the head of the branch for such work. Gibra wants to meet him again sometime, and promises to collect manuscripts from time to time as long as she is well paid. She is ready to collect as many volumes as he wishes. At the end, they waved their hands to each other and said goodbye, and the carriage continued on its way. Arkin was spying on all of them and was finally able to get to her. The blonde thanked her colleague for a job well done, leaning against the wall. The branch manager took out a cigarette and can finally relax a little. She couldn't wait for Arkin to be interested in why Ta helped him so easily. It seems the girl didn't quite understand what she meant, but Gibra understands perfectly well now that she is pretending. She is not stupid either. She has had the information for a long time. Although their empire is filled with savages, none of them will go back on their word, so she thinks she would definitely get the gold. She began to ask leading questions, but the brunette from the braid looked at her. Even if they are rats living in their own ditch. A couple of gold coins are not worth a war with Meltor. She knows very well that Arkin cannot keep his mouth shut when it comes to money and other things, no matter how hard she tries to justify or hide it. And in such a place there is no point in ranting. It seemed that the brunette had spilled a little, and so she quickly darted towards her. Bouncing off the wall, she deftly grabbed her by the neck with her foot. And after that, I was able to knock her down. Their Mouse King will not tolerate those who cannot keep their mouths shut. And that is why she promises that her end will come here. Meanwhile, Theodore's carriage had already set out into the desert and was heading east. Our hero was drawing something, and opposite him Randolph was resting after such a fight with the undead. And so Theodore finished his drawing, and it turned out to be a pentagram. And now the final touch is to put your thumb in the center. He began to call out to someone. Now he is the new owner of the contract, the guardian of the horizon. A strange bird began to emerge from his drawing. At least the silhouette looked like it. And from now on, his name was Eugene. When the process was completed, the boy saw a small chick among the smoke. He didn't immediately understand what it was, and was a little indignant, but it seemed that he expected to see something more interesting. This strange sound woke Randolph, who looked like a drunkard throwing up. Raising his hand, the boy showed him that it was this guy with the forelock who had published it. The blonde was slightly confused. Why did this raven look like it had no brains? And after explaining that it was he who summoned it and made a contract with it, he almost laughed. But it seems he couldn't hold back. This bird looks pretty funny to him, and that's why it caused such a violent reaction. To him, it's a cute bird, but he thought summoned creatures should look stylish and so on. Besides, the moment had come when Theodore asked his friend for forgiveness for dragging him into all this. He believes that it was because of him that he crossed Orcus's path. If it weren't for all this, he could have continued to live in that small town in peace. The blonde just smiled in response. He doesn't regret it, and doesn't harbor any grudges against our hero, because he's only pursuing his own interests in all of this, and, on the contrary, he thinks that it's a great success to travel with Theo. It had been a whole year since he had gotten his swords back, and all that time he had been improving his skills in some ways. But he felt no progress, and this battle was the first time in many years that it had been so exciting. After all, for him, this is just a journey to complete his sword, and so he asks the young master to put all worries and concerns aside. The boy thanked him, and now the man became interested in where they were going this time. They need to visit the west. He was told that the influence of the Orcus is weakening closer to the borders of the kingdom of Soldun. He needs a break to recuperate, and besides, he still has about 20 manuscripts to absorb, and besides, he needs to conduct experiments with Charlotte's necklace. The old man decided to remind him that wherever he was, there would be incidents and accidents, and this place he mentioned was no exception. He understands this perfectly well, and right now the guys are heading exactly there. The boy released the raven into the street in advance. He was given an important task to monitor the situation around him. And then the baby seemed to sense something and became wary. Our hero heard his cry and began to slowly wake up. And then he suddenly jumps up and demands Randolph to stop the carriage immediately. Theo got out of his mobile transport and began to examine the situation around him. The swordsman also jumped off, who did not understand at all what was going on. The young gentleman's expression became quite serious, but the blond man's body began to tremble, and then it appeared under their feet. It seemed as if a lot of creatures began to emerge from the ground, making terrible sounds. They had human form and began to form a huge group. The undead muttered under their breath that they were trying to kill all the living, and began to look at our hero and his friend. Theodore somehow feels that something is wrong here. Such a sudden attack in the middle of the desert cannot be a mere coincidence. Randolph just looked at them with displeasure. Such a sly attack is typical for the undead. And then our hero thought, why not increase their ranks too? And is going to use his power as last time. He summons a whole army of his stone warriors, and they quickly fall into line. The blonde seems to be delighted with his abilities. This could really help them win. Theodore asked his friend to guide them, and it seemed like he was really getting into the swing of things. It had been a long time since he had had such a fight. The man runs deftly straight towards them, waving his favorite blades. Their stone warriors and those monsters that crawled out from under the ground collided and began to fight among themselves. It seems that the army that Theo summoned has become much stronger than last time. The guys needed a little help, which is what our hero wants to do now. He opens all the slots and releases 6 fireballs above himself. They, distributing sparks to the sides, go straight to this huge army and inflict crushing blows. After his attack, a thick layer of dust and smoke rose around, and it was already possible to find out that this undead appeared in an unnatural way. This legion was created by someone using black magic. These monsters kept coming and coming. It seems the guy didn't quite manage to attack the way he wanted. And then before him appears the image of a man who looks completely different. The first thought that came to his mind was that it was Orcus. Randolph thanked him for acting so well, and for being quite good at surprising him. Likewise, our hero doesn't think of himself that way at all. He thinks that he has become stronger, but the current level of the young master is in no way comparable to Baron Miller. The guy froze and didn't know what to do next, and suddenly, a strange shaking appeared on the ground. A huge monster appeared, similar to a worm, and it seems like someone is standing on it. This man took off his mask and was not afraid to show his face, mocking them for letting down their guard. Randolph was very surprised. Was the magician among the undead just a distraction? It was this man who summoned the spirit awakened from the abyss and gave him the order to destroy all living things here. A form of undead appears behind him, and it looks like it's about to attack our hero. His friend doesn't know what to do. He was careless and therefore ended up too far away and doesn't have time to run closer to him. And now it was already next to our hero, and for some reason, instead of attacking or being afraid, he only smiled. It seems that this is exactly the moment he was waiting for, together with Glatoni, who had not slept all this time. Theodore thrust his left hand forward. It looks like his weirdo is about to swallow this toothy opponent now. And then in turn he came closer and closer to them and froze in place. It looks like he's not going to run away anywhere, which pleases Glatoni. He was able to easily absorb the vengeful essence of the weight of fate. His powers slightly increased. And his owner, who saw this picture, almost burst into tears. He did not understand what had just happened. Meanwhile, our hero is already preparing his next gift, a blazing explosion. He's quite strong. His friend even had to close his eyes. The man was thrown back and was unable to resist the guy. Theodore, in turn, stands and watches only this picture. When he finally landed, our hero approached him. It seems he's still alive, and he cannot believe that a 5th circle mage, and a rather young one at that, is standing in front of him now. But it seems that Theo is not going to chat with him here about trifles now. He will ask questions, and he will answer immediately. But the man just laughed. He is a dark magician. His whole life consists of deaths and pain, and therefore, he does not believe that such pathetic tortures will somehow magically make him talk. When Theodore heard this, he laughed, and I will remind him so that he does not regret what he said. His raven at this time simply sat nearby and was silent, as always staring at one point. It seems that after a little torture, the man finally repented and now agrees to tell everything. Our hero realized that he was just a windbag. For a mage trained in pain and death, it does not seem that he is capable of resisting the magic of invading the mind. So that he wouldn't suffer any longer, he decided to answer the questions anyway, and during their short dialogue it turned out that Isak had sent him here, and he was here to buy time for the other group. When asked what their organization was called, he could not give an answer, and since we are on the subject, our hero asks to repeat the black magic that he used. He told him in a trembling voice that if he meant the gravity of fate, then this was only a one-time opportunity to use a spell of this kind. It seems that this is all he could get out of him. There is no longer any need for this warlock. He decided to use his magic to deal with him once and for all. After what he had done, he would not let him go just like that. His comrade Randolph watched this and could not believe that Theodore was capable of such a thing, first torturing him, and then finishing him off altogether. He also praised his friend. For him, such an outcome was quite unexpected. Our hero believes that such people do not deserve human treatment, and also he just remembered the 8th commandment of the Red Tower. Surprisingly, this was the first time the old man had heard of such a thing, but it was clear that he was interested in the idea. It says that a good warlock is a dead warlock. He seemed to understand, but he wasn't going to ask him to go into detail. Even though they still haven't found out who he is, sending such a huge group just to buy time is certainly strange, but Orcus is no pushover. Their reinforcements will be impressive. Randolph completely agrees with him. Even though he dealt with everyone so easily, they can't be underestimated. If they are going to appear on a daily basis, it can't be ignored. The boy thinks so too, and so he has already come up with something. Specifically, he wants to go to Ramos right now. The man was a little surprised. Why should he go to the port town of Cargassa? And soon he realized that instead of exposing himself to the land routes, he was going to take a boat with him. His guesses were correct. In the midst of the raging storms and all the sea monsters, even the undead Orcus would have a hard time showing his powers. In principle, it won't take them long to get to this place. If they travel without stopping, they should arrive tomorrow. Randolph suggests not to waste time now and to get ready to go to the cart, but he himself decided to warm up a little. When they had already jumped into the carriage, the man asked him to fasten his seatbelt tightly. They would have to ride with Veterok. Soon they arrived at the place. It is an incredibly beautiful city. To avoid persecution from the higher echelons of Orcus, they chose him. After arriving, our hero and Randolph split up. Based on the information from the Mouse King, they began looking for ways to get to the kingdom of Soldan. They also talked to the locals to find an available ship, but everything was booked. Theodore talked to the girl, and she answered him that even if they checked other shipping companies, they would get the same answer, because most of such transport at this time of year goes south or north. And passenger ones are very rare here, and if you book now, the wait can take at least a month. The guy reached into his pocket and pulled out a guild emblem and asked if she could help him. It seems that the girl was a little surprised, but as she already said, an ordinary ship cannot provide it. However, considering this thing, she can provide something unique and affordable. However, before starting, she asks him to sign a non-disclosure agreement, promising that he will understand everything after he gets on board. In addition, additional payment would be required, but not bribery, and she also asked if he had any companions. Since Randolph is with him, the guy will have to pay 10 gold pieces for each, and she promised that he will later understand what is being discussed. Theodore became indignant. He had never seen such ships before, but now they could not reveal this information to him. She took out 2 small pieces of paper, and also said that the sails would be raised today, and therefore it was important to be on board without delay. Since almost all the information here is secret, our hero asks to tell at least when they will approximately arrive in the kingdom of Soldan. If they are not in a hurry, they can arrive in about 4 days, as he thinks. The girl was a little confused. She completely forgot to mention something to him. This ship is traveling a bit of a long way, so the journey may take a little over a week, and she also wonders if his business is urgent. It turned out that no. It is critically important for them to hide from the pursuit of Orcus's echelons, and this is not what they need to be in for a quick arrival in this country. Low-level undead like ghouls or zombies won't be able to stand up to the sea and will most likely just die, so he's confident that they'll be safe. However, he is haunted by this ship, why it is so unique and secret. For some reason, he has a feeling in his soul that something is clearly wrong here. He urgently needs to reunite with Randolph and tell him everything. Considering that he was the head of a mercenary group involved in the central continent, he might know something about this ship. A little later they met, and it seems that he still didn't understand anything. Our hero did not expect such an answer. He expected something completely different. Of course, Theodore is right that he did indeed arrive in the central continent before him, but his area of operations was not so extensive. His additions, he was never so far to the east, where he could see the sea. And besides, if he was operating there, the likelihood that he would have such information is incredibly small. If they assume that this is a cargo story, then information about this ship should not appear anywhere at all. Given the way they keep their secrets, they look like they'll be able to figure something out. They'll have to do it themselves. After the conversation, they left this cozy restaurant together and went on. As they descended the stairs, they did not utter a sound. The guys are now at the third pier, and the fifth one must be a little further away. And then at one moment, our hero raised his head and began to examine this ship. It must be admitted that they are much more than they could have expected. The men looked at it and just think that this was exactly what they were given. Suddenly behind them, they hear a quiet female voice. The brunette looked at them from under her forehead and asked to let her check their tickets. Theo came closer to her and extended his hand forward with them. She began to read the contents carefully, sometimes looking at the passengers. Soon, the girl gave them to them, and also asked to keep them on hand for 2 hours. There will be a recheck, but in case of refusal, boarding will be cancelled. Randolph just snorted under his breath. For him, this was some kind of piggish attitude towards guests, and no one would even accompany them on such a huge ship. Considering the price of tickets, it was too much. Suddenly, our hero heard something similar to someone's whispering, and turning around, he saw a group of people. Theodore thought these guys were somehow strange. He really had some kind of bad feeling about them. Soon they finally got on board, and it was incredibly bright and beautiful here. The men entered the first room and their eyes almost popped out of their heads from such incredible luxury. She's here for a honeymoon, and Randolph starts to panic that the ship might sink because of her. And then, Theodore's gaze fell on the bed, and he wondered why she was here alone. The old man immediately jumped on it and decided to lie down for a bit, and the boy watched intently. Just in case, the boy decided to check everything here using eagle vision. After studying everything here, he found out that there was nothing strange here, and besides that, it did not seem like these people had ulterior motives. Theo decided to sit down anyway and told his friend that he had not found any special mechanisms. But he still doesn't understand why it's worth keeping such a ship a secret, because it would be much more profitable to use it as a passenger liner. The passengers he saw boarding looked like nobles or at least wealthy people, and therefore there should be something here that could fit into their pockets. But even using clairvoyance magic, he found nothing. The blonde just smiled in response and asked to leave it for later, because this problem clearly does not need an immediate solution, and therefore asks to first focus on what is in front of them and then think about it later. Theodore was a little angry that his friend was so frivolous. He has already settled comfortably on the bed and is going to rest a little, since such an opportunity has already arisen, and asked not to be paranoid. Why doesn't he just take a rest? He also doesn't understand. Our hero only snorted something in response, rolling his eyes. Overall, if you think about it, it's a good idea. And it looks like the best solution for today would be to get a really great night's sleep. Just at night, the sea became a little rough, and the whole sky was covered with clouds. The ship sailed high on the waves, which rose quite high. A very restless night with such waves, some of the crew were afraid to even sleep. However, in the morning, everything calmed down, and a bright sun began to appear from behind the horizon. Our hero was still sleeping, but began to toss and turn when he heard a familiar voice. His assistant Mitra came to him and called him for some reason. The girl grabbed the little raven that he had recently summoned and made a contract with him. Theodore addressed her in a slightly rude tone. He asked her not to bother Eugene, but she did not listen. The bird was a little confused, but the girl promised him that she would definitely feed him some goodies. Suddenly, it seemed, the raven noticed something and suddenly jerked up. He broke free from the girl's hands and flew somewhere. Our hero began to watch him closely and also became a little confused. As always, Randolph wakes up from these bird cries and does not understand what is happening here. A pirate ship began to appear on the horizon, and our hero asked his fellow traveler to prepare for battle. And he himself stood up and began to straighten his things. For some reason, his soul felt uneasy. Theodore feels that something here is clearly not right to me, but for some reason the sixth sense does not react. After all, it should have detected evil intentions, and even a banal thirst for blood given the appearance of a pirate ship. But this should not happen so suddenly. The entire crew of the ship came out of their rooms, as did these two guys. It was too surprising that in such circumstances no one was even going to evacuate. People seemed to have gone crazy. Suddenly, our hero was called from above by an unfamiliar male voice. Theodore turned back and checked to see if he was the one being addressed. The man noticed that he and his friend were on a ship for the first time, since they were so excited. He just laughed. Everyone who is here for the first time goes crazy in such a situation when a pirate ship appears, and no one cares. It turns out, to put it simply, they are not some kind of passenger ship. They are a real cruise liner. Their final destination is the kingdom of Soldun, but the places where they make stops are quite unusual. The man looked Theodore straight in the eye and said that before they arrived at their destination, they planned to visit the pirate island. To the boy, it looks as if they are going to hand themselves over to them on a silver platter. The brunette just laughed. If everything he thought was true, there would be no reason for this ship to sail all the way here. According to him, 50 years ago it really was a simple pirate harbor. But suddenly there was a widespread demand for their island. This is an unregulated area where illegal transactions and contracts are allowed, so for those who have an insatiable thirst for simple money, this is a tempting place. Finally, after their conversation, the boy realized that this was an island of pleasure that he had never seen before. And he was not mistaken. This place is the one where you can fully enjoy freedom, and that is why it is called that. The boy looked at everyone present here. Now everything became clear to him. Perhaps that is why there is such a lively atmosphere here. If everything he was told is true, it means that this ship serves as a guide for them to the pirate island, and the passenger ship transports tourists there, and that is why the sixth sense did not react to them. And then, through telepathy, Randolph addressed our hero. He would not like them to be associated with all this rabble, and they are faced with the question of whether it is worth starting a coup here. Theodore confidently refused. If everything that man said is true, then this ship pirates leading their people's side, there is no point in not getting away with the fact that one of the passengers is not aware of what is happening and will take their side. He advises his friend to hold his horses for now. He remembered the perfect proverb that fits their situation. The boy looked at him and said that you can't catch a tiger without entering his den. And so soon they arrived at the place, and the ship began to park nearby. People were very happy that they finally found themselves in this place. Our hero slightly does not understand what is happening here. The weather is clear, but the fog overflowing with magical energy covers the entire island. Randolph turned to him. He had some strange feeling, as if he was again drawn into some dangerous place. The guys found themselves in the very pirate archipelago. Our hero looked somewhere into the distance and just nodded his head. He completely agreed that he felt something strange. People were asked to disembark in the same order in which they boarded, and to do it all in an organized manner. And it seems that they have already begun to recognize the familiar faces that greeted them. Theodore looks at everyone present. They look terrifying. Pirates are pirates, but compared to Randolph, they are nothing, however. They are skilled in their own way. Before entering, a guard stopped them and demanded an entrance tax of 10 gold pieces from each. Our hero rummaged in his pocket and found a 20 and threw it into the bag. After this, a wide smile spread across the man's face and he greeted them joyfully. Theo had no intention of letting his guard down, and so he answered him briefly and coldly. The jock asked what his young guests thought about the guide. For just 1 gold coin, he promised to find a wonderful companion. The brunette tossed him a coin because he didn't want to give it straight into his hands. The man only smiled in response and promised to bring someone right away. He stepped aside and began calling Jack to come to them. He heard him and began to rush to the place with a huge bag on his back. The man informed him that the guests had just arrived, and as always, 50% would be his. He promised to pay him when he finished doing everything, and he himself said goodbye to the people who had just arrived. Finally, the jock wished them a pleasant journey and smiled broadly. Although he behaved in a friendly manner, Theodore was somehow wary. An incredibly bad feeling emanated from him. And then, from the other side, another man turned to them and greeted those who had just arrived. The guy introduced himself as their guide to the pirate archipelago, and if they had a specific place they wanted to visit, he asked them to let him know. On the way, he told how he grew up here on this island, and finding someone who knows the area better than him is tantamount to a miracle. The boy also hadn't seen them before, and asked if this was their first time here. Our hero looked around and only nodded his head in response. He was very interested in learning about this place and asked to tell us more about it. The blonde turned out to be quite a cheerful guy, and he would be happy to give us a short tour. And the first location he wants to show you is the financial center of their pirate society. It is home to no less than 17 gambling establishments. However, at this time it is not a casino. Unlike the archipelagic gambling houses, they have no limit on bets, and accordingly, they can win exclusive and hard-to-get prizes. It is also important to know that if the participants decide to cheat, they are obliged to pay their bet tenfold. And now our hero became interested in what would happen if there was no money for this. The attendant looked away. He promises that the consequences will be terrible. Given that there is no law here, it is impossible to stop the atrocities. The young man noticed that their faces were somehow sour, and in order to diffuse the situation, he suggested meeting the lovely ladies. He noticed that the guests were both quite pretty, and he was sure that they would only be glad to see them. Mr. Randolph just chuckled and looked away after hearing this. Indeed, the girls here are very nice, and they also look much friendlier than the others. It seemed that our hero's friend was fired up by this idea, but Theo grabbed him by the shoulder and whispered that if he took even one more step, Rebecca would find out about everything. Having cleared his throat, the young man turned to his escort and said that he was not interested in this and that he wanted to ask about something else. The blonde nodded his head in a friendly manner. He was open to conversation. Our hero looked him straight in the eyes and asked, who was the big shot here? Who was in charge of everything on the island? Hearing this question, the escort's legs even started shaking. Theo doesn't quite understand. Could he really have asked such a surprising question because even small towns have mayors, and here even more so? He has a couple of questions for this boy and puts his hand into his jacket. He took out 2 gold coins and said that if the answer satisfied him, the boy would definitely not leave him offended. It seems that he agreed, but on the condition that Theo would not tell anyone about it, and everything would remain only between them. There are several self-proclaimed kings on the island, but only 4 have real power. The very first Captain Virtus and the queen of the brothel bees Maeve. Besides them, there is also the father of the gambling world who is called the Golden Turtle, simply put Todd, and last but not least the shark of the underground world of the black market, whose name is Luffy. According to the guide, each of them is a pillar of the pirate world. They have divided spheres of influence and territories between themselves, so clashes between them are very rare. They simply do not interfere in each other's affairs. Even though he shared such valuable information, Theodore feels that this is not all. The guy believes that even if the organizations he spoke of are in balance, then this is only now, even though all 4 of them are sitting quietly, but there are simply bound to be some disagreements. It seems that their tour guide does not want to reveal all his cards, and therefore began to hesitate on the spot, not knowing what to answer. Our hero and his friend were about to leave, pretending that this conversation had never happened. As soon as the blonde stopped them, he doesn't know much about this sea god, but he promises to tell everything he knows. Having heard only about this, Theodore was already interested, and from his look it was clear that he wanted more explanations. He listened to them, and after that they went their separate ways. The men stopped at a certain hotel. Randolph is now wondering where they will go next, because they have already penetrated the pirate archipelago as they wanted. Our hero sighed heavily. It seemed to him that this sea god would be a real thorn in their side. According to Jack, somewhere in the center of the archipelago, there is a temple built in his honor, and then the little one says that it was built only on rumors about him. But on the island, there is clearly some entity that is worthy of being called by such a high name. Theodore reminded him that when they followed the pirate ship to get to the island, it was covered with an unknown fog, and it in turn serves as a barrier that protects the pirate archipelago. This protection also keeps away uninvited guests. To get through it, they had to follow the pirate ship. And of course, if it weren't for him, their means of transportation could have drifted endlessly on the shallows. And besides, there are sad assumptions. If this seaside is the one who created this fog, then they definitely will not overcome it. His Randolph completely agreed with him. He had met a couple of the 7 imperial swords at a distance, but their presence was nothing compared to what was felt from this strange barrier. Our hero sighed heavily, since they couldn't do anything about it anymore. Why not just focus on hiding from Orcus? If he doesn't change their mind about everything, then this island is a real fortress, so they will definitely never find them. The old man rose from his seat and began to leave. He wanted to rest until the next ship sailed. Theodore looked sullenly after him, because there were at least 15 or 10 days before the next one arrived. He still wouldn't want to just sit there and waste time. He decided to chat with his Glatoni, and reminded him of what he had said earlier about the transmission, but he began to grumble that he did not remember the details. Theodore reminded him that he said that in order to perform the transmission, it is necessary to strictly follow the process, and it will not work thoughtlessly, as in the case of Alfred. He nodded his head. His master said everything correctly. Now our hero asks him to teach him how to do it correctly. This question directly concerns his function, and therefore he hopes that he will receive a detailed answer from this weirdo and not just yes or no. Surprisingly, Glatoni agreed to give in to him. Firstly, the transmission is designed to effectively use the 4th rewriting function, and if the boy can summon and then absorb the soul of the book's author, then he will be able to use his skills. However, just like what Alfred had during the battle with Superbia, The fusion of souls carries great risks, so there is a specific procedure that is necessary for this. Theo didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and seemed to be asking for a more in-depth explanation. This procedure is part of the quest as far as Gluttony knows. The user can directly contact the authors of the manuscripts that he has already swallowed. Everyone knows this. And having resolved their unfinished business or unachieved goals, he will also be able to absorb fragments of their souls. Our hero sighed heavily, and it seemed to him that since this was the case, he could start doing it right now. The big-eyed one nodded his head, and if he wants, he can call on Lee Yun-sun or St. Thomas and find out their wishes. Now our hero has a choice to make. Considering that he only recently received summoning magic from the second candidate, it would be best to increase his battle song and hand-to-hand combat skills. The boy still makes his choice and asks to summon Yun-sun. Gluttony heard him and activated the transmission. His essence responded to the call, and now a temporary synchronization of awareness occurs. When the man saw our hero, he smiled broadly and greeted him. He seems very glad to see his benefactor again. He could not even imagine that he would be able to meet our hero again under such circumstances, but he was still happy about his appearance. Theodore looked up at him and asked if he knew why he had come here. He was stroking his long beard, and it seemed that he was already quite aware of the current situation. He understood perfectly well that the boy had come here to fulfill his long-standing desire, and in return he would give him what he wanted. Surprisingly, the man is ready to sacrifice his essence for the sake of desires, and completely agrees to his conditions without hesitation. But still, doubts raged inside Theodore. If they did this, then Lee Yun-sung as a person would simply disappear. He came closer to him. It was obvious that this was exactly what he wanted, and why was he backing away when he had already gone so far? After all, he is already literally a walking corpse, and if he can fulfill his long-standing desires in this way, then he has zero objections. Our hero only smiled in response, and still asked what he wanted from him. His wish sounds simple enough. He just wants to go home, but Theo demands extensive explanations. He wants to go back to his homeland, the mountains and hidden in the clouds, to the Mui family. In the eyes of our hero, this is very sentimental and an incredibly unique situation. If you believe the memories of this man, the city of white clouds is located far away on the eastern continent, and to cross the huge ocean even halfway will be necessary. It will take at least a year. This looks quite complicated. The old man really wants to make things easier for him. However, if he does this, then the transmission simply will not work. But if this bothers the boy, then he asks not to worry about it and leave everything as is. The old man came closer to him and patted him on the shoulder. He believes that the dead should not burden the living. Theodore understands perfectly well that although he treated him as a savior, but in reality, if not for his martial arts and magic, he would have long since been in the next world after one of the battles. Although he tried to dissuade him, our hero is serious, and although a little uncertainly, he promises to do it. Of course, he cannot tell the exact date, but he will certainly deliver him to the mountains hidden in the white clouds. The old man certainly didn't expect this from him, and was slightly surprised, but then he closed his eyes and just smiled, thanking the young boy. Fog appeared around him again, and Li Yun asked him to take care of all his unfulfilled dreams. He finally turned away and wished him all the best. And with this, the ritual with him was finished. The boy went somewhere. Gluttony stopped him and asked if they would move on. There is still one person left, and the quest is from him, and we are talking about St. Thomas. The brunette only nodded his head in response. It turns out that his weirdo is also capable of sensing the hidden desires of several entities at once. Since it comes down to it, he asked him to call that crybaby. He just smiled in response and sent a request for a quest, which was confirmed immediately. It seems that Thomas was a little surprised, because he had recently passed on his knowledge to him, and now he was going to drain the cup to the end. This time he was much more friendly, and even asked about Eugene, whether he had ever been useful to him. Our hero nodded his head with a smile, and said that this raven had been very useful in the last sorties, and summoned him. But then Mitra came to him, who still would not let him go and literally tormented him. The bird was already tired of this farce, and simply began to break free from her hands. It was noticeable that Theodore was doing well, and the great thing was that the man was feeling great. Everything was going as usual. And besides, Thomas is very happy that things are going wonderfully for Eugene, although he himself does not think so. It's time to get down to business. The man is going to talk to him about his long-standing desires, and it seems to him that guessing about them is a very simple task. Our hero gets straight to the root of the matter. We are talking about summoning high-ranking creatures. Thomas hit a wall and said with displeasure that even if this happened just once and for a very short time, even for a split second, he would die happy. But unfortunately, he didn't succeed, and now all hopes fall on the shoulders of this young man. Maybe he will succeed. Theodore looked at him with slight misunderstanding. If he does this, he is not sure that it will fulfill his dream. Of course, Thomas is very sad that he won't be the one to do it, but in principle it doesn't really matter to him how it happens. In addition, he added that if his guest did this with his help, then he would have nothing left to keep him in this world. The boy looked at him confidently and said that he would definitely cope with this task. He looked at his room, which was as always in his creative disarray. Since such a moment had arisen, the old man told him that the boy had entered someone's property. Considering that it is in the middle of the ocean, it is most likely either a kraken or a megalodon, or at least a sea lizard. Of course, this was said in dialect, but in simple terms it can be called a blue dragon or a sea dragon. And after these words, finally, everything came together in our hero's head. The pirate archipelago could not possibly exist in such conditions, and the one who controlled everything, the so-called sea god who held all the pirates, was precisely this creature. And somehow, he came across his name while reading the legend in the library, the evil essence of the dragon that lures sailors to wreck ships with the help of the essence of mermaids, calls tidal waves in a childish manner. And he remembers also that this creature is called Aquilo, who is also known as the tyrant of the seas. Theodore urgently met with his fellow traveler and told him everything, even that he had come across mentions of him in the library a couple of times. The ancients called the sea lizard and the kraken two scourge of the sea, but this particular creature is a completely different beast. In a word, Theodore told him everything he knew, and Randolph drew logical conclusions from everything that if everything he said was true, then this was clearly not a creature to cross. Our hero completely agrees with him. He also believes that now they should concentrate on not showing up. It turns out that the guys can only settle here for a short time. According to St. Thomas, the fog that Aquilo creates marks the territory of his domain and controls access to its borders. Suddenly, Theodore's thoughts nature strangely I feel behind him, as if he felt someone's gaze on him. Or maybe after all these horror stories, paranoia appeared in his mind, and it played out in his imagination he himself cannot understand. To distract himself, he read books, a lot of books. Our hero managed to buy them in Meltor and took quite a lot with him. After examining them, Theodore reached forward and asked Glatoni to eat them all. He received the spell of the sixth circle, and now another problem appeared before him. This is the capacity of his vessel. Perhaps he should protect himself from experiments while he is on this island. The artifact that was received after the betting duel with Isaac. The brunette took it out and began to examine it. He did not even remove the seal and did not use it. Maybe now is the time to find out. On the other hand, many minuses surfaced in his head, and therefore Theo decided to leave it for later. There is no point in taking risks just like that. He is already in the dragon's mouth, and if he also starts something like summoning spirits, who knows what disasters he can cause with this. Suddenly, he again felt some kind of ominous feeling, exactly the same as the one he had experienced recently. Something strange began to appear from the jug that stood on the table. Theodore feels as if they were being watched all this time. He sat quietly and watched further, and it seems he begins to understand who it is. The highest spirit Naiad appears before him. This strange liquid that was floating in the air began to speak. She confirmed that it was she, and she came here under the protection of Aquilo. She has a message from him for our hero, and there is no need for explanations. Soon a silhouette of a girl appeared in front of the boy. She had long hair and rather cute facial features. When she finally showed her full appearance, she was able to greet Theo. He in turn rose from the comfortable sofa. He feels what an overwhelming presence emanates from her, however. She has a soft but very impressive voice. The brunette knelt before her. For him it was a great honor to meet the ruler of the ocean. The girl rushed to him and greeted him personally on her island. She was amused by the fact that he wasn't that surprised by her appearance. The guy had a pure poker face. She should have admitted that although the guest's face looked quite young, she was sure that he had been through a lot. To tell the truth, Theodore's heart is in terror now. It is incredibly difficult for him to talk to her. The long-haired girl looked at him sideways. She had to admit that he was quite honest, and from her expression it was clear that she didn't like this. She moved closer to him and whispered in his ear that next time he should be careful with his words, because she could deal with him at any moment. The spirit saw the horror in his eyes but still decided not to torment him and get straight to the point. In 3 days there will be a festival of worship in her honor in the very heart of the island, and Naiad is very eager to see him and his friend among the participants. The brunette has no choice, and so he agrees to her whims without thinking, otherwise his head would fly off his shoulders immediately. Finally, she reminded him that she would be waiting for him at the appointed place. And if this does not happen, then she will personally come for him. And after these words, the guy got goosebumps. And so she disappeared, just in time, because Randolph came into his room and asked what this monstrous bloodlust was here. And only now he realized that it was a sea tyrant, which sent shivers down his spine. Theo confirmed this, and said that he had used the body of the higher spirit and had thus transmitted the message. He also shared with his friend that they were invited to a festival that would be in 3 days. And besides, if they do not appear, their lives are in great danger. Randolph sighed heavily. They had just thrown the black magician off their tail when the damned dragon appeared. He also noticed that as soon as he met Theo, a series of new events appeared for him. Our hero felt awkward about this, but still the old man was very glad that all this happened. He always dreamed of meeting a dragon in real life, at least once in his life. Randolph winked at Theodore and asked him not to worry about such trifles. Dragons are very flighty guys. If thinking doesn't lead to anything, then it's better to meet the problem face to face. Our hero turned to him. He was slightly amazed that the old man could say something wise. The young gentleman's words seemed to have affected him, as if he were implying that Randolph had been talking nonsense for most of his life. The brunette just laughed. That was not what he meant at all. Perhaps he really is overreacting, considering that this is a capricious dragon who can kill for the wrong word. His guesses are most likely meaningless, but as his friend told him, they have no choice but to simply face the problem. His friend just smiled in response and was very glad that they listened to him. Theo went ahead, eager to try something new for himself. Soon they arrived at the festival of the sea god. Even the 4 pillars, the rulers of the islands, have no right to interfere with its celebration. People were already waiting for them at the entrance, especially our hero. Just like the Naiads, they are driven by fear of the dragon and therefore follow his orders. And that is why they had no choice but to follow them. People with long robes escorted them, and Theodore carefully examined the area. In front of them stands a large castle with a large dome. It takes your breath away. One of the guides told them that the festival of the sea god is held once a year, and at it half of the goods from the entire pirate archipelago are presented. And of course, it is clear to whom all this is intended. Theodore simply nodded his head in response and asked what festival it was this year. They answered him that he was already 52nd. Our hero's eyes almost popped out of his head. It turns out that he had been collecting half or even more of the goods from the entire archipelago for so many years. There's a good reason why dragon slayers are known for pushing their luck all the time. Some of them are greedy for wealth. They enjoy 2 things, robbery and when offerings are brought to them. Aquila is just one of them, and they keep most of the treasures in the lair, and to think how many of them he has there. Theodore began to talk about this with interest. He raised his head up and began to look at their dome, which from the inside seemed even larger. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by one of the servants. This year they all present these riches to pay homage to the protector of the sea. The man prays that this year too he will watch over his wanderings. It turns out that these guys are much more religious than Theo could have thought. Maybe they don't care about the well-being of their followers, and in general about how they live. Terrifying self-esteem. As soon as he remembered his friend Randolph, he hadn't seen him since they separated at the entrance to the building. He would like everything to be fine with him. Suddenly behind him he heard a whisper, a very familiar tone, after which goosebumps ran down his skin. Aquilo sent his companion to another place for a short time, and today she specifically needs our hero. The butterfly began to tell him her feelings. For some reason, her heart is drawn to him, and she wants to have fun during this festival. When he walked a couple of meters, he felt a strange smell. From the very beginning, an incomprehensible stench began to come from the cave. With every step, the smell became stronger. He had to cover his nose and mouth with his hand, but it gave almost no result. And then his heart began to ache, as if some arrow had rushed through it. Fortunately, Theodore managed to activate his ability for protection. If it weren't for the umber, in just a moment he would no longer be alive. A girl began to appear in front of him from the fog. To be honest, she couldn't even think that he would be able to dodge. She sat down next to him. This was the sea tyrant Aquilo, about whom everyone was talking so much. She seems to really like this guy and wants to start a little game. The blonde looked our hero straight in the eyes, and then, in an instant, just snapped her fingers. A strange slide of water appeared right in the building. Theodore watched it carefully. The girl was able to create matter from thin air. She possesses the power that subjugates nature itself. This privilege is available only to dragons. She created a seat and asked our hero to sit down and rest, although for an ordinary person it might be a bit cold. The brunette had no choice but to listen to her. He thanked her for this, although he himself was shaking a little with fear. She said that 3 days after he set foot on her island, some fool had gotten into her barrier, but no one had been sent to deal with it, so she decided to find out for herself what was going on there. In that place, according to her, there were guys who arrived on a ghost ship. Having heard only about this, our hero became wary. People who live on the mainland consider them to be nothing more than a tale, and sailors in turn consider them an omen of misfortune. But in reality, they are nothing more than the undead of sunken ships with a crew consisting of ghosts. To create them, you need real sunken ships, which are very hard to find, and the process itself is very vague, and it is possible that it is ancient dark magic that is hidden in the ancient libraries of the towers. He now had to pretend that he knew nothing, and so he asked the girl what decision she had made. A smile began to spread across her face, and she herself played with this little butterfly. She couldn't find a simpler way than to kill them all, and so she decided to take this step. According to her, at first they tried to negotiate with her, and therefore the negotiator was the first to go to the next world. And when the rest of the crew tried to swim away, she caught them all and cut off their legs little by little. Aquilo says that they wanted to surrender then, but she did not spare them even then, and simply fed them to the sharks. Besides, she heard those impudent guys shouting our hero's name, and that's why her hands were incredibly itching to kill him too. It seemed like the boy wanted to say something, but she interrupted him, smelling something. He was a little confused and asked which one exactly. According to the girl, this is the fresh scent of a young maiden, an innocent high elf. And besides this, there is another smell that she cannot stand, namely the smell of red flame. It became clear that it belonged to Veronica, and then Aquilo came even closer to him and simply blew in his face. Our hero almost suffocated, a very strange feeling, either a sleeping pill or hallucinogens. When he fell from his seat, the girl was still standing in place. It seems to her that it is not stronger than alcohol. Finally, he was able to rise at least a little. He doesn't understand why she's doing this, what this whole circus is for. Aquilo just sat down over him and laughed. She could, of course, just kill him and not worry about it. But she was sure that there was something much more fun. She took him by the chin and, looking straight into his eyes, said that she loved to take other people's toys from others. More specifically, we are talking about a kiss. I wonder how his girls, who are so dear to him, will react to the fact that he has already been stolen. It's incredibly interesting what their reaction will be. Will they get angry or maybe harbor some kind of grudge against the sea tyrant himself? She thinks that any outcome will be wonderful, and Theodore just sits and doesn't understand what they want from him. There was some strange fog in his head. How could everything have turned upside down like this? His body doesn't obey him now. He can't even move. He wouldn't like it to continue like this. And then someone's fist breaks through from under the ground. Our hero couldn't even figure out what it was and just stuck around. It was Mitra, his little assistant, who overheard their conversation and interrupted the most intimate moment just in time. She hit her in the face, the sea tyrant himself, and when Theo saw her behavior, he became seriously angry. The girl fell to the floor. Too bad she didn't have time to touch his lips, and it looks like this little girl is seriously determined to protect her master. For Aquilo, it is very surprising that an elemental appeared in front of her, and it also shows emotions. After her appearance, our hero's paralysis began to subside a little. For some reason, looking at his little assistant, it seems to him that this is the effect of the seedling of the world tree. It has the ability to cleanse itself of any poison from the material world, and it is not surprising that detoxification began, given that Theodore had a pact with the elemental that absorbed the seedling. He was finally able to stand up straight and turn to the lady. Of course, the guy has no idea what the goals of his actions are, but he does not want such a relationship with her and is not afraid to say it directly. The girl only laughed in response. Coming closer, perhaps he wants to hint to her that he doesn't like her. Of course, this is not what he wanted to convey to her. Aquilo gave him a chance to explain, and if there is sense in his words, then she promises to turn a blind eye to what was said earlier. However, if this does not happen, then his head will quickly fly off his shoulders. He admitted that there was a beautiful girl standing in front of him now, but he couldn't let down those who truly trusted him. The blonde frowned slightly after his words, but then she smiled. It looks like nothing terrible will happen. She is ready to hide her pride and close her eyes to everything. As she left, she thanked her for being able to amuse her. She would be leaving them for today, and now it was time to enjoy the festival. As soon as she finished, she heard a strange sound, followed by shaking in the building. This is very unpleasant for our hero. Could there really have been other violators besides Orcus? As here, Aquilo came closer to her guest and said that another uninvited guest had already appeared here besides him. She found it funny that some fool dared to come without an invitation. Why not take a look at them? Meanwhile, two men were resting not far from the shore. More precisely, they weren't resting, but patrolling everything here on the day of the festival and were very indignant that they were the ones assigned such a dirty job. And then their friends will brag to them about how cool and fun everything was. They seemed to be very jealous and also sad that they were not invited there. The guys had plans for that evening, but unfortunately, they can only spend time here. And since there is no one around, why not have a drink? Suddenly, one of them noticed something strange in the sea and asked if his friend could see it. The bald man was afraid to approach that place, and so he asked his braver comrade to go and see what was there. The man came closer to the sea and began to examine the area around him. He sees nothing. It seems that his friend imagined it. But then he looked at his feet and saw strange tentacles. They grew larger and larger until they finally grabbed him and prevented him from moving. Soon he found himself in some kind of cocoon of them. His friend was worried about Tommy, but didn't know what to do. He can barely speak, his voice trembles, and he can't do anything about it. Seeing how he was being sucked right up there, he ran towards him, hoping to save him. He screams and wants to at least hear his voice, but in response, there is only silence. Suddenly he feels something strange in his lower abdomen. One of the tentacles pierced him through, and then several more of the same blows were dealt to him. This was done by a huge creature, which with its forked tongue was able to deal with both of them so cruelly. A little later it devoured him completely, in the literal sense of the word. Right in the middle of the ocean, a huge creature began to rise from the depths of the sea, making terrifying sounds. It seems to smell the young dragon, and its mouth starts to water. It spread its wings, preparing to fly. Now everyone is burdened with another danger, the grimoire of pride, which is a plunderer of superbia species. Meanwhile, the festival was still going on, and as per tradition, those who stayed and prayed did so. One of the participants who were invited worshipped God for all their sins, and also spoke out their strange desires. The sea tyrant was still next to our hero. She doesn't like these little people, and especially their strange whims. And in such a situation, Aquilo is incredibly irritated. She stood in the center and declared the meeting over. Now all people had the right to remain silent and run home. Everyone who was there except one rose from their seats and left the room. Our hero looked at all this with interest. He knows very well about the dragon's fear, as a supernatural skill of the race which controls the minds of the lower races. And it seems that it is so easy for her to instantly take control of so many people, and how this is even possible does not stick in the guy's head. Finally, the hall became quiet, until a man appeared who dared to enter without permission. It seems that the girl does not like the atmosphere here at all, and even less the attitude towards her. When Theo saw his friend, he cried out with joy. Now Aquilo understood who it was that was disrespecting her and interrupting her, and again threatening to take her head off her shoulders. Randolph was now able to see this legendary dragon with his own eyes, and so he bowed before it and greeted it. Although she looks like a beautiful woman, behind her beautiful appearance there is an aura of incredible strength that is impossible to ignore, and the guys have no chance of defeating her. The blonde still doesn't understand why Theodore is chatting calmly with him without any fear. The boy turned to him and whispered that after some incidents she was no longer a threat to them for the time being. It doesn't matter now. There are still uninvited guests on the island, and it seems the girl already senses that they are coming. A monster of simply incredible size burst into their castle. It flew in on its little wings and landed on the floor, raising dust around itself. Our hero flew back after such a jump. His eyes almost popped out of his head from surprise. What an all-encompassing aura he has. It's incredible. It's possibly on par with Aquila. But here, for some reason, she seems familiar to him. even very much so. And this monster, it seems, also recognized his enemy. Or rather, the sea dragon that he hunted so much and does not love with all his heart. Theodore still can't understand why Pride appeared here in this particular place. So besides, he was able to increase his strength and become even more dangerous, and there is no comparison after their meeting. And then Gluttony jumped out of our hero's hand, warning him that the creature had moved on to the 5th stage, and that he couldn't think about a desperate battle with it now. Even if Veronica were here, their chances of winning were no more than 50-50, maybe even less. The girl herself looks at him with incredible hatred in her eyes. She would not like to see his face again. According to Gluttony, for them, the 7 sins, the removal of the seals and the return to their original form is a natural process. If Pride reaches the 6th phase, then it will be able to destroy the ancient dragon alone. And even such a strong opponent is unable to defeat the 6. It doesn't matter even that he has achieved semi-divine status. And since this is the case, then our hero is interested in what this 7th phase is. It seems that Pride noticed Theodore and his grimoire too. What an unpleasant meeting. Aquilo looked at our hero with interest and asked how he managed to get acquainted with this thing. He was a little confused, but still said that he knew him. However, they had a very complicated relationship with each other. And this time, Pride did not come here for him, but he has personal business with the young sea dragon. He wants to ask if Aquilo will agree to become part of the ultimate ideal being. This is his ideal. The blonde threw off her cloak, and from her reaction, it was clear that she was not going to agree to his conditions. She jumps high up like lightning, preparing to attack. The girl gets up too fast and punches his scary face. It looks like she managed to deal good damage to the enemy. He jerked his head back sharply and flew to the side. The girl controlled the entire process and was ready for the next attack. When the monster landed, it began to laugh. Now her blow became an answer to the question. He considered it a refusal. It turns out that the sea tyrant himself is now afraid of Pride. It seems that he has gone completely mad during all this time. It even makes you shudder. But even if so, she's not going to give in and let him go just like that. The girl already knows what she will do next, or at least she will try. It's been a while since she released the essence of the dragon itself. It's high time to try it. The huge lizard that emerged from it clashed with Pride. This battle is incredibly merciless. Our hero barely managed to put up a barrier so that the blast waves would not touch him and Randolph. To be honest, the old man doesn't quite understand what's going on here, but just being so close to the battle is basically a ticket to the afterlife. He also wondered if his friend had a plan, but it seemed that he didn't. His assistant Gluttony also said that if this creature was still in the 4th phase, everything would be possible, but since he is in the 5th, the chances are 0. The combat power of this monster does not depend on the environment, no matter whose territory it is in. And besides, he is able to transfer the fire magic of the 5th circle and instantly create shields that will reflect magic arrows. Judging from everything, Theodore concludes that he needs to personally fight this monster. The old man tries to convince him otherwise. Before them is not an enemy with whom they have a chance to cope. He made the two of them look like shrimps in a fight between 2 whales. The boy himself finds it unpleasant to talk about this topic. He has a very sad story connected with this monster, however. If the dragon loses, then it will definitely take them for dessert. And that is why he believes that it is better to fight side by side with Aquilo. He finally thanked Randolph for everything. It's time to admit that even though he was just accompanying him all this time, he paid him more than he should have. And since he believes that this may be the last time, his last battle, it is worth saying goodbye. In any case, the choice has already been made. The old man simply looked after him and could not say anything. And then he began to be haunted by the feeling that he was standing here like some kind of coward and could not do anything about it. And it looks like he's trying to make his final push to defeat and fight this monster, and so he's preparing his blades. Meanwhile, the dragon is already trying to somehow damage Pride, and no longer knows what to do. Their battle is incredibly brutal, although Aquilo is strong. Something is not quite working out for her. And only after some time she could catch up with him in speed. They are now almost equal. And finally she wants to use her power, waiting for the right moment. The girl was able to outwit the monster and wrap her long tail around it, and then release the water-breathing beam. But it didn't seem to work quite right. It turned into slime, nasty and sticky. This is also a skill, the physical form of the royal slime. Pride praised him for being very smart, and therefore, now it is his turn to attack and demonstrate what he is capable of. It rose up and is about to use the Kraken's tentacles. Literally just a couple of seconds, and it already grabbed the dragon and doesn't let go. The girl can't believe that he can use such two abilities at the same time. There is no such creature in the world except him. It dared to invade her domain without permission, and what's more, it is now talking about all sorts of nonsense. Just the thought of this is enough to drive Aquilo crazy. She certainly isn't going to forgive him for this. Pride just laughed. He still continues to think that this will be the last game in the dragon's life. It used its form to become like a lizard and grabbed his tail with its teeth. And then it clenched its jaws powerfully. At the site of their battle, a big bang was formed, which was of an unusual shape and appearance. Our hero didn't care. He was already rushing to that place. He found the two of them. The water should in principle absorb the shockwave, however, these splashes confuse him. Soon they found themselves underwater, about 3 kilometers from the coastline, and began an underwater battle. Theodore looks at them, and unfortunately, he cannot predict how the battle will go. However, he knows for sure that his intervention will not play any role, considering that he is nothing more than a bookworm. And then, Gluttony appears from his hand and tries to convince him to give up the fight. He reminds him that it is not too late to change his mind. Superbia may be emotional, but he is still one of the grimoires, and he will not kill him because of some banal stupidity. The boy understands perfectly well that running away now would be the wisest decision. However, even if he survives the collision, there is no guarantee that he will meet him again. It is hard to disagree with this. If we leave things as they are, he will only become stronger, and even the powers of the world tree may not be enough to stop him, which means that even Eleanor's safety will be in great question. That is why Theodore decides to finally get involved in their fight and stop the grimoire here and now. Of course, Gluttony puts his survival first, but there is truth in his words, and therefore he respects the decision of his risky master. Our hero only pretended to be rational, but he is not at all sure that he can really overcome this terrible creature. He looks at him and is simply in shock. He is much, much stronger than before, and then his thoughts are interrupted by someone. And then, turning around, he saw Randolph, who was smiling cheerfully at him. Our hero did not expect such a turn of events. The old man could have said goodbye to his life by taking such a risk. The green-eyed man shouted to him with a smile that he couldn't abandon the boy who had grown up right before his eyes, and besides, he himself had made the decision to follow him. Of course, the old man knew perfectly well that such a decision could destroy him, but he still rushed to help. Our hero is going to help him. After a little magic, he can now calmly perform maneuvers as on the ground, of course. The feeling will be so much different from the solid ground under your feet, but you need to get used to this little thing. It looks like he can move a lot better now, but there's no need to fudge things with the aura either. And then, he began to feel something strange beneath him, specifically that the sea had simply frozen. And then it started to crack. Randolph tried to jump away from these huge cracks. A dragon and a chimera emerged from under the water. It seems that Aquilo was seriously angry with him, but it's not that she hates him. Now it's the guy's turn. They're going to save this girl right now. She is incredibly irritated by his technique with tentacles and slime. He uses it constantly. And since he uses only her, it seems that he underestimates his opponent. Aquilo wants to show him what her true power is. He is about to use Ice Storm and hits the grimoire straight. No matter who he is, he can't break through this whirlwind now. That's what the dragon thought until it got out and hit him in the face. And soon he grabbed him with his tentacles, immobilizing him, and struck him. After all this, the monster attacked the dragon again. Our hero watches this, and it's just incredible. Ice Breath didn't work. And besides, Pride was able to break through this storm. Now Grimoire has grabbed it and is simply holding it in her hand. Aquilo is exhausted. She does not even have the strength to escape from his claw. And the monster mocks her. She has no need to know his identity. She is just a young dragoness. And just in time, our hero came to the rescue using the lightning magic of the sixth circle. Theodore decided to get involved in their fight, despite the fact that he was asked not to stick his nose in there either. And besides, saving Aquilo has nothing to do with it. He has his own scores to settle with this creature. And then this monster noticed him too, and it seems to remember him well. And our hero reminded him of how he had then run away with his tail between his legs. And then, as if nothing had happened, he appeared after a while. It stood next to him. His thoughts are different from everyone else's. He believes that this little man lost that day, but not him. And if it weren't for that man in red, then such an exodus would not have happened. Our hero began to snap back at him, and it seems that he doesn't like it at all. Pride spread his arms and took the swords, looking intently at the enemy. He also warns that this time will not be like the last time. if she hints that he has become stronger since their last meeting. The monster is now going to turn its attention to Theodore and deal with him for the first time. He released a lot of tentacles from himself, dissolving his body into slime, but it seems that he missed. And then, from behind him, he hears someone's voice, quite familiar. Randolph arrives on the scene and is incredibly angry that he is being ignored. So he puts his blades forward and cuts him down. His body splits into two parts. Theo transmitted a signal to him that the monster is now open to attack. Our hero uses a special technique on him, opening all memory cells, or rather, later casts a triple flame burst spell and fire shots. After finishing, a weak blow came to his back. The monster screamed, and after all that the boy had done, it plopped into the water. But after some time, some strange silhouette began to appear behind the fog. This beast looks very much like a werewolf, and he mocks his comrade for daring to drag out his affair with some human for so long. Our hero began to examine them carefully, and indeed he was not mistaken in his conclusions. He thought so until Glatoni said that this race was called werewolves. It turns out that the guy had heard of them before. In the natural environment, they died out back during the time of Fenrir. This is the highest form of werewolves that Theo managed to mention. One can say that their relationship is similar to the relationship between forest and high elves. Although their strength has some similarities with the strength of the forest, their natural strength is comparable to a miracle. He mentally asked his friend what skills these creatures have in their pockets, but it would be hard for him to explain. Studio. From his words, it was possible to understand that they were incredibly strong, and for their chatter, our hero did not notice how one of them had already gotten very close to him. But just in time, Randolph ran to help and pushed Theodore back with his shoulder. He crossed his swords right in front of the monster's nose and was able to protect his friend. However, even if so, it is too early to relax. They have incredible power. He felt it on his own skin and was able to repel the attack, and the toothy one laughed. He couldn't even believe that some ordinary person could block his 36 punch combination. Our hero's eyes almost popped out of his head when he heard this. So many attacks had been carried out in an instant that he couldn't even imagine. And then old man Randolph turned to our hero. He needed his help, a little healing magic. There were only a couple of scratches visible on his body, but it still broke 3 of his ribs. Theodore approached him and touched that place, trying to heal as quickly and effectively as possible. The only hope, in his opinion, is Aquilo. Maybe she can heal and return to duty. If this does not happen, they have no chance of winning at all. Their last hope is the devil dragon, and their conversation is immediately interrupted by the wolf, who noticed how they began to whisper. He doesn't like that attention has been switched to something else. Now he's going to deal with everyone at once. He began to use his strength. Meanwhile, the men grouped together and decided to hold him back as much as they could. They have hope inside their souls that they will be able to do this before the dragon arrives. The monster waves its arms and doesn't seem to be holding back now. His attack created a small explosion, but enough force to throw the guys away. There was still a pile of stones around, through which the monster jumped and headed straight towards the boys. As soon as Randolph wanted to stop and land calmly, he heard him behind him. He had to turn around and block his blow. Our hero has already crouched down and is about to attack the wolf. He still can't decide which magic will be more effective here. It seems that the fastest one in the arsenal will do here. And so he chooses to be struck by lightning when his friend has jumped back to a safe distance. It seemed like a good attack, but judging by the expression on this monster's face, it seemed ineffective. The wolf was able to easily dodge her using his peripheral vision. Theodore tries to hold his hands tight, but the assistant of pride has already gotten close to him. He pressed it to the stones with his paw, and it was worth admitting that he really held up well. He is truly grateful to this person's fortitude and therefore wants to enjoy how he will become a part of him. The wolf laughed and was finally going to deal with Theodore instead of his stupid partner. But then he literally freezes in place and becomes just one big block of ice. This is the work of Aquilo. She arrived just in time to help. This is the first time she sees such chimeras. Our hero looked at her with a tired look, but still, deep down, he was glad that she was able to get back on her feet. The girl just smiled. Did he really miss her? And since that's the case, we need to move on to the next round. Her ice can only hold the wolf back for a short time, and she can't believe that he is much stronger than she could have imagined. And besides, what is much more important, she remembers that he mentioned that he had already met him, so it is logical that he came here to fight in the hope that she would help him. The guy doesn't want to say it directly, but basically he gave a hint that her words are true. She just laughed, and in principle it was expected. Aquilo can't believe that the day has come when she can calmly accept help from a person. It's new to her. And besides that, she agreed to do everything according to his plan in such a situation, which the boy certainly did not expect. However, the girl had a question about how the boy was going to kill this monster. Even her spell at full power could not affect him in any way. Randolph appeared behind him, and he completely agreed with the dragon's words. Even if they fought by joining forces, it was still unlikely that anything would work out. Theodore looked at the two of them and said that he had a small outline of a plan in his head, but it would be very difficult to explain. And all because they have little time. The monster that was imprisoned in ice began to move slowly. He needs at least about 15 minutes, and so he asks the guys to hold him for a while. The ice began to crack. The wolf had already crawled out of it and was incredibly angry at the dragon, who dared to interfere in their battle. Although it seems impossible, they have no choice but to listen to the young master. They promise to hold out until their last breath, holding back this shaggy creature. Meanwhile, Theo turned away from them and activates the overwrite. A notification appeared in the system that he needs to select a personality for this action, but there are only 2 available. Theodore chooses St. Thomas without hesitation, and the essence begins to be downloaded into his body. And Randolph has already gotten carried away and is going to attack the toothy one. The wolf cleverly blocks his attacks, but he still does not give up. The girl also tries her best to gain as much time as possible. And then, Theodore had already turned into Thomas. He began to examine the battlefield around him and saw that there was complete chaos going on here. He believes that in a similar situation, even that Eastern master would be much more useful than him. There is very little time. The boy asks to listen to him, or rather to his plan. It's very good that he was able to convey all his thoughts to him with the help of telepathy. A smile began to appear on his face. All the necessary preparations had been completed by his junior, and this plan was incredible. It's time to begin the main action. He asks everyone to disperse so that nothing can interfere with him, no matter what the cost. He clapped his hands sharply and began to cast a spell that could work on this monster. But it does not end with just the spoken words. They are the result of enormous calculations expressed in the text. He single-handedly surpasses all established algorithms in constructing magic, but he may have even surpassed the concept of computation itself. The wolf looks at him and seems angry that a new player has been added to this game. It was hard not to notice that he was up to something, and that's why the shaggy one immediately rushed forward towards him. And then Aquilo attacks him with his foot so that he definitely does not interfere with the process of witchcraft. Randolph also came to the rescue and defended Thomas. The wolf was literally knocked off his feet in mid-flight, so this is a very good moment to attack. The old man tries to hold him as tightly as he can, and besides, he will never allow some shaggy guy to get close to Theo. When the toothy one stood in line, he began to look at everyone from under his forehead and tried to catch his breath. He certainly doesn't like being disturbed. He began to cast some spells on himself, which is not very good for Randolph. He has at most 5 minutes to hold out. Meanwhile, Thomas's spell was almost complete, and he had to use Charlotte's necklace as an offering. But here, he tells our hero that they will not succeed, and why not give a simple analogy with fishing? It is obvious that the summoned creature is a fish. And with a fishing line, the summoner, or rather his soul, and as a fishing rod, Theo's body is ideal, the bait was successfully eaten, and all that's left now is to fish it out. They lack just a little strength. If they pull now, it will break, and his soul, which serves as a fishing line for them, will literally break. And that is why Thomas submitted a request to complete this mission. Our hero thought about it. His friend decided to supplement it with his own soul, requesting the completion of the quest. He is risking his life now, but now these 2 figures are trying to protect him, and therefore he should worry about these 2, but not about him. His dream is literally 1 step away from fulfillment, and therefore he does not feel sorry at all about going to the next world. A man wants to fight to the fullest and is waiting for the best moment. It didn't take much time at all for this to happen, and it can just now begin to act and initiate the transmission. After all, in the end, it was Thomas who did everything, from the circle of magic to the spells themselves, and taught it to our hero. Our hero uses his skill and calls Fafnir to appear here. Literally from the sky appears an incredibly red, bright beam. From there appears the harbinger of the end. Aquilo and Randolph took a short rest and looked at this huge red cloud in the sky. The dragoness activated her barrier. As soon as the sky was destroyed, the icy ocean turned into melting ice. The evaporating condensation turned into salt crystals. And then the old man asked his young master what exactly he had called here. A large red dragon appeared in front of them and was slowly released downwards. It seemed that the girl became scared, and she simply looked at him and asked him to have mercy on them. The wolf's eyes almost popped out of his head. How dare such a little man call Farnir? He dived under the water after changing his appearance. He would like to finish this battle as soon as possible. And that fiery dragon has already fixed its target and is about to attack. This time he definitely won't miss, and it seems that this time the monster is really in pain. The monster is ready to say goodbye to its life this time. It tried to hold on until the very end, but for some reason it didn't work out, and he feels like he's disappearing. Farnir's goal was fulfilled, and he can return back home, or rather to its base, and that big red cloud closes. It was still raining all around, and our hero stood and looked at the sky. He turned to the elder and said that he had finally succeeded, and that without his help, the boys would never have managed. It is a pity that he will no longer hear his voice, but his soul will become a part of him and will continue to live within him. The thought of all this calms him down, but now he has no strength left at all. The boy is so exhausted that he can no longer float in the air above the ocean, and so he simply falls into the water, exhausted. Aquila noticed this and immediately went to his aid. She caught him. The girl just smiled looking at him. Our hero was able to do something outrageous. This kind of summoning magic is already beyond her skills, as far as she knows. However, she didn't want to chat and think about it for long, and so she simply burst out, closer to the surface. In her long life, this day was one of the most interesting, and she does not regret that she saved our hero. After some time, our hero found himself in another place. The sun began to blind his eyes, and so he decided to wake up. The first thing he thought about was where he was. Gluttony spoke to him, and the first thing Theodore wanted to ask was what happened to Pride in the end. He only smiled in response and said that not a single cell of hers survived, and besides that, he would need at least 10,000 years to appear again in this world. However, our hero understood almost nothing of his words and asked him to explain it to him. It turned out that among the 7 deadly sins, he and Pride are just avatars. These are not their true bodies. In order to get to the lower dimension, they were reduced to their lowest possible functions and powers. Now it became clear to Theodore that the real essence was in another dimension. And in another world, it is impossible to overcome them. The originals of these sins are immortal entities that collect endless information and power from countless worlds. It immediately became clear to our hero that all this was beyond his strength. The weirdo just nodded his head, and as a being from this world, he thinks that the kid did a great job, and so Gluttony advises him to just focus on his own problems now, like before. Suddenly, someone entered his room when he heard conversations through the door. The boy greeted Mrs. Aquilo so politely, as always, that she even felt awkward about it. The girl sat down next to him on the bed and asked if he was hungry. Theodore felt awkward about such excessive concern, and he mumbled that he was full, which was strange because he had slept for 3 whole days. He glanced sideways at AKV. It seemed that she even laughed. Besides this, the girl said that his friend was also almost awake, and when they got ready, they would need to go to the kitchen. She would entrust the servants with preparing something edible. Our hero just nodded his head in response, drinking water, after which he sighed heavily. It seemed that his friend Randolph was also safe, and the sea tyrant was no longer hostile towards him. He found the strength to get up and go to the window. It's very good that they have already overcome this crisis. Besides that, he is proud that they were able to overcome Pride, and also the boy was able to avenge those who sacrificed themselves and protected Eleanor back then. And finally he remembered them and asked them to rest in peace. Suddenly, Theodore hears his name again and gets a little furious. But then, when he looked out, he saw his friend Randolph, who had come to tell him that Aquilo was calling them to breakfast. Theodore agreed to go with a smile. He just needed to tidy himself up and then feel the dragon's gratitude. Then they went for a short walk together, and the old man was truly amazed that after experiencing such a thing, he passed out for 3 whole days. To be honest, Randolph was very worried about him all this time, and was very afraid that he might not wake up after this. The boy looked him straight in the eyes, among all the locals, only he surprisingly walked with a healthy gait. The blond man, although he looks fine on the outside, was seriously injured. An ordinary person would have been bedridden for at least a month, and yet they are both very glad that they met then, and he truly believes that his success is tied to meeting Theo. And here, our hero became slightly confused and asked for more clarification. The man decided to say directly that thanks to him he was able to awaken the ability of his aura. Before this, Randolph had proven himself through her and his physical skills, But now he had finally stepped 1 foot into the realm of the supernatural. Now it can be considered that he has reached the level of a sword master, but still the old man is being mean, hinting that he is exaggerating, because he will need years of diligent training to fully achieve it. However, he is grateful for everything that happened. It does not compare to those meaningless wanderings. And only now is Theodore ready to admit that everything is fine with them. The blonde put his arm around his shoulder. He thinks it's all because they're together as a team. Randolph also promises to follow him no matter what. But even though he says so, Theo noticed how he hesitated when it was time to fight the all-powerful being. But the main thing is the result, so everything should be fine. During a pleasant conversation, they completely forgot where they were, a place very similar to a dragon's lair. Turns out, Aquilo said this is her villa. This island is off-limits to pirates, an area they can't enter just by wishing. If we talk about dragons, it doesn't look like they curl up and sleep in their cave dwellings. Suddenly, goosebumps ran across Theodore's body. He heard someone's voice. Old man Randolph heard it too. It seemed he understood where the sound was coming from. Why don't they go and check? They came to huge, luxurious doors, and they were a bit difficult to open. Aquilo herself was already waiting for them, and very friendly welcomed them to her villa. It seems that the guys did not expect to see her here and were a little confused. They stood rooted to the spot, and the girl asked them to come closer and sit down at the large table. She had prepared something, and after the meal she wanted to talk to them. A servant approached her, and the girl asked to serve refreshments, especially for the guests. Baldy merely nodded his head and would soon follow his orders. First he went into another room, and then he brought plates with all sorts of delicious dishes. Looking at this, Randolph can no longer restrain himself. It looks incredibly tasty and appetizing. Of course, Mrs. Aquilo is not entirely sure about this, but she still hopes that the guys will appreciate the dishes. The first thing they would like to do is drink some special champagne that was left just for them and make a toast. After all, Randolph grabbed the very first chicken, tearing off its drumstick, and he even started to cry from such a delicious treat. Of course, our hero tried to be cultured and whispered to be eaten a little more calmly and not like a beast. His cooking skills are simply incredible. These are delicacies that only a top-class chef can make, while using the simplest ingredients. The girl looked at each of them with interest to see how they ate. Our hero also looks at her. Dragons are known themes that indulge their desires, and is their skillful cooking one of them? Aquilo also finished her portion and really liked it, and now she is interested to know what the guys think about it. To simply say that they liked everything would sound like an insult. Something like this can only be tried in the royal palace. The food was incredible, indescribable. She is very glad that the guests liked everything, but now it is time for them to discuss her debt to them. Each dragon clan has its own values. For example, for the red one, these are emotions. The golden ones value wealth very much, but the green ones value life. And finally, silver ones love cleanliness very much. But the blue ones, like her for example, objectivity is very important to them. The guys literally saved her life, even though she also became part of the resolution of the crisis, and therefore she is incredibly happy. No amount of treasures and wealth can make up for even half the value of her life. And that is why she decided to do the following. She wants to give the swordsman anything from her. And our hero wants too. In total, she will reward them for their mercy. But then Randolph clarified that he only needs a sword. He is very important to him now. During the battle with this monster, he was destroyed. And therefore, he wants the girl to give him 2 good ones. For him, this will be more than enough. Aquila thought for a moment and asked again if she had understood his request correctly. For her, this of course sounds a little strange. The dragon himself is in debt right under his nose, and he asks for some 2 iron pieces. She left and still told him to take everything. She was very irritated by the fact that her life was valued at some 2 pieces of metal. He certainly could not have imagined that he would receive so much. Still, since he's climbing up there, why doesn't he restore his armor as well? From the great portal, which is above him, many bags with all sorts of things fell to him. This is not a handout. This is his reward. Our hero looked at him, and to put it mildly, was shocked that all this was for him. Now Aquilo turned to Theodore and asked what he wanted from her, and asked not to disappoint her like this guy. He thought for a moment, and after a minute told her that his first wish would be to disband the pirate archipelago. To which she only smiled. This is not in her jurisdiction, and he is asking for something very unusual for her. Of course, it is true that it was she who reconstructed it into what it is now, but the pirates lived here long before that, and as long as he does not ask her to kill them all or destroy the islands, She has no right to argue with him about the rights to the islands. Since things are so complicated, Theo asks to remove the protection from the archipelago, and surprisingly, for her, this is not a problem. And now it's high time for her to hear the second wish, but this time she asks him to think it over carefully. After coughing, our hero says that he wants her to give him what belongs to her and what she considers her most valuable thing. Before that, he thought about asking for the manuscript or destroying the Orcus Guild, but still, it seems like nonsense to him. He also had the option of asking for a mountain of treasure, but after he saved her from the dragon, asking her for this somehow no longer satisfies. And when the girl heard about his desire, she was a little confused. It's not that it can't be arranged. She needs time to think about how she can possibly give him this thing. And it seems that she came up with an idea right away and asked the boy to come closer to her. It seemed that Theodore became very nervous, but the girl insisted that he listen to her. She hugged him and told him to relax. There might be a tingling sensation in his body. Aquilo slightly unbuttoned his shirt and removed his tie so that she could do it more easily. She bit him on the collarbone, but Theo stood motionless and did not know how to react. Randolph. When he saw this, he got scared and shouted at her, but his friend stopped him, asking him not to interfere. An old man can't just stand aside when he sees that he is being attacked. For our hero, this is a little strange. He doesn't even know how to explain it correctly. The cool sensation comes from the place of Aquilo's bite. This is definitely not an attack, but how to explain it, he doesn't know. And then she moved away from him. Everything went pretty well. No rejection was expected. During the conversation, Theo realized that she had pumped just a little bit of her blood into him. Some interesting blue mark also appeared on his neck. This is how she explained that this is the most valuable thing she has. And then, Aquilo decided to clarify whether he could use summoning magic, to which the boy only nodded his head. If he needs her help, then without hesitation she allows him to call upon her with her own blood. One day this will definitely help him, and all thanks to his sincerity and desires and her prudence. And now she wonders if her friend is happy with his last wish. He winked at her, making it clear that he was happy with everything. He didn't really have a choice. The girl just laughed. She also warned that there might be a couple more side effects. He would find out about them himself. The brunette was a little confused after this, and began to examine the bite instead, straightening his jacket back. This seal is of treasure rank. The user's water attribute handling level has been increased, and it has also been given Aquilo's blessing and the ability to summon her. In addition, he can use the dragon's language, which is a completely different level, a power only available to the dragons of the material world, and only one opportunity to learn it, making this the value of the blood seal immeasurable. And now she wants to proceed to his very first desire. The girl came closer to the balcony and slowly began to raise her left hand. She opened the door with a spell and cast a disappearance spell. A strong wind began to rise around her, and she began to literally suck in that thick fog. Now there is no trace of her on this island. She also plans to move her nest. The pirate archipelago will be completely destroyed. This place had been incredibly irritating to her for centuries, and it turned out that the thought of leaving it was quite refreshing. She also gave him some kind of bag, calling it change. Although his wishes had been fulfilled, there was still a little debt left. For her, it was the most fun day of her life, and she really hopes that after all this, she will someday be able to meet Theodore again. The blonde turned to our hero and just smiled, saying goodbye, after which she literally jumped from a great height, and the guy ran up to her and began to look down. Like a dragon, she plunged into the water, into the vast sea that was beneath them. And for some reason, the guy thinks that she planned all this from the very beginning. Randolph was also surprised that she left the island in such an interesting way, and then immediately changed the subject and asked what else she gave him. Our hero decided to open the bag right now in front of him, and when he saw what was there, his eyes almost popped out of his head from what he saw. The next day, they set off on their journey further as planned to the kingdom of Soldun. The blessing of Aquilo allowed them to sail at the highest speed, and therefore the effect of this was immediately noticeable. As for the pirate archipelago, as expected, it fell. Its leaders panicked as soon as they realized that the protection of their deity was gone, and immediately their ambition to take over the island burst out, and the peaceful existence was a lie. Some of the remaining pirates returned to their original profession, some returned, and some settled on land. However, despite all this, their fate was unenviable. The island that was once famous for treasure and a haven for crime fell to a miserable fate before everyone's eyes, and thus a year passed. People with the empire were discussing a mansion that was sold. The guards did not understand how they could buy such an absurdly expensive building. Perhaps it was someone from the nobility. One of them reported that there was a man here who was under the protection of an extraordinarily skilled bodyguard. Perhaps he was the son of some noble sultan undercover. And from what he heard, he rarely leaves his mansion, except for his rare trips to get original manuscripts of magical books. He came to the leader and said that one of the family from the Eastern Kingdom, Baek Chung-myun, and his family wished to have an audience with him. One of the guests came in response to their gracious call to provide shelter for him and his family who had fled here. Of course, this is quite troublesome. He thought that it was nothing more than a light interest, but it seems that the head of the Baek family is quite interested in this palace. And in his present weak position, this guest from the East is a great power that has fallen into his hands. And so, in the midst of the crisis, he wants to win his heart and offers to see his mansion. The bearded man just smiled. This is a very wise proposal, because before making a decision, everything needs to be seen with your own eyes, of course, and therefore he really wants to go on a short excursion there.